In the fleeting moment, I was indulging in a life of luxury on Blue Star, immersed in the game gods, when suddenly, I found myself transported to another realm. Upon opening my eyes, I was greeted by a dim sky, a blood moon hanging ominously above, and the air thick with the stench of sulfur and blood. Grasped tightly in my hand was a rough, pointed weapon, and as I glanced down, I beheld dark purple claws covered in repulsive fur. Alas, I had become a lowly and wretched demon from the 899th layer of the abyss. Beware for your life. You are but cannon fodder at the bottom of the abyss. This pitiful system interface was akin to pouring salt into my wounds. At that moment, I exhaled a breath laced with the acrid scent of sulfur and flung aside the lifeless body of the inferior demon I had just dispatched. This marked the 9th day of my awakening in the abyss. After witnessing the rise and fall of the blood moon twice, I finally resigned myself to my fate. I had indeed become a mere pawn of the abyss. Fortunately, the benefits of my transmigration had not been delayed. An extraordinary game-like interface had emerged. My specialties included Devour, low-level resistance, and a unique innate talent, soul absorption. While other inferior demons had to gnaw on corpses to seize the meager abyssal power, I could directly absorb souls by slaying monsters, efficient and devoid of the need to consume that repugnant, rotting flesh. Host, Jiang Fan Race, Demon Inferior Demon Level, 5 attributes, Strength 9, Agility 8, Constitution 10, Spirit 9. Will 14, High Will, Strong against Pressure. Health, 100 soul coins, 104 abyssal currency. Transmigration was one thing. But why did I have to become a demon of all things? For the 119th time, I cursed the blood moon. My fellow inferior demons were not only grotesque in appearance, but also dim-witted and impoverished. Slaying one yielded a mere 25 experience points and 1 soul coin. And not even a decent piece of equipment would drop. To make matters worse, leveling up to 6 required a staggering 440 experience. This meant I had to eliminate dozens of my kind. Weakness, a sin in itself. In this ultimate chaos, only by growing stronger could I hope to survive. Just then, another scrawny inferior demon spotted me, charging forth with a broken weapon. Experience in battle? That was a foreign concept. Critical hit activated. The tip of my weapon plunged mercilessly into its body. Kill inferior demon. Experience 28. Soul coins 2. Experience requirement met for leveling up. Level increased to 6. All attributes 1. Success. My height surged from 1 meter to 1.5 meters, a combatant among the short of the abyss. My fur thickened, and my skin began to harden. Strength 10. Agility 9. Constitution 11. Spirit 10. Wolf 15. Although still a mere pawn, at least I was a sturdier one. Yet, the experience required for leveling up skyrocketed to 530. How long would it take to slay inferior demons for that? I had to challenge higher foes. Armed with my weapon, I prowled like a famished wolf along the desolate banks of the River of the Dead. As the blood moon hung low, a tall silhouette emerged in the dim light. A skeletal warrior. Scan. Race. Undead. Summoned entity. Level. 10 rank. First stage attributes. Strength 14. Agility 7. Constitution 16. Tough skin. Spirit 4. Wolf 5 health. 320. Current 143. A splendid opportunity. A low health first stage monster. Experience. Here I come. Slaying foes beyond my level was the true path to power. My blood, if inferior demons even possessed it, surged with fervor as I raised my weapon and charged forth. Critical hit. The tip of the gun precisely pierced its hollow eye socket. Minus 55. A critical hit on its weak point. Another skeleton, hearing the commotion, swung its weapon but was unable to dodge, receiving a blow to its back. Health minus 21. Ouch. Swift resolution. I gritted my teeth, shifting my steps as my gun shot forth like a dragon, concentrating all my firepower on the bloodied skeleton, shattering its skull. Killed skeleton warrior. Experience 63. Soul coins 7. Delightful. This experience is equivalent to slaying 2 lowly demons. Seizing the momentum, I paid a price to obliterate the other as well. Killed skeleton warrior. Experience 67. Soul coins 8. Experience now meets promotion requirements. Please actively choose an evolution path. Here it comes. A crucial step to shedding my lowly demon identity. The gift of abyssal will. A panel popped up displaying 5 resplendent evolution paths. Flame demon, blade demon, night demon, earth demon, charm demon. Charm demon? What nonsense. I am a male demon with a weapon. Pass. Blade demon? A physical berserker with 4 or 6 arms. Quite impressive. Earth demon? An abyssal tank. Tough-skinned and providing a sense of security. Flame demon? An abyssal mage. Fireballs to the face embody a man's romance. The God Season players know that mages are favored by the system. Night demon? A psychic mage focusing on will and soul. Mysterious and enigmatic. Wait a moment. Night demon? My innate talent, soul absorption, is evidently soul-oriented. My instincts urge me to choose it, although the explosive firepower of the flame demon is tempting. True damage in the later stages lies in the psychic realm. Moreover, my talent is undoubtedly linked to my rebirth. Trust your instincts. I shall choose the night demon. No more hesitation. Select evolution. Night demon. At the moment of confirmation, a tremendous dark red abyssal power surged from within me, merging with the external world, enveloping me in a colossal blood cocoon. The cocoon of evolution. The baptism of abyssal will commence. As I slumbered within the cocoon, unaware of the passage of time, I opened my eyes once more. The blood cocoon transformed into pure energy, which I absorbed. Looking down, what the hell? The contours of these muscles, this bronze skin, the sprawling pitch-black demonic wings unfurling from my back, the dark red horns soaring from my head. In my hand, I gripped a sinister black skeletal scythe staff. Host, Jiang Fan. Real name, Osiris, bestowed by abyssal will. Race, demon knight, demon template. Elite, the rise of a former cannon fodder. Level, 10 rank. Tier 1 attributes, strength 16. Agility 15, Constitution 19, Spirit 18, Will 23 surge. Health, 950, Constitution 50. Mana, 900, Spirit 50. Specialization, Basic Extraordinary Bloodline, Attack and Defense drastically increased. Demonic Language, Spell, Specialization, Second Circle, The Path of Mage. Talent, Soul Absorption, Soul Harvest, Epic Upgrade. Skills, Psychic Impact, LV1, Soul Attack. 150 Spirit Damage. Soul Coins, 412 Reputation. 100 Abyss Layer, 899, Somewhat Renowned. The impoverished masses of the Abyss, but now you can bully the cannon fodder. Notes have become audacious. Feeling the explosive power and surging mana within me, my senses sharpened to the point of capturing the slightest energy currents of the Abyss. As for my appearance, handsomely enchanting, with a mysterious aura, leagues ahead of those lowly demons. The talent of the Soul Reaper resonates with an insatiable desire to harvest more souls. Commence main quest. Ascend to Tier 2. Reward. Rare Elite Template. Gazing up at the blood moon hanging ominously in the abyssal sky. I, Night Demon Jiang Fan, Osiris. Clutch my skeletal scythe tightly. A mere lowly demon at the outset? No, this is merely the beginning of the path to becoming the sovereign of the abyss. Chapter 4. True Name. Harvesting Souls. A personal innate ability that allows the absorption of the soul energy from units that have recently perished within a radius of 10 meters. The efficacy of absorption is contingent upon the degree of damage inflicted. Previously, he could only absorb the souls of individual units he had actively slain. Now, it has transformed into a capability to reap from any deceased within a 10-meter sphere. Jiang Fan felt an overwhelming surge of joy. Even if the absorption efficiency were somewhat diminished in cases where he had not inflicted damage, it still constituted a newfound source of experience points. What a boon! It is no wonder he was so elated. After all, this was the Abyss, a chasm of chaos and malevolence. Death and destruction were merely the prelude to the unending war and slaughter that defined this realm. Within the depths of the Abyss, fierce battles raged across myriad planes, as demons wielded their weapons, spells, and even their physical forms to annihilate what they deemed weak beings. Moreover, having acquired proficiency in the demonic tongue, he now needed to seek out suitable spell tomes within the city to further his studies. Fortunately, during his recent encounters with lesser demons and skeletons, he had amassed some soul coins. Otherwise, he would have entered the city without the means to purchase skill books. Jiang Fan sighed inwardly, reflecting on how these impoverished brethren were likely struggling to provide even the most basic experience points for leveling up. Even the most erudite scholars of the arcane would find it a monumental task to decipher the chaotic symbols that manifested from true names. Abyssal creatures were chaotic, yet not devoid of intellect. Faced with such circumstances, he could only rely on his intuition and conjecture. Born as a pure-blood demon, they were not merely ordinary templates, but were also devoid of any rewards. It was not as if one could emerge from the womb wielding a whip, after all. Jiang Fan acknowledged the thrill that coursed through him. The attribute points gained with each level up shifted from a mere increment of 1 across all attributes to an impressive 3 in strength and agility, and 5 in constitution, spirit, and will, aligning closely with the growth trajectory of the night demon race. To devour and plunder became his mantra, while he would deliberately avoid unnecessary confrontations. This was a rule imposed by the will of the Abyss to prevent high-tier beings from senselessly slaughtering their lower-tier counterparts. At the apex, a scythe forged from mithril gleamed, a reward favored by the Abyssal will granted to the Night Demon clan, according to the lore of the gods. In his previous life, he had failed to condense a true name and, having never ascended to legendary status, had never even acquired a servile name. While he had garnered a recognized title within the player community, it held no legitimacy in the eyes of the native powers of the Allen continent. While my profession, Jiang Fan suppressed his curiosity, stowing away his interface, and lifted his gaze toward a nearby, lesser demon. The skeletal scythe was a staff adorned with intricate, uneven textures. True name, Osiris. Jiang Fan was filled with enthusiasm, greatly satisfied with the power of the mental assault. Yet, why was there no profession available for me to choose after my advancement? Among high-tier beings, the most frequently utilized were their true names or servile names. No, I too shall become a boss. After his bloodline ascended, the emanating aura of the Abyss became significantly more potent, causing the lesser demons to sense this change and refrain from attacking Jiang Fan. For instance, the skeletal scythe of a Night Demon clan, the whip of desire from the Succubus clan, and the rock spear of the Earth Demon clan all seem to symbolize the forces of death and destruction in the alien continent. Contemplating the future emergence of additional active abilities and noting that his advancement had only granted him a meager 5 skill points, Jiang Fan chose not to hastily upgrade his skills, such as the Skullbreaker, Blood Reaper, or Fist of Justice. With a casual wave of the skeletal scythe, a wave of invisible mental energy surged forth, causing the lesser demon to tremble violently before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Constantly lingering in this initial area, the scarcity of resources rendered him nearly isolated from the outside world. Given his current level, hunting these low-level creatures yielded minimal abyssal and soul power. Not to mention the experience was negligible. He had learned that to cultivate divine arts, practitioners of the alien continent's temple professions must know the true name of the deity they worship. Although the experience penalty had been reduced to a mere 12 points, Jiang Fan deduced, simply by observing the demon's size, that it was not a freshly hatched level 2 demon. Now, he realized that as long as he approached any scene of slaughter, he could absorb experience from the corpses of the fallen. Numerous races in the Abyss could receive the rewards of abyssal will inheritance. It appeared that the condensation of the true name was also related to his innate talent. However, nearly all extraordinary beings took great care to conceal their complete true names. Jiang Fan's attention was caught by a piece of information on the panel that was easily overlooked, momentarily startling him. Furthermore, as he extracted the intangible soul power, he could do so discreetly, avoiding detection. Wiping the corner of his mouth, Jiang Fan continued to scrutinize the panel. The rewards from the elite template were already astonishing. Thus, the subsequent rare elite and commander templates must be even more desirable. As for the Lord, the skeletal scythe, a heritage weapon of the Night Demon clan, offered a 5 increase in physical damage and a 10 increase in magical damage, along with a 5 chance to inflict a mental pollution effect, triggering a certain degree of mental damage with skill attacks. His passion and dedication to the game had led him to peruse the tomes of the alien continent in libraries during his previous life, granting him a taste of some obscure knowledge. A true name differs from a mere name. It cannot be pronounced using the common tongue of ordinary beings like humans. A one-hit kill. Indeed, it was a formidable skill. Yet, the mental shock still achieved a guaranteed kill. Deities are merely more powerful extraordinary beings. Certain formidable adversaries could rely on their true names to curse enemies from afar. However, such inherited weapons were exclusive to the demon clan evolved from lesser demons. Defeated a lesser demon, experienced 12, soul coins 1 Osiris. The game had only been operational for 3 years prior to the crossover, and the achievements of the player factions were rather unremarkable compared to the indigenous NPCs of the Alien continent. Players had not made significant strides at higher levels, resulting in Jiang Fan's limited understanding of the upper echelons of this realm. Nevertheless, his immediate concern was to depart from the banks of the River Styx, this novice village, and swiftly find a city to ascertain the current state of affairs, facilitating his further plans. After all, through prolonged usage, skill levels could be enhanced, while skill points were far more precious in comparison. The mental shock, a unique ability of the night demon race, was silent yet devastating, directly impacting the soul. Ordinary spell resistances and armors were utterly ineffective against it, which had drawn considerable envy from many seasoned players in the past. The benefits of elevating his template were immediately apparent to Jiang Fan. Furthermore, a true name held extraordinary significance for extraordinary beings. Without the support of reputation and legendary status, one could not attain authenticity. Struck the enemy, dealt damage 140. When extraordinary beings reached a certain level of power, they would condense their true name. The stronger the being, the longer the bites of their true name. Only when severely wounded, exuding a notably weakened aura, would any foolhardy lesser demon dare to take the risk. His template had been upgraded from ordinary to elite, thus he could now be considered a blue-named monster. Additionally, the coefficients for health and mana had also increased to 50. He could only reach a city in the abyss, clarify the situation, and then seek out new leveling maps. Having contemplated his next course of action, Jiang Fan resolved to set forth towards the nearby Grand City without further hesitation. Chapter 5. The Scarlet Fortress within the vast expanse of the abyss. Numerous lordly castles and mid to large cities are scattered throughout. The bottomless abyssal plains are not solely inhabited by demons. A plethora of other creatures also dwell within. Even the higher-tier abyssal beings require the establishment of their own factions, whether to wage wars across realms in pursuit of evolutionary resources or to gather faith in hopes of achieving loftier breakthroughs. The legends of incessant slaughter and conflict are confined to the lower planes above the 300th level. The deeper the level, the stronger the rules governing the abyssal realms, paradoxically resulting in a more pronounced order. However, the distinctions of race and power hierarchy become increasingly stark and stringent. Were it not for Jiang Fan's familiarity with these races, he might have taken the time to admire them. A few towering orcs and demonic beings languidly reclined around the bar, indulging in their libations. In a small, illuminated area, scattered clusters of red dots glimmered, with a pulsating green circle at the center. This lord appeared familiar. Would you care for a drink? Meanwhile, Jiang Fan, having entered the tavern, was guided by an elven attendant to a vacant table. I wonder if the legendary market of the Dark Lord is equally vibrant. At the heart of the tavern stood a circular wooden bar, its polished sheen reminiscent of a fresh coat of varnish. With resolve, Jiang Fan turned his gaze to the newly unveiled map function on his advancement panel. Yet, the privilege of safety came at a steep cost, exorbitant living expenses within the city and stagnation in his growth of power. First, Jiang Fan surveyed the altar's surroundings and, finding no anomalies, hastened towards it. It seemed somewhat unfamiliar, as if it had only recently awakened. A few strikingly beautiful dark elves busied themselves within. The runic array thwarted the encroachment of abyssal will, yet it also inhibited the absorption of abyssal power. Upon reopening his eyes, he found himself at another grand teleportation altar. An ephemeral current surged towards the runic array below, igniting the runes encircling the stone platform. Suddenly, a luminous, frameless portal manifested. To reach the nearest abyssal city, he must locate a teleportation array. Traversing the distance on foot would be perilous. Beside him stood a towering night demon. Eureka! After meandering for a while, Zhang Fan's eyes brightened as he rounded a sizable hill. Occasionally, an impatient blade demon would surreptitiously extend a hand towards the alluring forms of passing dark elves, feigning nonchalance. Ah, how cold-hearted your night demon kin are towards one another. Within the city, the abyssal power permeating the air was effectively barred, rendering it impossible to absorb through one's body for strength enhancement. Given the multitude of abyssal creatures inhabiting the wilderness, it was wholly reasonable that a high-tier species might encounter a hapless wanderer and consider them as a meal for evolution. Steeling himself, Zhang Fan stepped through the portal and vanished from sight. Despite the possibility that she might soon drain your essence or harvest your kidneys, the elven race possesses significant potential, primarily categorized into several subspecies: wood elves, moon elves, night elves, and dark elves. In essence, chaos merely represents a faction, reflecting one's pursuit of desires and power. It does not diminish the inherent wisdom of the demonic race. Surrounding the elevated circular stone platform are inscribed runes, with the center displaying a triangular motif, symbolizing the power of space within a runic array. The vibrant atmosphere resembles that of a grand city, suggesting the Lord's formidable strength. As one steps into the mountainous domain, the scent of blood and the heavy stench of decay assail the senses. This is far more perilous than mere parkour. The powerful legendary creature, the Abyssal Lord, has established a city that rivals the fortified capitals of humankind. Those higher-order demons, possessing even greater strength, are characterized by their profound ambitions. The walls of their city are typically adorned with enigmatic, chaotic runes. They are strikingly beautiful, with alluring and seductive appearances. Among them, the lawful and good alignments are prevalent, yet they notably exclude the dark elves. A dark elf attendant, with a keen gaze, surveyed Zhang Fan and, with her crimson lips slightly parted, inquired, "Our tavern specialty, the Lament of Darkness, is a favored choice among the Night Lords. Would you care for taste?" Zhang Fan ambled, observing as he awaited the panel's recording, until he arrived before the tavern. After a brief moment of dizziness, he noticed a weathered white stone pillar standing at the center of the steps, topped with a basin ignited by abyssal flames. Portals are not uncommon in the abyss. The night demon known as Eric uttered 4 words, prompting a reaction in Zhang Fan, who then approached the altar below. To quickly familiarize oneself with an unfamiliar city, there is no better or faster place than a tavern. Indeed, while a majority of high-ranking abyssal beings belong to the chaotic alignment, they're further divided into chaotic good, chaotic neutral, and chaotic evil factions. This process swiftly concluded in an instant. The pillar bore mottled markings, signifying the long passage of time the altar had endured. In a corner, a 4-armed blade demon noticed Zhang Fan enter, brandishing a skeletal scythe, and remarked to a companion nearby. Within the city, the influence of the abyssal will is significantly diminished, allowing one to navigate without the constant fear of unwarranted slaughter, thereby greatly enhancing safety. Zhang Fan pondered thoughtfully. He glanced up at the surrounding lesser demons and, upon comparing them to the map, realized that the green circle indeed represented himself. Truly, the Drow are renowned for their freedom and openness. Praises be to the goddess Lolth. The night demon, known as Eric, cast a brief glance at Zhang Fan, raising an eyebrow before returning his gaze, choosing not to respond to his companion's words. Many abyssal lords, who were once human souls in their previous lives, upon awakening, take pleasure in constructing cities that bear an uncanny resemblance to the grand cities of humanity. Within these urban landscapes, one can find bustling markets and lively taverns. The elven attendant smiled alluringly, her melodious voice stirring ripples of emotion. 30 soul coins, please. If you do not wish to drink, be gone. Given the scale of the map there, it is highly probable that a teleportation array exists nearby. You have discovered the Scarlet Fortress, experience 50. You have discovered the Scarlet Valley, experience 15. Oh, Eric, it seems you have kin here. The elven attendants, undeterred, exchanged light-hearted banter before swiftly departing. The red dots signify other creatures apart from him. The scene before Jiang Fan evoked a multitude of memories within his mind. 30 soul coins. How many lesser demons must one slay to acquire that? The ground was littered with remnants of flesh and bone, suggesting a recent bout of violence. Having utilized this before his transmigration, Jiang Fan was no stranger to it. After a moment of contemplation, he hastened towards the hill he had previously observed. How dull. The blade demon mumbled, lapsing into silence. The four-armed blade demon, noticing the night demon's lack of response, chuckled. He emerged from behind the stone wall, revealing a complete stone altar before him. It was likely that Jiang Fan would soon serve as nourishment, expelled back into the depths of the abyss, returning to nature. The Dark Elves, also known as Drow, are an evil faction within the Elven race, predominantly dwelling in the abyss and other alternate planes. These Drow, with their affinity for darkness, possess beautiful long hair, pointed ears, and slender figures, rendering them exceedingly alluring. They can be employed to entice others or wielded as weapons against foes. It was pitch black. Jiang Fan felt a pang of regret, but maintained his composure as he extracted 60 soul coins from his panel, placing them into the tray of the elven attendant. The dark elf's light purple eyes glimmered with a hint of cunning. Her long hair cascaded past her pert hips, secured at the ends with a metallic clasp, exuding both playfulness and sensuality. Jiang Fan cautiously surveyed his surroundings, striving to minimize any noise that might attract formidable creatures. The altar before him appeared to be situated in a commercial district of a city. How dark it is! This was a small directional teleportation array, merely composed of 2 tiers of stone steps. Indeed, it is difficult for most to resist the allure of such a captivating being. Observing their fervent enthusiasm and the spittle flying about, one could surmise that the wine must be quite exquisite. He pondered for a moment, then halted, turning to step through the entrance. I wonder, would it be an honor to invite you, sister, for a drink? 2 exceptionally wide stone paths intersect at the center of a nearby square, flanked by an array of uniquely shaped buildings and shops. A myriad of demons and dark creatures thronged the area, and occasionally, various other captives of different races were seen being escorted through. The streets are adorned with a myriad of shops, trading houses, dental establishments, armories, and more, each boasting grand stone signs inscribed with formidable demonic runes. Various merchants from different realms come and go, their presence a testament to the bustling trade. The grief of the shadow? Jiang Fan chuckled shyly, instantly recognizing the allure of its name, reminiscent of his enchanting sister. Please, bring me a cup. With a swift motion, he retrieved 5 soul coins from his spatial panel and tossed them into the basin, where flames surged and devoured the coins in an instant. The magnificent, substantial black wings and the potent aura they emanated suggested an overwhelming power far surpassing his own. For a fleeting moment, he fancied himself back in the continent of Island, finishing a dungeon with friends and reveling in the tavern's warmth. The server cast another flirtatious glance at Jiang Fan, her eyes sparkling with mirth as she agreed, then gracefully turned away, leaving behind a lingering scent of fruit that danced in the air before gradually fading. Truly, she is a fairy. Chapter 6. Discovering the timeline on the surface, Jiang Fan feigned a bewildered demeanor, but secretly, he had already cast a probing spell. Race, Elf Dark Elf Template. Ordinary level, 15 class. Elven Archer attributes, Strength 19, Agility 19, Constitution 18, Spirit 17. Will 16 rank. 1 life points. 540 mana points. 510 specialties. Dark Affinity, Precise Shooting. For the moment, Jiang Fan's hidden intentions shall remain unspoken. As a tavern attendant, the Dark Elf encountered a myriad of beings daily, and was thus well aware of Jiang Fan's underlying motives. It was now the year 1092 of the Alien calendar, and the opening of the game was drawing near. Yet this time, for reasons unknown. He refrained from making any inappropriate advances, hastily gulping down a large draught of ale instead. The human race, bolstered by a formidable arcane system and an army of war automatons, had successfully overthrown the Titan's hegemony, achieving dominance over the prime material plane. After prolonged warfare, the once mighty Aeolian Empire crumbled into chaos and obscurity amidst internal strife, with the flames of war spreading throughout the realm. Following the conclusion of hostilities, the remnants of scattered arcanists mysteriously vanished, severing the lineage of the arcane system in Aeolian continent, relegating it to the annals of history. Furthermore, the routine quests issued were infrequent and posed little danger, making them quite suitable for him. Therefore, little night demon, it would be wise to avoid seeking trouble within the city. Elven Mia then turned her bright eyes and smiled gently, remarking, as for whether personal interests may be intertwined, that entirely depends on the whims of the dark elf. These matters, when inquired about by regular patrons, Mia would gladly recount. After engaging in conversation with the elven attendant for quite some time, Jiang Fan declined Mia's invitation to chat the entire night, opting instead to leave the tavern and wander the city alone. The dark elf's desires were indeed the most pronounced among the elven race. Coupled with a generous tip, the elven attendant provided a relatively objective account to Jiang Fan. What piqued his interest most was the realization that joining the Multiverse Merchants Guild and the Wanderers Alliance were not mutually exclusive. He could easily join the guild and subsequently register as a wanderer. Naturally, joining the city guard would offer the best benefits. Jiang Fan pulled out 100 soul coins, placing them on the elven table before him. As an official faction of the Scarlet Fortress, their status and benefits were undoubtedly superior to those of ordinary civilian organizations, though such privileges would come at the cost of certain freedoms. Previously, Jiang Fan had learned that the Multiverse Merchants Guild had branches across numerous planes within the diverse universe. Guild members comprised merchants from taverns, auction houses, and banks across various realms. What a deep abyssal jest was this! Not only had he traversed into a game world, but he had also crossed the temporal threshold into the pre-launch era, within the backdrop of the game gods. The name of Aeolian continent stemmed from the arcane empire, Aeolian, that had existed hundreds of thousands of years ago. However, within the Multiverse Merchants Guild, dark beings outnumbered the demon race. As Jiang Fan stepped through the threshold, her attention was immediately drawn to the enigmatic night demon. The Elders' Council, comprising 12 formidable and esteemed entities, was responsible for overseeing all affairs related to the Alliance, with the Council and their respective stewards at the helm. With a fleeting glance from her pale lavender eyes and the gentle parting of her crimson lips, she began to narrate. The most significant force within the Scarlet Fortress is undoubtedly the city guard. At this thought, a smile graced the face of the waiting dark elf by the bar, her delicate tongue peeking out to caress her lips. Inadvertently caught by the glances of the blade demon nearby, Jiang Fan found herself in constant comparison within her mind. However, once one chose to join the city guard, all ties with other organizations would be irrevocably severed. Her long, slender legs crossed elegantly. Her smooth, jade-like feet swayed freely in the air, exuding a familiar aura of a mature woman. She feared the possibility of not witnessing the blood moon of tomorrow. Nevertheless, Jiang Fan understood that her presence in the tavern was to seek information, which took her by surprise. The Tower of Despair, a unique force residing on the 899th level of the Northern Territories, was primarily comprised of those who indulged in the study of mystical beings. With her thoughts clarified, Jiang Fan meticulously inquired about various matters concerning the city. As a tavern server, she would not refuse the reasonable requests of patrons. For 100,000 years, countless nations have risen and fallen, yet none have unified the entire main plane quite like the Aeolian Empire. The Multiverse Chamber of Commerce, as the wealthiest organization within the Abyss, offers benefits that rival those of the City Guard. The emergence of warriors, knights, and mages mark the ascent of the 6 foundational career systems. Regardless of the plane, the essence of human history is, at its core, a chronicle of warfare. War has been a significant form of interaction in human civilization, a primary catalyst for its development, and a tremendous impetus for societal progress. The Tower of Despair appears more as a research organization. Freedom and security should be of no concern, yet the opportunities for advancement would undoubtedly be limited. Have you ever witnessed a scientist charging in a battle? The Scarlet Fortress is centered around the Lord's Castle, with the commercial district to the west, barracks to the north, residential areas to the south, and several large edifices dominating the east. The Scarlet Lord, Alice? That seems entirely reasonable. Moreover, many of its inhabitants likely hail from the outer realms that gave rise to the Scarlet Fortress. The two engaged in soft-spoken conversation over their drinks. His strong reactions stem from the background of his previous life, as the launch of the gods coincided with the year-end of the Scarlet Lord's invasion. Iloin was first besieged by the demon race, and it was under the pressure exerted by the Abyss that the Lord of Radiance spearheaded the summoning of the fated warriors to the continent. Yet today, Jiang Fan, already strikingly handsome, transformed into a night demon, his racial bloodline enhancement rendering him even more captivating. Furthermore, the city guard would frequently clash with other factions. Given Jiang Fan's current prowess, to step onto the battlefield would indeed be a gamble with fortune, where life and death rested in the hands of fate. Since the Duke's invasion of the primary realm at the beginning of the year, his formidable reputation in the Abyss has undoubtedly escalated, likely reaching your ears while you were in the wild. Moreover, this young night demon possesses a pleasing appearance that aligns well with the aesthetic of the Dark Elves. The Archmages and the War Golems exhibit unparalleled ferocity in combat against foes, yet they are equally ruthless when engaging their own kind. The Dark Elf's lips curled slightly as she continued, inquiring whether there were any significant powers within the Crimson Fortress that warranted caution. The War God, the Night God, and the Goddess of Magic have all manifested as saints upon the continent of Aloran, perpetually disseminating faith and paths of cultivation. The Blade Demon felt a surge of blood coursing through his veins, his eyes ablaze with intensity, and his breaths grew increasingly labored. Upon hearing the name of the city lord uttered by the Dark Elf, Jiang Fan experienced a profound shock, his expression betraying a hint of astonishment. Whether this was connected to the interests of the divine remains uncertain. Following the Aloran Empire's exit from the annals of history, a cadre of deities suddenly emerged. These gods began to reveal their divine manifestations, leading to the emergence of various faith-based sects and new power structures within a primary realm. The city guard is commanded by 4 generals under the Duke's banner, primarily tasked with realm warfare, lordly conflicts, and maintaining order within the city. The other formidable factions include the Tower of the Lost, the Multiverse Trading Guild, and the League of Wanderers. The invasion at the beginning of the year. Having mentally prepared for this revelation, Jiang Fan was indeed taken aback once more, though his surprise did not manifest as overtly as before. After all, beings of the chaotic alignment thrive on capriciousness. The elf before him, named Mia, managed the tavern's servers and held a position of modest authority, at least until she reached the golden rank. Soon, the day of the server's launch would arrive, and whether players would still exist then was something he could ascertain by venturing into the lower-tier realms of the Abyss. A lengthy discussion throughout the night. The League of Wanderers does not actually belong to the Crimson Fortress. It comprises various solitary beings and small factions, lacking a definitive ruler. How fortunate it was that he had not met his demise along the way. What delighted Jiang Fan most was the presence of a death arena among them. Shortly thereafter, the Dark Elf returned, balancing 2 dark-hued goblets, casually seating herself opposite Jiang Fan. The Aloran human race, over the expanse of time, has not gleaned wisdom from the demise of the Aloran Empire, continuing their internecine strife. She, in fact, harbored no aversion to sampling tender new grass. Mia seemed unconcerned about collecting. Through Mia, the Dark Elf's narrative, the distribution of power within the Crimson Fortress was unveiled to Jiang Fan for the first time. Approximately 100,000 years ago, however, the Aloran Empire experienced a sudden and extensive internal upheaval. Indeed, judging by your reaction, it is evident that this is your first time in the city. How is it that you have heard of the City Lord's name? The elven servers were quite willing to share information on matters that were not particularly confidential. Subsequently, this established dominion endured for several 100,000 years. exerting formidable pressure across the multiverse. It is well known that races such as goblins and gremlins often present themselves in the guise of cunning merchants and tricksters across the endless plains. However, observing his gaze, she noted an increasing interest. The aura emanating from his physique was still rather feeble, his temperament youthful and unrefined, coupled with a gleaming ancestral weapon in his grasp. She surmised that he was likely a newly evolved juvenile demon. Once they entered the city, indiscriminate slaughter was no longer permissible, and thus she had initially harbored concerns regarding the issue of leveling up. Yet, upon discovering the Death Arena, this dilemma had been effortlessly resolved. Chapter 7. The Multiverse Merchant Guild. The Arena of Death, also known as the Arena of the Multitudes, serves as a battleground for various races to engage in combat for the entertainment of the masses. Within the Crimson Fortress, the Lord strictly forbids private duels. However, regardless of whether they belong to the demon race or the denizens of darkness, these factions are comprised of warlike individuals. The genes coursing through their veins dictate a need for an outlet, lest they succumb to turmoil over time. Thus, the Arena of Death was born from this necessity. The dueling arena of the Crimson Fortress is constructed from two massive, semicircular edifices seamlessly joined together. The parchment map, a detailed depiction of the Abyss's 899th layer, crafted by mid-tier demon artisans. Combatants engage in battles within secret realms or undergo various rigorous trials, with the specific scenarios unfolding in real time. Surrounding arches house a multitude of spectators, while at the center stands an immense stone platform. Jiang Fan extracted 150 soul coins from the interface and handed them over. Purebred demons, when intermingled, produce offspring that are no longer mere demonic worms. They inherit their lineage from birth. Without pause, Jiang Fan accepted the item from the illusion demon and departed. The style of the surroundings is difficult to categorize. It evokes a sense of antiquity while maintaining an air of grandeur. Level 11. Profession: Appraiser. Attributes: Strength 11, Agility 15, Constitution 14, Spirit 16. Will 11. Rank: Tier 1. The Tower of the Multiverse Merchant Guild is, in essence, a living organism of flesh, imbued with a hint of spatial power within its bloodline, cultivated through generations. This is professionalism. Although Jiang Fan had witnessed such scenes before his traversal, the sight still captivated him with its wonder. Standing at the roadside is a 7-story tower. Behind the platform sit the illusion demons, renowned for their wisdom, alongside the infamous goblins and gremlins, who are known for their cunning. They serve as the receptionists for the Merchant Guild. The Abyss is no easy place to navigate. Health points: 420 mana points, 450 specialization. Devour. At this moment, the 7th floor of the tower houses an exceptionally spacious chamber. The interior is steeped in silence and emptiness. Along the way, various demons and dark creatures brush past him. In the center lies a round table, atop which rests an open book. Adhering to the principle of treating all clients equally, regardless of faction or race, the guild has even extended its business into other planes of order. In his previous life, Jiang Fan had visited the Multiverse Merchant Guild in other realms, though none compared in scale to the one before him. While he may not possess the bloodline of the Flame Demon, he could still benefit from the early-stage fire magic damage. The treasures you yearn for, or the enigmas that perplex you, will only be addressed during significant duels of considerable strength, at which point the higher echelons of the arena will issue orders to commence. The Multiverse Merchant Guild welcomes your esteemed presence. The Abyss is a realm that places great emphasis on the inheritance of bloodlines. Inferno Technique, active skill, summons a burst of abyssal flames to explode on a target, dealing 150 fire damage to a single opponent. Consumes 40 mana, skill cooldown 2 minutes. Even a newcomer, entirely unfamiliar with the Multiverse Trading Association, would undoubtedly be astounded by the grandeur of this bilingual inscription. Occasionally, malevolent glances may flit by, but due to the prohibitions of the Crimson Fortress, such intentions must remain unacted upon. The numerous runes etched around the stone platform reveal its formidable strength. The young illusionist's demeanor remains unperturbed, showing no curiosity towards Jiang Fan, indifferent to his origins or intentions. After receiving the soul coin, the illusionist casually tossed it into a nearby box. The more intense and sanguinary the battles, the louder the roars and cheers from the audience. IDF 116032. Crimson Fortress. Abyss level 899. Discovery of an unfamiliar first-tier knight, Demon Awakener. Possesses a legacy weapon. Strength unknown. Bloodline potency unknown. Purchase a map and a spellbook for Inferno technique. When the stone platform activates, the runes inscribed upon it create miniature realms. At the entrance of the Trading Association stands a pitch-black stone tablet, inscribed with several lines of chaotic runes and a universal language familiar to Jiangfan, a captured combat slave who transformed into the commander of the Crimson Fortress. Possesses a legendari tale. Some participants in the duel are voluntary, while others are forcibly conscripted, with gazes of varying normalcy, curiosity, or indifference. They regard Jiangfan while continuing on their way. Identity and status do not serve as guarantees. Only the secrets of wealth can shake this colossal door. Stepping inside, a series of wooden counters are neatly arranged in the center of the hall. The ancient patterns and luster on them clearly distinguish them from the cheap, shoddily made goods of taverns. However, based on Mia's earlier description, to enter the dueling arena, he must first elevate himself to the second tier. Here, all necessities are provided. Life, strength, glory. The Multiverse Trading Association is the largest commercial entity among the countless planes of the bottomless abyss. The might of the death duel arena is evident. Jiangfan carefully inspected the area, noting that many small stone platforms are approximately 10 meters in diameter, with a few larger ones merely 20 meters across. He could easily devise a way to stand at the edge and secretly absorb the soul energy of the creatures that perish in the duels. Approaching one of the empty spots, he instinctively cast a spell of reconnaissance towards the illusionist before stating, "I require a spellbook for Inferno technique and a map of level 899. If selected by them, one could ascend to great heights. Of course, the death duel arena also presents an opportunity. We are within reach. With a mere level slightly above 10, is likely the progeny of some adult illusionist. Though strength must be cultivated from the first tier, they're already far ahead compared to the dim-witted lesser demons. Only the strongest, most intelligent, and luckiest individuals can achieve lasting victory and survival. The nature of the demon race and the dark beings is vividly unleashed in this place. Upon first laying eyes on the dueling arena, Jiangfan began to concoct his plans. The opening of the central stone platform is nothing short of a bloody and violent feast. Surrounding the arena are several smaller stone platforms, designated for daily duels. Each small platform is overseen by a judge and several guards. The map costs 50 soul coins, and the fire-based second-tier spellbook, Explosive Flame, costs 100 coins, my lord. Originally, he had amassed over 400 soul coins, a sum painstakingly gathered by his demon brethren since his arrival in this realm. However, upon entering the city, he had indulged in some expenses at the tavern. Now, he finds himself needing to purchase a map and skills, which are unavoidable expenditures. The merchants of the Multiverse Chamber have taken the art of magical commerce to its utmost extremes for the sake of profit. Race, demon illusion, demon template. Ordinary in but a few breaths, a fissure suddenly appeared in the wall behind him. To his astonishment, the edges of the bricks began to writhe like flesh. A piece of parchment and a spellbook were ejected and slowly descended, handed over by an illusion demon to Jiangfan. Appraisers, like scholars, belong to auxiliary professions. Though their combat prowess may be lacking, their knowledge is often profound. After perusing the various establishments within the city, Jiangfan set off towards the multiverse chamber he had recently passed. Observing his counterpart, he noted the absence of any heirloom weapons of the illusion demon race in their possession. In the abyss, where strength reigns supreme, everything is subject to change. To serve as a judge, one must at the very least be a formidable presence of gold rank. Thus, this arena of death stands as the favored locale for all war criminals within the city. As Jiangfan prepared to leave, lines of text gradually materialized upon the blank pages of the book. After depleting his funds, a meager balance of 102 coins remained. According to Mia, One of the four generals under the lord of the city rose to fame in this very arena, capturing the attention of the Crimson Lord. The combatants in the next round showcased their strength and intellect, both to enhance their own capabilities and to attract the gaze of powerful figures who frequent the dueling arena. In his previous life, Zhang Fan had once been taken aback by the text, only to discover later that the multiverse chamber indeed wielded significant power. One should not underestimate the potential of this stone platform. The text trembled momentarily before vanishing without a trace, as if it had never existed. Zhang Fan remained blissfully unaware of all these occurrences. Chapter 8. Valley of Death in the Abyssal Plains. The energy levels vary significantly, as do the intensities of their respective rules. The shapes of these plains, fixed since their inception, are remarkably diverse. For instance, in a previous life, Zhang Fan had ventured to the 196th layer, which manifested as a colossal underground city. Concerning the specifics of the 899th layer, Zhang Fan remained completely in the dark. He meticulously inspected the map he had procured. According to its description, the entire 899th layer resembled an elliptical continent, encircled by the meandering river of the underworld, with its interior predominantly divided among three formidable lord factions: the Crimson Fortress in the south, the Hills of Campus in the west, and the City of Frost in the east. How could one possibly lose against the Dragon Riders? Zhang Fan was perplexed. While danger undoubtedly loomed, opportunities intertwined with it. The thick fog enveloping the valley obscured the enduring dim light of the abyssal sky, casting the entire land in a perpetual state of gloom and chill. Upon advancing 3 to 4 meters, the outlines of monsters became discernible, prompting Zhang Fan to quietly deploy a reconnaissance probe. As he stepped into the valley, he was greeted by a desolate and rugged terrain. Glancing at the map, he noted a dense cluster of red dots near the hills adjacent to the river of the underworld, likely indicating the presence of low-level demon tribes on the verge of departing from the novice village. This was indeed the abyss of no return. Upon leveling up, within the maximum range of his skill attacks, any creature of first tier or above bore a prominent red name and health bar upon its head, making them quite conspicuous amidst the fog. Eliminate a sufficient number of creatures to prove your strength and earn the favor of the valley's will. The Blade Demon Tribe, renowned for their prowess in attack and agility, was one of the formidable warrior clans of the Abyss, belonging to the lineage of the 4 great royal families. Zhang Fan then launched a kick towards a Blade Demon, who deftly evaded, causing Zhang Fan to retreat several steps to create distance, returning to a standoff position. Mission alert. Creatures entering the Valley of Death often encounter strange illusions and malevolent assaults. However, the willpower attribute of the Blade Demon Tribe is relatively low, with minimal damage reduction. Thus, when a mental assault is initiated, it inflicts considerable damage. Attributes: Strength 15, Agility 15, Constitution 15, Spirit 14, Will 12, Tier 1. Not only was his combat power suppressed, but prolonged exposure also compromised his sanity to some extent. Prior to his arrival, he had noted the map's indication that this area would somewhat affect willpower, albeit not intensely. To think he would be ambushed while attempting to recover, he resolved to strip the night demon of its skin. The air was thick with a heavy, sanguine scent, deepening his sense of foreboding, as if an invisible malevolence was insidiously eroding his will. Moreover, having just arrived in this new map, recklessly launching into the fray without grasping the situation, was he merely a target for the reckless? A crimson glow flashed across his skin, and a bloodthirsty aura surged into his mind, compelling him to activate his berserk skill, augmenting his strength and speed by an additional third. The map introduces the Death Valley, a place influenced by an enigmatic force that amplifies the depths of its abyss. The oppressive wind carries howls of fury, accompanied by eerie whispers that seem to emanate from the very earth, chilling one to the bone. Jagged peaks and ravines intertwine, resembling the interwoven arteries of the human body etched upon the landscape. Should one's resolve falter, they would perpetually suffer the onslaught of the valley's will. Under attack, health -17, template, ordinary Death Valley. Yet he deftly wielded his scythe, aiming for the neck of the Blade Demon, who, caught off guard, could only raise his left arm in defense. As a member of the combat-savvy Blade Demon clan, although ambushed, he was determined to slay the Night Demon upon close engagement. The blade grazed Jiang Fan's body, leaving a gash on his left shoulder, from which demonic blood began to seep. After a long wait, the routine task had finally arrived. He had initially come to hunt monsters for growth, and this task aligned perfectly with his purpose, leaving no room for refusal. If it were an ordinary Night Demon in this predicament, it might indeed find itself at a loss. Instead, it was a Blade Demon. Race, Demon Blade Demon. How dare you ambush the Great Descartes? If Jiang Fan were to rise above and gaze down, he would see the valley devoid of life. Desolate and stark, the grotesque visage of the demon contorted in rage, bellowing as it swiftly parried Jiang Fan's scythe with its dual blades. Unfortunately for it, it faced the elite template of Jiang Fan, whose agility and strength, albeit comparatively lower, still surpassed that of the Blade Demon before him. Jiang Fan understood that the most effective method to vanquish such a nimble beast was to trade wounds, exhausting it directly. Discovered Death Valley, experienced 20 warrior skill, parry. A jolt of force reverberated as both combatants withdrew their weapons and leapt back. Clang hiss. Descartes vowed to crush this insignificant insect. He raised his skeletal scythe, fingers tightly gripping the staff, and slowly advanced towards a distant red. Other creatures would not fare as well. The two exchanged health points, completing their initial clash. Jiang Fan fixed his gaze upon the interface. After evolving, Jiang Fan chose to embody a humanoid form, as he was accustomed to human existence. His combat instincts from his previous life were rooted in this shape. However, this choice rendered his heart, neck, and head vulnerable. The valley's perimeter was encircled by steep peaks and dense fog, and while the center was a valley, it was not flat, but rather dotted with scattered ravines and small hills. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Fan evaded, using his scythe to deflect one blade aimed at his head while skillfully avoiding a vital strike with another. Jiang Fan murmured to himself, "Brothers, it has been a while." After enduring a mental shock, the Blade Demon momentarily froze, and upon regaining composure, it had already noticed Jiang Fan. The remaining few high-ranking demons have either chosen to align themselves with the two major lord factions or opted to flee to distant lands. For him, this map devoid of advanced creatures is perfectly suitable. Meanwhile, years of relentless lord wars have resulted in the demise of most high-tier beings that had fortuitously evolved within the valley. The agile Blade Demon, Descartes, swiftly maneuvered, his feet barely touching the ground before launching another assault with his blade. Damn it! Jiang Fan exhaled with relief. The skeletal scythe staff waved lightly, unleashing a silent mental shock towards his opponent as he hastily accelerated to strike with the scythe. Thankfully, it had indeed succeeded. Jiang Fan meticulously scrutinized the surroundings, comparing multiple options before selecting a fitting place for development. A locale deemed a land of death by abyssal creatures could hardly be anything but perilous. There were no signs of plant life, only decaying wood and desiccated bones scattered about. Yet, without prior exploration, the attributes of the lurking monsters remained unknown. The lower-tier beings dwelling here had a tendency to absorb energy passively at a relatively swift pace. He treaded lightly, choosing a direction shrouded in thick fog, gradually edging closer to his target. In the lowest recesses of the valley, wisps of faint mist ascended, occasionally swirling in the wind, as if the valley itself were boiling beneath. His strength now eclipsed that of the Blade Demon, with his health exceeding that of the demon by more than double. Suddenly, a semi-transparent text flickered before his eyes. Health, 381 450, mana, 354 420, specialization, Devour, dual wielding. The valley was littered with sharp, steep, and bizarre rock formations, resembling a ferocious beast roaring, its jaws agape in patient anticipation of prey. Unfortunately, despite having gained demonic wings after his advancement, the long-standing habit of being human in his previous life hindered his swift adaptation to flight. The Death Valley lies nestled between the Crimson Fortress and the Hill of Campus, flanked on the west by the River of Experience, which continuously offers small low-level demons and lesser evolved creatures for hunting. He returned once more to the commercial district of the West City, locating the large teleportation array he had previously used. This was a newly evolved blade demon, seemingly just having undergone battle, its health not fully restored. A warning of fiery bombardment echoed. The moment Jiang Fan stepped out of the teleportation array into the valley, an inexplicable dread washed over him. With his mental force, he transmitted a message to the runes at the center of the teleportation array, which promptly responded. Death Valley, 20 soul coins required for teleportation. Considering the formidable will attribute brought by his crossing, he was willing to take the risk. After all, with the panel's alerts, he could retreat at the first sign of danger. Rampage. Active skill. Upon activation, attack power 30, speed 30, defense -50, duration 30 seconds. Side quest. Hunt 0-100 level 1 creatures. Acceptance or rejection of the Death Valley, a name that evokes a chilling aura. In a previous life, as a formidable warrior of the Golden Tier, I fought my way from level 0 to over 90, engaging in more battles than the hairs on the Blade Demon's body. Within the recesses of my inherited memories, though the Night Demon clan is shrouded in mystery and strength, their close combat techniques are notably lacking. Level 11 Occupation. Warrior with their dual blades in motion. The damage they inflict is quite formidable. An exceptional Blade Demon can comprehend various unique skill enhancements, further amplifying their combat prowess. May the blessings of my uncle be upon me. I retrieved a soul coin and tossed it into the central stone basin. After a flash of fire, a grander archway materialized, and Jiang Fan stepped through, his figure vanishing into thin air. Hit the enemy, inflicting damage of 52. Additionally, there exists the neutral force of the Lost Tower in the north, intertwined with other wilderness maps. Triggered a forced will check, will attribute 23. Check passed. They witnessed headless shadows drifting within the valley, the echoes of screams and wails resonating in their ears. This place seems to provoke and mock the primal fears entrenched within living beings. As one of the gathering grounds for the extraordinary phenomena of the Abyss's 899th layer, Death Valley is destined to nurture its own formidable lord. Contemplating this, the Blade Demon felt an exhilarating surge of blood coursing through his veins. The opposing Blade Demon wore an expression of disbelief, gazing at Jiang Fan as if he had seen a ghost. Chapter 9. The development of the valley. How can your strength be so immense? How can you withstand my attacks? The Blade Demon was utterly perplexed. Having recently evolved and hunted only low-tier inferior demons, he had never engaged in battle with the Night Demon clan. Yet the scene before him was in stark contrast to the descriptions found in his ancestral memories. The Night Demon, clearly a magic-oriented profession, appeared physically robust. But how could its strength surpass his own? Are spellcasters of this era so unorthodox? My ancestors have betrayed me. Though Jiang Fan still possessed the capability to confront with sheer strength, sustaining injuries and losing blood was inevitable. According to the lore of the gods, every 10 levels corresponded to a rank. He had fallen for it. However, propelled by his rapid charge, he was akin to an arrow loosed from its bow, unable to halt his momentum. The Blade Demon cried out in agony. You are certainly not a first-tier Night Demon. Is the term unlucky liberator referring to me? As a Golden Tier being, the disparity in power between higher and lower levels was nothing short of astronomical after prolonged accumulation. He advanced with large strides, swinging his scythe once more towards Jiang Fan. The latter, unfazed, casually approached the Blade Demon with his skeletal scythe in tow. The newly evolved Blade Demon was woefully impoverished, yielding nothing but a few soul coins. Engaging in such a thankless endeavor was the folly of a fool. The Valley of Death did not disappoint Jiang Fan. As a high-agility, high-attack growth species, the Blade Demon was certainly not foolish enough to remain within striking range. Moreover, during the course of his elevation over 20 levels, considerations for equipment, skill levels, and various enhancements were paramount. Numerous 0 to first-tier monsters were scattered throughout the valley, and during combat, the likelihood of being besieged was minimal, posing virtually no risk to Jiang Fan. Although it was not to say that he was invincible. The first to third tiers represented novices just entering the fray. The fourth to sixth tiers comprised the main silver tier forces, while the 7th and 9th tiers were the elite golden tier ranks Jiang Fan had attained in his previous life. Feigning a lapse in control, Jiang Fan swung empty air, staggering forward a few steps as if thrown off balance by inertia. He gazed at the interface, searching for the approximate locations of other red dots, planning to make another attempt. His choice of the 2nd-tier spell, Explosive Flame, was predicated on its high damage potential in the early stages of fire magic. It was not that Jiang Fan had suddenly become invincible. Rather, the potency of his inherent abilities was formidable. Occasionally encountering waves of inferior demons, Jiang Fan eagerly swept through them, extending warm greetings to familiar, yet unfamiliar brethren. Anticipating such encounters, he raised his scythe high, uttering several syllables in demonic tongue. Blood sprayed forth in a violent eruption. With no choice but to grit his teeth and transform his dual blades from slashing to stabbing, he attempted to compel Jiang Fan into evasive maneuvers. Zoraktu. The path of development begins with tenacity. Yet, demons were distinct from the mindless skeletons. Engaging in battles beyond their level required considerably greater effort. In comparison, it is far more efficient to vanquish lower-tier demons. Aware of his inability to contend with the bizarre night demon before him, Jiang Fan swiftly retreated. With a powerful swing, his scythe cleaved through the weapon of the blade demon, its edge unimpeded as it severed the demon's left arm, causing both the arm and the long blade to tumble to the ground. A sudden chill swept through the air, swirling mist that gradually enveloped Jiang Fan's figure. The sharp edge of the inherited weapon tore through the atmosphere, as if conjuring a whirlwind. The blade demon realized that prolonging the confrontation would lead to inevitable demise. Gritting his teeth, he hurled his weapons at Jiang Fan and dashed into the dense fog. Simultaneously, he gripped the base of the staff tightly, swinging it with force. This is not good. Jiang Fan had been waiting for this moment. With a sudden burst of energy, he propelled himself forward with a speed that rivaled the blade demoness. His left hand seized the upper end of the scythe, transitioning to wielding it with both hands, leveraging inertia to deliver a powerful strike against the demon. The chilling blade approached, causing the blade demon's pupils to constrict rapidly, as a tingling pain coursed through his skin. Having discerned the blade demon's strength, Jiang Fan felt no pressure and charged forward with the skeletal scythe once more. He would occasionally withdraw from combat to recuperate, absorbing the abyssal energy in the air to restore his health and mana. Were Jiang Fan in the golden tier, he would not be so reckless. His body leaned slightly forward, hit enemy, inflicting 115 damage. Thus, the weaker ones in the golden tier are utterly powerless before the strong, finding it exceedingly difficult to compensate through other means. However, without the original skill enhancements, the damage dealt would significantly diminish. Yet a blow from him would undoubtedly be a substantial strike. After enduring such a relentless assault, the blade demon was as good as captured. With the fury of his enhancements, his reflexes in battle saw a remarkable improvement. This is the boon conferred by his innate talent. This place indeed proves to be conducive for leveling up. Centered around Jiang Fan's right shoulder, he executed a swift arc towards the blade demon. Compared to other maps, this location was notably accommodating. Explosive fire technique. However, before he could cover much ground, a fiery explosion erupted from the void before the blade demon, detonating violently upon him. His current attributes were roughly equivalent to that of a standard demon of levels 13 to 15. Yet, under the elite template's heightened enhancements, both his health and mana were doubled. The opponent transformed from a zero-tier inferior demon into a true demonic entity through various evolutions, gaining qualitative improvements in both strength and intelligence. With a resounding thud, the bloodthirsty crimson light in his eyes extinguished, his arm hanging limply against his body as he fell forward, crashing heavily to the ground. He clutched his severed arm, his expression twisted in agony, waiting for his attack to conclude before launching a counterassault. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, the blade demon's eyes gleamed with a flash of crimson, and his instinct for battle compelled him to seize that fleeting opportunity, charging forth with twin blades in hand. Yet, how could Jiang Fan permit such a thing? The process of hunting and leveling was both tedious and monotonous. This move was among the signature techniques of the knights from his past life. Was it truly a matter of my low drop rates, or did demons inherently lack the capacity to yield equipment? As the blade demon accelerated unexpectedly, a chill coursed through his mind, sending shockwaves of alarm to his heart. Entering the valley of death felt akin to a ferocious tiger returning to its mountain lair. The early-stage warrior's minor divine technique was not to be trifled with. Hit the enemy, causing 123 damage. After enduring several of Jiang Fan's strikes, the blade demon found his health dwindling, and upon suffering a magical attack, his health bar was instantly depleted. Jiang Fan gazed at the blade demon's lifeless body, harboring no surprise at the outcome. How unlike Jiang Fan, who now sauntered leisurely. He too felt a twinge of confusion. Since his rebirth, he had yet to encounter a single piece of equipment or skill book. Consider this. The disparity in attribute points between a level 70 newly minted golden creature and a seasoned golden powerhouse of over level 90 was considerable. With the support of his stats, he would invariably flee upon encountering monsters above level 15, avoiding confrontation entirely. With the effects of his berserk skill still in effect, the blade demon swiftly retreated, his gaze intensely fixed upon Jiang Fan's figure. A great whirlwind, having employed this technique countless times in his previous life. The mechanics were deeply embedded in his very bones, allowing Jiang Fan to wield his weapon with effortless mastery. Just as other demons consumed entire corpses, Jiang Fan could instantly restore his state as long as he recorded the experience. However, he could no longer dispatch foes without taking damage as he had during his time as a lesser demon. After several rounds of combat, the brief duration of his berserk state had long since elapsed. The vivid crimson hue in the blade demon's eyes gradually faded as he regained his composure. During this interval, with each demon he vanquished, he absorbed the soul energy within, restoring a portion of his vitality. The air was sliced by the rapidly moving scythe, producing a dull sound of friction. Blade demon slain, experience 93, soul coins 42. The disparity between the effects of a level 1 skill and that of a level 10 skill was akin to comparing heaven and earth. Upon realizing that the experience points were absurdly low, he ceased to entertain thoughts of his old comrades. Some demons, it seemed, simply dissipated as they walked. Chapter 10. The Earth Demon Bird in contrast to the inferior demons. Vanquishing a first-tier demon not only yields a greater bounty of soul coins, but also marks the commencement of equipment drops. Jiang Fan has confirmed that, even as a demon, one can indeed receive loot, albeit his luck seems rather subtly high. Currently, the equipment he has obtained remains unusable to him, as all items are restricted by class, and he has yet to transition into a new vocation. Consequently, he can only let them languish in his inventory space, gathering dust. Fortunately, after upgrading, the inventory provides sufficient slots to accommodate this assortment of refuse. Time flows gently in the same quiet and frigid valley, amidst the same demons subjected to cruel torment. Even when confronted with level 19 demons, their attributes, barring any surprises, hover just above 20. In stark contrast, his 3 growth-oriented attributes, Constitution, Spirit, and Will, have already surpassed 40 points. One astonishing sight. An elite monster. Race, Demon Knight, Demon Template. Elite, you are significantly stronger than other pests. Host, Jiang Fan, true name, Osiris. At first glance at the Earth Demon's attributes, he mistakenly believed he had encountered another traveler. Skills, Weapon Mastery, Heavy Strike, Mental Shock. Explosive Flame skill points, 5 specializations. Devour, Basic Extraordinary Bloodline, Demon Syntax Mastery, Second Circle, Talent. Soul Reaper Knight Demon, Reveal to bird your name. Most importantly, like the Blade Demon, the Earth Demon cannot evolve into a demon with wings. Bird, your strength is formidable. Their primary combat method revolves around harnessing immense strength and bulk to launch lethal assaults on their targets, enduring damage while wielding weapons to eliminate foes. After several days of relentless combat, having slain over 70 demons, Jiang Fan's level has finally ascended to 15. However, since his evolution was completed, He has been caught in a monotonous cycle of sleeping, being awakened by ambushers, eliminating the assailants, and returning to slumber, which has become somewhat vexing. If encountered, it is best to avoid provoking. The Earth Demon believes he has earned the right to be remembered by name. Reputation: 100 Abyss level, 899. How did this creature obtain its elite template? During this period, Jiang Fan has battled the fragile yet high-damage blade demons, bullied the resilient but cumbersome earth demons, and even encountered phantoms, shadow demons, and snake demons on several occasions, not to mention a plethora of other dark creatures. Attributes: Strength 45, Agility 15, Constitution 55, Spirit 25, Will 26 tier. First tier. Most of the legendary demon contracts were originally devised by the Phantom race. Speaking of phantoms, they are a race distinguished by their mental prowess within the abyss. High-ranking phantoms excel in psychic spells and various demon contracts. As Jiang Fan peruses the map, he treads along the narrow path of the valley, working by the light of the moon and resting as it sets. A deep, resonant voice resonates from the Earth Demon, reminiscent of a baritone from a national team in Blue Star. Jiang Fan, of course, would not foolishly reveal his true name. Instead, he cautiously inquired, race: Demon, Earth Demon. Template: Elite. He even hesitated to consider seeking an opponent of second tier or higher to test his abilities. Subsequently, a new dominion emerged in the vicinity of the valley. Numerous feeble insects attempted to disturb him, only to be torn apart by the stone spear he wielded, serving as sustenance on the grand path of his evolution toward becoming a formidable bird. The side quests were on the verge of reaching 100, and success was within sight. As long as he did not encounter any troublesome high-tier monsters or elite foes, the completion of these side quests was assured. Groups of players gathered, laughing and chatting merrily. My name is Jiang Fan. The inheritance information in his mind revealed that the Night Demon tribe is among the most powerful races in the Abyss. Their methods are enigmatic, nearly insurmountable, and possess immense lethality. Bolstered by the elite template, Jiang Fan's attributes had already surpassed those of ordinary demons of the same tier. Before him stood an earth demon, resembling a giant, its towering and robust form measuring nearly 3 to 4 meters in height. Its surface was a mosaic of muscular bulges, and its skin appeared uneven, as if composed of compacted mud and fragments of rock. The earth demon repeated its earlier statement, finding it somewhat convoluted. As long as one did not provoke them, and they happened to be in a good mood, they generally would not initiate an attack. Higher-tier rock giants even possessed the ability to manipulate the earth and stone. He genuinely desired someone to engage in idle chatter with. Jiang Fan. Bird awakened on the banks of the river of Hades adjacent to the Valley of Death, evolving step by step from a lowly demon. Jiang Fan refrained from directly inquiring. He understood that such secrets would not be divulged willingly by the Earth Demon, lest it face dire consequences. Illusion demons can entice and capture various creatures through their prowess, binding them through contracts to serve as companions or subordinates in battle, making them a race rich in summoners within the abyss. Just as he turned around a colossal boulder, a massive health bar came into view in the distance. Level 15, Experience 43,500, Profession None, Attributes Strength 31, Agility 30, Constitution 44, Spirit 43, Will 48, Tier 1. A rare profession? It remained unclear whether Jiang Fan's movements startled the creature ahead or if his perception was merely heightened. Its enormous form slowly turned, shrouded in thin mist, and began to approach him steadily. Whether it was his own brashness or the whims of the goddess of misfortune that had inadvertently stirred the threads of fate remained a mystery. Although its physique appeared exceedingly slender, an elusive sense of danger lingered in the air. Sweat and tears intertwined, a tapestry of love, hatred, and conflict. The Earth Demon did not respond, yet Jiang Fan felt a sense of relief. In contrast, a typical low-intelligence, lowly demon would have faced a perilous struggle in such a violent encounter while being weak. The Earth Demon simply stared at him with its small, puzzled eyes, choosing to remain silent. Soul Coin, 17840 health points, 2,200, 2,200, Constitution 50. Upon reflection, He recalled that he had been struck by the ancient silver coin necromancer at the moment of his crossing over, and there had been no one else present to share in the dark light. The sudden encounter with such a noteworthy being piqued his interest, prompting his earlier inquiry: who was the speaker of the Federation? Due to the fortuitous events in the valley prior to his advancement, he ascended to acquire a more potent bloodline power, rewarded by the Abyssal Will with a legacy weapon and unique skills, successfully transitioning to the role of a Great Shield warrior. They lacked the ability to fly. He was acutely aware of the considerable effort he had expended to elevate himself to the elite template during the Lesser Demon phase. As the most renowned MT race within the Abyss, the Earth Demons are not particularly adept at offense, though this proficiency is relative to other formidable demon races. Consequently, the battle prowess of a juvenile illusion demon is quite lacking. Level 16 Profession, Great Shield Warrior. The Earth Demon, self-styled as Bird, assessed Jiang Fan without resorting to immediate confrontation. Unlike the previous life, where lions and tigers roamed alone while cattle and sheep gathered in herds, the path of the strong is inherently solitary and lonesome, a reality Jiang Fan had long since prepared himself for. Health points: 2,750 27 50 mana points, 1250 1250 specialization, Devour. Earth Affinity, Shield Bearer. By day, he targeted solitary demons with powerful strikes, and by night, he sought refuge in a secure cave, adhering to a routine of cautious development. Jiang Fan found himself internally astonished. Mana points: 2152,150, Spirit 50. His skin, tinged with a hint of gray, was adorned with rock-like patterns, blending subtly with the surrounding earth. In this life, born as a demon, he lamented the absence of friends. Upon encountering Jiang Fan, he could only utter, "Stay away, and misfortune will follow." Side quest: Hunt 73 100 first-tier beasts. In Bird's perception, the aura emanating from the night demon before him was significantly stronger than the insects he normally dispatched. As players, they could band together for wilderness excursions, delve into dungeons, and even organize large-scale planar events. However, should one insist on provoking the Earth Demon, he would surely retaliate with tenfold force. The Earth Demon family predominantly comprises individuals aligned with the chaotic good faction within the Abyss. Yet, first-tier illusion demons possess only a few mental attack and suggestion skills, with minimal potential for understanding contracts, making the acquisition of companions virtually impossible. Before my evolution, I consumed a fruit, and the ruling will rewarded Bird. Are you targeting me? Please support my reading and vote monthly Chapter 11. Confrontation. Jiang Fan found himself at a loss for words when confronted with the sheer foolishness of the creature before him. Such secrets, which pertain to the enhancement of one's own abilities, were of utmost importance and ought to be concealed with the utmost care. Yet here was the Earth Demon, so naive as to divulge such information without a second thought. Your chaotic good, not lawful. Although a certain scheming night demon was relentless in his sarcastic remarks, the innocence of the Earth Demon compelled him to probe further. What fruit? He questioned, skepticism evident in his tone. Jiang Fan, determined, issued a stern warning, and without awaiting a response, he took flight. Attacked, health minus 101. A mask of agony instantly enveloped his face. Bird was confident in his physical prowess, yet his mind raced while his body remained in motion. Jiang Fan furrowed his brows, quickly rising to his feet before propelling himself into the air with a powerful leap, his wings flapping awkwardly behind him. The tremendous force nearly caused him to lose grip on his scythe, but inertia propelled it back, striking him heavily in the chest. Hit enemy, inflicting 17 damage. After enduring a few blows, the Earth Demon's health had diminished considerably, while Jiang Fan had nearly replenished his previous losses. This was a result of the acceleration techniques he had been honing recently. Suddenly, Bird let out a thunderous roar, raising his colossal foot. Yes, he still had the mental shock left to unleash. However, since this was not a life-and-death struggle, Jiang Fan hesitated to resort to his trump card. Damn it, it hurts. Here I am, a chosen one, and I cannot even contend with a mere elite monster. He grappled with the dilemma of how much force to employ to teach this oblivious little knight demon a lesson. with Jiang Fan's reflexes and combat expertise. As long as he did not succumb to greed, it would be difficult for the Earth Demon to land hit on him. He was the one receiving the blows. How embarrassing. Hit enemy, inflicting 38 damage now. He was dealing mere double-digit damage with each strike. How long would it take to vanquish this creature? The fire burst spell cast upon the Earth Demon did not yield a burning effect, but merely produced a sound akin to roasted pigskin sizzling against its tough exterior. So there was only one. This was, after all, the first elite monster Jiang Fan had encountered, and he was eager to ascertain whether he could still overpower an adversary of the same rank. His current mental attribute stood at 43 points, and with the bonuses from the elite template and the Night Demon lineage, his spell damage had reached a staggering 172. Seeing this, Jiang Fan hastily raised his staff to defend himself. A violent shockwave erupted around him, and being positioned right beside the Earth Demon, there was no time to evade. With the Earth Demon boasting an impressive strength attribute of 45 points, Jiang Fan was sent flying like a mere chick, crashing against a nearby boulder before tumbling to the ground. Despite his still unrefined flying abilities, Jiang Fan had nearly exhausted his physical prowess in combat. Continuing on this path was untenable. He had to rely on magical assaults. Even though his defenses were commendably high and his health substantial, he still felt pain when struck by spells. With the confidence bestowed by his elite template and the advantage of his long reach, he boldly challenged a rather clumsy MT. Attacked, health minus 33. Such foes were mere outsiders. Jiang Fan, however, was different. The Earth Demon, Bode, found himself at a loss and ceased his pursuit, yet to his astonishment, he had barely managed to pluck a few hairs from Jiang Fan's body. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Fan felt as if he were suffering from constipation, yet he couldn't bring himself to concede defeat. After maintaining low-altitude flight for a while and ensuring he would not encounter the Earth Demon again, he gradually descended to the ground. Upon seeing the paltry damage dealt, he could hardly restrain his frustration. The level 16 Earth Demon, under the elite template, boasted an impressive health pool of 2750, with an alarmingly high growth in constitution. How could he possibly comprehend the true strength of the Great Bode? Who could withstand such power thereafter? Before he could strike again, a chilling breeze swept over him. Why was it that he lacked wings? As for the dark creatures, upon their initial meeting, the Earth Demon Bode did not attack immediately. Instead, he foolishly divulged the secrets of his advancement. He could hurl stone spears to strike. But should he miss Jiang Fan, he would be left merely staring, all the while slowly retrieving his ancestral weapon. Having resided there for so long, he had become an integral part of the abyssal natives. Bode muttered a few words in the demonic tongue, Earth Demon, as if he were truly composed of dirt. Though he spoke thus, Bode had no alternative, with the fire severing the chains. This was merely a glimpse of the Earth Demon clan as relatively low magical resistance. Their physical defenses were surely formidable as well. Hit the enemy. Dealt damage 142. He swiftly maneuvered behind the Earth Demon, seizing the opportunity before it could turn, and swung his weapon to unleash another flurry of scythe strikes. Bode found this rather foolish. Gripping the skeletal scythe tightly, Jiang Fan flapped his wings forcefully backward, propelled by the resulting force toward Bode. Indeed, the damage met Jiang Fan's expectations. Hit the enemy, dealt damage 19. To the Earth Demon, I can withstand countless blows as long as I land one hit. I know not what this is, but it is quite delectable. The Earth Demon buzzed, proclaiming, Next time I see it, I shall pluck it for you. Streams of abyssal power were swiftly drawn from the air into Jiang Fan's body, and the minuscule health he had just lost was rapidly replenished. He then stomped forcefully on the ground. Yet, he was somewhat curious about his opponent's strength. With his elevated willpower attribute, Jiang Fan was fortunate enough not to be rendered unconscious. However, the slowing effect was sufficient for the Earth Demon's attack to reach him. Trample, active skill. Forcefully strikes the ground with one's foot, disrupting the surrounding terrain, inflicting damage upon enemies, and slowing them down, with a certain probability of triggering a stun effect. The Earth Demon Bird did not even attempt to evade. With only a solitary spell at his disposal, his offensive capabilities were severely lacking. upon returning. He would allocate the remaining 2 spell slots to enhance his arsenal. Meanwhile, Jiang Fan found it difficult to harbor any intent to deliver a fatal blow to the clumsy creature before him. Fortunately, the Earth Demon possessed a notably low agility, indicating that both its movement and attack speeds were not particularly high. Testing its strength felt rather awkward to Jiang Fan. The mental impact was unlike the explosive fire spell, as it directly affected the soul, bypassing spell resistance and undoubtedly inflicting considerable damage. Bored, the Earth Demon bird called out to Jiang Fan as he turned to leave, opening his mouth wide. The skeletal scythe merely grazed the surface of his body, leaving a shallow cut with minimal blood seeping out. If he delayed any longer, it would likely heal. Jiang Fan felt a twinge of embarrassment. As a demon, he adhered to a certain worldview concerning human souls. I shall conclude our encounter for today. I will return once I have sufficiently rested to spar with you again. A flash of light enveloped him. A wave of earthy energy struck him, and he distinctly sensed a pressure enveloping him, momentarily halting his movements. Among all extraordinary beings across the multiverse, the demon race was indeed among the most formidable. Suffering damage to one's soul was excruciating. Provoking the Earth Demon could prove detrimental. The Earth Demon bird, however, could not afford to be so leisurely. He must not. At least not at this moment. It would be wiser to return to the city to replenish his spell abilities before attempting again. At that time, spells like Weakness and Pain Strike, along with various curses, would be fully prepared. I wish to test your prowess, bird. This skirmish was not entirely without merit. It revealed a particular shortcoming of his. After all, while diligently attempting to scrape the Earth Demon, he had to simultaneously evade the occasional thrust of its massive spear, which was quite a burden on his mental fortitude. Given enough time, a single mistake could lead to dire consequences. He had initially intended to withstand the incoming attack, as his meager agility made evasion quite challenging. However, he suddenly sensed the air before him grow searingly hot. The information flashing on his panel rendered Jiang Fan speechless as he dashed forward. Upon calling out, he seemed to notice that the frequency of the wing beats in the air had quickened slightly. The Earth Demon bird forcefully thrust its stone spear forward. Although you are far superior to other pests, you are no match for me, bird, and I will harm you. Without the luxury of searching for weaknesses, Jiang Fan hastily dodged. One strike even landed on his lower back. Before the bird could react, a burst of flames materialized out of thin air, subsequently exploding upon him. The spellcasting abilities of magical races rivaled those of elemental sprites, and those adept at close combat could directly contend with dragonkind. The abyss, in its essence, maintained parity with the myriad material planes precisely due to the unique lineage it nurtured, the abyssal demons. With an impressive skill enhancement of 150 from the Fire Burst spell, striking a common demon is bound to inflict damage ranging from 260 to 300 or more. The rock spear swung downwards with great force. As he sprinted, Jiang Fan swiftly uttered demonic incantations, initiating his spell attack. Zoraktu. The speed of his agile maneuvers significantly diminished. In the midst of his rapid movements, Jiang Fan had already closed the distance to Bard, and the colossal skeletal scythe struck fiercely against the Earth Demon's leg. Night Demon, you must come back to find me. Is a normal attack merely a tickle? With the risk of being struck eliminated, Jiang Fan continued to unleash a barrage of fire burst spells upon the Earth Demon, intent on gradually whittling down its health with the triple-digit damage. While exerting himself in the assault, he contemplated where to strike for maximum damage to draw more blood from this Earth Demon. He chuckled softly, but that is not a certainty. After pecking at the grains, Bard stared at Jiang Fan with his round, bulging eyes, still in a daze. 30 years in the east of the river, 30 years in the west of the river. Do not underestimate a demon's plight. Chapter 12. Returned to the city with a hint of sarcasm, Jiang Fan hastily made his way back to the teleportation array, returning to the Crimson Fortress. Along the journey, he encountered several ordinary demons, all of whom he dispatched with fiery fury, crushing them effortlessly. Consider yourselves unfortunate, you pitiful creatures. The Crimson Fortress appeared unchanged since his departure. During times devoid of lordly warfare, the demons either sought ways to procure resources within the city or ventured outside to hunt creatures for evolution. Occasionally, some misguided or overly emotional fools, unable to restrain their desires, engaged in acts of robbery and slaughter, only to be swiftly crushed by the city guards with overwhelming force, stirring not a ripple. No matter how much they attempted to emulate the ambience of human cities, they could not escape their demonic identities. The presence of these unruly beings was to be expected. After a prolonged walk, Jiang Fan noticed that no red dots appeared on the map, a stark contrast to his frequent discoveries during his initial visit. Ahead, a diminutive goblin, standing approximately 2 meters tall, bore the same disgrace as the lesser demons. He relished novelty. Renowned for its efficacy, this creature offered considerable enhancements to damage from both physical and magical attacks, proving to be both economical and practical. Its yellow-green skin was exceedingly rough, adorned with sporadic spots and warty patterns. After careful consideration, Jiang Fan decided to select these 2 skills. The allure of the bloodline of extraordinary beings. One strike to the back of its head resulted in a staggering double physical damage. With its elongated ears perked up and a glint of cunning in its eyes, the goblin's somewhat sullen expression conveyed one undeniable truth. It was far from attractive. Moved by his own cleverness, Jiang Fan had hardly advanced when 2 vivid red health bars emerged through the mist. Not one to waste words. He unleashed a painful strike upon the blade demon, a mental assault erupting instantly, followed by the incantation of the explosive flame spell. Both their audacious approach to the impending attack and the faint aura emanating from Jiang Fan hinted that the night demon before them was no benign visitor. Before him, a stone demon and a blade demon were locked in a fierce battle, stalemated at the moment of Jiang Fan's arrival. With each level of spell specialization providing 3 fixed spell slots, he could freely select 3 spells to combine, unbound by the constraints of inherited memories. Not even the most shameless of lords would stoop to such depths. The abyss had existed for far too long, to the extent that even the oldest beings were unaware of its origins. Familiar structures and counters greeted him, yet this time he engaged in trade with an unfamiliar dark entity. In this shadowy, blood-soaked realm, one would hardly expect a warm reception. This particular group, though individually weak, was characterized by their industriousness and fecundity. Hit the enemy, dealing 57 damage. No longer cautious as he had been before, he now wielded the power of a level 15 character, capable of exerting attribute dominance over ordinary demons of the same tier. In his past life as an elven human, despite possessing formidable skills in the later stages, the disparity when compared to the demon race still loomed large. However, his current low level limits his equipment options, and with the rapid pace of upgrades, he will soon become obsolete. Furthermore, he has not yet changed classes, meaning many powerful items will not appear in the lower tier universal category. In the game's lore, the fateful summoners were initially awakened by the gods of Allen. Yet, during the ritual, a portion of their power was forcibly seized by the abyssal will, resulting in the emergence of the undead from the lower planes of the abyss. Template: Common, strike the enemy, inflicting 173 damage. The succubi are indeed a group enamored with beauty. What he urgently requires is an enhancement in area attacks and auxiliary means to amplify damage output. As for the treasures of other races, he will seize whatever he can and learn whatever is possible. It is said that many ants can bring down an elephant. The sheer numbers of the goblin horde significantly bolster their collective strength. I require a list of second-tier spells. Level: 13 class. Goblin Priest attributes: Strength 12, Agility 16. Constitution 12, Spirit 18, will 14 rank. 1 defeated Blade Demon, Experience 155, Soul Coins 53, having mastered his skills. Jiang Fan no longer wished to cast another glance at the Goblin Priest. He turned away from the Multiverse Trading Association without hesitation. The pitiful creature emitted a heart-wrenching roar, its body convulsing as it resisted the sensation of electric shock. Speaking of it, one must express gratitude to the myriad demons of the abyss. Thus, this spell not only enjoys wide transmission among demonkind, but has also gained renown across numerous planes of the multiverse. Moreover, the description of the abyssal environment in the game's background is not something all can readily accept. Consequently, he abandoned that line of thought. Please wait a moment. My lord. Health points, 450 mana points, 540 specialties, dark affinity. Totem crafting. This mastery of mana control truly opened Jiang Fan's eyes. The area surrounding the teleportation altar had already been scoured by Jiang Fan, making it considerably safer than the Crimson Fortress. Given the distance between the two, had they already encountered each other? Jiang Fan swung his scythe and launched a fierce assault. He had no time to concern himself with where duels were occurring within the city, nor with the unknown remnants of decaying bodies, or the reckless youths being slaughtered for their attempts at insurrection. For the time being, no other demons had wandered in to replenish their numbers. With few women, there will be fewer men. With fewer men, women will become even scarcer, a relentless cycle without end. Having paid his soul coins, Jiang Fan also managed to offload the equipment in his inventory, resulting in a surplus of several thousand soul coins. The chain lightning not only dealt area electric damage, but, when fortune favored him, could trigger one of the three notorious statuses, paralysis. Jiang Fan had indeed contemplated whether he should purchase equipment to enhance his strength. Zorakthu. Even the most foolish of demons should comprehend that an abundance of power-enhancing resources is undeniably advantageous. Influenced by the gaming background, the proportion of players choosing the human race in the previous life was the highest. The goblin before me slowly gestured, causing a piece of parchment to soar from a nearby cabinet, which it deftly caught and presented. The energy of lightning pierced through the air, emitting a sharp hissing sound, and upon contact with the earth demon, it seamlessly integrated into its skin, unleashing a violent surge of electricity. Although engaging in combat with the earth demon had not significantly depleted its health, the subsequent strikes from Jiang Fan had swiftly drained its life force to nothing. Jiang Fan had currently mastered the spell Explosive Flame, and with the aid of the Night Demon's mental shock, his single-target offensive capabilities were sufficiently robust, negating the need for further enhancements. Do you disdain the demons or the abyss? If it were truly that simple, the abyss would have long been subdued by the formidable warriors of the main plane. Hit the enemy, causing damage of 352. Painful strike. Active skill curses the target, significantly reducing their recovery speed after sustaining damage and inflicting increased suffering. All damage to the target is amplified by 10, lasting for 1 minute. Consumes 80 mana. Cooldown of 2 minutes. As Jiang Fan pursued forward, he recited the incantation for the lightning chain. A thought crossed his mind, prompting him to hasten his steps. As the distance closed, the mist began to dissipate, revealing the situation more clearly. One combatant was unable to harm the opponent and could only gradually wear them down with skills. The other was unable to touch the enemy and resorted to furious roars, intermittently employing skills to slow the knife demon, hastily striking twice. Jiang Fan was perplexed as to why the Myriad Realms Chamber of Commerce would assign such an unsightly goblin for customer service, seemingly unconcerned about frightening away the succubi. When encountering 2 or 3 demons in battle, he no longer had to meticulously avoid confrontation. With the casting of 2 spells, enormous damage numbers erupted above the knife demon's head. Painful Strike was a notably powerful curse. After contemplating, he abandoned his previous path and stealthily turned toward another direction. Fulmach, race, goblin, upon witnessing the newcomer swiftly eliminate the previously troublesome knife demon, the earth demon behind nearly lost control of its bladder from fright. Compared to the skeletal structures of the undead and the diminutive goblins and gremlins, perhaps only the allure of dark elves and the various cat-eared and fox-tailed beings of the orc race could captivate the female audience. The earth demon's attributes were thoroughly overwhelmed by Jiang Fan, lacking the robust resistance akin to that of bird, resulting in a vastly superior damage output. High-tier extraordinary beings, such as demons, dragons, and elemental spirits, could not serve as templates for player births. I require both Lightning Chain and Painful Strike. After a blinding flash of light, accompanied by the thunderous roar in my ears, a slender white bolt of electricity surged violently toward the earth demon. Among the entire goblin tribe, The position of the priest can be likened to that of a wealthy and beautiful figure, commanding immense respect from the goblin warriors. Although he cannot don the equipment, its attributes are considerably superior compared to the loot from the same era of humanity in his previous life. For countless years, demons have incessantly invaded the myriad planes of the multiverse. Upon being struck, the Earth Demon is immediately engulfed in excruciating pain, its body convulsing violently as the energy of lightning begins to wreak havoc within. Jiang Fan speaks plainly. Damage dealt to the enemy, 42. He cannot help but reflect once more. The spells in his arsenal include Flame Ray, Blazing Shield, Ice Arrow, Ice Shield, Breath of Snow and Ice, Dark Seal, Pain Strike, and Weakening Curse. Typically, magical beings, upon advancing, can directly comprehend skills and corresponding spells from their inherited memories. The demon race, of course, also requires equipment. Many demons that have not evolved lack inherited weapons and cannot enter the battlefield empty-handed. He hurries towards the tower of the Multiverse Merchant Association. During their rampage across the multiverse, demons often inflict a pain strike on their victims, aiming to maximize their suffering and indulge in their penchant for tormenting foes. It is inconceivable that a demon, belonging to the abyssal lineage, would possess a wisdom so low as to be solely fixated on slaughter. Regrettably, players of the demon race cannot choose their origin. The goblin priest belongs to the spell-casting class within the tribe, generally excelling in cursed spells and totemic blessings. Chain Lightning, active skill, releases an arc of electricity that strikes the target and then leaps to nearby targets, dealing 150 lightning damage. Each jump reduces damage by 10, stacking up to 10 times, with a certain chance to inflict paralysis. Consumes 50 mana, cooldown 2 minutes. Critical hit on enemy's weak point, damage dealt, 103. The Knife Demon, as a common creature, possesses less than 700 health points. Yet, despite their unattractive appearance, goblins constitute a significant race among the dark beings of the abyss. He reaches out to accept the parchment offered by the goblin priest, which lists all the names and descriptions of the demon spells. However, there are also a few demons like Jiang Fan, who have acquired the spell specialization trait as a reward from the abyssal will. Upon discovering Jiang Fan, the unexpected guest, both parties halt their actions in perfect synchronization, as if rehearsed. Damage dealt to the enemy, 227. At this moment, disregarding everything else, he begins to flee with his cumbersome body. There is no other option. Jiang Fan cannot afford to delay, as he cannot gain experience within the city. He swiftly returns to the teleportation array, and after a flash of light, he finds himself back in the Valley of Death. Inflicted paralysis effect. However, being resilient, the Earth Demon not only survives Jiang Fan's brutal assault, but becomes even more enraged. Realizing escape is futile, the Earth Demon turns and charges at Jiang Fan, repeatedly swinging its heavy stone spear with ferocity. Chapter 13. The Rock Gauntlet. Jiang Fan moved with agility, dodging the Earth Demon's attacks as best as he could. Though a single hit might not be catastrophic, it would still deliver a painful sting. However, the narrow mountain gorge offered little room for maneuvering, and soon Jiang Fan found himself cornered, with no space left to evade. Behind him loomed a rugged rock wall. If he were forced to retreat against it, his advantage in agility would be severely compromised. At present, all his skills were on cooldown. With no other options, he reluctantly wielded his skeletal scythe to strike. As a magical entity, the Night Demon, despite its elite attributes, was limited in its ordinary attacks, which lacked the potency necessary to inflict significant damage. It relied heavily on skill enhancements to be effective. After 2 minutes had passed, the cooldown for his mental shock concluded. Almost immediately, a massive stone spear, imbued with skill effects, struck him, pushing him back. He glanced at the Earth Demon's health. 85. Crack. This strike caused immense pain, snapping the Earth Demon out of its stunned state. In a fit of rage, it unleashed a stomp that finally landed a blow on Jiang Fan. In his previous life, a player had inadvertently uncovered a treasure map crafted by a demon artisan. Boom! Hit enemy, causing 198 damage. Since his rebirth, Jiang Fan's understanding of the 899th level dimension had been limited to the introduction found in the map he purchased some time ago. Rock Gauntlet, blue equipment, heavy armor. Attributes: Defense 10 to 16, Constitution 2, Magic Resistance 5. Tonight shall be spent in its embrace. This heavy gauntlet, disregarding its impressive defense value and magic resistance, grants an additional 2 points to Constitution, equivalent to the attribute points gained from leveling up twice after class transition. Kill the Earth Demon. Experience 160, Soul Coins 58. Hit enemy, causing 155 damage. Acquired Rock Gauntlet 1. Such a splendid piece of equipment would be a shame to hand over to the Universal Merchant Association. After vanquishing the Earth Demon, Jiang Fan exhaled in relief. He had persevered through numerous challenges to finally locate the precise spot in the abyss. To his astonishment, it turned out to be an altar left by the demons themselves. At that moment, Jiang Fan was merely a level 15 first-tier player. Yet the additional attributes and various enhancements he acquired were already about double those of an ordinary creature. It was time to bid farewell, my friend. Jiang Fan lightly swung his skeletal scythe, uttering the incantation for the lightning chain spell. With renewed determination, he stepped forward. What if the map's introduction was a trap? He would not allow himself to be a fool. The explosion spell was finally off cooldown. Jiang Fan waved his hand and released 2 more spells. The damage overflowed beyond expectations. The disparity in templates greatly influenced the strength of the monsters. As a result, he not only wasted time and effort, but also lost a life and a level of experience. With the skeletal scythe propped against the ground, Jiang Fan's vitality began to gradually recover as he absorbed the abyssal energy around him. It is easy to imagine that once one progresses to silver or gold rank, reaching levels in the 60s or 70s, the disparity becomes truly terrifying. The further one advances, the more outrageous the enhancement to one's abilities becomes. Consequently, the dangers of the night are compounded by a dismally low efficiency in defeating monsters. To vanquish a Lord-level creature, one would not know how many elite monsters would have to perish in succession to achieve victory. If one were to encounter an adversary with multiple area of effect attacks and formidable self-recovery, the possibility of overcoming it becomes a daunting uncertainty. Fulmak, Jiang Fan's health diminished by another 100 points. The skeletal scythe in his grasp swept past the chest of the Earth Demon, cleaving directly towards its head. The sharp blade pierced the surface and sank in halfway. The Earth Demon's body was engulfed in flames from the explosive fire spell, emitting plumes of white smoke, its steps faltering under the impact of mental shock. This illustrates why, in previous encounters with bosses that were merely 10 levels above the players, thousands of sacrifices were required to bring them down. It was not a lack of effort on our part. Rather, the enemy was far too cunning. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that this was indeed a cavern hewn by human hands. The Earth Demon's health bar was depleted, its once thunderous roars now reduced to a hoarse whisper, and its massive form collapsed to the ground with a resounding crash, stirring up a cloud of dust, quietly traversing the rugged path along the ravine. It was not long before Jiang Fan stumbled upon a cave nestled in the heart of the mountain after navigating several small hills. With a forceful horizontal sweep, Jiang Fan cleaved through, causing a viscous, crimson liquid to surge forth like a spring. Although the likelihood of encountering such an event was minuscule given the reputation of the Multiverse Trading Association, Jiang Fan decided prudence was the better part of valor. Among the heavy armor, there existed the necessary gear for warriors and knights, those robust classes characterized by high health and defense, charging into battle. The leather armor was primarily worn by agile classes such as rogues and summoners, while cloth armor was reserved for mages and priests. For players and standard template demons alike, an increase of 2 points in Constitution equated to a remarkable enhancement of 60 health points, coupled with boosts to resistance and defensive capabilities. This was a small treasure for early heavy armor practitioners. Not only did he avoid taking significant damage, but he also procured a glove component. Jiang Fan cast the Rock Gauntlet into his inventory, glancing upward to note that the blood moon had descended to the horizon. The entrance and interior walls of the cave were uneven, resembling the gnawing of a two-headed hound, yet it was clear that the cave's master had invested considerable effort. Who knows if the demon artisans responsible for crafting the map were chaotic or malevolent? hit the enemy, causing damage of 292. Requirement: Warrior, Knight, usable by all factions. An opportunity had arisen. Thud. A treasure. In the Pantheon, protective gear is primarily categorized into three major types: heavy armor, leather armor, and cloth armor. After the blood moon fell, the mists of the Valley of Death grew thicker at night than during the day. This earth demon proved far more reliable than its blade demon brethren. With a smile, Jiang Fan gestured toward the distant corpses and stepped into the cave. A chill wind swept through, causing the two demon corpses in the distance to shudder slightly. Chapter 14. The Heart of the Strong. Upon swiftly entering the cave, Jiang Fan casually seated himself upon the ground, allowing his body to gradually absorb the power of the abyss. Even the smallest sesame seed is still a morsel. In the dead of night, you, Zhang Xiaocai, embrace Yingying in your arms. Yingying can only declare, "I was once a virtuous maiden, yet here you are, holding me close. Holding me close, you hold me in vain, oh." As he observed the experience points incrementing slowly, Jiang Fan reclined on the ground, his hands clasped behind his head, crossing his legs comfortably as he hummed a cheerful tune. It had been quite some time since he arrived in the abyss, and only during the rare moments of night could he feel a thread of tranquility. Moreover, among the demon race and dark creatures, there remained numerous night owls who, unperturbed by their surroundings, fought ceaselessly through the night without rest. To his astonishment, he realized that his experience absorption had indeed accelerated. He glanced at the taskbar on his interface. The threshold to legendary status was merely a step away. With a sudden jolt, he sat upright, his gaze fixated on the experience points section of the panel, silently recalibrating his count. Why does it seem that the rate of experience absorption has hastened? It was precisely this unwillingness to remain ordinary that distinguished Jiang Fan from the multitude of players, elevating him to the status of a somewhat renowned golden powerhouse. Akin to the exquisite essence of goji berries from 1982, as long as one is not incessantly deprived of rest, the body can endure. Otherwise, what difference remains between the extraordinary bloodlines and the salt-soaked fish folk? The demon brethren were undoubtedly diligent workers. 20 minutes later, in certain realms, there existed perpetual darkness, where years passed without a glimmer of light, necessitating artificial sources to illuminate the surroundings. Having witnessed the formidable prowess of the legendary tier, Jiang Fan's admiration and yearning for power took root in his heart, intensifying with the passage of time. Engaging in self-amusement was merely a means to stave off collapse under immense pressure. After all, within him resided the soul of a human. Once he had rested, he would unleash his full potential, particularly as the second year of Gods approached its conclusion. Regrettably, fate had other plans for him. In the time preceding his encounter with the Earth Demon Lord, Jiang Fan had observed quietly. During the night, relying solely on bodily absorption, he could gain approximately 3 experience points every 10 minutes. However, upon recalculating, he discovered that in the span of 20 minutes, his experience had surged by a remarkable 8 points. As the morning mist swirled and the blood moon ascended, endowed with such a potent bloodline and exceptional growth attributes, coupled with impressive skills, he could not help but lament his delayed embrace of darkness. Had he been granted such a template in his previous life within the game, he would have been certain to be the first to step into the legendary tier, standing atop the pinnacle of martial prowess in Blue Star. In the 899th layer, the realm differed significantly from the Iloan continent. The duration of night was less than half that of day. The valleys at night were even quieter than during the day. Deprived of the security offered by the blood moon, Jiang Fan hesitated to venture out and explore. He had no choice but to set aside his curiosities and quietly absorb the experience. What was the origin of this unexpectedly abundant experience? If it were not for the habits cultivated in his previous life, Jiang Fan could easily choose to forego sleep for several days while engaging in continuous battle. The myriad dimensions and the environments of the upgrade maps each possess their own distinct characteristics. Indeed, many maps are quite intricate, with the surroundings sharply delineated according to topography, where one might encounter various meteorological phenomena within a mere 100 paces. Upon re-entering the valley, desolation reigned supreme. Not a blade of grass thrived in his wake. Yet, why should he not exist? With the foremost genius player ascending to legend, the entire gaming environment was set in motion by some mysterious force, causing the abilities of players above silver rank to transcend dimensions and disrupt reality, while other players had a plethora of side quests to choose from in their novice stages. Jiang Fan, an elite in his own right, saw no reason why he should be deprived of such opportunities. This marked his first encounter with a side quest, and he was utterly perplexed by the triggering rules of the task. Could it be that the concentration of abyssal energy here was significantly greater than that of the previous location? Jiang Fan furrowed his brow, a hint of confusion gnawing at him. Although when considering all the players and gods, there were only a meager 7 legendary figures. Environments in ordinary maps, such as the Death Valley, should indeed be relatively similar. This vast valley, with its uniform hills and ridges, surely could not harbor any central edifice? The world building within gods is immensely grand, with a rigorously crafted narrative backdrop and geographical features. After recuperating, Jiang Fan felt like a beast of burden. Were it not for the pressures of survival, he would likely find solace in this atmosphere. The juvenile demons of this valley must have committed some grave sin in a past life to encounter such a fierce adversary shortly after their evolution. It seemed unjust. Though his safety was greatly enhanced by the interface, the tension in his heart remained taut, given the high-energy nature of this dimension. Relying solely on slaying monsters for experience felt rather sluggish. In the dead of night, he resolved within himself, solitude in a foreign land is indeed profound. Suddenly, Jiang Fan's voice faltered, and he paused, his expression betraying surprise at the interface. A few hours of meditation had swiftly passed. The power affecting his soul far surpassed the mere benefits of eating and sleeping. After all, rapid experience gain was not a detriment, and there was no need for haste. Perhaps normalcy would soon return. Yet, in the boundless abyss of numerous dimensions, this place did not seem particularly special. However, Death Valley appeared to be anything but a unique map. The lifespan of demons rivals that of dragons, and with such a solid foundation, he was determined to ascend to a higher tier this time. He ceased his ponderings, absorbing experience while relaxing to adjust his mental state. He had already amassed 75 side quests, needing only to dispatch 25 more to complete them. However, this lifetime has come at a fortuitous moment. Therefore, for the beings of the 899th layer, the time allotted for rest is rather scant. They arrive cleanly and depart in agony, leaving not a trace behind. The night has already descended into the abyss. Despite his achievements in the previous life not being insignificant, Jiang Fan's heart still harbors a sense of discontent, as he has yet to ascend to the realm of legend. Regardless, as long as he continues to absorb soul power, both energy and vitality will replenish in tandem, rendering the need for sustenance obsolete, and fatigue will be but a fleeting notion. Through relentless combat, Jiang Fan has gradually perfected his mastery over this demonic form in this life. Even the occasional cold wind seems to have come to a standstill. Jiang Fan has never confided his innermost thoughts to anyone. Yet, with his growth, this sentiment has only grown more resolute. A salted fish, even when turned over, remains a salted fish. In contrast, the strong possess a heart that yearns to scale the heights and refuses to be outdone. Chapter 15. The job transfer contract in a previous life. The 7 legendary champions of the gods stood majestically atop Blue Star. They were not only revered by countless ordinary gamers, but also ascended to the high echelons of decision-making within the Federation, truly the favored ones of fate. Furthermore, upon reaching the legendary tier, their inherent powers underwent a profound transformation. All of this was bestowed upon them by the gods. Yet, numerous complacent and self-deceiving factions met their demise after a single misstep, fading into obscurity. Since the Federation vigorously promoted the gods, countless destinies of individuals and groups were irrevocably altered. During the initial upheaval when the game began to intersect with reality, some players abruptly gained extraordinary powers, inevitably leading to a sense of euphoria. Take, for instance, the Dragon Clan. Once they accepted the contract, the legacy of the Necromancer would commence, intertwining death and destiny within them. It would only be after advancing to the second tier that they could strategize further, bolstered by the rare elite template. Blue Star Society experienced a prolonged period of turmoil as a consequence. Had Jiang Fan not fortuitously acquired an elite template, he would have been left helplessly staring at the contract. Although some fortunate players possessed high initial attributes and could further enhance their abilities through various skills and items. Achieving a dual attribute of 100 remained an insurmountable challenge. The Holy Flame sword not only extinguished the desires of malevolent organizations, but also ignited Jiang Fan's restless spirit. The pace of leveling up in the Valley of Death was remarkably swift. Even with an extraordinary bloodline and an elite template, Jiang Fan, at level 16, possessed merely 48 points in spirit and 53 points in will, still far from meeting the requirements for job transfer. Thus, order within Blue Star began to stabilize anew. Item notification. In the depths of fate, you have invoked a soul oath through the job transfer contract, transcending the boundaries of life and death. Currently, a demon of level 15 or higher can grant him 100 experience. He merely needs to slay 20 to 30 of them to level up. This led to Jiang Fan's subsequent attempts to lead a team against a legendary tier boss, which tragically resulted in his demise and subsequent transmigration. Panel, you're also targeting me. He had been sent by the necromancer to the abyss, and unexpectedly, the first job contract he acquired was that of a necromancer. One could only say it is both time and fate. As Jiang Fan sorted through the swirling thoughts in his mind, he calmed his restless emotions and once again focused on his development. Fortunately, with the assistance of the panel, he could disregard the valley's mist and discern the general distribution of nearby monsters. Following this incident, the power structure of Blue Star became even more consolidated under the legendary champions of the Federation Council. Unlock side quest, 200 silver tier beasts in dreams. Other malevolent organizations were simultaneously suppressed, retreating underground in fear, with their subversive plans utterly failing. Just as these villains conspired and colluded to undermine the Federation in pursuit of greater power, the first player legendary champion, the Holy Flame Sword, Xia Tianyang, made a dramatic appearance. You shall incur the disdain of nature. Henceforth, the holy light shall become your sworn foe. On one hand, the difficulty of obtaining the contract with nature is exceedingly high. On the other, it is undoubtedly the burdensome requirements that contribute to this predicament. Side quest, hunt 100 tier 1 creatures. Completed. Jiang Fan, having witnessed that earth-shattering battle, found his yearning for the legendary tier intensifying uncontrollably. To wield the power to summon clouds and rain at will, how could the glow of fireflies dare to compete with the brilliance of the full moon? Subsequently, a player team affiliated with the federal military mobilized en masse, swiftly vanquishing the marauding bandits who engaged in illegal activities and sought to profit from chaos. If one were to search alone, the dense fog and the undulating hills would make it exceedingly commonplace to hide a demon or two. Yet, this number still exceeded that of other demons significantly. Coupled with inherent character flaws, it became increasingly difficult for one to suppress their negative emotions. The requirements for transitioning to a rare profession are indeed outrageously high, allowing the members of the malevolent organization and other scheming factions, as well as the entire populace of Blue Star, to witness the true might of legendary beings. The power of one individual can reach such heights. Experience 1,000. Soul coins 2,000. Reputation 200. For ordinary players, this parchment is scarcely suitable even for menial tasks. All machinations and malevolent spirits were incinerated by the raging flames of intent. Particularly among those with duplicitous thoughts, gaining power only emboldened their nefarious deeds, rendering them lawless. Unless one belongs to certain indigenous species within the game, where both bloodlines are extraordinary beings exceeding the legendary tier and grow at an astonishing rate, one can hardly claim certainty in their ascent. In his past life, Jiang Fan did not acquire a rare profession contract. However, based on this description, it bears a striking resemblance to what he had heard previously. Who would dare take such a risk, patiently leveling up to at least the silver tier, with both attributes reaching 100, yet refrain from transitioning? Moreover, without a transition, One lacks equipment and skills. How could they hope to ascend to the silver tier through mere brute force? Should a typical demon consume several of its kin, it might even directly evolve. How long would it take to massacre aimlessly in one direction? Approximately half a day passed in the blink of an eye. Jiang Fan unleashed a mental shock to dispatch the goblin warrior before him, finally gathering the requisite count of 100. Simultaneously, his level surged to over half of level 16. The transition contract for the necromancer demands an outrageous requirement of 100 points in both mental and will attributes. In the realm of the gods prior to his crossing, no player had ever been reported to successfully transition to a necromancer. Xia Tianyang single-handedly subdued over a dozen high-ranking members of the Beast God cult, one of the three major evil organizations at the time, effectively eradicating the upper echelon's combat prowess. It has arrived. Job transfer contract. This contract allows one to become a necromancer. Job requirements. Level 10, Spirit 100. 100. That battle was nothing short of earth-shattering. Acquired necromancer job transfer contract. It has arrived. After a long wait, the job transfer contract has finally come. Jiang Fan excitedly opened his panel space, revealing an ancient, yellowed parchment contract quietly resting in the corner of the panel grid. They believed themselves to be the chosen ones, destined to lead a life of unrestrained freedom. With the honor of being a necromancer, you shall become a spellcaster in the shadows, deceiving the will of death, awakening the slumbering undead, and wielding the fearsome art of soul manipulation with boundless spiritual power. Born at the first tier, in their youth they are silver tier beings, and upon reaching adulthood, they are surely destined to enter legend. Yet, the Dragon Clan has their own fitting professions. How could they possibly seek to become a necromancer? Jiang Fan gazed at the parchment with conflicting emotions, feeling both elated and somewhat bittersweet. Chapter 16. Occupational classification in the realm of gods. Players have two distinct paths for class transition. The most prevalent method allows players to choose a foundational profession upon reaching level 10. Players select from 6 primary roles: warrior, knight, thief, summoner, mage, and priest, based on their attributes and preferences. There are no prerequisites regarding personal attributes or preceding quests. Players can immediately claim their primary profession. This ease of transition has earned them the title of destined class bearers among the indigenous inhabitants of the alien continent. It is worth noting that the native NPCs cannot achieve such transitions effortlessly. They must possess the inherent talent for their respective professions and continually improve to meet the requirements for class change. Despite this, the proportion of class bearers among the native population of Aelan is less than 3%. A shadowy figure suddenly materializes from a mist, coalescing into a slender humanoid form. He finds himself far from the realm of silver, rendering the hunt for silver creatures a distant goal. The second phase seems unlikely to be completed in the near future, so it shall be set aside for now. This profession, accompanied by a binding contract, places greater emphasis on enhancing specific abilities compared to foundational professions, and thus is referred to as a special profession by the players. If not for Jiang Fan's diligence, he would scarcely have encountered anyone with such extravagant requirements for a special profession. Now, he finally possesses the coveted special profession he has long desired, yet alas, his current attributes are insufficient, relegating it to mere dust on his panel for the time being. Among the 7 legendary figures of his past life, 3 held special professions. Jiang Fan strives to recall fragmented memories of various special profession contracts from his previous existence. The requirements before him leave him at a loss for words. Many players, upon fortuitously obtaining a special profession contract, choose to forego the foundational profession at level 10, opting instead to continue slaying monsters to accumulate experience and meet the attribute requirements before advancing directly to a special profession. The alternative method involves completing various hidden quests or defeating bosses to acquire a transition contract. However, a significant number of players have already transitioned before obtaining the contract. Particularly, upon reaching the silver tier in ordinary professions, players can select a second transition profession to further enhance a specific direction. He stands tall at nearly 3 meters, robust and imposing, a female shadow demon. In a desolate expanse of land, he recalls a forum post detailing the most stringent requirements for a Dragon Knight transition, which merely demanded dual attributes of 50 in strength and constitution. The reward for defeating the initial stage's 100 first-tier creatures is a potent contract for the necromancer profession, not to mention the additional experience and soul coins. His skin appears as if engulfed in raging flames, with ripples of fire faintly visible on the surface, exuding a scorching aura, a manifestation born of mastering the inferno flame. The player, a high-ranking member of a powerful faction, skillfully navigated through numerous henchmen to amass experience, ultimately reaching over level 20. With a collection of skills and rare items at his disposal, he finally met the prerequisites for class advancement. Achieving a contract at the first or second tier is indeed a rarity. Jiang Fan continued to scrutinize the interface, noting that the secondary quests appear to have unlocked their second phase. The searing heat surrounding the fire demon seemed to vanish in an instant, leaving only darkness and chill. Only after successfully slaying a sufficient number of creatures could one earn the favor of the valley's will, thereby harnessing a more formidable power. The fire demon, adorned with a mane of blazing flames that swayed gently with his movements, resembled dancing flames atop his head. Jiang Fan felt an intense envy towards such extraordinary class requirements set for the elite. Nevertheless, this does not imply that conventional classes are inherently inferior to special ones. Ultimately, it hinges upon personal growth and accumulation. Not every player can maximize the potential of the traditional 6 classes, while special classes guarantee a certain baseline of strength. For instance, the special class Dragonblood Warrior exhibits an exaggerated growth in physical constitution and strength attributes compared to a standard warrior, nearly rivaling the advanced class of Berserker. Similarly, the Lightning Mage, building upon the foundation of traditional magic, can master electrical spells with remarkable proficiency. Their skills not only possess an extensive range, but also surpass the control and lethality of regular mages. What treasures might a creature of the silver tier bestow upon him? Perhaps, daringly, upon successful advancement, he could immediately acquire a draconic pet. Meanwhile, not far from the valley, a fire demon had just concluded a hunt and was aimlessly wandering to recover its vitality. Secondary quest unlocked. Death Valley 2 hunt 1,000 silver tier creatures. This phenomenon is colloquially referred to in forums as experience ceiling. Quest prompt. You have completed the survival assessment of the Death Will, gaining preliminary recognition. You must defeat more formidable beings to prove your strength and courage, merging their souls into your own power, thereby demonstrating your dominion over death. Wielding the inherited weapon, the flame sword. Each step the fire demon takes is accompanied by a wisp of smoke and flame, leaving fiery imprints in its wake, reminiscent of a king of flames from the inferno. Upon entering the silver tier, immediate action must be taken. The depths of his amber gaze, infused with challenge and wildness, rendered the fire demon's visage all the more imposing. The fire demon race stands as one of the 4 royal bloodlines of the abyssal demons, alongside the enigmatic night demons, the battle-hardened blade demons, and the resilient earth demons, having maintained their supremacy within the abyssal realm for countless years. The fire demon exuded immense confidence in its considerable power, particularly after recently devouring a formidable serpent demon, resulting in an even more relaxed state. Suddenly, in the dimly lit environment, a mist began to envelop his form, shrouding him in an ethereal haze. Certain special professions are unique, while others are not bound by limitations on quantity. As long as one can forge a contract, they may embark upon such a vocation. These beings, regardless of the plane in which they exist, occupy the apex of the food chain. This notion has incited considerable envy among the multitude of players on the forum, leading to its widespread dissemination. Indeed, possessing a special profession augments the possibilities for the future, as it bestows upon one an abundance of advantages. The shadowy figure donned a sleek, dark gray leather armor, exuding an aura of chilling ruthlessness that melded seamlessly with the darkness. In his pale violet eyes flickered a sharp brilliance, reminiscent of a predator lurking in the night. The tightly gripped dagger glinted through the mist, its ominous glimmer aimed directly at the vulnerable throat of the fire demon, poised to strike with lethal intent. Chapter 17. The shadow demon Nicole the fire demon sensed a formidable threat, unleashing a furious roar as it swung its colossal sword toward the shadow demon. The blade met its target in mid-air, where flames clashed with dark energies, producing a series of sharp, resonant sounds. The female shadow demon nimbly darted amidst the erupting flames and swirling smoke, employing her agility and the power of shadows to dance just beyond the reach of the fire demon's wrath, evading nearly all of its onslaught. She would sometimes conceal herself within the mist, rendering the fire demon unable to locate her. At other times, she would leap forth like a bolt of lightning, striking swiftly before retreating. Each appearance saw her wielding her shadow blade, repeatedly inflicting wounds upon the fire demon's form. Blood and flames intertwined violently in the fray, steadily depleting the fire demon's vitality and resilience. After being toyed with, the already irritable fire demon felt its anger surge. Its massive body trembled in defiance before it collapsed heavily to the ground. From the initial cautiousness of dodging and hiding to deliberately targeting the weakened and injured, she had evolved to effortlessly hunt solitary demons and dark creatures. Yet, the shadow demon once again keenly detected the fire demon's imminent strike and swiftly evaded. Their movements were agile, actions rapid and precise, often delivering lethal blows before the enemy could even react. The Nightblade clan, through this nurturing strategy akin to raising venomous creatures, has cultivated generations of elite members, continually fortifying their family's strength and bloodline prestige. Nicole, the shadow demon, had resided in this valley for several months, observing tribes that could potentially be dark entities. Known as Nicole Nightblade, she hailed from the Nightblade clan of the 899th layer. Level: 17 attributes, Strength 22, Agility 25, Constitution 23, Spirit 22, Will 17 rank. First tier. If it were not for the fire demon's withered form still lying nearby, one would hardly suspect that this place had recently witnessed a life-and-death struggle. For now, she set aside her secondary quest of the second stage, prioritizing the elevation of her level. Although the outcome appeared deceptively simple, the intense life-and-death combat had drained considerable mental and physical energy from her. She cautiously navigated the hills, keeping a vigilant eye on her interface, striving to avoid areas dense with hostile creatures marked in red. Upon returning to her clan, she yearned for recognition. Delving deeper into the Valley of Death, encounters with monster hordes became increasingly frequent. For countless years, the Shadow Demon clan had expanded, establishing formidable tribal powers across the various layers of the abyss. Nicole, as a fresh force from the 899th layer, possessed a profound bloodline strength, and upon her advancement, she had transitioned into a powerful shadow assassin. Though the shadow demons were not among the four great royal bloodlines, their illustrious achievements over the years commanded respect from all species within the abyss. However, this time, while she successfully evaded the onslaught of the colossal sword, she could not escape the fiery serpent's assault. After several engagements, the female shadow demon had undeniably seized the upper hand. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, the shadow demon seized the opportunity. With a chilling command resonating through the air, the skill was unleashed in swift succession as the dagger in hand, imbued with ethereal light, plunged fiercely into the cranium of the flame demon. The countenance of the female shadow demon remained undisturbed, her lips parting and closing rhythmically as she gasped for breath. The flame demon emitted a deafening, mournful wail, as if foreseeing the grim fate that awaited him. His strength had markedly evolved since his departure from the family. His blood-red eyes still glared fiercely ahead, though the brilliance within them steadily dimmed. The mature shadow demon excelled in stealth and assassination techniques, possessing profound mastery over the powers of the shadow realm. Shadow breath, active skill, harnessing shadow energy to deliver a lethal strike to the target, inflicting 200 physical damage, with a chance of a guaranteed kill on units with less than 5 health. With his current rudimentary area attack capabilities, he was unable to eliminate multiple targets simultaneously. Profession: None. Health: 670 670 mana, 660 660 specialization. Devour: Mental communication. Upon closer inspection of the creature before him, he was startled. Race: Demon. Beetle demon. Template: Common. Its head resembled that of a colossal insect, emanating a nauseating stench of decay. Its body was covered in scales and exoskeleton, with sharp limbs and a massive jaw, formidable weapons for rending and consuming prey. Soon, she had consumed the abyssal power of the flame demon. After adjusting her state, Nicole moved with grace, slowly dissipating into the mist. The flames that enveloped her seemed to have burned out, culminating in a sudden explosion, leaving only ashes clinging to her skin. At this moment, Jiang Fan, having replenished his skills upon returning to the city, felt confident that even when facing the elite earth demon, Bird, he could outlast it with the aid of painful strikes and new spells. This exemplified the prowess of the mage. The shadow demon remained vigilant, surveying its surroundings while absorbing abyssal energy to restore its condition. Jiang Fan instinctively utilized the bone scythe to parry his opponent's advance, forcefully pushing forward to create distance. Jiang Fan had long coveted the bodies of the demons in the death duel arena. It was imperative to advance quickly in return, for the arena was a place where one could gain experience merely by standing nearby, allowing others to do the work. Suddenly, a red dot flickered on the map. In an instant, a dark figure darted through the mist, lunging towards Jiang Fan. Continuous injuries had caused the once scorching flames enveloping the flame demon to gradually lose their heat, and its strength began to wane. Upon touching the shadow beneath the flame demoness corpse, a surge of devouring power erupted, visibly causing the robust flesh of the flame demon to wither, as the abyssal energy within it was directly siphoned away by the shadow. This was the devouring technique of the shadow demon race. The shadow demon tribe is inherently composed of assassins, their extraordinarily exaggerated agility attributes enabling them to become the most fearsome assassins within the abyss. The shadows upon the ground no longer appear as inky blackness, but gradually become more insubstantial, ultimately fading away into silence. However, the training regimen of the Nightblade clan dictates that even someone as exceptional as she must venture forth alone to hone her skills, only to return to her family upon advancing to the rank of silver. Having inherited her father's formidable bloodline, her affinity with the shadow assassin profession is remarkably high. Once a spell is cast, her mental energy accumulates marks upon the target, making it exceedingly difficult for ordinary means to evade the spell's tracking. Only certain unique skills can achieve such evasion. The blazing greatsword is swung with the swiftness of the wind, releasing searing infernal flames that snake towards the shadow demon like a fiery serpent. Yet, the shadow beneath her writhes as if it were a living entity, eerily slithering across the ground, swiftly approaching the massive form of the infernal demon. Nicole quietly resolves her determination. Meanwhile, the shadow demon tribe excels in manipulating chaos and deception, capable of conjuring various illusions and traps to confound their enemies, rendering them unable to easily detect their presence. When encountering other fragile races, they need not worry at all. They can simply charge forward without hesitation. As for Jiang Fan, yes, it is an abyssal worm demon. Chapter 18. The isolated insect demon. The abyssal insect demon is a unique species within the depths of the abyss. Its distinctiveness lies in the fact that it is one of the few races that, in their lower forms, are unable to comprehend the demonic language for communication. Lacking the ability to speak, can they truly be considered sentient beings? Although the insect demons possess sound intellect, those of lower rank can only convey information through mental waves. Furthermore, the insect demon race represents one of the rare communal species in the abyss. They typically exist in tribal formations, proliferating and surviving in the dark recesses of the abyss, underground depths, and abandoned structures. With alarming speed, they approach. Once again, the combination of painful strikes, mental assaults, and explosive fire spells is unleashed, delivering a triple threat of death. Realizing it has encountered a formidable opponent, An anxious wave of mental energy emanates from the creature as it turns to flee. From this, one can easily discern the terror that insect demons instill in players, surpassing even that of the Baroque flame demon. A saying among players from a previous life circulated: better to provoke a Baroque than to summon a tiny insect demon. Baroque is a boss residing on the 599th layer of the Abyss, having reached the pinnacle of golden strength, merely a step away from legendary status. Apart from a handful of equally elite monsters, the remaining demons pose no threat to its prowess. Before Jiang Fan, this solitary creature had no chance to showcase its abilities. Jiang Fan hastily employed his skills to intercept. Although the insect demon was diminutive, its experience was nothing to underestimate. Attributes: attack 25 to 30, strength 5, with a certain probability of inflicting poison damage. Hit the enemy, causing 342 damage. As one of the most renowned bosses on the 599th layer, Baroque had claimed countless lives from both major factions in the previous life. Damn, an assassin. Jiang Fan's heart raced as he swiftly turned to evade to the right after being struck, simultaneously casting a probe towards the creature behind him. Poison damage taken. Health decreases by 10 per second for 10 seconds. With an indomitable will, exceptional mental acuity, and an extraordinary physique, coupled with his own combat experience, Jiang Fan had nearly swept through all solitary demons encountered before facing the Earth Demon, Bird. Hit the enemy, causing 154 damage. The insect demon was nimble and remarkably agile. In his previous life, Jiang Fan had heard tales of a player team that, while undertaking missions in the Abyss, unwittingly stumbled upon a swarm of insect demons. Required level: 10, strength 20. In the Abyss, when one encounters a swarm of insect demons, the best course of action is to flee at the first opportunity. He quickly surveyed his surroundings. Within the mist, he detected no other insect demons with hostile red names advancing towards him, nor did he hear the sound of a multitude of insect demons taking flight. Acquired Poisonous Blade X1. Jiang Fan gazed at the attributes of the equipment in his hand, feeling elated. Though my drop rate is somewhat low, the quality is undeniably high. Curiously, this was indeed an isolated insect demon. After confirming that he was not ensnared in the predicament of being surrounded by the insect demons, Jiang Fan felt a flicker of doubt within, yet his hands moved with remarkable swiftness. The individual strength of the insect demons was rather unimpressive, even to the extent of being considered among the weakest of abyssal demons. Once separated from their swarm, the majority of species in the Abyss could easily vanquish them, but their overwhelming numbers rendered them formidable. Jiang Fan bent down to retrieve the short blade from the ground, focusing intently as he commenced his reconnaissance. At level 16, his mental attribute had already surged to an impressive 48 points. Venomous Blade, blue equipment, primary weapon. Jiang Fan raised his skeletal scythe, unleashing a chain of lightning upon the insect demon hovering above. Hit enemy, damage dealt, 210 level, 17 profession, Shadow Assassin. Thanks to the potent lineage of the Flame Demon clan, he could even hold his own against a typical human legend. He would never concede to being a misfortunate soul. Requirement: profession thief, summoner, usable by all factions. Imagine the terror of being pursued by billions of marching ants. The insect demons typically hunted in vast swarms, thousands lurking in the shadows, ready to unleash a collective lethal assault in the blink of an eye. Though they lacked the ability to speak, they were far from foolish. Fulmak, after enduring 2 of Jiang Fan's magical strikes, it not only learned the meaning of doubled agony, but also lost the majority of its life force. A slender black figure suddenly emerged from behind, brandishing a dagger aimed swiftly at the vital point at the back of his head. At that moment, Jiang Fan could not afford to turn and assess the situation behind him. Relying on his extensive combat experience, he lunged forward with all his might, narrowly evading the fatal blow, though the dagger's edge still grazed his back. Despite the insect demon's weakness, its attack was remarkably bold, expending all its luck to gift Jiang Fan an item. Its wings stiffened abruptly, and its frail body convulsed mid-air before succumbing to gravity, landing motionless upon the ground. Jiang Fan, scythe in hand, approached the spot where the insect demon had fallen. Another exquisite item. Attacked. Health minus 89. Such high attributes were unimaginable for ordinary template demons at this stage. Insect demon slain. Experience 157. Soul coins 32 in their lower tiers. These insect demons were a nightmare for all individual beings. Once surrounded by a swarm of insect demons, escape would be nearly impossible. They would recklessly charge forth, tearing their enemies to shreds. Even the tough-skinned earth demons would meet a bitter end. Jiang Fan's map panel illuminated a range of 30 meters. Yet no significant clusters of monster red dots were detected within this area. The team leader, overestimating his capabilities, attempted to engage, which ultimately led to the annihilation of the entire group, leaving only a handful of survivors from over 2,000. As a race with dual growth in strength and agility, the insect demons possessed low spell resistance and only 670 health points. Race, Demon Shadow, Demon Template. Elite Jiang Fan initially felt no abnormality until a powerful tremor of abyssal energy surged from the back of his head, prompting him to sense something amiss. Coupled with his other attributes, such as agility and constitution, which were equally impressive, the damage he inflicted during combat was rather outrageous. The mist swirled in the valley, and the occasional gusts of cold wind obscured the chilling intent to kill. Jiang Fan, acknowledging his clumsy flying skills, realized he could not possibly catch up to the seasoned insect demon. Thus, he opted to obliterate it with a series of spells. As anticipated, a blinding arc of electricity flashed, instantly depleting the insect demon's health. However, while he was savoring the short blade in his hand, he failed to notice a small red dot suddenly appear behind the green circle representing himself on the map panel. Attributes: Strength, 43 Agility, 46 Constitution, 33 Spirit, 31 Will, 29 Rank, Level 1 Health, 1650 Mana, 1550 Specialties, Devouring, Shadow Affinity. Proficient in Stealth. How is it that yet another elite creature has appeared? Chapter 19. Under attack upon discovering the information transmitted by the panel, Jiang Fan felt as though his heart had tightened. Is the elite template truly so devalued now? Before him stood a striking shadow demon, with exquisite features and pale, purple eyes that reflected a hint of surprise as they gazed at him. The demon's tall and slender form was accentuated by its silver hair, neatly confined at the back of its head by a headband, exuding an air of crispness and efficiency. The grandeur of its chest still trembled from the recent assault, while its long, slender legs, clad in leather pants, drew the eye irresistibly. In his previous life, Jiang Fan had encountered shadow demons before and knew them to be inherent assassins. Their health pool was not particularly outstanding compared to other creatures of the same rank, yet their attacks were exceedingly potent. Fragile spellcasters and priests faced only the option of fleeing when confronted by them. Boom! Swift steps, slash, cut, pierce, stab. Even with panel assistance, it was a challenge to keep pace. How venomous! Hit the enemy, causing 382 damage. Observing the situation, Jiang Fan chose not to pursue. Realizing that his opponent was utterly unguarded, the shadow demon seized this golden opportunity to deliver a backstab against the night demon. A cold, muffled groan echoed, momentarily halting its movement. With a forceful tremor of its legs, it moved swiftly to evade, even including the earth demon, Bard. No creature had yet imposed such pressure on Jiang Fan during battle. Before he could dispatch a few of the creatures, he heard the distant sounds of magical strikes. The mist revealed no one. Gazing at the fallen shadow demon on the ground, he felt a stir of determination and marked it mentally. The skill had cooled down. Now it was my turn. Shadow demon. Have you ever witnessed a scythe strike descending from the heavens? Swish! The thick smoke was cleaved asunder by the sharp blade of the bone scythe, yet the anticipated impact did not arrive. Jiang Fan's heart swelled with indignation as he noticed a small red appearing over 10 meters away, fleeing at an alarming speed, seemingly on the verge of escaping the illuminated confines of the map. Two substantial damage numbers floated above the shadow demon's head, and, simultaneously, the smoke from the fiery explosion enveloped its form entirely. With a powerful beat of his wings, Jiang Fan swung the scythe and surged forward. Such remarkable combat prowess. However, the shadow demon he encountered, judging by its level, had only recently advanced. Yet, within just a few exchanges, it recognized Jiang Fan's tenacity and swiftly retreated. Moreover, the situation deep within the valley remained unclear. Should an unexpected incident occur, being besieged by the shadow demon and other perilous creatures would be disastrous. Caught between foes ahead and pursuers behind, he would be doomed. Nevertheless, the shadow demon's immediate retreat, upon sensing danger, sent a shiver of alarm through him. As a momentary skill, the mental shock struck directly at the soul, leaving no time for the shadow demon to evade. As a second-generation demon, its ability to make swift judgments in battle was hardly surprising. Unbeknownst to her, the night demon had managed to evade the lethal strike at the very last moment. Silently, she swiftly approached the source of the sound, only to discover a fragile-skinned night demon staring blankly at an object in its hand. The movements of its hands were fluid and graceful, like a flowing stream. The blade of its scythe struck the ground with a thud, half embedded in the earth. It is worth noting that the shadow demon lacked any panel assistance. Unaware that Jiang Fan also possessed an elite template, unfortunately, at this moment, his skills were still on cooldown, leaving him with no choice but to engage in a direct assault. Painful strike, mental shock, explosive flamme technique. Zoraktu. He understood that, in such a map, an adept rogue skilled in stealth could easily escape. After consuming the flame demon, Nicole continued her stealthy pursuit in the valley, prepared to strike any vulnerable spot with her scythe, ensuring that the shadow demon would meet an inevitable demise through her deadly combination. As the smoke gradually dissipated, it became particularly noteworthy. In her previous life, many newcomers, unaware of the perils, had recklessly confronted shadow demons alone, only to be swiftly dispatched. Before they could even regain their composure, flames summoned out of thin air would erupt violently upon them. The shadow demon before her was none other than Nicole Nightlade, the very one who had previously hunted the flame demon. Just a glance at the faint glow emanating from her short blade indicated it was coated with potent poison. Should Jiang Fan suffer even a single blow, he feared he would not only survive but would also lose a significant amount of health. Having spent his days hunting geese, he never anticipated that he would nearly be pecked blind by one today. With the attack momentarily halted, Nicole accelerated her speed once more. Observing their current engagement, it was evident that this female shadow demon possessed an extraordinary level of combat experience. Jiang Fan could not help but feel a surge of admiration. What an impressive adversary. The creatures he had encountered previously were mostly low-tier minions, possessing pitifully low attributes and lacking in offensive capabilities and skills. The female shadow demon drew forth a secondary weapon, accompanied by a low, whistling sound, slicing through the air like lightning. She too felt astonished by the rapidity of her opponent's reactions. -10, -10, -10. Damage numbers continuously erupted above Jiang Fan's head, and in the blink of an eye, he lost 100 health points within 10 seconds. They were the true rulers of the night. Players below level 20 typically found it exceedingly difficult to take on a first-tier shadow demon in a one-on-one confrontation. With a powerful flap of his wings, Jiang Fan soared into the air, temporarily evading the fray. The sight before him tightened his chest. It was stealth. He quickly released his senses and rapidly focused on the map displayed before him. Generally, only a group of players could hope to surround and eliminate such a creature. With Jiang Fan's strength, should he land a series of attacks on the shadow demon, it would spell danger, especially with the aid of his formidable skills. The female shadow demon refrained from confronting him directly, executing a role that allowed her to slip past Jiang Fan while leaving yet another wound on his waist. In the fleeting moment as their forms intertwined, Jiang Fan was able to discern the exquisite patterns of the shadow demon's skin armor with remarkable clarity. Hit the enemy. Inflicting damage of 249, Jiang Fan's strike missed its mark. Before he could stabilize his stance, a short blade swept toward him from behind. A forceful check was triggered. With Jiang Fan's exceptionally high will attribute, the shadow demon could not possibly withstand it. The potency of the bloodline power would not easily reveal itself. The aura emanating from Jiang Fan was indistinguishable from that of an ordinary night demon. Hence, the shadow demon was endearingly referred to as the newcomer killer by the players. Yet, even with just 2 of Jiang Fan's spell strikes, the shadow demon sensed something amiss. Missing her attack, she immediately retreated 1,000 miles, truly embodying the essence of an assassin. Jiang Fan gazed toward the direction in which she fled, his eyes glinting with determination, while silently committing her silhouette to memory. Chapter 20. The mysterious cave. Jiang Fan initially intended to mount a fierce assault, aiming to inflict severe damage upon the shadow demon. However, he was caught off guard, as his inner calculations were thwarted before they could even take shape. This marked the first time since his rebirth that he encountered an adversary with such exceptional combat awareness. And it was also the first instance of being successfully ambushed by another. This encounter served as a sobering lesson for Jiang Fan, who had grown somewhat complacent. After ascending a few levels, his attributes had reached a point where he could utterly dominate first-tier ordinary creatures. Unbeknownst to him, this had led to a sense of overconfidence, resulting in a lapse in the vigilance he should have maintained. Confronted by the formidable Earth Demon Bode, who absorbed his attacks, and the agile Shadow Demon Assassin, he was forced to recognize that the abyss was far more complex than it appeared. Time seemed to stand still. The advantage of templates lay in their progressive accumulation of benefits with each level gained. After spending considerable time in the valley, Jiang Fan finally elevated his level to 19. With the experience required to reach level 20 now exceeding 10,000 points. Each time he passed an integer level, the experience needed for further advancement escalated sharply. Clutching a diminutive brown wooden staff in his left hand and draped in a long black robe of unknown material, the lengthy hood cast shadows over his visage, obscuring his face entirely. Despite traversing the valley's lower regions, the biting chill remained palpable. At the foot of the mountain, a colossal cave came into Jiang Fan's view. Those afflicted with a fear of clusters might find themselves in dire straits upon encountering such a sight. Jiang Fan meticulously surveyed the surroundings of the cave. As an elite template, he required a greater amount of experience compared to ordinary demons. There was something within this cave. Yet, confronted with the dark and treacherous caverns, he harbored a sense of trepidation. In this lifetime, he was determined to attain legendary power. The dim sky of the 899th level remained unchanged. After walking for a quarter of an hour, an illusion demon materialized before Jiang Fan. With a few incantations, he swiftly injured it, instilling a profound fear in the blade demon. Upon exiting the cave, Jiang Fan sprinted forth, soon encountering a standard blade demon. The cave's destination remained a mystery, with numerous small openings surrounding him, each exuding a chilling silence that evoked an unsettling atmosphere. Indeed, this valley concealed secrets. The distribution of abyssal energy was astonishingly uneven. Over the past month, he had traversed a considerable distance in the vicinity, finally pinpointing the approximate concentration of abyssal energy. The Illusion Demon Clan excelled in mind and contract spells, though their individual strength was relatively weak. Their slower movement made them easy targets for high-damage, high-agility players. The occasional emanation of malevolent energy heightened his sense of caution. A series of mournful cold winds swept through the canyon, the sound reminiscent of lost souls whispering mournfully in his ears. Yet Rome was not built in a day. He walked with a steady and composed gait, his eyes scanning the surroundings with newfound focus. He could only resort to this clumsy method of waiting outside. Jiang Fan needed to gradually elevate his level to create a distinct gap between himself and the ordinary demon creatures. The urgency within him to level up surged once more. Perhaps only by ascending to the golden tier could he find a semblance of security. As a member of the Night Demon Clan, his mental acuity was highly sensitive, and the fluctuations emanating from the abyssal power were unmistakable. After a brief stroll, Jiang Fan's expression shifted. After several weeks, he finally discerned the source of the dense abyssal power in this area. He gazed at the fluctuating numbers on his experience panel, deep in thought. Jiang Fan returned to the familiar rhythm of slaying monsters by day and resting by night. He then feigned a misstep, dashing forward to deliver the finishing blow. The illusion demon was similarly diminutive, standing at approximately 1.5 meters tall, lacking exploration techniques. He resolved to acquire a skill akin to detecting evil in the future. Holding his breath, Jiang Fan carefully concealed himself behind a rocky wall, patiently observing the cave through the crevices in the stone. The wind here seemed to emerge from nowhere, lacking a discernible direction. Restored to his optimal state, Jiang Fan continued along the narrow path of the canyon, constantly monitoring the map on his panel. Time slipped by like a fleeting shadow. The cave he had found for rest at night had, through his persistent alterations of direction, increased its experience yield from 8 points in 20 minutes to over 10. Before resting at night, he meticulously counted the speed of experience absorption, continuously adjusting his exploration direction for the following day. He had no intention of waiting any longer. Other methods had already formed in his mind. Streams of abyssal power continued to surge from below, permeating the air. With renewed determination, he believed he would uncover the cause by tomorrow. A night passed without incident. The distance from the cave entrance was far greater than 30 meters, and he could not ascertain through the map panel if any monsters lurked within. He now needed to find a demon to incapacitate, serving as a guide for him. After traversing a desolate stretch beneath the shadow of a peak, he finally discovered a unique location. With the blood moon set to rise the following day, Jiang Fan regained his composure and energetically ventured deep into the Valley of Death. Ignoring the illusion demon-esque cacophony of cries in its final moments, he stepped over its lifeless body and cautiously advanced further into the valley. Despite his understanding of the power system of the pantheon surpassing that of all current low-tier creatures, this illusion demon could not withstand his onslaught and perished without offering any equipment. Relying on his vague sense of direction, he continued forward, cross-referencing the coordinates on the map and panel. Turning, he fled. Jiang Fan quietly retreated. Before him, at the valley's end, a foreboding atmosphere enveloped a steep little peak. After waiting for several moments, there remained an unsettling stillness at the cave's entrance, as if nothing existed within. The area where he found himself was undoubtedly the most concentrated locus of abyssal energy within this nearby valley. Having pressed inward over the past few days, he was now perilously close to the core, with merely a dozen miles left to explore. Jiang Fan quietly committed this thought to memory. The Blade Demon, in a state of panic, hastily raced forward, unwittingly falling into Jiang Fan's scheme. As he pursued, Jiang Fan continuously adjusted his direction on the map, methodically herding the Blade Demon towards the enigmatic cavern. Chapter 21. Fishing. Jiang Fan feigned an injured wing, appearing to struggle with flight as he trailed closely behind the Blade Demon. Under the looming dread of death, the Blade Demon remained oblivious to Jiang Fan's charade, focusing solely on propelling himself forward with desperation. In a frantic race against time, it took but a fleeting moment for them to reach the designated strategic point. With a gaping mouth of a cavern awaited them in the valley's center, the youthful Blade Demon hesitated for a brief moment, aware that the Night Demon loomed just a step behind him. One path guaranteed his demise at the hands of a Night Demon, while the other merely hinted at a potential danger. The choice was clear. With a fierce glint in his crimson eyes, he gritted his teeth and plunged into the largest cave. For the Blade Demon, the myriad of caves provided ample opportunities for concealment. Once inside, it would be exceedingly difficult for the Night Demon to track him down. Should the interior prove devoid of peril, he could seek another exit and emerge alive from this ordeal. From his vantage point at the cave's entrance, Jiang Fan witnessed the entire scene unfold. Suddenly comprehending the fate of the solitary insect demon he encountered days prior, he leisurely floated to a nearby peak, landing softly and halting his advance. Standing quietly behind the stone wall as he patiently attuned himself to the sounds within the cave. The significance of possessing elevated physical attributes transcended mere health and resistance. It fortified one's overall defense, safeguarding vital organs from fatal strikes by adversaries. Regrettably, the Blade Demon, having recently undergone evolution, was still rather inexperienced. Though the Abyss did not adhere to Murphy's Law, It certainly did not entertain whimsical notions of what if. Observing the blade demon's shrewdness, Jiang Fan could barely contain his amusement, nearly grinning from ear to ear. Suddenly, a figure burst forth at high speed, prompting Jiang Fan to focus intently. In a flash of electricity, the creatures felt a tingling sensation coursing through their bodies, rendering them rigid. Witnessing the insect demon emerge victorious from its confrontation, Jiang Fan seized the moment to create a deliberate commotion. He soared several hundred meters away, leading 3 insect demons, and ensured that the sounds of struggle would not reach the cave before pausing to await the approaching insect demons above. With a swift strike, he beheaded one of them. The insect demon, lacking any special abilities, triggered an instant death effect. The remaining 2, intent on lunging forth to tear him apart with their mandibles, were abruptly struck by a sudden arc of electricity. With their health already dwindling, they plummeted from the sky after being subjected to Jiang Fan's lethal trio of strikes. Feigning panic upon realizing that the insect demons had discovered him, Jiang Fan wasted no time and fled in the opposite direction. In a moment of fleeting clarity, the blade demon, fighting to inflict grievous harm upon one insect demon, could only depart in sorrow. 3 insect demons buzzed ominously as they swarmed towards the blade demon's lifeless body, poised to devour him for a hearty feast. The 3 pursuing insect demons were mere first-tier creatures. If the cave contained nothing but such insignificant foes, then with his prowess, he need not fear and might even have uncovered a safe means of entry into the cave. He watched intently as the blade demon vanished into the cavern. As the 2 remaining insect demons witnessed the demise of their companion, fury surged within them, prompting a swift charge towards Jiang Fan, their speed intensifying. As they closed in, they brandished their razor-sharp appendages, aiming to strike him down. Damage indicators flickered above Jiang Fan's head as he braced against the assault, uttering the incantation for a chain of lightning. Attacked. Health minus 45. I'll fight you to the end. Let us see who falls first. An energy wave rippled through the air as the insect demon unleashed one of its few remaining offensive skills. By now, Jiang Fan had discerned that the cavern likely served as the nest of these creatures. However, due to the uncertainty surrounding their numbers, he refrained from recklessly entering their lair. The swiftly approaching insect demons, sensing their prey had halted, were momentarily elated, their wings flaring as they launched a ferocious assault. Jiang Fan found himself amused by this turn of events. The massive, insectoid head was severed, and blood gushed forth like a torrent from the severed neck. While fleeing, Jiang Fan continually glanced back to ascertain the position of the pursuing demons. Fulmak, once I ascend to the next level, I shall flay you alive and torment your soul in the fires for a millennium. Is this truly a legitimate legacy? My ancestors have betrayed me. Who bestowed upon you such audacity? The insect demon that had just been felled by the blade demon had suffered a brutal onslaught, losing one of its forelimbs, from which a copious amount of blood continued to flow. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Fan swung his sharp scythe with great force towards the neck of the insect demon on his right. Yet, as the blade demon penetrated, a startled cry echoed from the darkness. It was an abyssal insect demon. The blade demon was fortunate to have evaded the initial wave of lethal intent within the cave. Suddenly, one of the insect demons appeared to sense something amiss. Its grotesque head snapped around, fixating intently on the entrance of the gorge. This damn night demon! I cannot fathom how its combat prowess could be so formidable, nearly costing him his life upon their first encounter. As he ran, Jiang Fan seized the moment to cast a detection spell. Even while grievously injured, he pressed forward towards certain doom. The damage he dealt overflowed, signifying his escalating peril. Witnessing the demise of the other 2 of its kind before it, the remaining insect demon did not, unlike the earlier solitary demon, flee in terror. It would never comprehend that the night demon, a creature of the legacy memory, was so formidable in close combat. The last insect demon now seemed somewhat exhilarated. Unlike the earth demon, Bode, whom Jiang Fan had previously encountered, even a full-force swing of his scythe could barely breach its skin, making decapitating it an unrealistic endeavor. The insect demon, despite its weakness, still clung to a slender hope of survival amidst the chaos. Yet, its dwindling health could not sustain the fierce resolve ignited within it. In a desperate move, it unleashed a lethal trio of attacks upon the previously wounded insect demon, now facing the relentless pursuit of three winged demons. It realized escape was no longer feasible and resorted to cursing as it brandished its weapon to retaliate. Alas, it was merely the unfortunate soul that had ventured into the fray. Before he could scrutinize further, three shadowy, diminutive figures surged forth from the cave. However, the insect demon before him was markedly different. Its physical attributes were lamentably inadequate, unable to withstand the assault of the impetuous Jiangfan. Instead, it persistently charged forward, intent on attacking him. Upon realizing there was still a vibrant prey nearby, the insect demon abandoned the corpse it had yet to savor on the ground and pivoted to pursue Jiangfan's fleeing figure. Yet, having just endured a beating from Jiangfan, it bore significant injuries, and its stamina, depleted from the recent frantic escape, was far from its prime condition. Observing the meager damage inflicted by the insect demon's skills, Jiangfan glanced at the imminent cooldown of his own abilities. Contemplating which volume of the Soul Guide he should bestow upon the insect demon, he harbored hopes that in its next reincarnation, it might be reborn into a more fortunate lineage, perhaps even as a night demon. After dealing with the trio of insect demons, Jiangfan surveyed the map on his interface, selected a direction, and soared into the air, determined to seek out the next fortunate soul. In honor of the martyrs, may the alarm sound continuously. Chapter 22. The Lair of the Insect Demons, a Warning Echoes. The second fortunate encounter was with an illusion demon. Regrettably, the illusion demon belonged to a race that possessed demonic wings and the ability to soar through the skies. Even if Jiangfan attempted to drive it away, the creature would not foolishly plunge into the cavern's entrance, but rather could easily glide over the peaks and flee onward. Left with no choice, Jiangfan mournfully ended its life, absorbing its essence as experience points. "Give me a chance, Great One. What if I am simply foolish?" it implored, as Jiangfan tirelessly sought out solitary blade demons, earth demons, serpent demons, and other dark entities. He herded these wingless little beings into the cave to partake in the marvelous adventure of nature. Once inside the cave, the number of insect demons that emerged varied. Sometimes 2, sometimes 3, and on one occasion, as many as 5 burst forth. They twisted and turned, silently narrating tales of brutal battles, showcasing the might and savagery of their kind in vivid detail. Despite the cave's atmosphere being thick with terror and enigma, the insect demons had claimed it as their nest. Numerous egg-like stones were embedded within, shimmering with a faint glow. As Jiangfan ventured deeper into the tunnel, he noticed scattered pinpricks of light on the ground beneath the walls. Their peculiar shapes and profound luminescence sent a shiver down his spine. At this juncture, Jiangfan had fully restored his state, and his skills had all cooled down. The insect demons thrived here, likely due to the tunnel's excessively narrow and elongated form, making it increasingly winding and intricate. Along the path, he frequently encountered irregular depressions carved into the stone on either side. Regardless of the circumstances, it at least indicated that the area near the entrance had been sufficiently fished for its inhabitants, significantly reducing the risk of venturing inside for a glimpse. The pockmarked evidence of excavation bore testament to the diligent labor of the insect demons. Jiangfan surveyed his surroundings and realized he was situated within a grand hall hewn from the mountainside. In this shadowy environment, the insect demons had undoubtedly claimed countless intruding lives. Their remains swiftly dissolved by the acidic fluids present. God be praised, he had successfully escaped, which afforded him a greater chance of survival. He had resolved that, should a substantial horde of monsters appear, he would immediately retreat from the lair. Not long after, a more astonishing scene unfolded before him. At the hall's end stood a towering stone wall, its mottled surface appearing cold and unyielding. The surrounding edges melded with the mountain, cloaked in deep, somber hues that instilled in Jiang Fan a profound sense of oppression. A stale, chilling draft surged forth from the multitude of tunnel entrances, intermingled with traces of abyssal power and malevolent essence. Gripping the skeletal scythe tightly, he moved with grace towards the cave's mouth. The ground beneath him was dry and clean, devoid of the slickness he had anticipated. However, the occasional waft of decay that drifted by left him feeling somewhat unsettled. Under continuous expansion, this shadowy realm has grown increasingly vast. The stone walls shield against the unknown dangers of the outside world, while simultaneously witnessing the rise of the insect demons within this mountainous domain. Jiang Fan gazed down at the scattered fragments of various weapons strewn across the ground. It was his first visit to such an insect demon lair, and the interface offered no hints, leaving him to rely solely on his intuition. The atmosphere within the cavern was thick with an abyssal aura, and the palpable tension caused him to overlook the faint traces of soul power emanating from the fragments. One half had already been excavated by the insect demons, leading to a further deep tunnel. Upon seeing this, Jiang Fan paid it little mind, dismissing it as mere mineral debris. Numerous narrow, shadowy tunnel entrances adorned the entire wall, varying in size from wide to narrow. After a brief walk, he encountered another stone wall obstructing his path. In truth, even if he faced unexpected dangers after entering, with his resilience and speed, he could easily evade these feeble insect demons as long as he wasn't entirely trapped within the cavern, ensuring he would not perish from their ambush. Jiang Fan pondered quietly. The once radiant light of the abyss seemed completely consumed by the cave, leaving the hall shrouded in darkness. Glancing at the pristine map display, he hesitated briefly before choosing a tunnel entrance infused with a slightly stronger abyssal power and soaring into it. Although the fragments were too small and scattered, rendering the soul power within negligible, the thrill was unparalleled, more exhilarating than peeking at a moon sprite bathing. At a glance, it resembled the very core of the mountain. It appeared that the insect demons had carved out a temporary dwelling within the mountain. It seemed that the unfortunate souls who ventured too deep either perished or successfully escaped through other exits. Alas, this was no mere mineral. It was the shattered remnants of soul stones. This expedition into the cave necessitated uncovering the reason behind the concentrated abyssal energy. On the opposite wall, numerous shards glimmering with an eerie light were embedded. However, Jiang Fan gradually sensed something amiss. These insect demons, fully aware of their disadvantage, chose not to flee even unto death. Scattered across the ground were desiccated skeletons and dried bloodstains, remnants of creatures that had previously intruded and met a gruesome fate. After 5 or 6 attempts, the demons sent and had finally ceased to emerge alive. With the assistance of the interface, the safety factor had significantly increased. Approaching the tunnel entrance with utmost caution, Jiang Fan as heart raced. The walls were rugged and uneven, covered in an unknown moss-like vegetation. This was the lair the insect demons had hewn into the mountain, a realm rife with terror, disgust, and the unknown. As a being of extraordinary nature, the demon clan possessed night vision capabilities, albeit modest. Thus the darkness within the cave did not hinder Jiang Fan's sight. A viscous liquid trickled sporadically across the ground, likely the bodily fluids of the insect demons. Jiang Fan felt an immediate sense of relaxation wash over him as he exhaled deeply. Without further ado, this was the moment to strike. The 5 insect demons assailed him, and his health points noticeably dwindled, visibly declining before his eyes. He trod carefully, avoiding patches of slime on the ground, and gradually made his way deeper into the cavern. The tunnel was eerily silent, devoid of any sound. Defeating these creatures had drained a considerable amount of Jiang Fan's strength, consuming precious time. As he approached with keen scrutiny, the map's display range expanded to include the cave entrance, yet he found no small red dots indicating the presence of monsters. Here, life thrived. Indeed, upon entering the cave, no trace of the insect demons was visible, and the map interface showed not a single creature. The entrances appeared to lead to the unfathomable depths of the earth. Countless in number, resembling the gaping maw of a beast, devouring all vitality. However, Jiang Fan, with his familiarity with the power of the soul, was certain of his perceptions. There was no room for error. Curiously, each fortunate soul who ventured in was initially detected by the insect demons within mere breaths. But this duration gradually extended to a cup of tea's worth of time, or even several minutes. He was utterly astonished by this revelation. Could it be that within this mountain lay a vein of soul stones? Chapter 23. The discovery of the tunnel after the fall of the abyssal creatures. The portions of their essence that could not be assimilated dissipate into the air alongside the disintegration of their souls. These ethereal fragments of spirit coalesce with the souls drawn from the outer realms of the river Styx, forming soul stones and coins that drop directly. Another portion, governed by the laws of the abyss, randomly settles into the depths of the earth, manifesting as veins of soul stone, which the abyssal beings may later discover and absorb. This reflects a profound understanding of the cycle of utilization. As the insect demons absorb the soul stones, the emanated spiritual energy partially transmutes into abyssal force, permeating the exterior of the cave. This phenomenon explains why the surrounding valley accumulates experience points at an accelerated rate compared to other regions. At this moment, upon noticing the fragments of soul stones within the cavern, Jiang Fan's mind was illuminated with clarity. No wonder the insect demons chose to establish their tribal lair within this mountain. Daily absorption of soul stones would undoubtedly hasten their evolution. Before him lay the half-excavated stone wall, adorned with glimmering fragments that radiated a peculiar brilliance, as if whispering tales of their enigmatic and alluring nature. At that instant, Jiang Fan felt an overwhelming sense of insignificance. It was not without reason. Faint sounds of commotion suddenly echoed around the corner ahead. Previously, while sensing the atmosphere in the outer hall, he had noted the dense aura permeating this tunnel. Upon reflection, it was evident that numerous soul stones lay hidden within. With this thought, Jiang Fan felt a surge of warmth in his nostrils. Glancing at the panel, he observed that the illuminated map indicated the presence of 4 small red dots, representing monsters, approximately 20 meters ahead in the impenetrable darkness. Experience 12, however. A single unit of soul stone could only yield around 40 experience points. Experience 3. After advancing for nearly 2 minutes, Jiang Fan abruptly halted. He dared not venture further, fearing ridicule from the demons. In an instant, a fiery fervor ignited within him. His steady footsteps echoed throughout the tunnel. The scattered fragments multiplied, densely strewn across the ground and rock walls, their faint glimmers resembling stars adorning the pitch-black cavern. At that moment, should a horde of monsters surge forth, Jiang Fan could hardly fathom the multitude of 4-headed beasts he would confront. Lacking the assurance of player resurrection, random teleportation items, or trustworthy allies to whom he could entrust his back, he stood alone. This meant that once Jiang Fan resolved to act, he must swiftly dispatch the 4 insect demons. Experience 5. Although the insect demons previously encountered had been pitiably weak, the present circumstances were far from comparable. Jiang Fan focused intently on the distant sounds, continuing to analyze within his mind. Fragments of broken soul stones were continuously absorbed into his being, transforming into experience points that danced upon the panel. Despite his deliberate efforts to tread lightly, each movement resonated conspicuously within the tunnel. Now, according to the units corresponding to these fragments, his absorption efficiency has nearly reached an impressive 60 points per unit. Simultaneously, his body is taut, ready to confront any potential crisis that may arise. Eventually, he no longer absorbs on the spot, but instead stores them directly within his panel slots. The insect demons that have long occupied this soul stone vein have undoubtedly regarded it as their own possession. In his previous life, Jiang Fan had ventured into the abyssal dimension to hunt, and he too had slain monsters that yielded soul stones. The desolate tunnel lay silent and profound, devoid of any trace of the insect demons. He bent down to pick up a stone and quietly attempted to absorb it. Indeed, it was absorbable, and the efficiency far surpassed that of soul coins. As the saying goes, a thief does not leave empty-handed. He gripped his skeletal scythe tightly, gazing into the dark contours of the tunnel. With a determined bite of his teeth, he sidestepped the rock wall and ventured deeper. He now found himself within the very lair of the insect demon clan, observing the hollowed mountain and the depth of the tunnel. Jiang Fan surmised that this insect demon tribe was likely substantial in size, perhaps numbering in the thousands. The infusion of such pure soul energy invigorated his entire being, alleviating the oppressive atmosphere of the tunnel significantly. Although the insect demons lack the ability for verbal communication in their lower-tiered forms, the Great Abyssal will generously granted them the capacity for mental communication. Otherwise, should they manage to escape or reach a stalemate, the resulting commotion and spiritual fluctuations would undoubtedly summon the combat units of the insect demon tribe. Could this be the influence of his innate talent? As he stepped into the tunnel behind the stone wall, a chilling, musty aura enveloped him once more, causing even his robust demonic form to shudder involuntarily. Jiang Fan pondered the effects of his innate talent on his panel, forming conjectures in his mind, yet unable to come to a complete conclusion. He pressed on, pausing only to collect larger soul stone fragments. Moreover, given the vast numbers of the insect demon populace, he found it hard to believe that they were all mere ordinary creatures, without a single elite among them. It seemed he had finally reached the tunnel's end. For Jiang Fan, a notorious burglar even in Blue Star, what fate awaited him in the chaotic abyssal dimension? Perhaps he would soon find himself making headlines in the abyss. Shocking, an unnamed demonic corpse discovered in a remote cave, suspected to have experience. Should he be caught by an elite insect demon, embroiled in a protracted battle, his survival would be increasingly precarious. Yet, he knew he must maintain his composure, refusing to let emotions cloud his judgment. He narrowed his eyes slightly, attempting to calm his inner turmoil and avoid dwelling on those terrifying possibilities. Though Jiang Fan, as a being of human soul, naturally leaned towards caution, he resolved that he could not return empty-handed now that he had come this far. In an instant, countless thoughts surged through his mind. Jiang Fan even discovered that in his past life, as a master of the Golden Tier, the efficiency of absorbing experience points from the soul stones was far inferior to what it is now. As he ventured deeper into the unknown, he occasionally spotted larger fragments of soul stones. He halted his movement, maintaining silence, and meticulously contemplated various possibilities within the recesses of his mind. He could only face this intricate and perilous situation alone, to retreat or to advance. A single misstep could lead to an abyss of unfathomable depth ahead. Chapter 24. The murderous ambush in the tunnel. Jiang Fan meticulously contemplated the current predicament in his mind, revisiting it time and again. Indeed, the venture into the cavern was fraught with peril. However, having traversed into this abyss, where one could be devoured without a trace, what endeavor in this renewed life was devoid of risk? If one were to traverse the wilderness, constantly fretting over the potential encounter with formidable beings, would it not render one incapable of leaving the city? What then, if one were to encounter a frenzied demon within the urban confines? Perhaps it was the recollections of past tribulations that fortified Jiang Fan's resolve to become a formidable force. At this moment, he meticulously analyzed various scenarios and their corresponding strategies within his mind. After a moment of steely determination, he resolutely advanced towards the passage ahead. To evade all risk and seek perfection in every endeavor would ultimately lead to naught. Jiang Fan had already resolved that should he encounter any elite insect demons, he would retreat without hesitation, refusing to engage in a protracted battle that could ensnare him. In mere moments, he arrived at the corner. Having mentally rehearsed such a scenario, Jiang Fan was well prepared. Fulmach, chain lightning. A subtle tremor rippled through the air, and in a blinding flash, a substantial electric arc manifested. Though small and agile, the entities before him lacked the swiftness of Jiang Fan. The soul stones, hurled like hailstones from the mine, landed atop the rocky heap behind him. Recently, the revered king insect demon of his clan was approaching its ovulation period, necessitating an abundance of abyssal energy for sustenance. According to the rough coordinates provided by the map, Advancing further would allow him to navigate the stone walls, turn, and confront the insect demons within the rightward tunnel. At this juncture, Jiang Fan could no longer afford to evade. Enduring the assaults of two insect demons, he adjusted his stance and unleashed a powerful whirlwind attack, severing one demon's wing with a decisive blow. Now at the pinnacle of first tier, level 19, Jiang Fan's attributes had soared to 43, 42, 64, 63, and 68, rendering him far beyond the meager insect demons whose attributes barely surpassed 20. Each strike he delivered sent tremors through the body of the demon, its movements akin to a silvery electric serpent swiftly darting towards the quartet of insects. The abyssal insect demons thrived in tribal formations, typically led by a king insect demon, with well-defined roles within their ranks. Just as they diligently toiled, a deadly voice suddenly resonated from behind. It was rumored that numerous combat units had been temporarily summoned to excavate the soul stone veins. In normal circumstances, relying solely on the combat units to hunt for sustenance would suffice. Yet, during these extraordinary times, it was woefully inadequate. He could distinctly hear the sharp clinking sounds emanating from the side. Nevertheless, all of this was worthwhile. The king insect demon, through a single ovulation, could augment the tribe with hundreds, if not thousands, of new members. Only through such means could the tribe swiftly attain strength. Each time the four insect demons contemplated this, their hearts ignited with fervor, and an invigorating energy surged through their beings, prompting them to wield their forelegs with even greater zeal. On the 26th, the captain of the mining team at the Soulstone Pit fell victim to the malevolent night demon within its lair. Despite the valiant efforts of its brethren, resistance proved futile, leading to a noble sacrifice. In time, the great worm demon shall exact vengeance on its behalf. The mandibles of the worm demon slightly parted, as if drawing in a deep breath, and then, with a powerful beat of its wings, it surged toward Jiang Fan. In an instant, colossal numbers indicating damage erupted, and before he even fully emerged, two of the worm demons had already met their demise. Having previously surveyed the area, Jiang Fan knew that all four worm demons were mere ordinary creatures, incapable of withstanding his onslaught, and he could easily conclude the battle swiftly. Never before had Jiang Fan perceived the speed of the chain lightning to be so exhilarating. The brilliance of the electric arcs was nothing short of mesmerizing. Upon impact, the surface of the struck worm demon became charred, and a scent of singed flesh wafted through the pit, momentarily masking the foul odor emanating from the remaining worm demons. These industrious creatures had toiled day and night for several days to satisfy the energy requirements of the great worm demon, making them the most adept miners in the abyss. As the last remaining worm demon finally grasped the gravity of the situation, it buzzed anxiously and rapidly flapped its wings, attempting to ascend into the air and escape through the tunnel. The clattering of its wings drowned out even the deliberately muted sound of Jiang Fan's footsteps. Just a few meters around the corner to the right, a vast pit had been excavated in the ground. With no other option, the worm demon darted away to avoid the impending threat. In the dark tunnel, faced with the intruder, the worm demon resolved to sacrifice itself for a righteous cause. As it noticed its prey preparing to flee, its skeletal scythe swung faster than a ceiling fan. There were various classes among the worm demons, some dedicated to mining, others to hunting and combat, and those specifically tasked with serving and guarding the great worm demon, nurturing future generations. The remaining two worm demons, recovering from their paralysis, glared with crimson eyes and screamed as they brandished their sharp limbs toward Jiang Fan. He leaped into the pit, positioning himself directly in the path of the fleeing worm demons. Their bodies arched like bows, moving in tandem as they relentlessly tore at the hard stone in search of true soul stones. If they were to let their prey escape, would this not result in a complete failure, bringing shame upon the land of Allen? Lightning split from the sky and, in an instant, struck the four worm demons in succession. Within the pit, the worm demons were laboriously slashing at the surrounding walls with their formidable front limbs. The sharp appendages of the worm demons were not only incredibly tough, but also remarkably agile, capable of slicing through the soul stone veins with ease. Fragments of various sizes were unearthed and tossed aside onto the ground behind them. Green blood flowed ceaselessly from their wounds, and a vibrant life was swiftly severed. The worm demons, fervently engaged in their excavation, remained blissfully unaware of the unfamiliar creature that had silently approached. Ignoring Jiang Fan's presence and attempting to escape right under his nose was, quite simply, an improbable endeavor. As time progressed, an increasing number of soul stones were unearthed, leading to the construction of 4 colossal mounds of soul stones upon the ground outside the pit. These 4 represented the laborers of the insect demon tribe. The immense force remained unabated, mercilessly crushing its target. One particular insect demon was left gravely wounded, lying nearby and emitting pained cries. Subsequently, arcs of electricity erupted like a triggered trap, unleashing a torrent of frenzied energy that incapacitated all 4 insect demons. Jiang Fan hurled a trio of death-inflicting strikes at one of the demons, eliminating it instantaneously. In a swift motion, he then severed the head of another demon that was still convulsing beside him with a single sweep of his scythe. Yet, Jiang Fan was not one to yield easily. The twisted visage of the demon was filled with wildness and ferocity, its forelimbs thrashing as if to rend the night demon before it into a multitude of pieces. They radiated a faint azure glow, seemingly illuminating the diligent labors of their kind. Jiang Fan observed as its body trembled before it finally fell to the ground, motionless. Having dealt with the small pest that attempted to flee, he leaped back into the pit and swiftly finished off the gravely injured demon. Only then did he calm himself to examine the pile of soul stones on the ground. Chapter 25. Harvest above the mine, an assortment of soul stones, varying in size, had been meticulously piled into towering heaps. The ethereal glow and aura emanating from them left Jiang Fan utterly entranced. Just by the sheer quantity, it was evident that the 4 insect demons had labored for more than a day. This abundance represented a veritable treasure trove of experience. His companions were exceedingly hospitable, preparing such a bounty as a welcoming gift. Muttering to himself, Jiang Fan swiftly collected the soul stones into his panel space. Once assured that not a single stone had been overlooked, he rose and re-entered the passage, hastening towards the exit along the same path he had come. While it was certain that more soul stones remained unexploited within the mine, Jiang Fan simply could not afford the time to act as a miner in the enemy's lair. Upon the platform formed by the accumulation of soul stones lay a massive insect demon. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Fan waved his staff, unleashing another version of his whirlwind attack. What a treasure trove this place was. Cautiously, he made his way back, wondering if the insect demons had well-defined roles or if the multitude of tunnels was the reason he had yet to encounter another demon. At this moment, he was no mere game player. Levels represented true strength, serving as a vital guarantee for his survival. Had he been frightened away in the tunnels previously or opted for a more cautious approach, he would have missed out on this grand opportunity. Deep beneath this mountain, several hundred meters down, a vast circular cavern had been excavated, its walls connecting to numerous tunnels leading in various directions. The situation mirrored that of the previous tunnel, indicating that they had indeed struck a vein. Jiang Fan hesitated not. In the silent tunnel, no other living creature could be seen. Only one individual with ulterior motives ventured alone through the darkness. For him, time was of the essence, equating to money, to experience. On his return, he was filled with confidence, ready to seize yet another opportunity. Bolstered by his earlier experience, Jiang Fan moved with greater speed this time. After a brisk walk of roughly a minute, he encountered a half-wall resembling a corner. Regardless of the realm, mining remained one of the most perilous professions. When one is deeply focused, time slips away swiftly. In just a few minutes, the familiar red dot reappeared at the edge of his map. Whether the insect demon race possessed a unique method for identifying veins or not, as long as they aided him in extracting soul stones, they were allies in his eyes. Before it could rise again, Jiang Fan stepped forward, bringing his sickle down upon its head, sending it to meet the ancestors of the insect demons. He listened to the familiar sound of digging echoing in his ears, treading lightly like a famished tiger stalking its prey. Did the insect demons possess geological expertise? Why did they change direction mid-task? Having been immersed in the darkness for an extended period, Jiang Fan found his eyes momentarily unaccustomed to the light. He reflected on the rewards of this adventure, feeling more elated than he had when amassing wealth in his past life. With experience comes familiarity. As he approached what seemed to be the exit of the tunnel, Jiang Fan meticulously scrutinized the map displayed on the panel. The insect demon hastily extended its forelegs in a futile attempt to defend itself. But its frail body was no match for the assault. With a resounding crack, its elongated foreleg was brutally severed by the scythe of the staff, and the force continued unabated, delivering a heavy blow to the insect demon's chest. Even though the experience requirements had surged significantly after the advancement, such a monumental amount of experience would surely suffice for Jiang Fan to ascend another level or two. With a swing of the skeletal scythe, the incantation for the lightning chain erupted from his lips once more. The scene before him was akin to an insect demon that, halfway through its excavation, realized it had veered off course and promptly changed direction to resume its digging. Cautiously, it inched forward step by step. Fragments of various sizes littered the ground, possibly due to the insect's excessive complacency within their lair, resulting in a severe lack of vigilance. At the end of this passage, only 3 red dots appeared on the panel, indicative of imminent death. Coupled with the souls harvested from the previous corridor, the count of soul stones had soared to 2,217. 6. The second passage mirrored the first, with walls marred by countless excavated scars. Jiang Fan felt a surge of astonishment within. For the insect demons, a blinding arc of lightning flashed instantaneously above the pitch-black tunnel. After gathering the stones, Jiang Fan stifled his excitement, patiently awaiting the cool down of his skills before turning to sprint into the tunnel. Selecting an entrance that exuded a more potent aura, he swiftly darted inside once again. What could rival the swiftness of mining and plundering? The fragments of soul stones on the walls continued to glimmer with a faint, eerie light, as if a multitude of eyes were fixated on this unfamiliar visitor. In the dim cavern devoid of any light source, a colossal stone platform, constructed from countless soul stones, stood at the center, its flickering ghostly glow illuminating the cavern walls with a subtle radiance. After dispatching all foes and confirming safety, Jiang Fan turned with delight to swiftly collect the 3 piles of soul stones from the ground into his panel. What a bonanza! With this quantity, provided no elite monsters lurked nearby, Jiang Fan could effortlessly handle them with a mere glance, ensuring not a single one escaped. Moreover, the 3 insect demons were oblivious to the impending danger, engrossed in their fervent preparations for the king insect demon's significant affairs. Stopping approximately 2 meters from the edge of the mining pit, Jiang Fan contemplated that each unit of soulstone would yield 60 experience points. Thus, the total from over 2,000 pieces amounted to an astonishing 130,000 experience points. Gazing at this impressive figure, his breath quickened in excitement. It was not until the map's illumination encompassed the area around the entrance, revealing no red dots above, that he finally exhaled a sigh of relief. The insect demon, having just recovered from the blinding light, found its vision once again engulfed in darkness, its body hurled away with a thud against the pit wall, crashing to the ground. Not only was he paralyzed by the arc of electricity, but he was also rendered blind by the sudden burst of blinding light. Jiang Fan's deadly trio swiftly dispatched the nearby insect demon, sending it to its demise. He then employed the same technique once more, cleaving the head of the still paralyzed insect demon with his scythe. He took a few quick strides and soared out of the tunnel's entrance, landing gracefully upon the floor of the hall. There, he began to close his eyes, attuning himself to the other caverns etched upon the walls. At that moment, an insect demon to his left happened to glance back. This made his task considerably easier. He retraced his steps quietly, intending to continue, selecting the next passage in the hall at the entrance, ready to execute another strike. The leftmost insect demon had only just begun to shake off the effects of paralysis and blindness when, before it could react, 2 of its companions had already met their end. All around its form, countless diminutive insect demons flitted about, tirelessly removing the dim soul stones and replacing them with brighter ones for replenishment. It was the sovereign of the insect demon tribe within the entire mountain, the female king insect demon that nurtured the entire clan with its singular might. Chapter 26. Discovery. The colossal king worm demon measures approximately 5 to 6 meters in length, with a width nearing 2 meters. Its form resembles an irregular spindle, with a narrower upper torso at the front and a somewhat bloated abdomen at the rear. Designed for reproduction, each segment of its body appears to symbolize strength. 8 sharp appendages are folded beneath its massive frame, while their shape is reminiscent of common demons. Each limb exhibits a more harmonious proportion, lending an air of elegance to its appearance. The exterior of the king worm demon is encased in a tough, dark green shell, akin to an impenetrable armor that offers substantial protection. The shell is adorned with intricate, uneven textures that, upon mere observation, convey a formidable defensive capability. Atop its head, a pair of elongated, sharp antennae stand erect at an angle. Since awakening today, she has sensed the gradual demise of her offspring. Fortunately, the intervals between each loss were considerable, leading her to believe that the misfortune befell those lingering outside the nest. Thus, she dismissed it from her mind. Unfamiliar with the layout of the cavern, she feared that should the entrance be blocked, escape would become utterly impossible. Apart from a few scattered sentinels stationed outside, she had long ordered the cessation of all hunting activities and summoned every combat unit back to the nest. As she has yet to evolve to the silver tier and has not awakened the language of demons, she could only convey her thoughts through a mental wave. Her antennae, deep black and slender, resemble 2 whips swaying through the air, with their sharp, pointed tips vibrating menacingly, exuding an aura of aggression. Gazing at the multitude of passageways etched into the stone walls, Jiang Fan's eyes sparkled with excitement, realizing that intruders dared to invade their lair. The worm demons collectively emitted a piercing shriek. Yet, within mere minutes, she sensed that 7 more of her offspring had severed their life connections. "Sar, come here, my child." However, during this time, she required vast amounts of energy to sustain her ongoing ovulation, resulting in the majority of her kin being dispatched to excavate soul stones, leaving no available combat units to hunt. The king worm demon shares a life link with the ordinary worm demons it has birthed. Something has infiltrated the nest. Take some of the children and eliminate them. At the tips of her antennae lie small, ring-shaped structures, crucial for perceiving the outside world. These can rapidly extend and bend to sense and capture surrounding information. The death of any ordinary worm demon is immediately felt by the king worm demon. She has been in her ovulation period for many days now. Leading the charge is the 6-legged silver armor, the 3rd-tier demon Sar. It is determined to tear the intruder to shreds. Meanwhile, after sweeping through the 2nd tunnel, Jiang Fan quietly retraced his steps along the original path. Sar responded to the king worm demon's call with a mental wave, then bowed once more, rallying a swarm of worm demons to ascend from the underground cavern. In a fleeting moment, the children mining in the underground corners were mercilessly slain. The king worm demon, with a fierce glint of murderous intent in its cold eyes, issued its orders. Sal, an evolved 3rd-tier worm demon, stood silently in the grand hall, absorbing the myriad of tunnel energies, when an exceedingly faint cacophony unexpectedly emanated from one of the tunnels. Were it not for his heightened senses post-evolution, he might have doubted the reality of the sound. During the incubation period, the king worm demon was typically at its weakest, necessitating absolute security within its lair. A prominent feature was its head. It could not afford to be cornered by the worm demon clan. Just as Jiang Fan was about to charge forward, 1 foot poised to exit the cave, an overwhelming swarm of worm demons surged forth from the tunnel behind him. What folly was this? Had they not noticed the desiccated bloodstains on the ground? Should the worm demon horde encircle them in their den, nothing but bone fragments would remain. With a powerful thrust of his legs, Jiang Fan's robust, demonic wings unfurled, propelling him with the urgency of a soul seeking rebirth towards the cave's mouth. The busy worm demons in midair, upon hearing the commotion, rustled and began to part, creating a narrow passageway. He encountered no worm demons along the way and safely reached the threshold of his aspirations once more. Jiang Fan was nearly overwhelmed by terror, nearly exclaiming in shock. Aside from its mouth parts, the creature possessed a pair of formidable external fangs, resembling sharp blades. Sure enough, a multitude of tiny red dots began to emerge incessantly at the edge of the light. The intervals between the waves of death were alarmingly brief. Even if an external sentinel fell, it was improbable that all members of the squad would perish together, as they typically maintained significant distances from one another. The king worm demon's head was rounded, with a pair of gray eye sockets that opened and closed languidly, revealing two glimmering crimson eyes that exuded cunning and ferocity. This imposing worm demon bore two pairs of lethal limbs on its chest, with scattered silver spots adorning its chitinous exoskeleton. Suddenly, the prone king worm demon seemed to sense something. The cries echoed, piercing the silence of the vast cavern like nails scraping against metal, filled with hatred and fury. The hierarchy within the worm demon clan was strict. They crowded in the center of the hall, awaiting Sal's command, poised to rush forth and engage in relentless combat with their adversaries. The worm demon, named Sal, gracefully descended to the front, bending slightly. Though he had been standing in the hall at the moment of escape, not far from the tunnel's mouth, the illuminated map indicated a mere 30-meter range. Its grotesquely powerful upper body lifted slightly, the entire head raised defiantly. At the tunnel's end, a figure, markedly larger and stronger than the others, surged directly towards the stone platform where the king worm demon lay. How much stone had this taken? Tonight, he would become the most audacious bandit king of the Valley of Death. Thus, she concluded that a strange creature had intruded upon the nest. Disturbing the great king during the gestation period was utterly unforgivable. A jolt of alarm surged through Jiang Fan as he hurriedly gazed at the panel map. The brightness at the cave entrance was strikingly conspicuous. The insect demons had already spotted Jiang Fan's fleeing figure at first glance. Their previously drooping eyelids suddenly widened, and from their mandibles emerged a voice that bore a metallic timbre, tinged with a raspy quality. Sal, observing the audacious thief escaping right beneath its gaze, felt a surge of shame and anger for failing to safeguard the safety of the king insect demon. This tumultuous emotion rose sharply within, causing even the antennae atop its head to stiffen. With a powerful flap of its wings, it unleashed a wave of psychic energy, rallying the countless insect demon legions to pursue without hesitation. Chapter 27. Life and Death Speed. Emerging from the lair, Jiang Fan dared not linger at the cave's entrance. He arbitrarily chose a direction and surged forward. Under the relentless threat of death, he felt as though his own flying speed had achieved a remarkable breakthrough. Thousands of insect demons poured forth from the cave like a tide of darkness. Their diminutive, dense forms swiftly filled the entire valley outside the cave, their dark shells reflecting a faint black luminescence, while the mandibles and sharp limbs glimmered with a chilling light. In their throng, it appeared as if a massive cloud had descended from the heavens, casting a shadow over the entire valley floor. At the forefront of the swarm, Sal detected Jiang Fan's escape route and quickly led the insect demon army in pursuit, transforming the sky into a moving mass akin to an impending apocalypse. In that moment, Jiang Fan could no longer afford to be an easy target in the air. Yet, he had shed the initial panic. The sound of demonic wings flapping behind him grew increasingly deafening, as his form darted through the valley like a bolt of lightning. I will burn paper for you in the afterlife. Though the insect demon army was terrifying, their individual strength ranked at the bottom among the demonic kin. He deftly navigated the rugged peaks and steep cliffs, using the fallen trees and massive boulders as cover, constantly altering his flight path to reduce the army's tracking speed, thereby attempting to evade their relentless pursuit. The night demon race, with their agile yet powerful black wings, generated whirlwinds with each vigorous flap. Their ingrained loyalty, etched into their very souls and bloodlines, compelled them to pursue relentlessly, even with the remaining hundreds of insect demons. Jiang Fan found himself pursued by the insect demon army for nearly an entire day. He wove through the valley, enduring an abyss of a day, The sharp limbs of the demons tore apart any boulders obstructing their flight path. Along the way, he encountered solitary demons and scattered dark creatures, with no time to evade. He braved their scant ranged attacks, quickly soaring above them. In mere moments, getting closer, Jiang Fan focused intently ahead. When faced with troublesome foes, he opted to strike them back, striving not to waste time as he urged the remaining insect demons to continue their relentless chase. Feeling the looming threat from the insect demon army, Jiang Fan gritted his teeth and pushed his speed to the limit, simultaneously casting lightning chains behind him in a desperate attempt to slow their advance. Poor Sao, far from the lair, received no feedback from their lord, yet dared not defy the orders given prior to their departure. Observing the movements of the insect demon army, Jiang Fan felt elated and began to deliberately steer towards the areas marked on the map where monsters were abundant. The demons, with their tempestuous tempers, cursed and grumbled. Before they could angrily close the gap, they noticed the approaching insect demon army sweeping in from behind. Wherever the insect demon army advances, cries of "cease fire, clear the area" resound. There are a few naive souls, overwhelmed by their insufficient willpower, who succumb to the malevolence of the valley, their minds now clouded. Alongside these hapless beings are the mindless dark creatures, summoned at some unknown time, devoid of any master to command them. With a furious roar, they charge toward the insect demon army, only to be mercilessly crushed into oblivion, leaving no trace behind. Observing the dire situation, the leader, Sarl, emitted a low, resonant hum, causing the entire insect demon army to split into two, attempting to encircle Jiang Fan from both sides of his escape route, effectively cornering him. Meanwhile, the brave warriors charging into battle and the unfortunate souls who were overtaken and slain by the relentless insect demon army began to dwindle their numbers, slightly slowing their advance. Feeling the violent rush of air behind him, Jiang Fan summoned every ounce of strength within him. Nevertheless, the cacophony of the insect demon army's screams and shrieks remained alarmingly close, waves of sound crashing upon him as if they were within arm's reach. The creature ahead had caused the demise of so many of its kin. Once it caught up to this scoundrel, it would surely shatter his bones and drain his blood. However, whenever faced with demons that turned to flee or recklessly charge forward, Sarl would transmit mental waves, commanding the significantly reduced insect horde not to squander their numbers recklessly. The insect demon army, vast and with numerous appendages, found itself hindered as Jiang Fan skillfully navigated the terrain, momentarily creating some distance between them. As he surveyed the intricate landscape, an idea struck him, and he veered toward a nearby peak. From the time the blood moon first emerged to its current position high in the sky, he realized that ultimately, it was his demon brethren who would aid in his escape. Having significantly diminished the insect numbers, they were no longer as dense as before, no longer an endless swarm. Continuing to soar alongside the insect demons, Jiang Fan contemplated his next move. The narrow gaps between the mountains would surely restrict the flying speed of the insect army. This was his only option. The faint mist drifting through the valley swirled in tandem with the currents he generated, creating a mesmerizing tableau that resembled boiling water when viewed from above. Without the means to return and report back to the great king insect demon, how could they justify their failure in capturing the intruder? Sensing signs of the insect army falling behind, he would occasionally slow his pace, teasing the horde from a distance. Ahead, Jiang Fan raced through the Valley of Death, relentlessly pursued by the seemingly endless insect army. Those without wings galloped across the terrain, traversing mountains and streams with reckless abandon. The terrifying sight before them, combined with the ancestral memories buried deep within their minds, sent chills through their very souls. Those with wings, neglecting to even close their mouths, took to the skies, hastily following Jiang Fan in flight. A multitude of withered branches and decayed would lay strewn about, unleashing billowing clouds of black dust that permeated the air behind him like a noxious miasma. The cessation of battle signified a surrender. The cessation of rest marked a halt in recovery. Behind him, countless insect demons screeched, fervently flapping their wings, their malevolent gazes fixated on their prey. eager to overtake Jiang Fan and bring about his demise. In the process, an untold number of innocent demons perished, leaving many dark creatures' families shattered and desolate. Suddenly, a towering figure emerged in the distance, evoking a faint sense of familiarity within Jiang Fan. Under the pressure of anger and impending death, other demons and dark beings summoned their remaining strength, managing to take down a few insect demons before their own demise. Yet, the valiant charge of these warriors was not in vain. Is that not the Earth Demon Lord Bade? Good brother, did you miss me? Look at what I have brought for you. Do remember to check after collecting. Only with updates can it flourish more abundantly. Another update will be available at 11 a.m. Chapter 28. Alliance after a prolonged absence. Jiang Fan initiated a probing attack, a gesture of greeting. Race, Demon Earth Demon Template. Elite level, 22 Profession. Great Shield Warrior Attributes. Strength 75, Constitution 82, Spirit 36, Will 44. Agility 33 rank. Tier 2 health points. 4,100, 4,100 magic points. 1,800, 1,800 special abilities. Devour, Earth Affinity, Shield Mastery, Life Drain. What a formidable creature. With a constitution of 82 and strength of 75, this elite Earth Demon had quietly ascended to Tier 2, making it even more resilient than when Jiang Fan last encountered it. Upon witnessing the impressive attributes of the Earth Demon, Jiang Fan's mind began to race. However, one must not forget that the chaotic good alignment is still preceded by chaos. At this moment, Bird also recognized Jiang Fan's predicament. Aside from the attacks from Sal that could penetrate defenses, certain insects of a significantly higher level could barely inflict single-digit damage under the pressure of tier disparity. With the Earth Demon absorbing the brunt of the assaults, would it not be a simple task for Jiang Fan to eliminate these fragile insect demons with a single strike? With this thought, Jiang Fan called out to the Earth Demon from a distance, "Bird, save me." He offered no further explanation, swiftly maneuvering behind Bird to use him as a shield, concealing his form. Yet, contrary to his expectations, the Earth Demon's defenses had indeed strengthened following its advancement. Creatures of the chaotic good alignment adhere to a principle of mutual non-aggression. As long as one does not provoke them, they remain indifferent. Moreover, this ruffian occasionally paused to taunt them. The insect demons could barely scratch the rocky hide of Bird. They possessed highly corrosive saliva, confident that, amidst the swarm of their kin, they could dissolve the Earth Demon's defenses. Yet, victories were few and far between. "If you provoke me, I shall not hesitate to eliminate you," Sal snarled, clenching his mandibles, while a wave of furious mental energy radiated from his flapping wings, prompting the legion of insect demons to surge forward in a frenzy. As demon creatures, no matter how obedient they may seem, Jiang Fan's antics had thoroughly irritated them. "Ha ha ha, Night Demon, how could you be so relentlessly pursued by these wretched insects?" They jeered, launching a savage assault with countless sharp limbs and mandibles directed at the Earth Demon. Subsequently, they arranged a deadly 3-course meal for the Tier 3 insect demon, Sal. Observing the opportunity unfold before him, Jiang Fan seized it without hesitation. Spotting a colossal blood feast obstructing his path, he charged forward without a second thought, braving the attacks from several encroaching insect demons. A chain of lightning arced towards the outer ring of fortunate targets untouched by the Earth Demon, successfully ensnaring them in a control chain. Indeed, this imbecile had grown stronger, seemingly having mastered a new powerful skill. The swarm of insect demons, oblivious to his intentions, advanced en masse, save for Sal, who regarded him with a glimmer of caution, while the remaining demons writhed and shrieked, launching a relentless assault. At this moment, the prey could no longer flee, and the insect demons felt a surge of determination within. Regardless of how many reinforcements might arrive, they were resolute in their intent to eliminate the target. Even the Lord of Light could not save him today, as proclaimed by the insect demons. The assaults from the insect demon's claws and mandibles struck Bird with a dull thud, yielding no significant effect. A series of pitiful numbers materialized above Bird's head. Given the disparity in attributes between the Earth Demon and these insect demons, the damage inflicted was akin to a mere tickle. His eyes widened, and a faint yellow aura began to rise from his body, illuminating Jiang Fan's vision momentarily. The insect demons unleashed their primal and savage collective force, attempting to rend the earth demon's form apart. However, with its tough skin and robust physique, the earth demon proved to be a formidable barrier against their assault. The trample skill, a remarkable ability for early warrior classes, remained exceedingly rare even 3 years post-launch of the game. With the meager intellect of the low-tier insect demons, who had yet to awaken any form of linguistic ability, their communication was barely superior to that of inferior demons. The earth demon's skin, as resilient as genuine rock, withstood the onslaught, and as the faint yellow glow swirled around, it absorbed the insect demon's attacks with remarkable physical resistance. As the number of insect demons dwindled from their initial frightening count, Bird felt no trepidation. Instead, he erupted into gleeful laughter. The leader, Sal, though lacking the ability to speak, could comprehend the demon tongue spoken between Jiang Fan and the Earth Demon. The Earth Demon tribe predominantly aligned with the chaotic good faction, and with only a handful of insect demons remaining, Sal, as a fragile mage, could hardly pose a threat. However, with Bird as a sturdy shield, the situation transformed. The river of the underworld loomed above, and they had relentlessly pursued their prey for an entire day. Thus, the remaining few insect demons charged forward with reckless abandon. Foolish creatures, attacked together. In dungeon raids, they would undoubtedly be prized assets. The trample skill's efficacy depended solely on the area of effect during its evaluation, disregarding the density and number of targets. The more densely the enemies surrounded their foe, the more potent the skill became. With the insect demon technicians encircling the earth demon and providing what could be likened to a therapeutic massage, massive damage numbers erupted above their heads. Those equipped with such skills excelled in monster pulling and control. Although Bird could dismiss the trivial damage, the indignity of being assaulted by insects was another matter entirely. He, Sal, the prodigy of the insect demon tribe, the esteemed envoy of the king insect demon, the true disciple of the mountain cave dwellers from another realm, and the future supernova of the abyssal insect demons, found himself with no path of retreat. The insect demons brandished their fearsome mandibles and swung their front limbs down upon the two. Despite the menacing aura exuded by the earth demon, the command from their lord and the vengeful spirits of their fallen kin pursuing them left them no choice. In an instant, the insect demon horde closed in behind. His enormous right foot was lifted high, and a surge of vitality coursed through his body, followed by a thunderous descent that unleashed a shockwave of abyssal power, rapidly spreading outward. At that moment, the horde of insect demons clung to the body of the earth demon, bowed as if magnetized, and the unleashed skills resulted in a staggering amount of area damage. Many of the insect demons, possessing feeble willpower, triggered a stunning effect. Witnessing these loathsome creatures, whom he had always scorned, daring to attack him ignited the fury of the great Bode. In this moment, as he and Bode shared a light-hearted exchange, it was clear that they regarded each other as allies. After unleashing all available skills, Jiang Fan raised his skeletal scythe high above his head. Simultaneously, as if they were in perfect sync, Bode and Jiang Fan swung their weapons with great force towards the surrounding insect demons. A great whirlwind ensued. Spear of Gale, 98, minus 93, minus 106, minus 91 to 388, minus 407, minus 421, minus 375. Two impressive waves of damage erupted from the heads of the insect demons, as though their life force had been collectively siphoned away in an instant. Subsequently, a multitude of insect demons fell, cascading from the sky like relentless hail. Chapter 29. Annihilation. The insectoid horde, upon enduring the combined onslaught of Jiang Fan and Bode, grew increasingly furious, witnessing their kin being mercilessly slaughtered while their foes remained unvanquished. The two formidable appendages of the insectoids flailed with greater ferocity. The earth elemental Bode stood resolutely upon the ground, his form unyielding against the relentless assault of the swarm. Gripping a colossal stone spear with both hands, he He occasionally extended his arms to deflect strikes aimed at his visage. Each swing of his weapon inflicted grievous wounds upon the encircling insect warriors. Whenever their skills were off cooldown, they seized the opportunity to unleash their wrath upon the insect horde, with the combined might of the skeletal scythe and the stone spear within mere moments. Dozens of insectoids plummeted from the skies, lifeless and devoid of breath. As time progressed, the dwindling insectoid ranks appeared increasingly sparse under the relentless barrage from Jiangfan and Bode, a veritable masterclass in sustained area damage. Isolated and forlorn, Cao, accompanied by a cadre of lesser minions, found himself utterly outmatched, unable to contend against the might of the earth elemental Bode. In just a few breaths, Bode's health surged, nearing its maximum once more. Witnessing the spectacle, Jiangfan stifled his exclamation. Though Cao had ascended to the third tier as an individual lacking formidable combat prowess, he was powerless against the united front of these two elite demons, destined to become mere fertilizer for the abyssal soil. After such a prolonged struggle, had they truly dissipated? 500, -12, -10. Observing Bode's health, not only had the decline ceased, but began to ascend mysteriously as well. 500, -13, -11, -8. As he pondered how to respond, Bode muttered to himself, "All my brothers are dead. Will Lord King Insectoid consume me and reduce me back to an egg?" The grim prospect of such a fate intensified Cao's fury, attributing all blame to the two wretches before him. His eyes flashed crimson as he activated his rage skill once more. The insectoid Cao's attack power and speed surged, his four forelegs becoming a blur of motion, striking Bode with blows that now exceeded 100 in damage. 500. Such was the source of his prolonged endurance in battle. Hearing Bode's doubts, Jiangfan's mind raced. He contemplated shouting out, charging forth to liberate Bode and alleviate the mounting pressure. Despite having slain numerous enemies, Cao had yielded no noteworthy equipment. The experience, however, was relatively bounteous. Although most of the kills were not attributed directly to Jiangfan, reducing his absorption rate, he remained undeterred, ensuring not a single point of experience slipped past him within the vicinity. He occasionally unleashed a barrage of spells, bombarding Cao with relentless fury. Outrageous! The two bullies, having decimated a horde of insectoids, were not immune to fatigue, their breaths coming in labored gasps despite their extraordinary forms. The earth elemental approached the fallen bodies, employing his inherited devouring expertise to absorb the abyssal energy from the lifeless insectoid carcasses. The ground was strewn with the bodies of the insect demons, their blood gradually seeping into the earth. Jiangfan, having sustained only occasional glancing blows, had lost 200 or 300 points of health. At last, the two managed to slay the final small insect demon, prompting Jiangfan to swiftly beat his wings to evade danger while entangling the third-tier insect demon, Cao, using the earth demon as the focal point. Witnessing his kin fall one after another before him, Cao was filled with rage and despair. After grinding his mandibles in frustration, he resolved to charge directly at Jiangfan, bypassing the earth demon. The earth demon, Bird, did not resist. Upon hearing this, Jiangfan quickly laughed it off. Moreover, a portion of the spoils bore Jiangfan's contribution, leaving little behind in the corpses he had personally dispatched. With the experience gained from the numerous insect demons, the threshold of 20 was now within reach. Killing insect demons experience 1667, Soul Stone 1, Soul Currency 103. This species is truly outrageous. This valley holds an air of mystery, possibly due to other factors. They have been besieging for so long, yet their vigor showed no signs of waning. Only Cao sensed something amiss. Jiangfan and Bird were formidable. One was tough and strong, while the other was agile and elusive. Cao had been ensnared by Jiangfan's tactics, and with the considerable effort exerted, he needed the corpses to recuperate. After an extensive battle, he had replenished his strength and wondered if they should continue. The besieging insect demons could not perceive any fluctuations in Bird's health, only recognizing the formidable resilience of the behemoth before them. Bird had attracted the majority of the insect demon's attention, and his health was diminishing rapidly. It felt invigorating, but before he could voice his thoughts, he witnessed Bird roar in fury and slam his palms against the ground. Several insect demons were instantly repelled by the tremendous shockwave. Despite their brief interaction, Bird's grand demeanor was endearing to Sal. Jiang Fan's heart sank as he saw Bird's health plummet below 1,000 points. A dark yellow glow materialized where Bird's palms met the earth, continuously flowing from the ground into the earth demon, gradually dissipating within his skin. Jiang Fan glanced around and, seeing no peculiar reaction from Bird, spoke, "Bird, you have saved me. You may consume all these corpses." With no one to capture, only the solitary third-tier insect demon Sao remained in the air. Streams of soul energy were silently absorbed by Jiang Fan, raising his experience while simultaneously restoring his health and mana. Initially contemplating a joint assault, he now recognized that his ally was sufficiently robust, and thus decided to confront the primary foe directly. Why is there so little abyssal power? With more than half of his health intact, Jiang Fan had already freed his hands to focus on the leading adversary. As he gazed at the corpse before him, he could only lament the lost opportunity. Suddenly, his brows knitted together, and his already wrinkled visage contorted further. Having never encountered such relentless combat before, Jiang Fan finally comprehended the sheer terror of his innate talent. While other demons required the consumption of corpses to regain their strength, he merely needed to accumulate experience. Moreover, it is customary for victors among demons to claim their spoils. This technique is known as the Qin King circling the pillar. Although Sal possessed excellent aerial agility and remarkable flexibility within such a confined space, Jiang Fan found himself unable to evade entirely. Alas, was he discovered? In the instant the insect demon was vanquished, a portion of its soul power was immediately absorbed by Jiang Fan. Now, this was no ordinary pest, but a greedy, feeble, and selfish entity. Yet at this moment, it was already on its last legs. After hearing this, Bird cast a glance at Jiang Fan and ceased to speak, hastening instead to accelerate its consumption. Chapter 30. Parting. Once the abyssal creatures advance, they acquire the unique devouring techniques inherent to their respective races. Before long, the ground was littered with the remains of the insect demons, all consumed by Bird. Only desiccated skins and bones remained scattered about. Ahem, that night demon. How did you provoke this swarm of foul insects? After a hearty meal, Bird appeared to have gained a noticeable heft, lazily turning to address Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan seriously suspected that this simpleton had forgotten the name he had previously shared. I inadvertently stumbled upon a cave, which turned out to be the lair of these insect demons, and I was pursued for an entire day. I had just returned from the Scarlet Fortress not long ago. I won't be heading back with you just yet. I'll return to find you once I evolve to the second tier. Upon entering the cave, Jiang Fan gradually settled into a meditative position, retrieving a unit of soul stone from his interface and placing it in his palm. The soul energy within the stone was remarkably pure, eliminating any concerns regarding impurities during absorption, thus presenting an overwhelming allure for beings with weaker will attributes, who often found it hard to resist. I have approximately 100 units of experience, but I can only absorb 60. The unit count of the soul stone in his interface steadily diminished, while the numbers in his experience bar soared rapidly. Once again, my name is Jiang Fan. Bird replied with a hearty smile, humming in response. It made sense, considering the myriad realms of the bottomless abyss were diverse and frequently altered due to lordly conflicts. Retaining information was futile. What a tremendous gain! Jiang Fan swiftly extracted piece after piece of stone from his interface, absorbing them with such ease that it was a remarkably swift process. Oh, the Scarlet Fortress? Have you already been there? In the blink of an eye, the soul stone in his hand crumbled like fine sand, dissipating into dust. However, he still possessed a considerable quantity of soul stones mined from the insect demon cave, allowing Jiang Fan to choose to absorb them at any moment to fill his experience. Jiang Fan nodded, not particularly surprised. In the bloodline memory of demonic creatures, skills and evolutionary paths specific to their race were predominant, intermixed with brief introductions to other planes, races, and special items. He walked briskly, constantly searching his surroundings until he found an unoccupied cave not far away. He was aware that it was the pure soul energy within that was attracting him. However, he did not foolishly disclose the existence of the soul stone vein. Just to the south lay a grand city. Jiang Fan currently had over 7,000 experience points, tantalizingly close to the threshold for leveling up to 20. His innate talent for absorbing soul energy was significantly superior to that of other demons of the same tier, effectively inflating the value of the soul stones in his possession. The residual soul energy within the stones that could not be absorbed gradually dissipated into the air, causing Jiang Fan a pang of heartache. Jiang Fan extended his hand, firmly grasping the soul stone. As his mental energy barely brushed its surface, a chilling force emanated from the stone, swiftly permeating his body. Yet, there was a conspicuous absence of any information regarding the various cities within the abyssal realm. While night had not yet fully descended, he mused that the earth demon should hasten to find him, for he was, after all, a kind-hearted earth demon, easily led astray. The Valley of Death was merely a beginner's map. Due to the lack of high-level monsters, it became increasingly challenging to gain experience after reaching the second tier. The stone radiated a faint, dark luminescence, appearing semi-transparent, as if a mist within it gently swirled, seemingly containing a complete soul. Just gazing at it made Jiang Fan feel as though his very gaze was being drawn in, a fervent desire blossoming within him. Jiang Fan sighed inwardly, wondering why every time he departed, the earth demon insisted he hurry back. Was this earth demon not a bit too clingy? All right, I understand now. Night demon, he replied. If it weren't for my speed, I would have been reduced to mincemeat today. Nonetheless, Jiang Fan felt a profound sense of contentment. Streams of pure and rich soul energy continuously emanated from the soul stone, which he absorbed into his being, converting it into experience points. Experience points 60. Upon hearing Jiang Fan mention the name of a city, Bird couldn't help but ask curiously. Once he leveled up, he would face the prospect of a second promotion and job assignment. Reflecting on the day's events still sent shivers down Jiang Fan's spine. Was it intentional? Surely it was deliberate. After parting ways with Bird, Jiang Fan chose not to continue hunting monsters. With the night of the abyss approaching, he needed to find a cave to rest. The soul stone was roughly the size of a fist. He felt a cool sensation entering his palm, surging straight to his mind, swiftly spreading throughout his body, ultimately affecting his soul, akin to being drenched in refreshing rain on a summer day, leaving him utterly invigorated. Armed with this foundational knowledge, Bird felt he would at least not be utterly lost upon entering the city. Moreover, there was a matter of greater importance than monster hunting at hand. This time, to be cautious, he had even taken the liberty of blocking the cave entrance with a large rock. Despite the earth demon Bird appearing simple-minded and belonging to the chaotic good alignment, it was still a demonic creature. Pure innocence could hardly exist among them. Even the spirits would not believe that. Indeed, I was not born in this vicinity. After my promotion, I was teleported to the Crimson Fortress, Jiang Fan said, shifting the subject with a grin, wary of Bird's probing questions. Experience points have met the promotion requirements. To ascend to the third tier, he would need to seek elsewhere. Having recently advanced, he was just planning to visit a nearby city. It was a matter of being discreet. Oh yes, it is time to take a look. Jiang Fan recounted the details he had gathered about the city to Bird, who nodded in agreement throughout the narration. After nearly 2 to 3 hours, Bird successfully absorbed all 200 soul stones, leaving a mere 18 as a reserve currency for unforeseen circumstances. By the way, when did you advance to the second tier? How did you achieve it faster than I did? At such a crucial juncture, one cannot afford to recklessly settle down in the wild. The 200 soul stones had granted Jiang Fan a substantial 130,000 experience points. It is time to ascend to the second tier. For newcomers, staying updated with the latest chapters is essential, and I hope readers will lend their support. Please refrain from hoarding books if you truly enjoy them. Take a moment each week to read the latest chapters. My deepest gratitude. Chapter 31. Promotion and class change having absorbed the soul stone. Jiang Fan hurriedly summoned his status panel to inspect. Host, Jiang Fan, true name, Osiris race, Demon Knight, Demon Template, Elite level, 19 experience, 139211, 1000 profession, none attributes, strength 43, agility 42, constitution 64, spirit 63, will 68 rank, 1 reputation, 300 layer 899 of Abyss Soul coins, 43355 health, 3,200 3,200, constitution 50, mana, 3153,150, spirit 50, skills, weapon mastery, heavy strike, psychic shock, explosive flame, chain lightning, pain strike. Soon, however, a surge of crimson energy enveloped him, and the temperature gradually returned to normal. Jiang Fan propped himself up and felt his body becoming increasingly resilient, his thoughts sharper, and his mental fortitude significantly enhanced. Your level has risen to 20. Your specialization beginner extraordinary bloodline has advanced to intermediate extraordinary bloodline. Time seemed to stand still in that moment. Jiang Fan's consciousness gradually blurred and then sharpened, as though he had undergone a baptism. In the depths of his being, he sensed himself entering a profound meditative state. Class change contract. This contract allows you to change your profession to necromancer. Profession requirements. Level 10, spirit 100, will 100, confirm. The ancient parchment shimmered with ornate patterns, and a surge of eerie blue flames erupted spontaneously. The flames began to burn inward along the edges of the parchment. You have learned Psychic Storm from the Inheritance memories. However, this sensation was fleeting, passing swiftly as it had come. Your rank has risen to 2, reputation 1,000. Soul coins 10,000. He could feel the overwhelming power of the abyss from the outside, as well as the boundless energy contained within the void. At that moment, Jiang Fan's thoughts seemed to transcend the boundaries of life and death, rendering the mundane world utterly insignificant and trivial. They manifested in various forms. Some appeared as ordinary humanoids, others as crawling beasts, and some as colossal beings of other races. Class change requirements met. Yes, no to change to necromancer. You have acquired a rare elite template. Your health bonus 100, mana bonus 100, approximately 15 minutes later. As the array on the ground was completed, a mysterious force and set of rules infused his soul from the ether. The power emanating from this moment was far more potent than during his first promotion. When combined with the abyssal energy in the air, it nearly formed a dark crimson vortex. The form chosen at the first rank typically remained with demonic beings for a long time. Your level has risen to 23. Moments later, the parchment finally burned to completion. In the absence of extraordinary circumstances, it is generally impossible to effortlessly alter one's physical form once more. One can only rely on transformation spells or illusions for transient modifications. Upon Jiang Fan's decision to level up, a surge of profound abyssal energy erupted from within, akin to a repressed deluge suddenly unleashed. The outline of the hexagram radiated a luminous brilliance, and from the center of the formation, a beam of light extended, connecting to Jiang Fan's body. Only after ascending to level 23 did the accumulated experience from the soul stone finally deplete. Jiang Fan suddenly sensed a slight chill coursing through his body. While in the void, a magnificent and colossal will seemed to awaken, causing a heaviness in his heart. With each level gained, he received an augmentation of power by 6, agility by 6, constitution by 10, spirit by 10, and will by 10. He gained the recognition of the abyssal will, successfully unlocking a segment of his true name. Gradually, that mysterious energy began to wane, ultimately vanishing entirely. An awareness echoed in his mind, persistently urging him that this was his opportunity for enhancement. As the final vestige of power flowed into the hexagram array on the ground, all the azure beams of light converged into Jiang Fan's body. A torrent of colossal information surged into his mind, inducing an excruciating throbbing in his head, prompting an involuntary groan. Subsequently, the abyssal energy accumulated further, enveloping Jiang Fan in a blood-red cocoon, isolating him from the outside world like a mysterious barrier, plunging him once more into slumber to commence his evolution. Skill points 5. Proficiencies, Devouring, basic supernatural bloodline, demon spell mastery, second ring. Talent, soul harvesting. His proficiency in demon spell mastery ascended to the third ring, granting him an additional 5 skill points for enhancing active skills and the talent proficiency of soul drain. It was a brutal yet alluring experience. Soon, a beam of azure energy rose from the parchment to the ground, centering around Jiang Fan's body, forming a vast hexagram array. After reaching level 20, with over 120,000 experience points remaining, Jiang Fan pressed on to continue leveling up, witnessing a dramatic plunge in the experience bar. -30,000, -40,000, -50,000. His level ascended to 21. Jiang Fan understood that he could not afford any mistakes at this juncture. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth in determination. Before him, a bizarre gray world materialized in the void, with countless departed souls and phantoms traversing through, whirling past. Achieving a leap of 3 levels in one breath left Jiang Fan immensely satisfied. His level rose to 22. The blood-red cocoon began to slowly contract inward, ultimately transforming into streams of abyssal power that Jiang Fan absorbed back into his body, flowing into every cell and meridian. This time, Jiang Fan's exterior exhibited little change. Yet he felt as though a century had passed. Under the revelation of death's power, his spirit and will grew more formidable and resolute, igniting a fervent desire to master the forces of mortality. Guided by the enigmatic energy within his soul, Jiang Fan began to perceive the indistinct boundaries that represented the essence of death. At this moment, his mental and spiritual attributes had surpassed the threshold of 100, meeting the qualifications for the necromancer's vocation. Jiang Fan once again retrieved the long-dormant contract from his inventory. His eyes glimmered with a profound azure light, enhancing his already handsome visage with an alluring charm. Your heirloom item, the Scythe of Bones, has been enhanced. Main quest, to ascend to Tier 3. Reward, Commander Template. His skin gradually paled, and his body temperature plummeted. Jiang Fan's physique underwent subtle transformations. His complexion lightened slightly, though not to the exaggerated extent of the skeletal necromancers from his past life. His azure eyes were as deep as the night sky, and his hair shimmered with hints of silver. The essence of the necromancer had fully merged with Jiang Fan's body and soul, granting him the ability to unleash the forces of death, summon and command the undead, and manipulate souls. You have successfully transitioned into a necromancer. Chapter 32. Potent Skills. You have successfully transitioned to the necromancer class. With each level gained, your spirit increases by 5, and spell damage rises by 2. You have acquired the specialties Undead Affinity, Scroll Scribing, Silent Casting, Mobile Casting. You have learned the skills Summon Undead, Bone Spear, Corpse Explosion, Bone Armor, Bone Cage, Soul Link, Soul Healing, Ghostly Dash. A cascade of information flashed before Jiang Fan, and with unwavering determination, he not only evolved to the 2nd tier, but also solidified his profession. One must commend the considerable contributions of the Insect Demon Brethren panel in the initial stages. Each ring offered a mere 3 spell slots, a pitifully scant number. Consequently, despite being a spell-casting entity, Jiang Fan often found himself engaging in direct combat akin to an ordinary demon. Was this not a disgrace to the mage's dignity? Soul Coins, 53. 355 health points, 10, 410, 400, Constitution 100. They could only learn skills from their ancestral memories, the quantity determined solely by individual merit and bloodline. Level, 23 Experience, 9, 211 60, 000 Profession. Necromancer Attributes, Strength 67, Agility 66, Constitution 104, Spirit 103, Will 108 Tier. 2 Skills, Weapon Mastery, Heavy Strike, Mental Shock, Fire Burst. Chain Lightning, Pain Strike, Mental Storm, Summon Undead, Bone Spear, Corpse Explosion, Bone Armor, Bone Cage, Soul Link, Soul Healing. Ghostly Dash. It is likely that the illuminated range of the map would also expand correspondingly. Jiang Fan cheerfully began to meticulously organize the stream of information on his panel. Moreover, his innate talent and legacy weapon had received enhancements, granting him a talent specialty and several ordinary specialties. Unlike human players, demons could not only learn professional skills from their guiding leaders, but could also acquire skill books through numerous quests and dungeons. The soul harvesting ability, being his innate talent, was naturally enhanced with his progression, an expected outcome. Mobile casting. You can mark enemies while moving swiftly, casting professional skills without losing your target. He had also unlocked his true name, which could now be utilized. Previously, his spell-casting methods had been woefully inadequate. The trivial insect Demon Sal could only be deemed fortunate to have met an early demise. Reputation 1, 300 layer, 899 of the Abyss. Soul Link, passive skill, establishes a soul connection with summoned creatures, allowing control over their actions. Bone Armor, active skill, summons 3 skeletal armor pieces to surround oneself. Each piece reducing damage taken by 5, lasting for 5 minutes. Current level LV1, consumes 100 mana. Skill cooldown 30 seconds. Undead Affinity, increases the power of death-related skills by 10. The affinity of the undead faction has risen to friendly, while the affinity of the Holy Light faction has diminished to hatred. Bone Cage, active skill, summons bones to encircle enemies. Current level LV1, consumes 100 mana, cooldown 30 seconds. Jiang Fan strained to recall fragmented memories from his previous life. Soul Harvest, primary talent, capable of absorbing the soul energy of nearby dying units. Currently able to absorb within a radius of 50 meters. Soul Extraction, talent specialty. When extracting the soul energy from a target unit, it allows the extraction of fragments of memory from the soul shards, with a certain probability of acquiring skill fragments. What does Jiang Fan currently lack the most? Undoubtedly, his skills. Aside from some generic spellbooks available for purchase, Jiang Fan has yet to obtain any skill books. Each advancement in template rank brings a substantial increase in attributes, significantly boosting Jiang Fan's power, likely the reason behind unlocking his true name. Upon reviewing the descriptions, Jiang Fan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Host, Jiang Fan true name, Osiris Ashe's race. Demon Knight, Demon Template. Rare Elite, Mental Storm, a skill inherited from the Night Demon race. It channels mental energy to create a storm around the body that assaults the souls of enemies, delivering 5 consecutive strikes to foes within a 5-meter radius, each inflicting 300 mental damage. Current level LV1, consumes 1000 mana, cooldown 5 minutes. Silent Casting. You can cast professional skills silently, no longer requiring a casting medium. However, Soul Extraction is different. This entirely new specialty can even yield skill fragments. Mana, 10,300, 10,300, mental 100, talent. Soul Harvest. While spell specialization is tempting, it requires high levels and sufficient accumulation to manifest its true power. Jiang Fan eagerly examined his latest attributes. After being promoted to Rare Elite, his leveling bonuses surged again. Even facing a Tier 3 demon would not guarantee higher attributes than Jiang Fan's. Intermediate Extraordinary Bloodline. The Night Demon race possesses a formidable Extraordinary Bloodline, granting a physical attack bonus of 4. 0. A spell attack bonus of 7. 0. Physical resistance of 1. 5. Spell resistance of 2. 0. And an 8 reduction in all damage. Bone Scythe. Equipment inherited from the Night Demon race, enhancing physical damage by 10 and spell damage by 20. When using Night Demon skills to attack, there is a 10 chance to inflict a mental pollution effect, triggering a degree of mental damage. Bone Spear Technique, active skill, summons a spear of bones to attack enemies, dealing 200 skill damage to a single target. Current level LV1, consumes 100 mana, cooldown 30 seconds. Jiang Fan's thoughts surged. Soon he planned to find a fortunate soul to practice on. Summon Undead. Active skill, summons the souls and corpses of the deceased to attack enemies. The strength of the summoned entities depends on the summoner, with a maximum of 10 units existing simultaneously, which can be actively banished. Current level LV1, consuming 300 mana. Skill cooldown 3 minutes. If this specialty truly allows the extraction of skill fragments, it would undeniably be a boon for Jiang Fan. This is what one calls a true mage. Gazing at the array of skills displayed on the panel, Jiang Fan was so exhilarated that his body trembled with excitement. Copying scroll. You can transcribe and create scrolls inscribed with spell runes, limited to personal skills. What does it mean to be a true mage? Skill points, 10 specialties, Devour, Intermediate Supernatural Bloodline, Demon Language Spell Specialization, 3rd Ring, Soul Drain, Undead Affinity, Copying Scroll, Silent Casting, Mobile Casting. Fragments, as the name suggests, can be synthesized when amassed in sufficient quantity. However, it remains uncertain whether they are the type of fragments I desire. Corpse Explosion, active skill, summons the power of death to contaminate a corpse, detonating the remains to inflict 300 skill damage on enemies within a 5m radius. With each target hit, the cooldown is reduced by 1 to 3 seconds. Current level LV1, consuming 100 mana, skill cooldown 20 seconds. Based on the experience gained from 2 previous advancements, it is likely that this comes alongside the enhancement of the template. You are now qualified to embark on your own extraordinary path. Soul Healing, active skill, restores 20 of the life force of a single soul-linked target within 5 seconds. Cannot be used on oneself. Current level LV1, consuming 100 mana, skill cooldown 30 seconds. Phantom Dash, active skill, swiftly traverses the realm of the undead, increasing movement speed by 100, while being immune to attacks and control effects for a duration of 3 seconds. Current level LV1, consuming 100 mana, skill cooldown 2 minutes. Jiang Fan gazed fervently at the skill panel, his mind echoing with 2 resounding words. Powerful. Tomorrow at midnight. Chapter 33. A modest display of skill indeed. The dual attribute requirement for this exceedingly rare profession is remarkably high. Upon transitioning to this new class, I was bestowed with 8 formidable skills, each possessing immense power, a true delight. The entity responsible for the creation of the Necromancer class is undeniably impressive, and it is certainly a reward for Jiang Fan's arduous efforts in vanquishing numerous demons to secure the class transition contract. In my previous life, I had never heard of any player successfully transitioning to become a Necromancer. Not even a whisper of such contracts appeared on the forums. Of course, it is possible that someone, upon acquiring the contract, chose to keep it a secret in hopes of clandestine profit, but such occurrences are rather rare. With a swift motion, Jiang Fan shattered the massive boulder obstructing the cave's entrance and stepped outside. Initially, he intended to showcase his strength. However, the boss's prowess far exceeded their expectations. The Necromancer Vanguard requested to engage in battle. This was the final stage of a hidden quest undertaken by a player faction, requiring confrontation with a Necromancer. To ensure the mission's success, this faction mobilized a legion of over 1,000 second-tier professionals, planning to overwhelm the boss in a single, decisive strike. Even more daunting was the fact that the Necromancer possessed formidable spell-casting capabilities, particularly excelling in area of effect spells. The skeletal warriors Jiang Fan had previously slain at the banks of the Underworld River were left tragically weakened due to the absence of their master's control. Summon Undead. A surge of gray-black energy gathered at the tip of the skeletal scythe before rapidly dispersing. Race. Undead. Summon. With a flourish of bone blades in their hands. For sturdy leg bones began to march forward under his command. Thus, their combat effectiveness relied heavily on their innate attributes and Jiang Fan's level of mastery. The template was of average caliber, which did not surprise Jiang Fan in the least. Suddenly, the ground before him began to tremble from below. With an army of the undead at the forefront, he stood amidst the throngs, unrestrained in his unleashing of fire and fury. What a sight that would be! A probing strike revealed 2 skeletal warriors. Moreover, due to their overconfidence in their own abilities, the faction's upper echelons decided to broadcast the entire encounter live. With 5 attributes exceeding 20, Jiang Fan had already earned the status of an exemplary individual in the Valley of Death. The Blade Demon remained unperturbed upon seeing the skeletal warriors. These dark creatures posed no threat to him. Observing this, Jiang Fan conveyed their positions through the Soul Link. He himself had only just advanced to a rare elite status and could not yet summon powerful templates. As the flames of souls flickered within the skulls of the skeletal warriors, they turned their gaze toward the Blade Demon and charged forth with great strides. The flickering lights within their heads glimmered ominously as they fixated on Jiangfan. Template: average level, 20 profession, skeletal warrior with a thought. Jiangfan transmitted a surge of awareness directly to the two skeletal warriors through the mental link. In their right hands, they grasped bone blades, their bodies devoid of flesh and blood, emanating a chilling mist that shimmered like silver light upon their skeletal frames. The skeletal warriors, being low-tier summons, were under the control of contracts and magical forces, lacking significant intelligence and only capable of executing simple commands. Jiangfan fortuitously learned of the necromancer while perusing player strategies for defeating bosses on a forum. At this moment, the distance between the two parties dwindled, approaching a mere 20 meters. With the specialization of necromantic affinity, and as a transcendent being with elevated mental and will attributes, Jiangfan found it manageable to exert control over a limited number of summons. With a mere gesture, the undead legion surged forth like a calamity, overwhelming the players with their terrifying numbers, leaving a trail of fallen bodies across the wilderness, which the boss promptly resurrected as new undead combatants. Without hesitation, he resolved to test the might of his new abilities. After all, gods had been operational for 3 years. If someone truly had transitioned into such a formidable profession, they would undoubtedly have garnered fame, leaving no trace of their presence unnoticed. Jiangfan could distinctly sense that they awaited his command, likely a passive effect of their soul link. Attributes: Strength 26, Constitution 25, Spirit 25, Agility 24, Will 23. Rank: Tier 2. Yet, judging by these attributes, even a standard Tier 2 skeleton would suffice. He paused momentarily, raising his gaze to see a blade demon cautiously scouting ahead. Although the blade demon lacked Jiangfan's extraordinary panel and detection skills, it had discerned the silhouette of the skeletal warrior through the thin mist. Not far ahead, the map indicated a small red dot approaching. However, with his newly acquired potent attributes, Jiangfan was confident he could achieve, or even surpass, the prowess of the necromancer from his previous life. Health points: 1,500. Mana points: 1,500. Skills: Melee Weapon Mastery, Chain Slash, Heavy Strike. In his previous life, he had been dispatched by the necromancer's dark magic. Yet in this life, fate had serendipitously guided him to become a necromancer. Truly a destiny woven by the heavens. The AoE skills such as Corpse Explosion, Death Wave, and Breath of Death were unleashed in a relentless barrage, decimating waves of players with unparalleled ferocity. After his ascension, the range displayed on the map and the effectiveness of his detection skills had notably expanded, estimating nearly a 50-meter radius, perfectly aligning with the area of soul harvesting. The two skeletal warriors lacked such keen vision, their soul flames aimlessly scanning their surroundings. In an instant, for pale bony hands emerged from the earth, forcefully pressing against the ground, as two towering skeletal figures effortlessly rose from the depths below. In the ebb and flow of battle, the player's legion crumbled like an anthill, leaving behind a mere handful after a fierce struggle, marking a significant loss. The necromancer boss thus gained renown in this conflict. However, the imminent presence of Jiangfan sent his heartbeat racing to his throat. Given the current circumstances, it was evident that these two skeletal figures had been summoned by the night demon lurking behind. With them engaging in close combat at the forefront and the night demon unleashing spells from the rear, he would undoubtedly be overwhelmed. The blade demon hesitated not. Upon discerning the perilous situation, his previously light steps turned heavy as he swiftly turned to flee. A wise demon does not fall prey to immediate danger. Chapter 34. Return to the Insect Demon Cave. As the blade demon attempted to flee, Jiangfan slowly raised his bony scythe. Bone Cage. A semi-transparent rune flickered at the top of the skeletal staff. Several massive bones erupted from the ground beneath the blade demon, swiftly enclosing him above. Startled, the blade demon charged at the bone cage before realizing that his formidable physique could not budge the skeletal structure. He then resorted to swinging his twin blades against the bone prison. However, these bones were not true remnants, but rather manifestations of deathly energy. Despite sustaining cracks from the Blade Demon's blows, the cage remained intact. Having tested his newfound abilities, Jiang Fan grew increasingly pleased with the Necromancer class. The advantages were bountiful without an increase in cost. Thus, following the coordinates marked on his map, Jiang Fan advanced while eliminating foes. Initially believing the journey would be smooth and uneventful, the victim appeared to have been pierced directly through the head by a sharp weapon, with no other visible wounds, suggesting a fatal strike from an external assailant. Realizing this, Jiang Fan began to scan his surroundings for cover. Yet, having completed his class transition and witnessed the power of the Necromancer, his previously calm demeanor began to stir with excitement once more. This level 18 Blade Demon possessed less than 1,000 health points, and with a single strike, Jiang Fan nearly drained him entirely. Under the dual threats of death and pain, the Blade Demon fought with renewed vigor, ultimately shattering the bone cage. Jiang Fan surmised that after an external attack, the likelihood of the insect demon lair remaining unguarded was virtually non-existent. The insect demons, having vanquished their enemies, would certainly not forego the opportunity to consume. The effectiveness of his skills was as formidable as anticipated, aligning perfectly with his expectations for the rare Necromancer class. To slay a soil demon with a single blow indicated that the assailant's prowess was undoubtedly far superior to the second tier. There was no need to seek out reinforcements. He could simply utilize the available resources, which were compliant. Jiang Fan, having only surpassed this demon by 5 levels, found the experience penalty to be astonishingly severe. He almost forgot about the treasure awaiting discovery. At present, Jiang Fan's attributes were beyond the comprehension of ordinary first and second-tier demons. Indeed, the soil demon's corpse was robust and intact, with only the abyssal energy dissipating along with its soul. Bone Spear. He waved his staff once more, conjuring a substantial blackened spear of deathly power from its tip, which elongated into a grand skeletal weapon. No surprises awaited him, except, perhaps, in the depths of the insect demon's stronghold. Observing the 4 imposing temporary minions, Jiang Fan smirked. Moreover, given the nature of the wounds, he had never encountered an insect demon wielding daggers or short blades. Suppressing a flicker of anxiety, Jiang Fan shifted his gaze, contemplating the presence of a formidable opponent. His inner vigilance heightened immediately. After being relentlessly pursued from his lair for an entire day, it would be disingenuous to claim that Jiang Fan was devoid of anger. However, he had no intention of recklessly returning to exact revenge. Having slaughtered so many of his own kin, it was likely that any encounter would devolve into a fierce and vengeful conflict, especially considering the deeply ingrained grudges held by the insect demon clan. As the surrounding bones cracked and crumbled into a cloud of black dust, Jiang Fan's curiosity piqued. It was the first time he had witnessed a creature refraining from devouring its slain enemies. He hastened a few steps forward. There lay a soul stone mine, an unadulterated source of experience points. Though he was unaware of the precise scale of the vein, having previously looted only 2 tunnels and ascended 3 levels, he imagined the potential gains if he could claim part of the entire soulstone mine. Level 3, it was scientifically feasible to ensnare him. Given the behavioral tendencies of the insect demon clan, even if the leader were to venture out with a vast army, they would not confront a creature like a soil demon directly. Rather, they would be overwhelmed and killed by the surrounding insect demons. After all, soil demons were tough and resilient, not easily dispatched. Could it be that a boss from the insect nest had emerged for vengeance? Now, at the second tier, and bolstered by his professional skills, Jiang Fan was confident he could easily traverse the Valley of Death. A wave of mental energy surged forth as he commanded 4 skeleton warriors to advance towards the insect demon valley. Amused by the unfolding events, his hands remained busy. No, the horizon was expanding. Silver was within reach. The more he pondered, the more discontent he felt. Standing still for a moment, he ultimately resolved to return and probe further. Otherwise, he feared being haunted by dreams of the soul stone vein at night. However, as he approached the valley's periphery, he stumbled upon a freshly deceased soil demon lying on the ground. It was worth noting that even after his advancement, Slaying such a creature would require more than just a single set of death-dealing artifacts. If the lair's defenses were even tighter, being trapped inside would lead to utter disaster. With his summoning skill now cooled down, he gestured to conjure 2 more skeleton warriors. Under the immense boost from his skills, his foes stood little chance. Go! Surprised, the blade demon attempted to cleave through the bone spear with dual blades, only to discover that the confines of its cage restricted its movements, resulting in it being impaled through and emitting heart-wrenching cries. As he pressed forward, he had already summoned the maximum of 10 skeleton warriors. Yet the task at hand was not conducive to a large-scale operation. However, with this brief moment of delay, the 2 skeleton warriors swiftly reached the blade demon, brandishing their weapons without hesitation. -48, -57, -43. The damage dealt by the skeleton warriors was substantial. Jiang Fan could hardly be bothered to unleash further skills to finish the job, allowing his summoned minions to effortlessly vanquish the blade demon through a series of coordinated strikes. Striking the enemy, inflicting damage of 707, his trio of deathly techniques has magnificently evolved into a quintet of torment: Pain Strike, Mental Shock, Blazing Flame, Bone Cage, and Bone Spear technique. Upon vanquishing the blade demon, he gained 44 experience points and 11 soul coins. The insect demon S-Lair? How curious. This location lies merely a few kilometers from the insect demon valley. Further advancement is not an option. He selected a nearby small cave, crouched down, and slipped inside. The bone spear, imbued with the surrounding ashen aura of death, was swiftly launched at the blade demon. Any creatures encountered along the way were deftly dealt with by Jiang Fan as practice. With a flourish of his staff, he banished 9 surplus skeleton warriors, leaving only 1 solitary figure standing outside the cave. Within the cave, he casually found a flat patch of ground to sit upon, slowly closed his eyes, and sent a sliver of his consciousness through the soul link to attach itself to the skeleton warrior, then guided it onward towards the valley. Chapter 35. The unexpected visitor Jiang Fan, possessing the skeletal warrior, advanced slowly. Along his path, he unexpectedly encountered another intact corpse. This discovery reinforced his belief that higher beings had suddenly arrived in this valley of insect demons, and they were likely not of the demonic kind. What kind of demon neglects to consume their enemies after vanquishing them? Jiang Fan endeavored to portray himself as a mindless, unclaimed summoning, mimicking the awkward gait of Wu Lar, who had suffered a stroke. There was no other option. In the presence of what appeared to be a formidable creature, he had to exercise utmost caution. Although their lair had been invaded, the insect demon tribe seemed unperturbed, neither reinforcing their numbers nor patrolling. It was peculiar. Where had all the insect demons gone? With her keen perception, she had already detected Jiang Fan's presence around the bend of the mountain. Arnold, if this situation is indeed as you described, you have achieved a significant feat. The fox woman nodded vivaciously, suggesting, since we are unaware of what lies within, why not venture inside and find out? Jiang Fan, upon hearing this, manipulated the jawbone to open and close twice, then marched purposefully toward the cave. His rugged visage bore a pair of deep, grayish-white eyes, and 2 elongated wolf ears stood erect. The skeletal Jiang Fan trudged forward, gradually arriving at the familiar entrance of the insect demon valley. Though he appeared carefree on the surface, he was resolute in exercising caution when necessary. Just as he stepped inside, a sudden surge of mental energy erupted. The illusion demon felt a chill wash over her, sensing an ominous presence. The fox woman raised her delicate, snow-white arm. A pink beam of light shot forth, striking the motionless skeletal warrior. Meanwhile, 2 demons continued their conversation behind her. If the king insect demons have truly entered their breeding period, we may still have chance. But we must remain patient for a while longer. The werewolf nodded indifferently, seemingly unaffected by the fox woman's influence, casually glancing at the illusion demon to his left. The gentle contours of her face could not conceal her striking beauty, enhanced further by a plum blossom-shaped mark on her forehead. Hearing the words of the 3 behind him, Jiang Fan felt a heavy weight settle in his heart. His dazed demeanor perfectly aligned with the trio's perception of a low-tier skeleton. Though she had not employed her skills. Her innate allure was formidable. How could this low-tier skeleton possibly resist? Although Jiang Fan, in his skeletal form, could not utilize his probing abilities, the wild aura emanating from him conveyed that he was indeed a genuine werewolf. Beside the werewolf stood a gracefully proportioned female figure, quietly observing. Before him stood three unfamiliar visitors, and aside from the diminutive figure of Phantom, the other two silhouettes startled Jiang Fan. The werewolf appeared to be the leader among them, his voice cold and imbued with an undeniable authority. Jiang Fan refrained from vocalizing his disdain, inwardly cursing. Truly a savage race, these beasts. Their intention was to bewitch him. Suddenly, realization dawned upon Jiang Fan, and he understood the gravity of the situation. His mind raced with myriad thoughts, yet he dared not halt his steps, cautiously inching towards the entrance of the cave. How intriguing! I assure you, I have certainly discovered the vein of soul stones. The insect demons were not nearly as vigilant as he had initially presumed. However, in that moment, Jiang Fan chose to suppress his turmoil and feigned obedience, resolutely pressing forward. Standing still in confusion, his thoughts whirled. The sensation was quite something. The phantom harbored thoughts that any man would understand, his grotesque visage betraying a hint of lasciviousness as he struggled to avert his gaze from the fox maiden. Past experiences had long taught him the necessity of contemplating the worst possible outcomes and various scenarios before taking action, thereby preventing his efforts from devolving into sunk costs. That scoundrel! Were it not for this skeletal frame, would I not be the one entering? Yet, in that moment, a stroke of inspiration seized Jiang Fan, prompting him to maneuver the skeletal warrior forward at a leisurely pace. The fluffy fox ears and the elegantly swaying bushy tail continuously drew the phantom's lustful glances. At this juncture, the formidable presence of the central figure made him hesitant to take risks. The towering werewolf, with his muscular build cloaked in dense, tawny fur, exuded an aura of strength. The summoned creature was intrinsically linked to its master's spirit, now that he was directly inhabiting the skeletal warrior with his elevated willpower. There was no chance of being enchanted. The fox maiden wore an elegant smile, her elongated eyes shimmering with intelligence as she gazed intently at the suddenly materialized skeleton. Yet, he could procure what he needed elsewhere. Merchants of the soulstone trade would not turn away a lucrative offer. After all, as long as it was a fox maiden, being ensnared by her fluffy tail, it became clear that they too were drawn by the allure of the soul stones. This vixen was far too perilous. The fox maiden, noticing the stillness of the skeletal figure from a distance, expressed mild surprise. With a playful smile, she beckoned Jiang Fan with a delicate gesture. Observing the skeletal warrior that had approached her, she gracefully moved her shoulder and waved her hand, saying the fox maiden beside her was far more powerful than he could contend with. Will attribute 108, check passed. The werewolf, regarding the now subjugated low-tier creature, turned to the fox maiden and inquired, Fura, do you wish to? Indeed, she possessed a physique nearly akin to that of a human, with alluring curves accentuated by a flowing lilac gown that clung to her form, delineating her perfect silhouette. At a glance, Jiang Fan, peering from the entrance, discerned nothing amiss. The cavern remained shrouded in utter darkness, resembling a gaping maw poised to consume any unsuspecting prey that dared to wander into its depths. Though he could not presently cast a probing spell, the presence of the lifeless body and the three distinct auras sufficed to inform him that they were formidable adversaries. The waters of the Nether River, while enticing, should not tempt one to overindulgence. Beside him, the phantasm and the werewolf, noticing her reaction, turned their gazes in her direction, affected by charm skill, triggering a willpower check. The phantasm's countenance flushed crimson, already envisioning the rewards of their endeavor, eager to seek the company of a fox spirit should their mission prove successful. A soft reply escaped the fox spirit's lips as she cast a fleeting glance at the phantasm. A single misstep could lead to a swift descent into the river's depths. However, this time, three unfamiliar figures stood at the gorge's mouth, causing the flickering flame of the soul within the skeletal warrior's skull to pulse violently. A silent force struck Jiang Fan, embodied in the skeletal warrior, plunging his vision into darkness, severing the link to his soul. Upon reopening his eyes, consciousness returned to his own body. Tomorrow afternoon, the story shall continue with 3 updates. Such a diligent spirit. Chapter 36. Escape from the valley. At this moment, in a location unseen by Jiang Fan, the skeletal warrior had encountered an ambush. The cavern remained enveloped in an eerie silence, devoid of any sound. The once towering and robust form of the skeletal warrior had been utterly dismantled, reduced to a pile of shattered bones strewn across the cave floor. What has transpired? Jiang Fan's eyes widened in shock as he hastily glanced at the notification on his panel. Your summoned creature has been attacked and killed. Indeed, his second-tier skeletal warrior had been instantly obliterated. Greetings, esteemed Blackwing Steward. Soon, the two arrived before a grand door, prominently engraved with a symbol in the language of demons. Fortunately, this time they had utilized a summoned entity to traverse, or they might have encountered dire consequences. On the corner of the table before them lay a bronze plaque, inscribed with 2 runes in the demonic script. Level 73 class, Summoner Attribute. The stone platform bore a resemblance to those in the duel arena, with intricate runes etched around it using mithril and exquisite golden powder, forming an immense magical array. Dense magical energy continuously circulated within the energy field, providing formidable protection to the stone platform, allowing the combatants within to unleash greater power. The ability to slay the earth demon in a single blow indicated that the strength and damage potential of this werewolf had far surpassed Jiang Fan's capacity to contend. A 73-level golden tier elite illusion demon. The disparity in levels rendered Jiang Fan's reconnaissance spell ineffective. However, in terms of popularity, it could rank second, surpassed only by the tower shop of the 10,000 Realms Chamber of Commerce. Although the orcs could not consume the abyssal power within the demoness body, the fact that the adversaries were aware of the soul stone vein was evident from their furtive demeanor, suggesting they had no intention of leaving any survivors. The Death Duel Arena, though merely the 4th largest faction under the 10,000 Realms Chamber of Commerce, was formidable in scale. Stepping down from the teleportation altar, Jiang Fan briskly proceeded towards the Death Duel Arena as per his plan. Observing the series of glaring question marks, he quickly adjusted his demeanor and inquired softly. Although he could not fathom the benefits of employing a true name, those transcendent beings from his previous life often used a segment of their true names to assert their identities. A long blood bar pulsated above Jiang Fan's head, causing his eyes to ache painfully. Race, Demon Illusion Demon Template. Elite. The illusion demon raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Jiang Fan and sensing his aura. Towering black walls loomed, adorned with various intricate patterns, creating a visually stunning spectacle. The Stewardess Hall was a grand structure crafted from stone, with tall columns supporting the rounded dome, exuding an air of solemn grandeur and immense presence. Flanking the entrance of the hall stood stone statues depicting demons, giants, elves, orcs, and a few scattered humans, all with grotesque expressions and varied postures. Jiang Fan pondered briefly, but ultimately decided to report to the duel arena using a fragment of his true name. Could it possibly be related to the degree of legend? Through a winding journey, Jiang Fan, guided by the hints of the panel map, safely returned to the teleportation array and made his way back to the Crimson Fortress. Young Knight Demon, what assistance do you require? Within the dueling stone platform, one could simulate various secret realms based on their needs. I am Osiris, my lord, seeking to join the Blackwing Guard. A slightly younger illusionist emerged from a door beside him. My lord, it is safe. The hall was exceedingly spacious, with only a set of wooden cabinets lining the walls and a standard dueling stone platform positioned at the center. The gray stones were meticulously arranged, forming a level octagonal arena, enveloped by a formidable energy field. Jiang Fan recognized this opportunity, and with the experience garnered from the dueling arena, he was determined to fulfill his upgrade requirements within the city. With this thought, his wings unfurled behind him as he faced away from the Bug Demon Valley and soared towards the distant teleportation array. With the deterrent presence of the city guards and the Crimson Lord, he felt no apprehension for his safety within the city. Jiang Fan quickly followed, entering the Grand Hall. Having unlocked another segment, he was unconcerned about exposing his true name as long as he kept the other hidden. The youthful illusionist, Kalen, led him while commenting, coincidentally, Lord Eric, a fellow night demon, is currently recruiting members. After glancing at the map panel to confirm safety, he hastily emerged from the cave. Moments later, Jiang Fan found himself outside the deadly dueling arena. These were formidable individuals who had triumphed from the arena. A slender, middle-aged illusionist sat quietly behind a desk, sifting through a pile of parchment. As he entered the foyer of the Grand Hall, Jiang Fan located a room marked with the insignia of the Blackwing Guard and stepped inside. This was the first time he encountered such a thrilling event. The corpses of those swiftly vanquished instilled great pressure within him, particularly as two of them were from the Orc tribe. Concealed within the cave, Jiang Fan silently rejoiced, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his spine. Jiang Fan recognized the significance of the number 8. Regaining his composure, he dared not linger any longer. Reflecting on his experiences in the cave, he was quite taken aback by the sudden arrival of 3 unfamiliar guests. Unable to fathom the situation, he resolved to proceed with the simplest course of action, to follow suit. Casting a glance at the bustling dueling square, he made his way towards the right. Heading for the steward's hall. Danger! Flee as far as you can. Woos mana. The base of the statue bore inscriptions detailing their origins, the commencement of their journeys, and the significant duels they had endured, offering immense encouragement to countless successors. Observing the lively western district below the altar, he felt a profound sense of relief. The young illusionist bowed and turned to Jiang Fan, saying, "Please follow me." The phantasm undoubtedly belongs to the realm of sorcery, and the foxfolk should also be classified as magical entities. Thus, the most probable assailant in this scenario is the werewolf. Indeed, its rank is that of the golden 7th tier. Furthermore, the presence of accomplices skilled in spell casting and mind control surrounding the werewolf only heightens Jiang Fan's apprehension. He realizes that should he be discovered by the trio, escaping unscathed would be a formidable challenge. He must not be seen. Escort this esteemed Mr. Osiris for assessment. Now that he has ascended to the 2nd tier, he may commence his affiliation with the forces under the auspices of the Multiverse Merchant Association. Currently, his strength remains insufficient, and this initial developmental period is of utmost significance to him. Both the unfamiliar faces at the valley's mouth and the concealed perils lurking within the cavern are beyond Jiang Fan's current capabilities to confront. With a push of his right hand, Karen effortlessly swung open the heavy stone door, as if it bore no weight at all, revealing the scene within gradually unfolding before Jiang Fan's eyes. Specialization. The Blackwing Guard currently comprises 8 teams, each commanded by a distinguished golden tier individual. While a true name can indeed forge a connection between extraordinary beings and certain streams of information or power, is it truly that simplistic? The youthful phantasm exhibited a commendable enthusiasm, chattering away to Jiang Fan about various circumstances. Life force. If you possess the audacity, come and capture me in the city. Jiang Fan had certainly entertained such doubts. Within the grand hall, vast chambers are meticulously partitioned and aligned. Due to the necessity for numerous judges and guards, the upper echelons of the dueling arena have expended considerable resources on cultivating martial prowess. The subordinate Blackwing Guard, while slightly inferior to the city's militia, remains a formidable combat organization. A moment later, turning to the door beside him, he called out, "Karen, it is unwise to linger here. We must depart swiftly." At this moment, on the arena floor, a dark knight finds himself amidst a realm reminiscent of a forsaken city. As Jiang Fan and his companion entered, he was vigorously wielding his colossal spear, charging forth with fervor. Chapter 37. The assessment begins. The adversaries of the Black Knight are a multitude of formidable war golems. These war golems, towering at a height of 5 to 6 meters, are powerful humanoid alchemical constructs, representing the pinnacle of the fusion between alchemy and magic. They were once the most potent war machines of the arcane empire of Aaron. At this moment, the golems are methodically constricting the Black Knight's operational space. Their steadfast steps are heavy and powerful, each movement causing the ground beneath them to tremble slightly. The assorted gemstones embedded in their chests radiate a dazzling energy, rendering each strike imbued with an aura of intimidation and strength. On the battlefield, two towering figures, the Night Demon and the Blade Demon, stand beside a stone platform, observing the contest. He is on the brink of collapse. Race, Demon, Blade, Demon, danger. Flee as far as possible. With a sweep of his skeletal scythe, he summoned two skeletal warriors from the earth, who stood silently at the edge of the city gate. Sensing the aura emanating from Jiang Fan, which had surpassed the second tier, Eric spoke slowly. This is the Holy Light Empire's Orland. Attributes. Please choose the combat scenario. He accepted a commission to deliver a task item to the red-robed Archbishop Brian and receive the ultimate reward, the rare skill Divine Prayer. The demon race and the planar aberrations are to be excluded first. A naturally powerful bloodline means that, even under identical assessment standards, the demon race will undoubtedly be the most challenging adversaries. Colin led Jiang Fan towards the two, smiling as he spoke. Lord Eric, Lord Dick. This is the newly arrived tester Osiris. Deacon Alfred asked me to bring him over. Although the Black Knight was ultimately knocked off the stone platform, his strength had already surpassed the recruitment threshold of the Blackwing Guard. Jiang Fan felt as light as a feather, almost as though he were flying, reminiscent of the sensation of logging into a game in his past life. After Eric finished speaking, he turned to Jiang Fan. The Night Demon paid him no heed, turning to observe the commotion behind him. The first time he encountered Jiang Fan, he was merely a newly evolved first-tier demon. Yet just a few months later, Jiang Fan not only survived, but had ascended to the second tier. The Holy Light Empire is a bastion of the faith of the Radiant Lord, home to a powerful Holy Light Church led by the Pope and 5 formidable legendary red-robed archbishops. Jiang Fan gazed at the information returned from his probing spell, his pupils contracting slightly before swiftly returning to normal. He looked at the enormous plaque on the city wall and felt a wave of sentiment wash over him. As high-tier extraordinary beings, they possess an extraordinarily potent memory. The last time, the two had left a lasting impression in his mind from a mere glance in a tavern. The Blade Demon also turned to look, and as he was about to speak upon seeing Colin and Jiang Fan, he was abruptly interrupted by the Night Demoness wave. The Night Demon, known as Eric, nodded in acknowledgement, remaining silent as his gaze slowly shifted to Jiang Fan. The next one is yours. Magic value. This speed is already commendable for a nascent demon outside the influence of any faction. Noticing the gazes directed towards him, the Black Knight hastily propped himself up. The otherworldly beings from different planes are diverse. Should he randomly encounter a race unfamiliar to Jiang Fan, it could hinder his combat effectiveness. In the first round of the assessment, the number of adversaries, 1, and you have 1 minute to prepare. Although he appeared disheveled, his body bore no marks of injury. His ebony armor gleamed brilliantly, showing no signs of having just survived a fierce battle. Health value. Eric's 8th squad was in the process of formation. Thus, there was no reason to turn away potential members. Extremely dangerous. Abandon the endeavor. Fleeing is futile. Never allow him to learn your true name. In his previous life, Jiang Fan, a second-tier paladin of the Knights, had once triggered a hidden quest, with the final stage requiring completion in Orland. Jiang Fan nodded, stepping confidently onto the dueling stone platform. Go ahead, it's your turn. Oh, is this not the war puppet, Ellen? A human from the other world, a dark creature of the demon race? Another 2 at the golden rank. One of them is even a rare elite. Upon detecting the Night Demon, the panel issued a warning of extreme danger. One of the red-robed archbishops, Brian, was stationed in the border city of Orland. Rank, golden 7th tier. His gaze flickered momentarily over Karen, and upon recognizing Jiang Fan's appearance, his brow arched, a glint of interest flashing in his eyes. The Night Demon Eric approached and spoke. You have passed. Stand aside and wait. The trial is a projection duel of consciousness. If one cannot endure, they will be automatically expelled by the formation, eliminating any risk of injury, allowing you to unleash your full potential. As his words settled, a surge of energy rippled forth, swiftly enveloping his form. Just as memories from his past life flickered in his mind, Information streamed again from the runic formation on the stone platform. Jiang Fan set aside his thoughts and began to concentrate on preparing for the assessment. Gazing at the options, he contemplated their merits and demerits. Health value. Specialization. The Blade Demon chuckled at the sight of the beleaguered Black Knight on the stone platform and jovially remarked to the Night Demon beside him. Consequently, Jiang Fan's memories of Orland were quite vivid. He had visited this grand city during his previous quests. Level, 70 profession. Gale Warrior level, 75 profession. Sorcerer attributes. Template, elite. After a slight sensation of dizziness and weightlessness, he found himself before a colossal city of humanity. Surveying the remaining 3 options, Jiang Fan promptly declared, "I choose the Ellen race." The flow of light circled slowly above the energy dome before a stream of information entered Jiang Fan's mind. At this moment, the Night Demon Eric and the Blade Demon Dick had already recognized Jiang Fan. As the words left their lips, a commotion erupted once more from the stone platform. Bang! Jiang Fan turned his gaze towards the source of the disturbance, observing the Black Knight, who had been engaged in battle within the secret realm, now tumbling off the dueling stone platform and crashing heavily to the ground. Rank, Golden 7th Tier. Orland, located in the southern region of the Holy Light Empire, is not far from the northern border of the Noah Empire. It stands as the second largest city of the Holy Light Empire, surpassed only by the imperial capital, the radiant city of Miga. Greetings, Lord Eric, I am Osiris. Jiang Fan gazed at the rare, elite template of the Night Demon, particularly fixating on the word sorcerer in the profession column, and silently speculated that this was likely due to the template and the rare profession. Mana value. Despite the myriad thoughts swirling within him, he outwardly endeavored to maintain a composed demeanor. Meanwhile, the Blade Demon Dick, with a playful grin, chimed in. The Blade Demon, observing from the sidelines, widened his eyes in astonishment, his mouth slightly agape as he exclaimed, "This lad is actually a necromancer?" Chapter 38. Assessment and evaluation. As they gazed upon the scene on the stone platform, the crowd below displayed a hint of astonishment in their eyes. The number of necromancers was exceedingly scarce. In everyday encounters, such a rare profession was seldom seen, and any necromancer who had made a name for themselves was invariably a formidable force, difficult to provoke. Over time, the image of necromancers in the eyes of the various beings had crystallized into one of mystery and power. Thus, witnessing this young Night Demon transform into a necromancer was indeed surprising. Let us observe further. Eric, the Night Demon and a Golden Tier warrior, experienced a fleeting emotional fluctuation before responding with calmness. On the stone platform, Jiang Fan had just summoned a skeletal warrior when, in a sudden flash of white light, a human warrior materialized out of thin air. Impressive strength. It seems our team has finally recruited a talent. Boom! Minus 847. Minus 495, accompanied by the surge of mental energy and the explosion of crimson flames. 2 colossal damage figures emerged above the warrior's projection, swiftly depleting half of its health. Yet, how could the second-tier Night Demon he had previously encountered possess such power? Had he faced one like this, how could the Dark Knight have remained standing? This was clearly a bizarre anomaly. The Dark Knight cast a furtive glance at the Night Demon standing quietly beside him. As the mage projection appeared, it was immediately pursued by Jiang Fan's summoned entities, currently preoccupied with evading 2 relentless skeletal figures. The first round of assessment concluded with a commendation, excellent. Chain Lightning. Fulmach, the Dark Knight, facing a second-tier war puppet alone in the first round, had not dispatched it as efficiently as Jiang Fan. He had ordered the other 2 to pursue the distant mage. Unbeknownst to Jiang Fan, who was immersed in the assessment within the secret realm, dialogue transpired beneath him. The Blade Demon, Dick, exhibited an even more pronounced admiration. As the 2 minutes elapsed, the familiar white light reappeared, and 2 human warriors were refreshed in an open space 20 meters ahead, having engaged in countless PK encounters in his past life. Jiang Fan recognized the impending skill the warrior was about to unleash as soon as the latter lifted his foot. Charge! The 2 skeletal warriors swiftly advanced towards the 2, colliding directly with the oncoming warrior. Attributes: Strength 36, Constitution 36, Spirit 35, Will 34, Agility 35 tier. Second tier, how could Jiang Fan commit such a blatant error? The warrior deftly dodged one skeletal blade, but was struck by a heavy blow from the other skeletal warrior. Minus 47, uncertain of the warrior projection's equipment. It was evident that its level exceeded that of the summoned entities by 5 levels, thus enhancing both its physical attack and resistance. The knight, Demon Eric, did not respond to his words, remaining silent as he observed, though a glimmer of light sparkled in his eyes. Uncertain whether it was merely his imagination, he felt that Lord Eric's previously frosty demeanor seemed to have softened somewhat. To preempt any unforeseen circumstances, he resolved to showcase some of his prowess. In the second round of the assessment, the number of adversaries, 2, with a preparation time of 2 minutes. Death S Triple Strike. Bone Armor. 3 luminous white bone plates materialized around his body, swiftly rotating in unison. Each plate could mitigate 5 of the damage he would incur, culminating in a commendable 15 reduction with all 3. As the battle commenced, Jiang Fan continued to command 2 skeletal warriors to stand guard before him. In stark contrast to the speed at which Jiang Fan dispatched his targets, the difference was immediately evident. Bone Spear. A brilliant arc of electricity surged forth, momentarily stunning the warrior, who had just recovered from the effects of mental shock, plunging him back into paralysis. While the numbers of night demons were indeed scarce, he had slain them before. Within the confines of the secret realm, no matter the chosen race to confront, the enemy's panel strength remained on an equal footing. Initially, the Black Knight felt a sense of smugness at having passed the assessment, considering himself a paragon among second-tier beings. Level 25 class, Warrior. Then, with a spear imbued with deathly energy, he struck like lightning into the warrior's chest. Minus 395, minus 618. 2 massive damage numbers erupted, instantly depleting the warrior's projected health bar, causing his form to disintegrate into scattered motes of light, slowly fading into the ether. Observing the decisively executed and potent little knight demon in the arena, a faint smile graced his lips. However, Jiang Fan had no intention of waiting for him to gather his wits. With a powerful flap of his wings, he soared above the warrior and directed his staff toward the mage projection. Although his class was not renowned for solitary combat, no one paid heed to such trivialities. He had not closely scrutinized the entire process of the Black Knight's entry and was oblivious to the standards involved. A beam of green light descended, refreshing the cooldowns of all skills he had just utilized, with his mana restored to full capacity. As anticipated, the warrior lunged forward, eager to close the distance. The Black Knight, watching from the sidelines, was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. The joy had vanished. The Black Knight found himself perplexed. The human warrior, infused with some unknown memory, roared and charged at Jiang Fan and his 2 undead. In contrast to the warrior, the mage in the distance was the priority target to eliminate. Status restored. Health, 2160 mana, 2100 specialization, melee weapon mastery, strength growth, dual wielding. Yet, he was once again intercepted by Jiang Fan's valiant skeletal warrior, and this time Jiang Fan refrained from utilizing all 5 items against the warrior projection. But this time, not only the warrior appeared, but also a mage. Darn it. Jiang Fan felt a jolt of realization and hastily swung his skeletal staff. After the warrior collided with the skeletal warrior, a repelling effect was triggered, pushing both skeletal figures back a few steps. Damage numbers of minus 89 and minus 85 emerged above the skeletal warrior's head, yet showed no sign of pain and remained unafraid of death. Steadying itself, it swung its blade once more. In the past, anyone who was not a novice would never foolishly choose to attack a mage, opting instead to engage a heavily armored warrior with high defense and substantial health. Observing Jiang Fan's performance, an overwhelming chill washed over him, extinguishing the fervor that had recently ignited within. Even the sense of accomplishment from successfully joining the Blackwing Guard had waned somewhat. Consequently, he promptly directed the skeletal warrior towards the path the warrior would inevitably traverse. Before he could react, Jiang Fan unleashed two spells once again. Painful Strike, Mental Shock, Fire Burst, Zoraktu. The engagement with the enemy became fiercely reciprocal. Receiving the information, Jiang Fan once more waved his staff to summon two additional undead warriors. With the two already present, blocking the initial wave of the charge should pose no challenge. Although he had not faced a human warrior earlier, the Blackwing Guard assessment was relatively equitable. After all, this marked his first application to join the Multiverse Merchant Guild across 2 lifetimes. His physique was no match for the reckless brutes charging ahead. A single strike would be painfully overwhelming. Witnessing this scene, the Dark Knight felt an increasing sense of desolation. Observing this, Jiang Fan ceased his delay, gently wielding his skeletal scythe to cast a series of spells in succession. Chapter 39, Skill Enhancement 13, Painful Strike, Mental Shock, Explosive Flame. Boom! -852, -418, the Mage Projection, as a profession primarily focused on mental growth, possesses a significantly higher spell resistance compared to the Warrior Projection. Jiang Fan's Explosive Flame inflicted nearly 100 points less damage than in the previous round. Nevertheless, the Mage's alarmingly low physical attributes indicate a far more precarious health pool, a mere 1,800 points. Fortunately, Mental Shock bypasses the advantages conferred by spell resistance, maintaining its formidable damage capability. In the distance, the Mage Projection continued to evade the attacks of the monsters before it, only to be unexpectedly struck by Jiang Fan's 2 heavy assaults. Startled, it neglected to continue dodging the skeleton's slashing attacks and hurriedly activated its shield for protection. -60. -62, the skeletal warrior was equally relentless, landing 2 powerful strikes on the mage's form. The translucent, energy-infused shield rippled as it absorbed the entirety of the skeletal warrior's assaults. Moreover, only with the enhancement of skill levels can a number of simultaneously existing summoned units increase, ultimately achieving the core strategy of the Necromancer's overwhelming skeletal army. This inherited skill from the Night Demon race operates silently and disregards the enemy's spell resistance, directly affecting the soul with substantial damage. Coupled with Jiang Fan's high willpower attribute, the control effects were quite impressive. The rigidity triggered by the soul's injury could very well become a fatal weakness for the enemy in combat. A massive, gray-white spear soared through the air, piercing the mage's body without obstruction. Hit enemy, inflicting 885 damage. Mental Shock, inherited skill of the Night Demon race, employing mental power to launch an attack on the soul of a single target, causing 230 mental damage. Current level LV5, consumes 250 mana. Skill cooldown 2 minutes. Skill point usage 4, summoning undead level increased to LV5. Heavy Strike, Combo Slash. -40, -43, -32, -28. A series of physical damage emerged from above the warrior projection's head and combined with the efforts of the 2 skeletal figures, successfully reduced its health to below 1,000 points. Bonne Spear Technique. As Jiang Fan wielded the bone scythe, another spear imbued with the power of death was launched. -592. The second round saw the warrior projection fail to land a single blow on Jiang Fan, being controlled to its demise outright. The numbers had doubled once more. However, Jiang Fan had already memorized the cooldown times for the warrior's skills and had begun to swing the bone scythe in anticipation. Whoosh, the 2 skeletal warriors had engaged the warrior projection in a series of exchanges. The final bone spear technique represented the Necromancer's most potent single-target offensive method at this stage. The only means Jiang Fan could conceive to swiftly enhance his strength was to elevate his skill levels. The unfortunate warrior projection had just emerged from the wolf's den only to fall into the tiger's maw once again. Regarding the selection of the other 2 skills, one granted the Night Demon race the signature ability Mental Impact. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Fan chose to disregard it and turned his attention to the condition of a nearby warrior, allowing the 2 skeletal warriors to reduce the mage projection to mere fragments. The warrior projection, striving valiantly, cleaved at the white bone prison, breaking free from its confines. Yet, before it could make its next move, Jiang Fan activated the cooldown mental impact once more, as one of the few life-preserving skills available to early-stage mages. Any attack encountered would be negated by the shield's defensive value, provided the attack did not surpass the critical threshold of the shield's integrity. The warrior projection, still under the effects of the skill, collided with the bone, immediately rebounding and staggering back. Status restored. The second round of assessment concluded with an evaluation of excellence. Based on the attributes detected earlier by Jiang Fan, the level 25 mage projection possessed nearly 40 points of spirit, translating to an impressive 400 points of defensive value in the skill magic shield. At this juncture, it was unwise to unleash chain lightning prematurely. As a crowd control skill, the damage potential of chain lightning was not particularly remarkable. It was primarily utilized to inflict a mass paralysis effect. Moreover, given the mage projection's high magic resistance, failure to breach the shield would result in a futile expenditure of skill. Summon Undead. Active skill summons the souls and corpses of the deceased to attack enemies. The power of the summoned entities depends on the summoner, with a maximum of 50 units existing simultaneously, which can be actively banished. Current level, LV5, mana cost, 700. Skill cooldown, 3 minutes. The warrior projection had just recovered from its state of paralysis and was poised to charge at Jiang Fan once more. Prepared, Jiang Fan wielded the skeletal scythe and invoked Summon Undead. With this thought, he raised the skeletal scythe high once again, pointing it towards the mage projection. Previously, the skill's inherent enhancement was sufficient to dispatch solitary demons, but that was no longer the case, due to a disparity in attributes and suppressed intelligence. The confrontation between the two parties resembled a player leveling up by battling monsters. A frown creased Jiang Fan's brow as he discerned the pattern. If the number of each successive wave were to double, the subsequent encounters would be swarming with foes. No wonder the Black Knight had been so soundly defeated earlier. Jiang Fan understood the nature of this magical shield. With a staggering 280 enhancement to skill power and such a brief cooldown period, he was convinced that unleashing a barrage would leave the enemy acutely aware of the impending embrace of death. As the signature skill of a necromancer, Summon Undead was undoubtedly essential for enhancement. Bone Prison, a colossal skeletal framework, ensnared the recently activated warrior projection entirely. Bone Spear, the dark gray essence of death swiftly coalesced into a massive spear of bone. Faced with the challenge of doubling the number of projections, this was pivotal to his capability of facing multiple adversaries. After 2 advancements, Jiang Fan had acquired 10 skill points. There was no time to spare for enhancing the newly acquired series of professional skills. In the 3rd round of assessment, the adversaries numbered 4, and you were granted 3 minutes for preparation. Utilizing 2 skill points, the level of mental shock is elevated to LV5. The skills have been hindered. Observing the perilous state of one skeletal warrior, freedom had barely been attained before it fell into a state of rigidity. Subsequently, the magical shield shattered with a resounding explosion. -59, -64. The 2 remaining skeletal warriors, emboldened by their master, struck with ferocity, causing the health of the mage projection to plummet rapidly, leaving it in a dire state. Investing 10 skill points resulted in an immediate enhancement of skill effectiveness. Bone Spear Technique. Active skill summons a skeletal spear to assail foes, inflicting 280 skill damage to a single target. Current level LV5. Mana cost 300, skill cooldown 30 seconds. After a moment of contemplation, he accessed his panel, pondering the array of skills displayed before him. It is likely that the assessment array itself is unaware that within the youthful demonic form of Jiang Fan resides the soul of a golden tier human. He promptly commanded the 2 skeletal warriors that had dispatched the mage projection to advance, replacing the 2 with diminished health. Striking the enemy, inflicting 564 damage. Jiang Fan meticulously considered the imminent circumstances and potential developments, initiating operations on the panel. This is the culmination of invaluable combat experience amassed from countless PKs in his previous life. The 4 skeletal warriors, fixated on the ensnared warrior projection, showed no mercy, wielding their bone blades with astonishing swiftness. Utilizing 4 skill points, The level of bone spear technique is elevated to LV5. A proficient mage dances effortlessly around the warrior class. However, achieving such mastery demands a high level of control over the skills of both sides and impeccable timing. Full mark. -427, -43, -41. Jiang Fan uttered the incantation for the lightning chain spell, paralyzing the warrior projection in place. In that moment, a new summoning information suddenly emerged in his consciousness. Jiang Fan's heart stirred as 10 new summoned creatures materialized out of thin air. Chapter 40. The new summoned creatures, a figure clad in heavy, jet-black armor, towered with a formidable presence. Its head adorned with a hardened horn helmet that concealed all but 2 eyes glowing with an eerie azure light. Grasping a colossal black sword, the blade emanated a dim, ominous energy. The mere sight of it exuded an aura of cold, lethal menace. Jiang Fan gazed upon his newly summoned companion, casting a probing glance anew. Race, undead, summoned, template, ordinary level, 24 profession, undead warrior. Employing the skill for stealth, he made the undead warrior vanish once more into the depths of the secret realm. After neutralizing the mage's projection, Jiang Fan turned his focus to locating the rogue's position on the map. The previous 2 skeletal warriors were manageable, yet the emergence of 10 undead warriors was palpable. Their very essence resonated with the unmistakable presence of second-tier beings. Upon closer inspection, he noted not only the presence of warriors and mages, but also 2 additional projections, one wielding a shield and a one-handed sword, the other brandishing dual short daggers, introducing the knight and rogue professions into the fray. This spectacle left Jiang Fan in awe of the wonders of this dual realm. It is worth mentioning that while skeletal warriors could follow Jiang Fan's commands, their limited intellect rendered their actions rather sluggish. Pain strike, mental shock, bonne spear technique, striking the enemy, inflicting 1305 damage, attributes, strength 37, constitution 36, spirit 33, agility 34, will 33 rank, tier 2 the mage, with a mere 1800 health points. Found their health bar depleted in an instant. Under the torment of the pain strike curse, the dual skills unleashed upon them resulted in excruciating agony, leading to a pitiful scream before they disintegrated into motes of light. However, the presence of normal intelligence altered the dynamics significantly. Contemplating this, Jiang Fan showed no mercy, unleashing the upgraded death trio directly upon the mage. Health, 2160-2160 mana, 1980-1980 skills, melee weapon specialization, heavy strike, charge, death cross / specialties, undead affinity, greatsword mastery, immunity to repulsion after bowing collectively. They took their positions, forming a formidable defense around him. The recruitment threshold for the Blackwing Guards required merely being in the upper echelon of the second tier, a criterion Jiang Fan had far exceeded. With his level elevated from 20 to 24, his skill set was no longer limited to the meager basic skills of the skeletal frame. He had also acquired charge and death cross slash. Goodness, are they gathering the 6 great professions to challenge me as a boss? Jiang Fan had no time to ponder, as he urged his 14 companions to confront the enemy while he soared into the sky with his wings unfurled. With the aid of the 10 undead warriors, this young knight demon could stand his ground not only against second-tier foes, but even against third-tier beings. As for the projections of warriors and knights, he was utterly unconcerned about the battle unfolding there. Firstly, this journey was dedicated to selecting new recruits for his own team, and naturally, the stronger, the better. Secondly, based on Jiang Fan's previous display of concealed prowess, who could anticipate whether greater surprises lay ahead? Indeed, as Jiang Fan soared into the air, the ground beneath him stirred, and the stealthy rogue attempting to approach was forced to halt in dismay. The moment the rogue revealed himself, Jiang Fan unleashed the incantation for the flame burst spell, and the scorching abyssal fire erupted upon him. Coupled with the assault from the undead warrior who had charged forth, executing a heavy strike and a death cross slash, the rogue projection had contributed nothing and was already subjected to a round of punishment. Suddenly, 10 more undead warriors were summoned. This was hardly thrilling. What a bore. Meanwhile, the Black Knight and the illusion demon Kalen observed the scene within the secret realm, their astonishment intensifying. However, the thick armor encasing the undead obscured their true numbers. This was hardly a contest. The abyss was not worth comparing. Once the 10 undead warriors landed, they all fixed their gaze on Jiang Fan and swiftly approached him. His undead warriors, all at level 24, possessed attributes remarkably close to those of the 2 melee projections. Moreover, among second-tier beings, they were certainly not the weakest. Within the secret realm, Jiang Fan awaited patiently, particularly noting the Black Knight, who stared in shock at the black warriors he had summoned, his expression vacant, while tumultuous thoughts surged within him. Faced with such an extraordinary circumstance, he struggled to adapt, requiring Jiang Fan to divert his focus for control. The rogue projection glanced around at his companion's plight and reluctantly returned to the mage's side, resolved to protect the main output of the team. Although the rogue projection anticipated the charge of another undead warrior and successfully controlled it with his skills, he remained powerless to prevent his companion's sacrifice. Jiang Fan's sentiments mirrored his own. Meanwhile, the knight demon Eric, witnessing Jiang Fan's display, felt ripples of emotion stir within his otherwise calm heart. In truth, the Black Knight had misjudged the situation. Once a fragile class is encircled by warriors, their maneuverability and chances of survival diminish drastically. Unlike the rogue, the undead warrior bore no flesh upon its body, hit the enemy, inflicting 700 damage. With an additional rogue projection on the ground, remaining there was perilous. For the other 3, as long as he remained airborne, the melee classes, lacking ranged capabilities in the early stages, could only watch helplessly. In the blink of an eye, 3 minutes passed, and 4 human class projections reappeared before him. Yet, Eric refrained from voicing any objections. Among the group formed by these 4 projections, the only one capable of posing a threat was the mage projection. Even devoid of sophisticated combat techniques, the mere foundation of awareness sufficed to handle most situations, though he could gauge the rogue's approximate position based on the hints provided by the panel map. However, under such distractions, the speed of resolving the battle inevitably slowed down considerably. Oh, a delightful surprise. Indeed, the 4 precious skill points were not spent in vain. After the upgrade, not only has the number of summoned entities increased, but the strength of these summons has also undergone a significant enhancement. This fellow was concealing his power all along? Exclaimed the blade demon Dick, his face alight with astonishment. Ha ha ha, how amusing! Now possessing normal intelligence, the 8 undead warriors accompanied by 4 skeletal champions exhibit overwhelming strength, rendering Jiang Fan unnecessary to intervene. Zoraktu. 476, 72, 111 Card. There is no need. He decided to continue observing. What is this? You summon me? Most importantly, the newly summoned entities have not only evolved into armored warriors, but also appear to possess normal intelligence. Though the simulation is merely a projection, it astonishingly manifests both pain and emotion. While Jiang Fan quietly reveled in joy, the onlookers outside were once again left in utter disbelief. He meticulously examined the map panel and continually compared it with the ongoing situation below. Soon, he pinpointed the rogue's location. Cackling, I have caught you. Chapter 41. The 4th round of assessment. Jiang Fan gazed at the distance of the red dots on the map, then used his mental energy to sense the position of the ground, gradually perceiving a vague, human-shaped trace. With such a trace, it became as conspicuous to a mage's keen mental acuity as a lighthouse in the dark night. This is why practitioners with strong perception find it easier to detect stealthy assassins. Jiang Fan quietly raised his skeletal scythe, gathering runes, and a white bone cage suddenly manifested at his designated location, confining the area. Oh no, I've been discovered. The rogue projection within the cage, upon realizing it was trapped, became flustered. He was quite confident in his stealth abilities, and given that the enemy was airborne, he never anticipated being detected so swiftly. The 3rd round of assessment concluded with a commendation of excellent. With their newfound intelligence, they understood clearly what actions to take without Jiang Fan needing to issue commands. Unlike the skeletal warriors who still required his directives, The knight and warrior projections at the forefront were the first to sense the collective assault from the undead warriors. Meanwhile, the priests in the rear had already prepared their spells, and swathes of healing light cascaded down, swiftly replenishing the health of the melee projections, which continued to recover gradually. Many undead found themselves at the outer edge, unable to reach their targets, and could only seek opportunities to strike from the sides. Within the realm, 8 human warriors, upon encountering numerous monsters, chose not to charge directly, but instead retreated to the vicinity of the city walls, forming a protective formation around the spellcasters. Mental impact. Bonne Speertechnique. Hit the enemy, inflicting 1440 damage with a flash of white light. Not only did the 6 fundamental class projections gather, but an additional warrior and knight projection also emerged. This was due to the projections cleverly selecting a favorable position with their backs against the city wall, limiting the number of undead warriors they faced head-on. Status: Restoration. However, the warrior's defense and health were naturally inferior to that of the knight. Thus, he generally served as the team's secondary tank, also sharing a portion of the damage output responsibilities. The skeletal warriors summoned in the first round had already sustained considerable damage, and upon being replaced by the warriors, their remnants lay scattered as mere skeletal remains. Though he had just faced defeat in this round, witnessing Jiang Fan's extraordinary prowess, he already foresaw the outcome of the assessment without needing to engage in combat. The priest, clad in a resplendent robe, was the first to chant a spell, as sacred white light gracefully descended from the heavens, bestowing a blessing of courage upon the 4 melee projections at the forefront of the team. The opposing projection group, seemingly indistinguishable from real beings, braced themselves in earnest anticipation. As a fragile class with high sensitivity and attack, being cornered in a confined space rendered their situation perilous. He stood silently, awaiting the commencement of the 4th round. And just as the next round approached, he waved his staff to initiate the Summon Undead spell, before the secondary class transition to become a shield warrior. The majority of warriors primarily followed a path of strength enhancement. After all, a high attack power allowed for swift monster slaying and leveling in the early stages. Even with the healing support from a priest, the health of the 2 warrior projections fluctuated dramatically, rising and falling unpredictably. Coupled with the area attack spell, Fire Rain, unleashed by the rear mages, the scene became quite spectacular. Charge! Charge! 58, minus 52, minus 55, minus 48, minus 60. The projections in the secret realm were no exception to Jiang Fan's expectations. Witnessing Jiang Fan's condition, the Black Knight in the audience felt his unhealed emotional wounds tear open once more. Jiang Fan, observing the familiar scene before him, remained remarkably composed. Hit enemy, inflicting damage of 732. Elena, monitor my status. Kal, output. The 2 knight projections positioned themselves at the forefront of the formation, raising their round shields in readiness. In such a vast space, it was inconceivable for the undead mage to accurately cast a cage to ensnare him without deception. A blurred figure suddenly emerged, and the skill's backstab and throat slit activated instantaneously, unleashing a series of critical strikes. Combined with the mage's spells and the ghost wolf's assaults, they swiftly dispatched a skeletal warrior. The undead warriors were unwilling to yield, hurling heavy strikes and death-cross slashes with reckless abandon. Great whirlwind. Trample. The projections responded in kind, unleashing their powerful skills against the vastly outnumbering undead warriors. In the 4th round of assessment, the enemy count 8, and you have 4 minutes of preparation time. The summoner leisurely waved his short staff, and a tall, fierce ghost wolf appeared beside him, growling softly. Now trapped in the bone cage, the rogue projection had no choice but to reveal himself, striking the skeletal prison with a dagger. Clad in heavy steel armor, they resembled indestructible mountains. Their robust physiques and unwavering will instilled immense confidence in their companions behind them. Although the warrior projections noticed the night demon, they knew that with so many monsters present, they could not use charge to reach the boss behind the throng. Here they come. Be cautious and vigilant. A flurry of damage numbers illuminated above the 4 in front, marking the official commencement of this battle. Goodness, this is just the standard setup for an 8-man dungeon raid. They had no choice but to stand at the forefront alongside the knights, acting as the main tank, albeit slightly positioned back. They then readied themselves to heal any teammates who came under attack. Upon discovering the trapped rogue, 2 undead warriors decisively activated their skills and charged forward. The steady stream of information flowed in once more, and as Jiang Fan anticipated, the enemy count had once again doubled. In the confined space, the rogue's agility was rendered useless, unable to evade the attacks of the undead warriors, forcing him to parry desperately while enduring damage to continue dismantling the skeletal structure. The knight, fortified by heavy armor and an accumulation of defensive attributes, indeed proves to be more resilient. The rogue, possessing low spell resistance, finds his vitality depleted after sustaining 2 blows, unable to break free from the skeletal prison, ultimately succumbing to his demise. Meanwhile, Jiang Fan in the air does not relent. His psychic shock skill, now upgraded to level 5, has completed its cooldown. Among the 20 skeletal warriors, 4 remain by Jiang Fan's side as guardians, while the remaining 16, accompanied by 3 skeletons serving as mere bystanders, charge forward. On another front, 8 skeletal warriors have already encircled and dispatched both the warrior and the knight. 10 more skeletal warriors, clad in dark armor and wielding greatswords, emerge, causing Jiang Fan's summoned forces to surge to 23. The Black Knight beneath the stone platform displays a moment of rigidity at this sight, for a single round could potentially obliterate the warrior projection. With a rallying cry, both forces crash into the bone prison. To avoid damaging the cage, they refrain from using the death cross slash, instead piercing through the gaps of the bones to strike the rogue within. -113, -120, -102, -108. The priest and mage stand resolutely at the rear of their formation, the hierarchy within the team unmistakably clear. Even under the relentless assault of the skeletal warriors, they maintain their steadfastness. The Mid-Autumn Festival and National Day continue to unfold. Gratitude is extended to the esteemed reader, Deep Forest L, for the monthly vote. Chapter 42, The Tempest of the Mind. As Jiang Fan observed the stalemate of the situation, he turned his gaze to his interface. Since the successful advancement of his class change, there were several new skills he had yet to utilize, and was this not the perfect moment for their deployment? In the heat of battle, indecision is the gravest folly. Should the combatants solidify their position, it would become increasingly difficult to address the matter at hand. With this thought in mind, Jiang Fan made a swift decision and dashed towards the formation of combatants. At a distance of merely several meters, he resolutely activated his new skill, and his figure vanished from behind the surrounding undead warriors. Ghostly Rush. The unforgettable gray mist world that he glimpsed during his class advancement reemerged vividly before his eyes. His body erupted like a volcano, unleashing an invisible torrent of mental and magical energy, surging forth and coalescing into a colossal tempest of energy. Could it be the mage's ultimate skill, Spatial Leap? Yet, if this demon truly possessed such a high rank, they would have been annihilated long ago, leaving no room for resistance. In the blink of an eye, 6 out of the 8 combatant projections had perished, leaving only 2 tank knights barely clinging to life. This rapid conclusion to the battle was merely due to the fact that his summoning skills had not yet cooled down. Resistance? What could they possibly use to resist him? The rogues and summoners had scant health, and their resistances were insufficient. The damage he inflicted upon them reached its zenith. Faced with such an unprecedented and terrifying skill, the projections found themselves utterly powerless. Yet, in this very moment, Jiang Fan's sudden assault inadvertently created an optimal opportunity. Fear and uncertainty flooded the hearts of the few remaining, as the portal, tightly guarded by the melee tanks, seemed to have been breached by the demon boss in an instant. A violent wave of mental energy enveloped the formation like a tempest, sweeping through the souls of each combatant projection, delivering a jarring blow to their very essence. 1,448. -1,460, -1,451, minus 1,613, minus 1,600, minus 1,590, minus 1,695, minus 1,750, minus 1,712. A piercing pain and overwhelming dizziness struck like a blade, viciously tearing through the souls of several projections, rending them from the depths of their consciousness. Mental storm is among the most formidable skills within the lineage of the night demon race. The strength and talent of this descendant are undoubtedly rare within the abyss. The damage resistance of mages and priests was not particularly remarkable, and their high spell resistance bonuses proved ineffective against the inherited skills of the night demon race, resulting in the damage values soaring to around 16 to 1700. He had been stealthily traversing the arena, intending to ambush the skeletal warriors, only to find himself caught in an unforeseen calamity. His speed surged within the gray mist world. However, this time, the gray mist world slightly overlapped with the realm of reality. Although Jiang Fan was currently within the subspace, his vision remained clear, allowing him to perceive the external world. Outside the arena, Eric was captivated upon witnessing Jiang Fan unleash a mental storm. He instantly recognized this unique psychic skill of the Night Demon clan, yet he was astonished that Jiang Fan, at merely the second tier, could comprehend it so adeptly. The swirling gray currents surged behind him, swiftly surpassing the positions of the knight and warrior projections, converging closely with the two fragile magic users at the center of the formation. Jiang Fan's sudden disappearance and reappearance startled the mage and priest projections within the secret realm, leaving them in a state of bewilderment, as if lost in a fog. Without even locating his position, Jiang Fan indiscriminately unleashed a devastating area attack that obliterated them. Above the River of Hades, even a level 25 warrior possessed only slightly over 2,000 health points. Only those of the same lineage with particularly potent bloodline power had the opportunity to learn from inherited memories. Even he had only grasped it after breaking through to the silver tier. Jiang Fan contemplated whether he could cleverly exploit this mechanism to prolong the battle. After 5 consecutive strikes, the two magic users had already endured over 8,000 points of damage. The terrifying storm unleashed powerful energy pulses, enveloping all surrounding enemies. Jiang Fan sprang forth once more from the gray mist. In a flash of inspiration, he quickly waved his hand to halt all summoned entities' attacks, encircling only the two severely wounded knights. Upon landing, without a moment's hesitation, he immediately activated the mental storm skill. The numbers representing his magical power on the panel fluctuated violently, a significant portion of his mana abruptly vanishing, as if erased from existence. They felt as though they were fish on a chopping block, at the mercy of their fate. However, Jiang Fan within the secret realm did not dwell on such thoughts. Their health points were perilously low, devoid of the priest's support, and they were on the verge of extinguishing like a dying candle in the western wind within this secret duel. Gazing at Jiang Fan's youthful visage, Eric couldn't help but feel a genuine admiration swell within him. As the undead warriors surged forth, a sudden realization about the assessment's pattern struck his mind, particularly regarding the grim fate of the rogue projection. The storm raged violently and chaotically, seemingly intent on devouring the entire world. The effect of Jiang Fan's skill landed like a heavy blow, rendering the projections utterly powerless as they shattered into luminous fragments, returning to the embrace of the secret realm. Today, Eric found himself once again awestruck by the performance of this younger clan member. The skill's radius of 5 meters resembled an invisible net, ensnaring everyone except the knights. Remarkably, his position coincidentally placed him right beside the mages and priests. The projections, initially clustered closely together to counter the fierce assault of the undead warriors, found themselves in a cramped formation. Terrifying numbers of damage erupted from them, as if consumed by invisible flames, swiftly draining their vitality to nothingness. The warrior projection possesses a remarkable damage reduction, sustaining merely around 1,400 points of damage with each attack. However, the condition of his comrades is far from optimistic. In the blink of an eye, the 3 seconds of duration have elapsed. How did the demons, previously blocked outside, suddenly emerge beside him before the battle concludes? He summons 10 skeletal warriors once more. Once the night projection falls, the radiant light that follows the completion of this assessment will refresh all his skills, allowing him to summon another 10 minions. Consequently, Jiang Fan commands a formidable legion of 42 combat units, sufficiently equipped to face any unforeseen circumstances and challenges that may arise. Chapter 43. The conclusion of the assessment, the two night projections regarded the immobile monsters before them with profound bewilderment. Yet, in the interest of survival, they cast aside their doubts and swiftly employed their restorative skills to replenish their vigor. Thus unfolded a comical scene within the secret realm. Jiang Fan, flanked by 20 imposing undead warriors and 2 resilient skeletal champions who had persevered to the end, all fixated intently on the 2 night projections in the center. Eric, observing from the sidelines, furrowed his brow in perplexity. However, upon catching sight of the encircling undead knights, he instantly comprehended Jiang Fan's intention. The blade demon, Dick, shifted his gaze, a smirk gracing his lips as he uttered, "Clever little fellow, quite the sly one, ha ha ha. Is there anything else you wish to inquire?" A flash of white light enveloped the scene, and the familiar sensation of weightlessness washed over them once more. When they regained their senses, the setting had reverted to the reality of the assessment hall. Given the night demon clan's already sparse numbers in the abyss, encountering such a remarkable lineage was a rare delight. While the Black Knight remained composed, the illusion demon Kalen, familiar with Eric, appeared somewhat taken aback. The trio approached a wooden cabinet at the edge of the hall, where Eric waved his hand to summon 2 bronze plaques from within, which he then presented to Jiang Fan and the Black Knight. "You performed admirably," he remarked. Upon hearing Jiang Fan's inquiry, Dick's eyes sparkled with admiration, and his smile broadened. Suddenly, in the secret realm, Jiang Fan heard Eric's voice resonate through the air, followed by a wave of mental energy rising from the surroundings, causing the night projections to vanish instantly. It was Jiang Fan's first experience of Eric speaking so softly to someone, while a tinge of jealousy flickered within him. He dared not harbor any malicious thoughts. An idea struck Jiang Fan. He pondered whether discoveries in other locations might also yield rewards. Unless one possessed strength that ascended to the pinnacle of the food chain, relying solely on solitary endeavors was a foolish undertaking. From this day forth, you shall become members of the Black Wing Guard's 8th Squad, under the leadership of Dick and myself. You may venture into the Dark Forest, Eric stated, his tone measured. Given your current limitations, you are not yet qualified for hunting missions. For now, serve as guardians in the duel arena and focus on enhancing your abilities. Despite his astonishment at Jiang Fan's combat prowess, Eric recognized that he did not belong to a combat unit and was not beholden to any particular squad, thus alleviating any concerns of rivalry over resources. Nevertheless, he made a mental note of the unfolding events. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Fan slowly asked, "Lord Eric, do you have any recommendations for places conducive to rapidly enhancing one's strength?" A true hero is supported by 3 allies. If Jiang Fan were to succeed through cunning, the subsequent rounds would undoubtedly lose their significance. Today, Eric had brought Jiang Fan to the assessment, leaving a thread of goodwill that he hoped to strengthen in future encounters. Very well, you are the chief, and your word is law. However, capturing living battle slaves is indeed not conducive to swiftly enhancing one's strength. The Black Knight, clutching the bronze insignia in his hand, shook his head in bewilderment. The night demon, Eric, cast a sidelong glance at Dick and declined. As for the illusion demon, Karen, he remained relatively composed. Observing the continued brevity of his words, Dick could not help but elaborate. That place is teeming with various species. It is one of the hunting grounds for low-tier battle slaves, and the circumstances therein have already been ascertained by the Blackwing Guards. Of course, should any new discoveries arise, you may submit them, and the duel arena will reward you accordingly. Meanwhile, the Black Knight felt increasingly despondent upon hearing this. The death duel arena has little in the way of rules. After some intricate details, you will come to understand them. Follow me, he instructed. Dick, grinning, winked at Jiang Fan, unfazed by the rejection. Abyssal creatures, though inclined toward chaos, inherently possess the blood of submission to the strong. It is their instinct. Eric cast a penetrating gaze at Jiang Fan before uttering a remark. Dick, with a playful smirk, chimed in, "Ah, little black, you certainly won't be entering the fray. But I believe Osiris could join the hunt. In the bottomless abyss, conflicts and bloodshed for the sake of resources are commonplace. Rewards?" The night demon Eric queried, addressing the magical array. Less chatter. The two, possessing profound wisdom and well-versed in the assessment rules, pondered briefly and quickly discerned Jiang Fan's intentions. Very well. You have passed your assessment. Step down. However, I implore you to utilize this opportunity wisely. The Blackwing Guards conduct assessments annually, and those who fail will be eliminated. Eric uttered a few characters, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He continued, during the second-tier period, every 30 abyssal days, you may receive 50 soul stones. Present this insignia at the Hall of Stewards to claim them, with additional tasks being compensated separately. Having confirmed his successful assessment, Jiang Fan descended from the stone platform and approached the group. Unlike the conflicted expression revealed on the Black Knight's face behind his armor, the joy and admiration on Dick's visage were nearly overflowing. Having witnessed Jiang Fan's displayed prowess, the Black Knight was acutely aware that he was not only outmatched, but also felt a profound fear that opposing Jiang Fan might be as simple as slaughtering livestock. The Night Demon Eric nodded at both Jiang Fan and the Black Knight, leading them toward the side of the hall. Dick, still grinning, inquired, "What have you discovered?" "You two must report to the duel square every night and may not leave without cause. You may manage your time freely during the day." As a being of chaotic good, he was eager to forge friendships with such powerful entities. Upon encountering individuals of extraordinary potential, one must strive to eliminate those who can be vanquished and absorb their essence. For those who cannot be destroyed, it is prudent to forge alliances. As the lieutenant to the Night Demon Eric, he was tasked with the formation of the 8th Brigade of the Blackwing Guard. The arrival of such a promising recruit filled him with immense joy. The Blackwing Guard is charged with ensuring the safety of the dueling grounds, as well as undertaking the hunting of combat slaves. I have discovered a vein of soulstone ore. Chapter 44. The shadowy forest. Eric and Dick exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a moment of astonishment. With a voice laden with gravity, they urged, "Elaborate on what you know." Omitting nothing, Jiang Fan, observing their demeanor, began to recount his discoveries within the insect demon cave, including the unexpected encounter with 3 visitors during his second return, though he discreetly refrained from mentioning the incident involving the soul stones. He was not foolish. Although the strength displayed in the dueling arena made it improbable that he would be compelled to surrender the soul stones, the allure of wealth could incite greed. In a crowded setting with many eyes present, should word spread, it might attract the attention of more formidable beings, thereby inviting trouble upon himself. After Jiang Fan's narration, Eric and Dick's expressions turned grave. Before Jiang Fan unfolded the unique allure of an alternate dimension civilization and the steadfast belief of an ancient race in their future, he realized that unlike the Valley of Death, which harbored only low-tier entities, he might encounter beings of silver rank there as well. Upon exiting the building, he encountered the Black Knight Norton. Following the route described by Karen, he finally arrived before a rather enigmatic metallic door. The scrolls made of sheepskin were indeed invaluable secrets of the dueling arena. The walls of the house were artfully constructed from massive stone blocks, adorned with a plethora of intricate patterns that dazzled the eye. It was the quintessential representation of a young demon from a new era. Compared to the chaotic evil and neutral factions, Jiang Fan preferred to engage with such beings, for at least they were not deranged. The lofty ceiling and gentle magical illumination bestowed a sense of solemnity and grandeur upon the hall. Here, the intertwining of knowledge, magic, and creation technologies painted a breathtakingly beautiful tapestry. "Let's proceed," Karen said before taking his leave. These stone edifices were not merely the fruits of their labor, but also reflections of their beliefs, thoughts, and various aspects of life. Who could claim that demons lacked benevolent individuals? Remembering the recommendation from the Night Demon Elder, Jiang Fan retrieved the sheepskin map he had previously purchased and began to examine it under the dim light. "Hey, Osiris," he called, then turned to Karen beside him, instructing, lead them to select their chambers. Karen spoke softly, guiding Jiang Fan and the Black Knight onward. With Karen's assistance, they inscribed their mental sigils upon the runes of the stone door, thereby ensuring that only they could access the room henceforth. The air within the hall was dry and pleasant, a refreshing aroma wafting around. The walls were embedded with countless gems that twinkled with faint light, illuminating the neatly arranged sheepskin scrolls in the cabinets. According to Karen's introduction, the death dueling arena housed a dedicated resource room, located in a corner of the steward's hall. "Are you preparing to step out?" Jiang Fan mused, finding Karen to be quite commendable. As a chaotic good illusionist, he not only exhibited proficiency in his craft, but also possessed eloquence, and most importantly, he understood the value of camaraderie, leaving one feeling invigorated. Race. Black Knight on the return journey. Jiang Fan learned that the Black Knight was named Norton, who had also just arrived today to participate in the Black Wing Guard assessment. They were of the same rank. The intricate totems representing spiritual beliefs and numerous extraordinary beings symbolizing boundless power adorned the surroundings. Fortunately, the Death Arena had an extensive understanding of that area, with tribes of creatures above the silver rank already marked internally for their race, quantity, and approximate locations where they typically resided. Jiang Fan only needed to visit the Hall of Stewards to consult the records. Furrowing his brow in contemplation for a moment, Jiang Fan rose and slowly approached the door. Level 29 Profession. Knight. After a brief pause, Eric spoke to Jiang Fan. This heavy and sturdy door bore intricate runes and magical formations, silently warning all who approached. Entering forcefully shall bear consequences. With a determined push, Jiang Fan opened the metal door and stepped into a spacious and well-lit chamber. Coincidentally, I am heading there as well. Shall we go together? Jiang Fan and Norton stepped out of the courtyard, following the winding path towards the Hall of Stewards. Jiang Fan pondered silently whether the craftsmanship originated from dwarves or another race. Alone in the stone house, Jiang Fan organized the experiences and thoughts of his day. From the situation you described, it appears that the orcs from Campus Hill are involved. You need not concern yourself further. I will inform you once there are developments. Attributes: Strength 103, Constitution 124, Spirit 55, Will 63, Agility 70 rank, 2nd tier health, 60, 260, 200 mana, 2,750, 2750 specialties. Dark Affinity, Shield Proficiency, Constitution Enhancement block. Jiang Fan could no longer move about freely as before. A single misstep could lead to dire consequences against a formidable opponent. I intend to seek some information at the Hall of Stewards, Jiang Fan replied. Jiang Fan and the Black Knight selected an unoccupied courtyard, each choosing their respective rooms. The Black Knight had reached level 29, just one step away from the 3rd tier, yet his attributes were not significantly superior to Jiang Fan's. The dark forest was dense with trees and diverse flora, situated slightly farther north of the Crimson Fortress than the Death Valley. After speaking, he turned decisively and swiftly led Dick out of the hall. The rightmost row of courtyards is vacant. You two may choose one to reside in. Each courtyard has 4 rooms, which should suffice. He guided the 2 of them out of the hall, circling around the Hall of Stewards and the dual square, arriving before a cluster of stone edifices. Suddenly, a deep and magnetic voice inquired from behind them. These stone structures were adorned with solemn and mysterious details, evoking an aura of ancient fantasy. Scattered across the expanse of ground are a series of stone edifices, each bearing a distinct architectural style. Despite their varying sizes, the meticulous arrangement bestows an air of order rather than chaos. These structures are inhabited by numerous tribes of dark creatures, leading the guards of the arena to frequently venture forth to capture combat slaves. From a vantage point overlooking the entire complex, one can appreciate the intricate carvings and murals, each a testament to the artisan's dedication and ingenuity. As they journeyed, a steady stream of words flowed from his lips, as he meticulously elucidated the myriad rules and circumstances of the death arena, effectively assuming the role of a guide. What would you like to know? The illusionist Kalen chuckled softly, his tone gentle as he invited, "Come with me, esteemed guests." Having successfully integrated into the death arena, Eric no longer needed to remind Jiang Fan of his nightly duty as a guard. It was imperative for him to attend, for it was his sole source of experience within the city. However, he could not afford to squander his daytime hours idly. Turning around, Jiang Fan noticed another illusionist seated beside a table behind the door. The sheer size of the metallic door, or rather the diminutive stature of the illusionist, had led Jiang Fan to overlook him upon entering. Chapter 45. The Abyssal Ancient Tree. This illusionary demon possesses a compact, yet formidable physique, exuding a subtle air of scholarly wisdom. Despite his relatively diminutive stature, his countenance is notably grave, radiating an innate authority that commands respect without the need for anger. Race: Demon, Illusionary Demon. Template: Ordinary. Level: 45. Profession: Scholar. Attributes: Strength 47, Constitution 48, Spirit 138, Will 87, Agility 46. Rank: Silver Tier 4. Health points: 11520, 11520. Mana points: 21120, 21,120. Special abilities: Devouring, Mind Manipulation, Contract Crafting, Mental Enhancement. I seek to peruse the secret scroll concerning the Dark Forest. Numerous dark beings inhabit this forest, seldom engaging with the outside world. Upon grasping the situation, Jiang Fan temporarily set aside his anxieties. To embark on the path of a scholar, one must not only possess exceptionally high spiritual attributes, but also demonstrate an extraordinary capacity for memorization, necessitating the reading of voluminous texts to accumulate a wealth of knowledge. This profession epitomizes wisdom and serves as a repository of knowledge. Jiang Fan strode toward the left wall, counting until he reached the 6th cabinet, where he halted and squinted to search meticulously. However, Knight Demon Eric, having witnessed Jiang Fan's own prowess alongside that of his numerous summoned entities, could only offer an unequivocal recommendation. Their existence is entirely reliant on the myriad creatures and diverse plant fruits within the forest, creating a unique ecological balance. Jiang Fan was taken aback. The map he had purchased merely indicated the presence of silver tier creatures within the dark forest, with even golden tier beings being a rare encounter. Yet, he never anticipated the concealment of such a formidable boss in this locale. As a golden tier powerhouse, Eric's perspective is astutely discerning. Were it any other individual, such a statement might border on the audacious. In the shadows, eyes gleaming with a crimson hue, cold arrows and spells suddenly assail from the darkness, with enemies and traps lurking at every turn. Anyone daring to enter the dark forest must be prepared to confront all manner of peril. What astonished Jiang Fan most was the existence of an ancient plant life, the Abyssal Ancient Tree, at the very heart of the dark forest. As the name suggests, the dark forest is an immense, boundless thicket. No one knows the precise strength of the Abyssal Ancient Tree. Years ago, a legendary being, in its arrogance, sought to provoke it, but never returned. Every scholar is a master of vast knowledge and holds a revered status among the combatants of the Allen continent. According to the scroll's description, certain peculiar fruits borne by the unique flora of the dark forest possess extraordinary effects, leaving one to ponder how such consumption might manifest in Jiang Fan's attribute panel. Today marks your inaugural watch together. I shall escort you. He rose, approached the door, and, upon opening it, discovered Kalen standing outside with the Black Knight Norton. After examining the secret scroll of the dark forest, Jiang Fan had developed a profound understanding of the map. It was time to embark on his journey. The gnarled roots of ancient trees burrowed deep into the earth, ensuring that no creature venturing into the dark forest could escape their awareness. This revelation prompted Jiang Fan to reflect on the devilish cartographer, who had indeed crafted a treacherous landscape. How could one neglect to mention the dormant elder tree? Should an unsuspecting fool wander into the central region and inadvertently disturb the ancient guardian, there would be no return. Suppressing the urge to curse, he lowered his gaze and continued reading. Were there more beings than the necromancer? This elder tree had stood for countless years at the heart of the dark forest, its canopy stretching infinitely like a verdant umbrella, casting a shadow over the woods. Furthermore, the sheer abundance of creatures presented a remarkable opportunity for Jiang Fan. Scholars were a rare breed among the pantheon. The blood moon in the sky had begun its descent towards the west. In the dark forest, every corner was replete with mystery and peril. Facing multiple adversaries was a daunting challenge for any being, yet this did not apply to the necromancer. The illusionary spirit gently tapped its head, pondering briefly before replying. This is 103240 32413860440001. Countless ancient and robust trees intertwined with various shrubs, thorns, and other flora, forming formidable barriers that completely isolated the forest from the outside world. Jiang Fan responded courteously. Fortunately, the elder tree remained in a perpetual slumber, surrounded by numerous offspring, making it unlikely for intruders to approach without being noticed. The dark forest was home to a multitude of dark creatures, including dark elves, goblins, troglodytes, banshees, and undead tribes, all meticulously documented alongside their silver tier leaders' locations. No wonder Eric had recommended that he venture to the dark forest. Beyond the mysterious and dangerous allure he had just encountered, the forest offered unparalleled advantages, resources aplenty. It was teeming with a vast, dark creature population, numerous wandering demons, and the fruits of various magical plants. As night fell and dusk enveloped the land, Jiang Fan set the scroll aside and nodded at the illusionary spirit at the entrance. He stepped out of the hall towards his dwelling, his footsteps noticeably lighter. Due to his duty at the dueling plaza that night, Jiang Fan knew he could not venture into the dark forest today and would have to postpone his plans until tomorrow. Recent events had heightened his urgency to bolster his strength, subtly influencing his emotions. Unable to take the scroll with him, he cautiously unfurled the parchment and meticulously studied its contents, committing what he deemed significant to memory. Of course, the dark forest also served as a haven for many solitary demons. Each parchment bears a distinct number on its exterior, and Jiang Fan swiftly located the corresponding secret scroll in order. 104,401. With both day and night upgrade issues resolved, a sense of tranquility enveloped Jiang Fan. The blood moon had just set, and as he rested indoors, he sensed a series of fluctuations emanating from the magical array at the entrance. The abyssal ancient tree had existed for an unfathomably long time, so long that even the oldest legendary beings of the 899th plane were unaware of its age. Found it. Karen smiled and nodded at Jiang Fan, speaking up. The three exited the stone edifice and walked towards the dueling arena. Instead of using the main entrance, they presented their identity badges to the guards and entered through a side gate into the arena. Chapter 46. The Duel Arena. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. As the three entered the energy shield surrounding the square, the cacophony of sounds erupted like a tsunami. Jiang Fan stepped out of the passageway alongside the others, and the scene that unfolded before him ignited a fervor within his veins. The expansive stands were filled to the brim with spectators eager to witness the combat, their voices a symphony of anticipation and excitement, creating a deafening roar that reverberated through the air. Amidst the clamor, one could discern shouts of encouragement, fervent cheers, and even passionate curses. The attire of the audience varied greatly, ranging from opulent silk robes of mages to simple leather tunics and heavy, robust metal armor. Rend that scoundrel to shreds. As the thunderous cheers surged, two black-winged guards escorted the duelists from the side passages, their presence eliciting a wave of enthusiastic cries from the crowd. They made their way to the duel stone platform, where the guards conferred briefly with the referee. Seizing the moment before the duel commenced, Jiang Fan couldn't help but smile at the raucous call from below, casting a particularly bloodthirsty gaze at his opponent. Adan, the adversary of Gagucha, was a novice who had just obtained his 4-star warrior certification in the arena, yet he had yet to garner any renown among the spectators. Jiang Fan's attention was momentarily drawn upwards as he surveyed the arena, noting that apart from the central stone platform, the other dual platforms were adorned with various rune arrays, eagerly awaiting the combatants to step forth and engage in fierce battles. There were even some burly orc warriors, brazenly bare-chested, enticing nearby dark elves and succubi, their eyes glistening with anticipation. They clutched their betting slips, their faces alight with excitement and tension, their gazes shimmering with a fervent desire for combat and the sweet taste of victory. Race, Half-Dragon, Template, Ordinary, both sides prepare. The duel begins. A golden tier referee surveyed the two combatants with a discerning eye before gesturing lightly. Xiao Ao, Xiao He, you have finally arrived. The resonant voice emanated from the horn, amplified countless times, harmonizing with the raucous cheers of the audience below, propelling the fervent atmosphere to a fever pitch. It was unmistakable that this was yet another marvel of the ingenious goblin race, renowned inventors of both the main realm and the abyss. Moments latte. A thunderous voice in demonic tongue echoed over the duel arena. Let us observe for a moment. We are the third. The arrival of this group of spectators breathed vibrant life into the colossal duel arena. The first duel, Gaguchalu of the Bear Clan versus Adon of the Half-Dragon Clan. However, Adon soon suppressed the fury that welled within him. He patiently awaited the commencement of the duel, remaining steadfast in his composure. Attributes: Strength 119, Constitution 120, Spirit 80, Will 79, Agility 80. Rank: Silver Tier 4. Template: Ordinary. Race: Bearman. Just moments ago, the jovial Dick suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. With his hands gently clasped before him, he gazed contemplatively towards the duel arena on his right. Jiang Fan cast a sidelong glance at Karen, who shrugged with an expression of resignation, turning to take his leave. Jiang Fan understood that Dick had deliberately prevented him from speaking. Health points: 26, 426, 400 magic points. 24, 0, 0, 0, 24, 0, 0, 0 specialties. Dark Affinity, Fire Affinity, Blocking. Dragon Bloodline, Basic Resistance. Upon his last visit to the dueling grounds, he had not taken a thorough look. To his surprise, at the highest vantage point of the surrounding stands, for enormous horns were positioned. The formal duel had yet to unfold, and the grand arena lay empty save for a few stone platforms. The Bearman warrior, adorned with a dense coat of brown fur and bulging muscles, bore a massive scar that ran across his cheek, adding a fearsome quality to his visage. Adon clenched his steel teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes brimming with a murderous intent that seemed on the verge of eruption. The Bearman, named Gaguchalu, was a 4-star fighter, having survived numerous encounters in the arena, each time relying on his formidable constitution and strength to vanquish his foes, thus garnering a small following among the spectators. Jiang Fan observed the sly smile on the knife demon Dick's face, his lips twitching slightly, while Norton appeared utterly bewildered. Health points: 28, 828, 800 magic points, 19. 219, 200 specialties. Dark Affinity, Lightning Affinity, Constitution Enhancement, Blocking, Heavy Strike. D. You cockroach, shouted a member of the Blackwing Guard. Kill him! Kill him! The two duelists exchanged fierce glances before stepping through the energy barrier and onto the stone platform. Their menacing aura intensified the tension in the arena. Groups of demons and dark creatures began activating rune formations around the stone-paved ground. Dick, observing Norton's perplexed expression, wore an even more smug smile. Karen led Jiang Fan and Norton across scattered duel platforms until they arrived at a slightly larger stone platform in the center. With a command from the Golden Arbiter, a flash of light illuminated the energy barrier, enveloping the stone platform in a protective cocoon. This energy shield resembled an invisible, transparent glass, isolating the platform from the outside world. A prestigious golden tier archfiend behaving in such a manner, truly a lunatic. What species could he have been in his past life? Jiang Fan began to suspect that within Dick's demonic form lay the awakened soul of a mantis shrimp. Consequently, there were few spectators who held him in high regard, and many even derided him for his bloodline, sneering at him contemptuously. At this moment, a tall and robust figure stood silently in place. Surprised, are you? Today's referee is none other than myself. Level: 47, Profession: Dragonblood Warrior. Attributes: Strength 130, Constitution 110, Spirit 100, Will 80, Agility 85. Rank: Silver Tier 4. The battle of life and death is about to commence. Jiang Fan gazed from a distance, confirming that the range fell within his talent absorption capacity, while discreetly casting a probing spell. Level: 45, Profession: Warrior Gaguchalu. Gaguchalu. Although Adon was a novice, he understood that anger was futile Only through his own strength and wisdom could he emerge victorious in this duel, silencing the pests who mocked and insulted him. As the two engaged in a genuine battle, the dueling stone platform did not activate any secret realm transformations, but merely isolated the arena from the outside world, preventing the energy of their conflict from spilling over to the spectators. At this moment, the entire duel arena seemed to be pressed on pause, all sounds fading away, leaving only the heavy breaths of the two combatants and the gentle whispers of the breeze along the edges. In this duel, they would exert every ounce of their strength for life and honor. Chapter 47. The Half-Dragon. Aiden, who do you favor? Dick suddenly turned to Jiang Fan, the intention behind his inquiry remaining ambiguous. The Half-Dragon, Jiang Fan replied resolutely, his gaze fixed on the attributes displayed on the panel. In his eyes, although Aiden's physique slightly lagged behind that of the bear warrior, he excelled in other aspects. More importantly, Jiang Fan held immense confidence in Aiden's specialty, dragon bloodline. The orc warrior's innate battle skill, War Roar, surged forth. War Roar. Active skill, strength attribute 10, movement speed 10, damage effect 10, mana cost 500, duration 3 minutes. Cooldown 10 minutes. Aiden offered Guguchulu no respite. In a previous life, Jiang Fan had witnessed a player gain considerable fame on the forum after acquiring this specialty. Indeed, it was the player who had transitioned to a dragon blood warrior. Thus, he bore a profound impression of the strength and terror embedded within this specialty. With a powerful swing of his dragon tail, Aiden struck Guguchulu, who was unable to evade, sending him stumbling forward several paces. The immense impact seemed to reverberate throughout the entire duel arena. Suddenly, Guguchulu let out a ferocious roar, unleashing a potent wave of energy from within. He traced a semicircular arc with his bare paw, conjuring a massive phantom of his claw that materialized in the air, releasing an invisible shockwave in its wake. Standing at an imposing 4 meters tall, Guguchulu was endowed with unparalleled ferocity, his momentum intensifying as he charged forward. His eyes glinted with savagery as he swiftly approached Aiden, raising his bare paw high for a devastating strike. Though Aiden's physique was robust, it appeared somewhat diminutive in comparison to Guguchulu. A strong wave of dizziness washed over Guguchulu, causing him to shake his head and retreat. Finish him! Aiden, finish him! Yet for the two combatants atop the stone platform, this was merely the beginning. Aiden's expression grew serious as a blue light flickered around him, invoking his unique skill. Every punch delivered with palpable force sent the audience into a frenzy, their cheers, screams, and roars intertwining like an exhilarating battle anthem. Sensing imminent danger, Guguchulu quickly turned, attempting to block with his bare paw. Jiang Fan observed the continuous barrage of damage points accumulating on both warriors, his eyelids twitching. The skill's glow enveloped Guguchulu's paw as it came crashing down upon Aiden. Unyielding, Aiden propelled himself forward, his entire body colliding directly with Guguchulu's chest. In that fleeting moment, their physical forms clashed violently. Guguchulu's mighty roar resonated through the arena, the pain only igniting his wild fighting spirit as he charged once more at the half-dragon Aiden. Dick, surprised by Jiang Fan's unwavering conviction, briefly widened his eyes before turning to inquire of Norton beside him. Upon hearing the audience's fervent cries of trust in the bearman Guguchulu, he hesitated momentarily before responding. I have faith in Guguchulu. Dick chuckled upon hearing this, while Norton awaited his analysis. Yet he calmly turned his head to observe the unfolding event, offering no commentary. With a powerful thud, he propelled himself toward Adon like a cannonball. The Black Knight Norton glanced at Jiang Fan, who remained unperturbed, before redirecting his gaze to the dueling stone platform. Amidst the swirling dust, Guguchulu widened his eyes as he watched Adon escape from beneath his bare paws, darting behind him like a bolt of lightning. Upon hearing the referee's voice, Guguchulu let out a thunderous roar, activating his formidable skill. This was his signature move and the secret to his numerous victories in duels. Faced with Guguchulu's enormous bear paw swinging toward him, Adon showed no fear, deftly sidestepping and evading the attack with ease. The energy from the impact of the bear paw's phantom struck Aiden's side, sending him staggering several meters back. crashing down onto the stone platform. The exchange of assaults between the two was swift, a seamless transition from offense to defense occurring in an instant. Guguchulu bellowed in fury, attempting to block the dragon tail's strike with his massive paw, only to be caught off guard by the tail's cunning angle, causing his colossal head to jolt violently. Retreating to a corner of the arena, Guguchulu panted heavily, still recovering from the recent injury, only to see Adon swiftly approaching once more, launching another deadly claw strike. The audience was ignited with fervor by this display of raw power, erupting into cheers for Aiden's remarkable performance, their excitement peaking at Guguchulu's fall. The size of the bear man Guguchulu swelled even larger, his brown fur standing erect like a sword, as if to pierce through the very stone platform itself. Yet, he did not lose his fighting spirit. His eyes fixated furiously on the half-dragon, enduring the searing pain as he slowly rose from the ground, hatred unmistakably flickering in his gaze. His furry paw pressed against his burned wound. He charged at Adon with another roar of rage. The Black Knight observed the two combatants for a while, unable to discern anything particularly special about them. Dragon transformation, active skill, awakens the dragon bloodline within. Enhancing physical attack 10, magic attack 10, resistance 10, damage reduction 5, consuming 1,000 mana, lasting 5 minutes, cooldown 20 minutes. Just as he approached swiftly, Adon leaped into the air, a dragon's roar emanating from his mouth, transforming into a formidable dragon, his tail striking like a steel whip toward Guguchulu's head. They understood that as long as there was breath left, the tide of battle could still turn. In Jiang Fan's eyes, that strike dealt over 1,000 points of damage. Guguchulu pursued without hesitation. Ha ha ha, it's a perfect tie. Under the influence of the skill's effects, his palms transformed into sharp dragon claws, and scales began to emerge from his skin, while even his pupils narrowed into slender black lines. This, however, also signified his agility and swiftness. The hybrid bloodline of dragon and human endowed him with the virtues of both, immense strength and exceptional reflexes. A crowd that had initially supported Guguchulu soon turned to vehemently berate him. Debris flew in all directions as energy surged. He leapt into the air, his dragon claws tracing an elegant arc, once again launching an assault on Guguchulu. This time, he unleashed the special skill of the half-dragon, Dragon Breath Cannon. A torrent of searing breath erupted from his mouth, hurtling towards Guguchulu with tremendous force. What do you think, Xiaohong? The dragon bloodline is a specialization possessed only by beings with a trace of dragon heritage within them. Aiden's appearance was initially indistinguishable from that of an ordinary human, save for the dragon tail protruding from his back. Yet, the potency of the dragon breath far exceeded his expectations. He barely had time to emit a cry of agony before being struck directly by the dragon breath cannon, collapsing to the ground in torment. A large patch of his bare hide singed. Nevertheless, this pained bear man did not falter. Adon, undeterred, charged forward with his claws drawn, engaging in a fierce struggle with Guguchulu. Useless. Useless. The force of his strikes and the speed of his movements generated sonic booms in the air. As the moonlight shines brightly and the gentle breeze dances, may families rejoice in their reunion. The moon is radiant, the wind is gentle, and happiness fills our hearts. My friends, wishing you a joyous Mid-Autumn Festival. Chapter 48. Fragment of skills after suffering severe injuries. Guguchulu's stamina began to wane. His movements grew sluggish, failing to evade Aiden's relentless pursuit, resulting in a heavy blow from a claw. This strike forced Guguchulu to stagger backward several steps, leaving a deep wound on his chest and causing his vitality to plummet dramatically. In stark contrast, Adon appeared increasingly invigorated. The cacophony of the surroundings seemed to fuel their emotions, and with reddened eyes, they charged at each other once more, entangled in a fierce struggle. However, the tides of battle were clearly turning in Aiden's favor. Reflecting on his luck since his arrival, Jiang Fan was reluctant to acknowledge his underlying misfortune, realizing that the coveted golden rewards were likely beyond his reach. Nevertheless, acquiring even a mundane skill would suffice for Jiang Fan as long as he possessed formidable attributes. The effectiveness of the skills would inevitably be commendable. In that moment, he felt like a victor. The officials of the Death Duel Arena were acutely aware of the importance of seizing the moment. Just as the previous life and death battle concluded, the herald's trumpet once again resonated with announcements. Fearful of a sudden, crushing blow from the flame demon, you constantly retreated on his short legs, his gaze fixed intently on Diarolo's every movement. Guguchulu's heart had been pierced, a large dragon claw protruding from his back, dripping with blood. He swayed unsteadily, losing his balance before crashing heavily to the ground. Aiden's right shoulder was charred black, wisps of smoke curling upwards. He withdrew his claw, struggling to regain his footing, yet his strength seemed utterly depleted, causing his entire body to sway uncontrollably. This was a contest of life and death. At last, the frenzy on the stone platform gradually subsided, revealing two rigid figures amidst the dust. Diarolo remained silent, steadily advancing with his great sword raised behind him, its fiery tail flickering like a serpent of flames trailing behind. Quite perceptive came the voice of Dick, who had noticed Jiang Fan's sudden stupor. Gazing down at Guguchulu's massive corpse, his eyes sparkled not just with excitement, but also with a hint of bloodthirsty exhilaration. The familiar scent was upon him. Jiang Fan, observing the two probabilities behind him, suddenly recalled the prevalent gaming probability laws from Blue Star. His voice echoed across the arena, sounding as harsh as a horse duck. Guguchulu recognized this as his final opportunity. With a mighty roar, he unleashed arcs of electricity from his palms, charging towards the fiery dragon claw. The new opponents emerged from the passage. As the second referee issued the command, the duel officially commenced. The goblin shaman swiftly waved his staff, casting lightness spell upon himself before rapidly retreating, cautiously maintaining distance from the flame demon Diarolo. He was not a demonic creature, and thus could not immediately consume the spoils of battle, watching instead as the staff members dragged away the corpse of the bear man. Much to the envy of many demons present, Adon forcefully tossed his head, determination gleaming in his eyes, and raised his head to emit a series of furious roars. The goblin stands at a height of less than 1.5 meters, with a slender physique that gives it an appearance of fragility. Dressed in an oversized robe that envelopes its emaciated body, it looks particularly disheveled. Template, ordinary skill fragment. Shards formed from the combat memories extracted from the souls of the deceased. Collecting 1 out of 100 can randomly synthesize a skill. Indeed, quite splendid. Experience points 49. As the echoes of cheers resonate in his ears, even Jiang Fan feels a surge of fervor within. He yearns no longer to wield a skeletal scythe against foes. Having once been a mage, who would wish to revert to the life of a warrior? A brute. Adon. Race. Demon fire. Demon template. Ordinary. The green light in the air bursts forth, transforming into countless droplets that envelop Diarolo. Simultaneously, Yu continues to brandish her staff, chanting ancient incantations to envelop herself in a thick layer of magical protection. In stark contrast to the fire demon Diarolo, Yu appears to be considerably smaller. Diarolo, a towering figure, is encased in blazing flames, resembling a colossal moving inferno. Roar! As Diarolo enters range, a brief syllable resonates, and the wand in Yu's hand emits a blinding green light, swiftly shooting toward Diarolo. The cacophony of noise, cheers, roars, and exclamations erupts once more, converging into a singular wave of sound. Adon. Jiang Fan casts a detection spell, noting that this confrontation involves 2 Tier 3 beings. The half-dragon fighter has concluded his battle and returned alone to the rear hall of the duel arena for rest. Level 38 Profession, Fire Mage. The audience in the stands, awakened by the resounding voice, begins to stir. After several rounds, seeing Guguchulu's increasingly feeble state, a sinister smile spreads across Adon's face. With a flick of his tail, the surrounding air warps from the heat. His crimson eyes emit 2 searing beams, instilling an overwhelming sense of authority merely through a shared glance. He has poured all his strength into this counterattack. Thunderous might. The assaults of the two once again intertwine, unleashing an unprecedented wave of energy that envelopes the entire dual stone platform, causing ripples to dance across the energy shield. Health: 11160, 11160 mana, 10,800 specialties. Devour: fire affinity, intermediate resistance, life drain. Seizing the opportunity, a flame suddenly erupts from his dragon claw, illuminating the entire stone platform as bright as day. In the glow of the fire, Aiden's figure appears even more colossal and formidable, resembling an indomitable giant. The two newly entered ordinary template beings are classified as 3-star fighters in this arena of death. The spectators below are left awestruck by the intensity of the battle, momentarily forgetting cheer. In hand, a wooden staff gleams, its top adorned with a gem that flickers with an eerie green light. Suddenly, an external remark interrupted Jiang Fan's thoughts. Skill Fragment 194. 75 chance to synthesize a common white skill. 5 chance to synthesize a rare purple skill. 0. 25 chance to synthesize a special golden skill. 8 Ant. Health: 7,800 mana. 11400, 11400 specialization. Dark affinity, totem crafting, mobile casting. Indeed, there was a gain. Jiang Fan hastily opened the panel to check. In the second duel, the Flame Demon Clan's Diao Luo faced off against the Goblin Clan's Yu. Level: 39 Profession. Goblin Priest Attributes. Strength 60, Constitution 65, Spirit 95, Will 87, Agility 70 rank. Tier 3 as long as it is not 100. It is infinitely equal to 0 attributes. Strength 92, Constitution 93, Spirit 90, Will 64, Agility 65 rank. Tier 3. Suddenly, a surge of soul energy drifted in from afar, merging into his body, instantly awakening him. Perhaps due to the lack of renown of these two, the audience below was abuzz with chatter, various shouts filling the air, creating a cacophony across the plaza. What are you dawdling for? Race, Goblin. Acknowledging his misjudgment, the Black Knight felt slightly embarrassed, though his helmet concealed any discernible expression. Diao Luo remained undeterred, opening his mouth to unleash a torrent of searing flames from his throat. The flames collided with green droplets in the air, releasing a thick steam that hissed and crackled. After a moment of stalemate, the green droplets were gradually consumed by the blazing flames, leaving only wisps of light green mist rising into the air. Gratitude is extended to the discerning bookworms, the taxi-driving MBA, the professional pit digger of 30 years. Ainan Nanmu Li, the 10th butterfly of the vast dream, the ebb and flow of fate, 0170, 9850, Qing Mu Tsonglang, 6030, Eastern Fantasy Sky, Zhe Chao Jun. 10 years of bookworms and a century of book immortals. B.Y. Jun Jia, the mischievous little pig, and the sunlight tilting towards the city for their monthly votes. Chapter 49. The third match. Seeing the situation, Yu swiftly maneuvered away, evading like an eel as he sought to find a flaw in Diallo's defenses. Witnessing his spells effortlessly countered, a sense of unease gripped his heart. He realized that he could not confront Diallo head-on with his current strength. He had to devise a strategy to outmaneuver him, gradually depleting his opponent's stamina. Thus, Yu began to traverse the arena with agility, wielding his wand and unleashing a barrage of magical attacks. A magical shield shimmered around him, absorbing a considerable amount of Diallo's fiery assaults. Although the shield was soon incinerated by Diallo's flames, Yu remained unfazed. At that moment, Diallo suddenly leapt high into the air, launching himself toward Yu with a swift stride. His barbed tail, lashing out like a whip, aimed at Yu's head. Reacting promptly, Yu dodged to the side, while simultaneously firing a series of poisonous arrows at the fire demon. He raised his wand, conjuring green circles that enveloped Diallo, restricting his movements. Diallo struggled against the bindings, feeling as though he were ensnared by countless vines, rendering him immobile. From the sidelines, Thick spoke slowly, observing through the energy portal that Diallo's aura was swelling ominously. Subsequently, a colossal totem appeared before Yu, radiating vibrant green light that surged forth like shooting stars, piercing into Yu's form. Regrettably, no skill fragments materialized. Unperturbed, Diallo retaliated fiercely, unleashing another torrent of flames from his mouth. the blazing inferno resembling a wild beast charging toward you. This was the Goblin clan's unique skill, the Totem Pillar, emboldened by the luminous infusion. He not only shed his fear of depletion, but also found his offensive capabilities amplified. In Jiang Fan's view, Yu's condition began to recover rapidly, his health points soaring. The spell, Fire Resistance Ring, absorbed the ferocious flames striking the Goblin priest, shattering his magical shield and sending him crashing against the energy barrier before tumbling to the ground. The loudspeaker in the square resonated with an exhilarating announcement. The outcome is imminent. Now, it's our turn, Jiang Fan said, exchanging glances with Norton as they moved toward the passageways on either side of the arena. The audience, witnessing the brutal spectacle, erupted with fervor, their excitement bubbling like boiling water. Yu hastily summoned another magical shield. However, as a shield had just been shattered, he struggled to conjure a new one. Feeling the searing flames consuming his vitality, a twinge of fear surged within him. The spectators, who initially held little hope for the two novice warriors, began chanting Diallo's name, their blood surging with a desire to join the fray. Soft, straight, long hair cascades gracefully over the shoulders, while delicate, pointed ears resemble tender leaves fluttering backward. The body is enveloped in a form-fitting gray leather armor, beneath which smooth and powerful thighs are subtly revealed. Long and agile fingers tightly grasp a massive, sturdy bow. Rank, Silver Tier 5. A silver crescent moon is etched upon the forehead, and beneath elegantly arched brows, clear, sparkling eyes shine like the stars, illuminating even the dimmest of corridors with a gentle glow. Suddenly, a head, marked by sheer terror, is severed cleanly, under a single stroke. The infernal demon, Diallo, claims the life. Blood, gushing like a spring, erupts from the Goblin priest's smooth neck, splattering the infernal Diallo nearby. Observing the formidable presence before him, Jiang Fan nods and instructs, "Follow me." As expected, once the totemic pillar dissipates, the inferno surrounding Diallo surges once more, a dazzling halo of flames explosively radiating outward. Jiang Fan, glancing at the feedback from his scouting spell, confirms that this is indeed a night elf. This is the true embodiment of a demon. Delicate threads and vines weave shimmering gems into ornaments adorning her neck, symbols of both decoration and honor. With a swift motion, Jiang Fan notes the over 30-level gap between them. Apart from basic information, he is met with a barrage of question marks. Upon reaching the entrance of the passage, a striking figure stands there, having waited for an unknown length of time. Anxiety grips his heart, for the time of the totemic pillar is nearing its end, and his once proud state of power will soon fade. Yet, observing Diallo's condition after withstanding several of his attacks, the demon remains formidable, showing no signs of fatigue. Without awaiting a response, he turns and strides outward with a night elf in tow. The Goblin priest, unable to endure the searing flames, begins chanting incantations aloud, as his wand erupts with a blinding green light, which quickly spreads, enveloping the stone platform in an instant. Her pale lavender skin and statuesque figure resemble a perfect sculpture cast in moonlight. Unexpectedly, Diallo's tail suddenly unleashes a torrent of flames, engulfing the goblin entirely. The goblin's inherent cowardice is on full display. Level 57 class. Elven Archer. Despite the restorative effects of the totemic pillar, the goblin's health is still significantly diminished by the infernal assault. A Silver Tier 5 elite. Seizing this moment, the goblin swiftly creates distance while gathering magical elements with his wand, preparing for the next wave of attack. A cunning glint flickers in his eyes, as if he can already glimpse the dawn of victory. Before he can rise, the infernal demon swiftly approaches his side, raising the blazing sword to deliver a powerful strike. Compared to other ephemeral pursuits, nothing surpasses the importance of seizing resources and enhancing one's power. Experience 21. In the third duel, the elven warrior Ilena faces off against the shadow demoniac. Race, Elf Dark Knight, Elf Template. Elite, Jiang Fan finally comprehended the scene before him. Realizing why duels required multiple judges present despite being confined to a specific arena, it likely served a purpose of intimidation. However, The victorious flame demon exhibited no hesitation, immediately plunging its tail into the corpse of the goblin priest to absorb the power within, gradually restoring itself to the state it had lost due to the goblin's assault. At this pivotal moment, a sudden burst of intense light erupted from Diablo's body, and when the radiance dissipated, he had freed himself from Yu's grasp. The goblin priest, witnessing the loss of his golden opportunity, felt a surge of regret. The blade demon Dick stretched his neck and addressed Jiang Fan and Norton, instructing, "You two, bring the others over. They are coming." Elena. Chapter 50. Elite Showdown. Elena has slain him. That wretched harlot. Shadow demon. Tear her apart. The dark elf, named Elena, commanded a popularity that surpassed that of her predecessors. Upon her appearance, the audience erupted in fervent cheers, their excitement reverberating through the arena. At that moment, Norton had also arrived with Elena's opponent. Based on the preceding matches, it seemed that the dueling arena was set to pair competitors of comparable strength. Jiang Fan speculated that since Elena was a Silver Tier 5 elite, her adversary would likely not be lacking in prowess. Casting a divination spell, Jiang Fan confirmed his assumptions with the information he received. Race, Demon Shadow Demon Template. Elite level, 54 class, Shadow Assassin attributes. Rank, Silver Tier 5 health. Mana? Specialization? The third match was indeed a duel between elite beings. The Shadow Demon, EIK, possessed a lean physique, his entire form encased in tight black leather armor, with a mask obscuring his face, leaving only his eyes visible. His brown eyes, framed by long lashes, shimmered with a barely perceptible sorrow, which he buried beneath a facade of coldness. Ike's movements were somewhat ethereal, as if he melded with the very fabric of space, exuding an air of elusive mystery. His muscular silhouette suggested a latent power, and he bore two weapons, one long and one short, poised at his sides, ready to draw his daggers at a moment's notice. The two combatants approached the dueling stone platform, led by Jiang Fan and Norton, exchanging a brief, silent gaze before averting their eyes once more. There were no grim expressions or threatening words. It felt as though they were merely encountering a stranger rather than preparing for a life-and-death struggle. The blade demon, Dick, scrutinized the pair for a moment before gesturing for them to prepare. On the spacious stone platform, the two silver-tier elites stood silently, their standoff palpable. The atmosphere grew tense, as even the slightest shift in air could ignite the duel. The audience, well aware of the dark elf's capabilities, understood that anyone arranged to face Elena in the death arena was certainly no weakling. Witnessing the gravity of the moment, they collectively held their breath, eyes wide with anticipation. As soon as the referee Dick's voice faded, Shadow Demon EIK launched the first assault. Unlike typical assassins, he did not resort to stealth. Instead, he surged toward Elena like a wisp of black smoke, his speed astonishing. Yet, Elena remained unruffled, standing resolutely like a towering, verdant tree. With her massive bow drawn, she aimed at EIK, her deep, night sky-like eyes fixed intently upon him, fingers poised to release an arrow, although she had yet to draw a single projectile. As the spectators harbored their silent doubts, a luminous magic arrow began to coalesce gently upon the bowstring. It was indeed a rare magical bow. The arrow, shimmering like a flash of lightning, pierced the darkness and hurtled towards the advancing figure of the shadow demon, Yak. Upon impact, a muffled thud resonated, yet Yak appeared unaffected. He merely smirked disdainfully, gave a slight grunt, and continued his relentless charge towards Eliana. In his grasp, the gleaming blade glimmered with an eerie luminescence, leaving behind a trail of afterimages as it sought the vulnerable throat of the elven archer. Eliana, however, exhibited no signs of panic. With a subtle sidestep, she deftly evaded Yak's initial strike. Raising her right arm high, she swung her longbow in a swift counter, clashing with Yak's blade that aimed for her chest once more. The resounding chime of their weapons colliding echoed through the arena, marking the first round of their encounter with a spectacular display of skill. The continuous clash of the finely crafted weapons stirred the surrounding air, creating a cacophony of rapid friction, sounds as if sliced by razor-sharp edges. The torrent of Yak's power surged forth, his daggers and short blades wielded with masterful precision, showcasing his close combat prowess to its fullest extent. Yet Eliana, as a ranged archer, matched him in strength. Her bowstring repeatedly intercepted Yak's strikes, each collision resonating with a crisp clarity. Remaining steadfast, her slender form danced gracefully in place, leaving a series of afterimages in her wake. Each quiver of the bowstring embodied a unique rhythm and elegance. In a moment of brilliance, Yak found himself momentarily forced back, while Eliana's delicate figure merely swayed lightly. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Yak's eyes. He had faced countless elven archers, but never had he encountered one like Eliana, who held her ground so fiercely in close combat. Yet, with his wealth of battle experience, Yak quickly regained his composure and surged towards Eliana once more. Their combat intertwined upon the arena, crafting a breathtaking tableau that was both beautiful and lethal. After a fierce assault, Yak, unable to gain the upper hand, subtly shifted his daggers and vanished from sight. A dark shadow then emerged from nowhere, rapidly spreading across the ground until it enveloped the entire stone platform. This time, Yak unleashed his formidable ability, Shadow Trap. Eliana felt as if she were plummeting into an abyss of darkness, struggling to accelerate her movements. But the surrounding shadows clung to her like a tangible force, impeding her actions. Just then, Yak materialized from the shadows, his form elusive and ghostly. As the blade in his hand struck with the swiftness of lightning towards Eliana's back. Backstab. Eliana was struck by the forceful attack, letting out a muffled groan of pain. A trace of venom seeped in her body from the wound. This toxin was exceedingly terrifying. In an instant, she felt a tingling sensation at the sight of her injury. However, the shadow assassin Echo did not allow her a moment to recover. Following a sneak attack, he unleashed a series of critical strikes, causing a flurry of crimson damage numbers to erupt in Jiang Fan's line of sight. As Echo prepared to execute his signature move, Eliana suddenly emerged from her stupor, darting to the side like a cheetah, creating illusory afterimages in the air. With a flourish, she invoked nature's light. The nocturnal elf deftly evaded Echo's lethal blow, raising her longbow high as a verdant beam of light descended from the heavens, enveloping her. Instantly, Eliana's condition improved significantly, her pallid complexion from the injury gradually returning to its former hue. Not one to be disheartened by his failed assault, the shadow assassin Echo flickered and vanished once more from the stone platform. Chapter 51. Elena's gaze Elena observed as the shadow demon vanished, no longer flailing about like a headless fly, but instead slowly closed her eyes. The silver crescent upon her brow began to glow faintly, and she exerted her utmost to expand her perception, utilizing her elven heart to sense the surroundings. Ek, witnessing her closure of eyes, chose to withdraw even further. As an archer, a second-tier class of rogue, his innate skills of eagle eye and vision were naturally adept at countering the stealth of the assassin, also a second-tier class. At this moment, Elena's vision-related skills were evidently of a higher caliber, prompting him to refrain from endangering himself. Yet, fate is not easily swayed. Suddenly, amidst the enveloping darkness, Elena perceived ripples stirring in her visual void. It was Ek's shadow, cautiously shifting. Taking a deep breath, she abruptly opened her eyes, her piercing gaze slicing through the space. Akin to a cheetah precisely locking onto its prey, the longbow in her hand had yet to be raised, but it instantaneously radiated a blinding white light. The magical arrow, reminiscent of dawn's first light, pierced directly through the boundless darkness. A beam of brilliance erupted from her longbow, propelled by the effect of her expertise, precision shooting. Charging straight towards Ek's location. Struck by the light, Ek emitted a pained wail, and even the shadow beneath him swiftly dissipated under its illumination, transforming into wisps of black smoke that scattered into the air. He glared at Elena in fury. This night elf had managed to unravel his shadow trap. This marked the first time an archer from the night elves unleashed their bow, immediately inflicting significant damage upon the shadow demon. Seizing the moment, Elena did not hesitate. Her hands moved with the speed of lightning. The bowstring twanged like thunder. A relentless barrage of magical arrows rained down upon the shadow demon Ek. Startled, he swiftly activated Swift Step to evade. Yet, the area was saturated with glimmering magical arrows, effectively sealing off the domain with Elena's relentless assault. Despite his frantic attempts to block with his weapons, he could not escape the onslaught. His body was continuously pierced by arrows, anguished cries escaping his lips. His gaze towards Elena rife with rage and bloodlust. Forced into stealth, in desperation, X seized the fleeting moment to employ a rare skill, his form vanishing once more. Elena remained vigilant, her silver glimmering eyes scanning the vicinity. However, this time, Ek did not remain stationary after vanishing. He swiftly approached Elena from the side, poised to counterattack. Just as Elena turned her face in another direction, Ek suddenly leapt from the ground behind her, an eruption of dark energy surging from within him. Charging towards her like a thunderclap, a dagger poised to strike. Though Elena reacted swiftly, she had lost the advantage. Straining to evade, she was still caught by Ek's assault, immediately followed by the skill's shadow blade and kick, crashing heavily to the ground, momentarily incapacitated. Ek, like a shadow, loomed over her, ready to execute his final, lethal blow. At this pivotal moment, Elena demonstrated her resilience and determination. The night elf forcefully propelled herself upward, leveraging her back to leap off the ground and shift sideways. Just as the short blade wielded by Ike was about to strike her, she deftly grasped his arm and yanked him towards herself with a sudden force. Ike was utterly unprepared for Elena's tenacity. The sheer momentum of his swift movement drew him into her embrace, and before he could comprehend the situation, her fingers danced rapidly across the bowstring, manifesting an arrow in an instant. The magical arrow was aimed at Ike's heart and, in the very moment he began to retreat, was unleashed with ferocity. In that fleeting instant, the arrow seemed to transcend time and space, piercing through the air with a resounding crack as it embedded itself deep within Ike's body. He roared in agony, his form propelled backward by the tremendous impact of the arrow, crashing heavily onto the stone platform. Dark shadows of power surged forth from his being, only to swiftly recede, engulfing his body entirely. After a brief moment, the tumult of energy began to subside, revealing Ike's lifeless form sprawled on the ground. His eyes were wide open, as if he were still unwilling to accept his fate. However, in Jiang Fan's sight, his life force had already plummeted to zero. He could no longer rise. Elena slowly stood up, her body trembling, as if the force of her previous strike had drained her strength. She gazed at Ike, now devoid of life, and felt not a trace of joy or satisfaction within her heart. The surrounding audience erupted into fervent cheers, yet Elena did not acknowledge them. The shouts of countless beings below seemed distant and irrelevant, and her vision of the crowd began to blur. Amidst the cacophony, the victor of this deadly duel, the knight, elf, Elena, stood in stark contrast, her ethereal figure quietly poised atop the stone platform, out of sync with the surrounding noise. She wondered how many more life-and-death battles she would have to endure in this sunless realm before attaining freedom. May she endure until that day arrives. The knight elf remained silent, clutching her wound, and gradually descended from the dueling platform, heading towards the passageway. Experience 69, Skill Fragment 1. Lady Elena, splendid performance. The work is done, the work is done. Dick cheerfully descended from the arena and addressed Jiang Fan and his companion. You two are off the hook for the next 2 duels. Will you stay a while longer or head back? I'll stay a bit longer, Jiang Fan replied, shaking his head. Returning to rest would only lead to sleep, and he could gain no experience within the city. He certainly would not miss any opportunity to absorb experience. Then I shall remain as well, Norton said, deciding to stay alongside him, for witnessing higher-level battles could only be beneficial. As it turned out, he was indeed rewarded for his patience. The 4th duel featured 2 ordinary 3-star creatures once more. One was a Death Knight of the Undead, while the other was none other than Norton's kin, the Black Knight. The Death Knight stands tall, clad in black heavy armor, with a pitch-black iron helm obscuring much of his features. He retains the formidable strength of his former life. his bones a deep gray, marred by the ravages of time. In his grasp lies a sharp death sword, its tip emanating an ominous black light. Each strike against his foes taints them with the essence of death. In contrast, the Black Knight appears considerably more ordinary. Before the battle commences, the Death Knight and the Black Knight lock eyes on the arena, silently appraising each other's prowess. The signal is given. The Black Knight initiates the assault, wielding his great sword to carve a fierce arc toward the Death Knight. Unfazed, the Death Knight remains steadfast, for as a knight of high blood and stout defense, he has no reason to fear. He raises his death sword to parry the Black Knight's attack. Each clash between the two brutes resonates like an earthquake, the thunderous sounds of their collisions echoing throughout the arena. The spectators, witnessing this display of raw power, though perceiving a semblance of clumsy combat, are nonetheless captivated by the sheer beauty of their might, their eyes glued to the unfolding struggle. The Death Knight's strength appears to surpass that of his adversary, each blow imbued with a chilling aura, while the Black Knight exhibits cunning and wit, constantly altering his attack angles and force in search of a weakness in the Death Knight's defense. Yet, strength alone can shatter all forms of strategy. In this life and death contest, it is ultimately the individual's raw power that prevails. As the battle progresses, the Death Knight gradually gains the upper hand, his strikes growing increasingly sharp and relentless. Under the influence of his own skill aura, his physical might becomes ever more formidable. Meanwhile, the Black Knight begins to falter, retreating in an attempt to alleviate the Death Knight's relentless onslaught. Just as the audience believes the Black Knight can no longer withstand the assault, he suddenly unleashes his powerful skill, Dark Assault. His robust arm swings the great sword in a deadly arc, the angle and force of the strike exceptionally devious. However, the Death Knight's response is astonishingly swift. In a fleeting moment, he adjusts his stance, braving an injury to his right chest to absorb the Black Knight's blow. Harnessing the momentum of the Black Knight's advance, he charges forward, thrusting his sword toward the Black Knight's chest. The sword tip, enveloped in gray-black death energy, pierces through the Black Knight's heavy armor, embedding itself deeply within his heart. It is charge, the simplest of maneuvers, yet it yields the most devastating result. The Black Knight's eyes widen in shock and despair as he slowly bows his head, gazing at the sword tip protruding from his chest. His grip on the great sword growing weaker. His body collapses helplessly backward, crumpling into a heap of broken flesh and armor upon the arena floor. Experience 32. No skill shards obtained. Jiang Fan turns to glance at Norton beside him. Is the strength of your Black Knights truly so lacking? Norton, noticing Jiang Fan's actions, felt the corners of his mouth twitch beneath his iron helmet, his complexion slightly flushed. What a disgraceful fellow. I suddenly recalled an errand to attend to in the Hall of Elders. I shall take my leave. With that, Norton spoke and hastily slipped away under the mocking gazes of Dick and Jiang Fan. In the fifth duel, the formidable troll Zhuo Wei faced off against the Taya human, Yi Zhou. What I just hear? Jiang Fan could scarcely believe his ears. He gazed at the figure being escorted by the Blackwing guards, recognizing the familiar attire and visage, his heart racing. He quickly cast a spell of inquiry. Race, human Taya template. Hero, pseudo, level, 47 class. Monk attributes, strength 269, constitution 239, spirit 195, will 260. Agility 230 rank, silver tier 4 health points, 57,365 7360 mana points, 46,800 specialties, essence of martial arts, advanced resistance, fluid movement, master of combos, indomitable life. It is indeed him, the legendary hero of the Taya human race, a powerful NPC from the past life in Gods, the monk Yi Zhou. Chapter 52, Human Race Monk. Within the realm of the gods, players and the human race typically lack templates. Players, being external visitors, do not possess a physical embodiment within the primary plane. Thus, they are unable to attain any enhancement of their bloodline. As for the indigenous humans, it is said that during ancient times, they waged war against the Titans. Although they triumphed through the arcane system, they were ultimately cursed by the Titans. forever shackled by their bloodline power, unable to evolve. Nevertheless, the indomitable human spirit perseveres, carving out a path for ascension. Some formidable individuals among the humans, after enduring numerous tribulations, may grasp profound truths between life and death, shattering the shackles of their bloodline and significantly enhancing their innate powers. This is what it means to be a hero. Although the augmentation of the hero template is merely situated between elite and rare elite for a race such as humans, devoid of extraordinary bloodlines, it is indeed a precious boon. The human monk before us, despite having a pseudo suffix in his template, coupled with the revelations from the announcement and Zhang Fan's familiar recollection of his visage, he is convinced this must be Yi Zhou without a doubt. Yi Zhou hails from the Teia Plain, an ordinary human who, after enduring considerable hardship, finally awakened the hero template and successfully advanced to legendary status. Moreover, compared to the myriad of legendary figures among the Aaron humans, he belongs to the higher echelons of combat prowess. However, in his previous life, Yi Zhou gained notoriety in the second year following the launch of the gods, and Zhang Fan only gleaned a rough outline of his life story from the indigenous populace, unaware of his detailed past. Yet, fate has led him to encounter him today in the abyss. The Teia human Yi Zhou stands before us, a figure of imposing stature and a serious demeanor. As a monk, his body serves as his most formidable weapon, each muscle seemingly forged from blood and sweat. His bare torso reveals an exceptionally healthy bronze hue, adorned with scars of battle, testaments to his honor in combat. His resolute face features eyes that gleam with intensity, as if capable of piercing through the essence of one's heart, discerning all illusions. In his past life, Zhang Fan had witnessed recordings of Yi Zhou in battle. His speed was astonishing, elusive like the wind, impossible to capture. His strength immense, akin to surging ocean waves, relentless and unyielding. During that time, many players sought to ally with him solely to acquire tasks, yearning to transition into the same rare profession, monk. As Yi Zhou's opponent, the troll ancestor Voig stands as a silver-tier elite, towering over 2 meters, his physique a testament to raw muscle. The skin exposed beneath his armor is a deep brown, seemingly solidified by the passage of time. His eyes, resembling 2 blazing black gems, are now filled with a resolute determination. In his right hand, he wields a massive axe, its sharp blade stained with crimson, a silent witness to the countless adversaries who have fallen before him. Both warriors stand poised upon the arena, the clash imminent. As the duel commences, it is Voig, the troll ancestor, who launches the first strike. He roared fiercely, charging towards Zuwag with the might of thunder, his battle axe slicing through the air in a swift arc, striking like lightning towards the monk Yi Zhou. Yet, Yi Zhou remained unperturbed, his eyes ablaze, calmly awaiting the onslaught of Zuwag. Just as the troll reached him, and the spectators braced for the inevitable impact, Yi Zhou's legs propelled him upward with astonishing force, as though gravity had lost its hold on him, soaring gracefully like a white crane above Zuwag's head. Martial technique, crane spreads its wings. Oh! This movement elicited gasps of astonishment from the audience below the stone platform. Though they were extraordinary beings themselves, they had never witnessed such ethereal and exquisite skill, and they erupted in cheers for Yi Zhou's agility and reflexes. This, indeed, was the allure of the death duel arena. Here, one could witness an array of spectacular battles across countless races. After flipping in mid-air, Yi Zhou spun, descending with the swiftness of a tiger leaping down the mountain. Akin to a meteorite, his knee crashing heavily upon Zuwag. Upon landing, he surged forward with remarkable speed, delivering a swift kick that was as thunderous as it was rapid. The force behind this kick was tremendous, resonating like a clap of thunder, striking Zuwag squarely in the back. The troll was sent reeling from the blow, crashing onto the stone platform in a most undignified manner. Pain radiated through his back, as if he'd been struck by a boulder. Ha ha ha! Hoo hoo hoo! The audience erupted into raucous laughter at his disheveled state. But Zuwag, upon hearing their mirth, did not falter. Instead, the shame and rage ignited his ferocity. He roared once more, charging at Yi Zhou like a frenzied beast. Ijo, unfazed, calmly observed Zuwag's trajectory and movements, biding his time for the right moment. As Zuwag bore down upon him, Ijo suddenly unleashed his second skill. With a deft sidestep, he coiled his arm, gathering all his strength into a single fist, and struck fiercely at Zuwag's head. This punch was as swift as lightning, with force akin to a tempest. An explosive sound followed as his fist, imbued with power capable of shattering stone, surged forth like a rampaging titan, invulnerable to resistance. Martial technique, diamond fist. His fist, as unyielding as iron, cut through the air with unparalleled speed and strength, causing a reverberation that quickened the heartbeats of the spectators. Zuwag, caught in his charge, could not evade the blow, and was met with a crushing impact to his head, sending him spiraling uncontrollably backward. With a single strike, Ijo not only dismantled Zuwag's offensive, but also dealt him an unprecedented blow. Jiang Fan observed intently as a staggering figure of 5,000 erupted from the troll's head, causing him to gasp in shock. The troll, in agony, clutched its skull, discarding its massive axe to the side. At that moment, it felt as though a multitude of needles were incessantly jabbing within its cranium, wailing as it collapsed onto the stone platform, rolling and shrieking in distress. The battle had barely commenced, yet Zuwoj found himself on the defensive. However, the confrontation was far from over. The troll's formidable constitution enabled Zuwoj to swiftly rise from the ground. He retrieved his battle axe, let out a furious roar, and with a flourish, the axe radiated a resplendent glow, signaling the use of a powerful skill. Furious strike. Meanwhile, the monk Ijo remained steadfast, skillfully evading Zuwoj's onslaught. Yet, Zuwoj had a trick up his sleeve. His axe transformed into a whirlwind, crashing towards the monk. Each swing bore the weight of devastation, as if it aimed to cleave Ijo in twain. Whirlwind slash. This maneuver encompassed a vast radius and was executed with remarkable speed. Ijo, caught off guard, was struck by the axe, leaving a long, gaping wound across his exposed chest, crimson blood gushing forth, adding a touch of ferocity to his demeanor. Witnessing Ijo's injury, the troll sought to capitalize on the moment with a follow-up assault. However, Ijo swiftly advanced, pivoting around his waist, and unleashed a fierce kick aimed at Zuwoj. The troll, unprepared for such a rapid and powerful counterattack, attempted to evade, but it was too late. This strike, akin to the tail of a divine dragon, was both agile and potent, crashing in his back with tremendous force, causing him to tumble forward onto the ground once more. Martial technique, divine dragon's tail. The troll's massive axe slipped from its grasp, tracing an arc through the air before crashing heavily onto the stone platform, producing a thunderous sound that stirred a cloud of dust. Chapter 53. Rise to fame. Upon witnessing the scene, Ijo did not pursue. He stood still as a faint golden glow emanated from his body, and a dense mist of heat wafted from his head, visibly causing the wound on his chest to begin to shrink. The flow of blood was swiftly stemmed. Moments later, Zuwoj regained some strength. He struggled to rise, intent on challenging the monk Ijo once more. Noticing the bloodthirst in Zuwoj's eyes, Ijo's calm gaze flickered with a hint of determination and resolve. He understood that this was a battle with no retreat. Only by utterly defeating his opponent could he bring this life-and-death struggle to a conclusion. Zuwoj swung his massive battle axe, unleashing a tempest of strikes toward Ijo. However, the monk remained unperturbed. He adopted a stance of stillness amidst chaos, extending his hands in the blink of an eye to grasp Zuwoj's arms. Then, channeling all his strength into his limbs, he effortlessly lifted Zuwoj from the ground and executed a powerful throw, slamming him onto the arena with a technique known as Arhut turns the heavens. The impact left Zuwoj in excruciating pain, feeling as though his bones were disassembling, akin to being savaged by countless ants. Before he could recover, Ijo sounded the final call for attack. He swiftly maneuvered in front of the giant, forcefully pressing his knees onto Zuwoj's arms. A resounding crack echoed as Zuwoj emitted a heart-wrenching wail. The sound, once uttered by a victim, now emanated from the giant himself, filled with anguish. Perched atop the giant, Ijo clenched his fists, unleashing the unparalleled force of the Vajra fist upon Zwoig's head. Strike after strike fell heavily, each one a brutal testament to his might. Beneath the stone platform, Jiang Fan's eyelids twitched as he witnessed colossal damage numbers erupt from the giant's head, quickly followed by an eerie silence. After a moment, Ijo ceased his barrage, his bloodied fists dripping crimson like a flowing river, yet the cries of the giant were no longer heard. He paused, slowly rising, his hands hanging naturally by his sides as he gasped for breath. The wound on his chest, having been strained from the earlier exertion, reopened, yet the blood that flowed could not diminish the remarkable radiance that surrounded Ijo. The audience below seemed to awaken from the battle, erupting into a thunderous cheer. Ijo! Taya! Kill! 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 Ijo! Witnessing Ijo's unmatched prowess, the cheers of the crowd eclipsed even the previous duel of the Dark Elves. For the demon race and dark beings, Ijo's robust fighting style and the visceral nature of the conflict resonated profoundly with their tastes. Having just been captured from another realm, this marked Taya's first appearance in the arena of death. Yet, with this battle, he had already carved his name into legend. Experience points 62. Skill fragments won a remarkable achievement by Ijo. Jiang Fan, still reeling from the exhilarating battle, was once again taken aback by the notifications on the panel. Gazing at the 3 skill fragments accumulating in his inventory, he couldn't help but fantasize about the joy of synthesizing the monk Ijo's skills from earlier. In his past life, the Noah's Central Empire of the Alien continent served as the stronghold for players from the Asian region of the Blue Star Federation. Virtually all Asian players would choose to descend upon Noah upon entering the game. The Noah Empire was characterized by a myriad of religious sects and a complex vocational system, showcasing a variety of career paths. However, as part of the Asian region, players were heavily influenced by their cultural heritage, often aspiring towards rare professions rich in Asian elements, such as rangers and monks. After Ijo rose to prominence in Aelan during his second year, players flocked to him like a swarm of locusts, achieving an unparalleled level of admiration. His stylish and graceful skill techniques, the stunning impact effects, and the unparalleled damage output fulfilled every player's yearning for rare professions. Moreover, the tragic experiences and heroic quest for vengeance of the Taya race S. Ijo added an air of legend to this profession. At that time, players on the forums commented on the most beloved indigenous warriors, with Monk Ijo ranking among the few male NPCs in the top 10. This little silver-haired figure possessed considerable strength. Dick's words jolted Jiang Fan from his reverie. "Is this Taya captured too?" Jiang Fan inquired. "Indeed. He was captured by that group from Team 4. Why are you interested?" Dick replied. "To some extent," Jiang Fan admitted, nodding frankly. "Ha, good eye. But you must exert more effort. With your current strength, you might struggle to subdue him." Dick observed Jiang Fan with a hint of teasing in his gaze, adding, moreover, "His slave contract remains with Team 4, and those rascals are not easy to negotiate with." Upon hearing this, Jiang Fan acknowledged the validity of Dick's point. A person like Monk Ijo, even if temporarily imprisoned, possessed a spirit far superior to ordinary individuals. Furthermore, based on Jiang Fan's foresight from his past life, Ijo had evidently managed to escape the death arena and ultimately arrived at the main world of Aelan. Jiang Fan felt no immediate concern for Ijo's fate in the arena. In any endeavor, one could never escape the constraints of power. Only through personal strength could one resolve all issues. It seemed the time had come to venture into the dark forest. Jiang Fan's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. "Let us go. There are only 5 duels tonight, and once they are concluded," Dick remarked, noticing Jiang Fan's silence. He proceeded towards the passageway. Jiang Fan regained his focus and followed behind Dick, exiting the duel arena through the side door and arriving at the hall of the steward. Having resolved to enhance his own abilities, he would need to undertake some quests in the dark forest. The Blackwing Guard is strictly prohibited from absenteeism without cause. However, should he venture out for personal development and find himself unable to return by nightfall, he must fabricate a mission as a pretext. Jiang Fan approached the entrance adorned with mission plaques and stepped inside. He found himself in a spacious, circular hall, its lofty ceiling embellished with enigmatic runes, and the floor draped in ancient gray velvet. At the center stood a solitary dais upon which sat an ordinary template illusionist in his 50s, tasked with the allocation and settlement of missions. Surrounding the walls were various scrolls and tablets of assorted sizes, each detailing the specifications and requirements of the tasks at hand. Jiang Fan examined them closely. Some missions called for the collection of specific items and information, such as locating lost spellbooks or discovering methods to dispel certain curses. Others demanded the capture of various specific monsters, with exceedingly high prerequisites concerning the monster's bloodlines, according to the 1-star classification for ordinary templates. The capture requirements mostly aligned with 2-star and 3-star missions, corresponding to elite and rare elite templates. The remaining tablets contained a few scattered calls for participation in dimensional wars, which, given Jiang Fan's current capabilities, were beyond his reach. Chapter 54. Journey to the Gloomy Forest. Jiang Fan searched diligently in the Grand Hall for a considerable time. Yet he discovered that suitable tasks for himself were exceedingly few. The remaining tasks related to the Gloomy Forest all required the capture of creatures possessing a bloodline strength of 2 stars or higher. The captured beings would still be under his control through the dual slave contract, and their exceptional performance in the arena would yield him additional profits. Nevertheless, for Jiang Fan, the greatest reward lay in swiftly eliminating elite monsters. While capturing powerful and promising dual slaves to place in the arena could provide substantial ongoing benefits, these prospects felt distant to him. His immediate priority was to develop rapidly and increase his level. As long as his strength was formidable enough, there would be no concern about acquiring resources. Thus, after fruitlessly searching for half a day in the task hall, Jiang Fan departed and made his way to the 10,000 Realms Chamber of Commerce to replenish his spells. After advancing to the 2nd tier, he had newly acquired 3 slots for 3rd ring spells, yet he had not yet learned any skills. Before embarking on a hunt for monsters, it was imperative to refine his skill combinations. Considering that he would likely face numerous groups of foes, he opted for spells targeting multiple enemies. Frigid Storm, active skill, unleashes a blizzard to assault enemies within a 10 by 10 area, inflicting 150 spell damage and applying a slowing effect for 3 seconds upon hitting the target. Mana cost, 500. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Toxic Vines, active skill, releases vines to ensnare enemies, affecting up to 5 targets simultaneously, inflicting poison damage for 10 seconds upon hitting. Mana cost, 300. Cooldown, 2 minutes. Shadow Rain, active skill, summons a rain of corrosive arrows to strike enemies within a 10 by 10 area, dealing 150 spell damage. Mana cost, 500. Cooldown, 5 minutes. He initially intended to find 3 spells that combine damage with control effects. However, the limited selection of 3rd ring spells forced him to abandon that plan. The following morning, Jiang Fan rose early and arrived at the teleportation altar in the western city. To reach the Gloomy Forest, a payment of 50 soul coins was required. Woosh discovered the Gloomy Forest, experience points 50. Jiang Fan surveyed his surroundings, noting the absence of any creatures nearby, while the small red dots on the map were situated far off at the edges. He cautiously stepped off the altar stone platform, meticulously observing the new environment of the map. The first sensation that enveloped him was a chilling dampness, accompanied by an odd scent that surged into his nostrils. The light in the forest was dim, with numerous ancient, withered branches densely interwoven overhead, twisting in a mysterious manner. The trunks of these trees were so robust that it would take 4 or 5 adults to encircle one, and their lush foliage appeared remarkably sturdy, exuding a rich hue. Above the forest, no flying creatures were in sight. Only the faintly illuminated, mottled sky trickled through the gaps between the branches. The blood moon, perpetually suspended at the 899th level, has been completely obscured, as if it has forgotten this tranquil and profound world. Beneath the trees, a plethora of thorns and shrubs flourish, alongside many peculiar plants that Jiang Fan has never encountered. The ground is blanketed by a thick layer of moss, which emits a muffled sound when trodden upon, reminiscent of walking atop dense cotton. Amidst this moss, various oddly shaped fungi and vines can be faintly discerned, exuding a subtle, peculiar fragrance. Jiang Fan inhaled deeply, relieved to find no indication of poisoning on his panel, thus preparing himself to embrace the forthcoming challenges and opportunities. He wielded his skeletal scythe, summoning 10 skeletal warriors. However, instead of immediately entering the forest, he chose to wait until his summoning skill was nearly restored before proceeding deeper into the woods, protected by his numerous companions. Although the map could indicate the general density of monsters, Jiang Fan opted for caution. For skeletal warriors forged ahead, while the remaining 6 were divided into 3 groups. Flanking Jiang Fan on either side and behind him, he advanced like a federal legislator, exploring forward under meticulous protection, observing the autonomous movements of the skeletal warriors. A sense of satisfaction welled within him, accompanied by a trace of comfort upon his countenance. This damned sense of security. The team gradually advanced in the direction Jiang Fan had indicated, arriving at the red that he had previously identified on the map. 30 meters, 20 meters, 15 meters. Jiang Fan gestured for the team to halt, wary of drawing too close and alerting the monsters to their presence. Through the gaps in the trees, he gazed intently at the vivid red health bar in the distance. A serpent demon coiled beside a tree, its upper body erect, while its tail entwined around the trunk. The serpent demon possessed acute senses and awareness, as if it had sensed something amiss. Its deep black eyes, with elongated pupils, glinted with a chilling light as it scanned its surroundings. The upper body of the serpent demon bore resemblance to that of a human, yet its shoulders were extraordinarily broad, and its muscles were remarkably robust. Its mouth revealed 2 venomous fangs, and a slender tongue flicked in and out with rapidity. The lower half was a robust serpent tail, covered in deep brown scales, enveloping the entirety of its tail. This anatomical design allowed it to adapt swiftly to the jungle terrain, enabling rapid movement. The serpent demon race is endowed with heightened intuition and extraordinary perception. They can predict the location and movement of enemies by sensing the faint temperature fluctuations emitted by surrounding life forms. This unique ability renders them exceptionally efficient in hunting and combat. Alas, the skeletal warriors, being undead entities, lack any vital signs and consequently produce no temperature variations. Moreover, Jiang Fan remained stationary at a distance, causing the serpent demon to be momentarily uncertain of his party's precise location. Nevertheless, its racial instincts and intuition informed it that something was certainly nearby. It must merely be an ordinary monster. Jiang Fan observed the not overly lengthy health bar atop the serpent demon's head, continuing to advance while casting a detection spell. Race: Demon Snake Demon Template. Ordinary level: 35. Profession: Gale Warrior. Attributes: Strength 85, Constitution 66, Spirit 65, Will 60. Agility 87. Rank: Tier 3. Health points: 7,920 20 mana points. 7,800 special skills: Devour, Toxic Affinity, Enhanced Perception. At the very moment Jiang Fan set forth, the keen eyes of the snake demon immediately detected his presence. Its muscular torso tensed with alertness, gripping twin daggers before its chest, poised with caution. Numerous undead warriors, having received Jiang Fan's mental signal, rapidly encircled the foe in 2 swift waves. Though the snake demon could not sense the temperature of the undead warriors, the commotion they caused was inescapable. Confronted with the overwhelming number of adversaries, the snake demon was struck with alarm and instinctively sought to flee. With a flourish of his staff, Jiang Fan summoned a skeletal cage that materialized beneath the snake demon, ensnaring it completely. The pale framework obstructed the demon's escape, simultaneously extinguishing any hope of survival. Painful Strike. Bonne Spear Technique. Chapter 55. Confrontation with the serpent demon. A massive skeletal spear struck the serpent demon, and as Jiang Fan beheld the damage value that emerged, a frown creased his brow. Despite his superior mental attributes, the disparity in levels, and the serpent demon's inherent growth resistance rendered even the level 5 Bone Spear technique capable of inflicting less than 500 points of damage. Though ensnared from a distance, the serpent demon remained unflustered. Instead, it calmly wielded its twin blades to hack at the skeletal prison. It understood that panic would only hasten its demise. Despite enduring the enemy's magical onslaught and suffering greatly, it sensed that its condition had not sustained significant injury. Clearly, this night demon aligned with the aura it had previously sensed, merely a second-tier creature. A sly smile crept across the serpent demon's elongated visage. Only a second-tier being? The outcome was uncertain. Under the serpent demon's vigorous strikes, the bones coalescing from the power of death soon faltered and shattered. However, the loyal undead did not squander their master's efforts, having already advanced within the skill-S range. Charge! Charge! -43, -40, -39, -41-4 encircling undead warriors. Without hesitation, unleashed their skills and surged toward the serpent demon. Yet, the damage inflicted was regrettably limited due to their meager attributes. As the skills collided with the serpent demon, it staggered back a few steps. Before it could react, the undead warriors had closed in, surrounding it tightly and launching a renewed assault. Death Cross Slash. -89, -95, -86, -82, feeling the intensity of the attacks from the undead warriors. The serpent demon couldn't help but exhale in relief. Is this all? However, just as a mocking expression began to form, Jiang Fan's magical attack swiftly followed, detonating a damage number above its head. Agony Strike. Inferno Spell. Zoraktu. -321, the serpent demon seethed with rage. Was this relentless harassment from you and your minions never ending? It twisted its body furiously, attempting to lunge toward Jiang Fan, but the four undead warriors had it firmly encircled, trapping it in place. In a frenzied outburst, it slashed with its blade, managing to inflict nearly 400 points of damage on one of the undead warriors. Encased in their heavy armor, the undead warrior stood resolute, not yielding an inch. Special skill, immunity to knockback. Under Jiang Fan's discreet guidance, the four undead warriors effectively ensnared the serpent demon, rendering its high agility attribute utterly ineffective. Since Jiang Fan's ordinary spells inflicted minimal damage on the serpent demon, its condition did not visibly deteriorate for the time being. Realizing it could not break free from the encirclement, the serpent demon shifted its focus to the undead warriors before it, with a tier advantage over its adversaries. The serpent demon felt emboldened, but Jiang Fan would not remain idle. Mental shock. Beneath the profound impact of a mental assault targeting the very essence of the soul, the serpent demon's formidable resistance proved futile. Struck by Jiang Fan's inherited skill, a massive damage figure of 1351 materialized above its head, momentarily rendering it immobile. Observing this, Jiang Fan swiftly unleashed a bone spear technique coupled with a chain lightning spell. The serpent demon's health plummeted by nearly 2,000 points, a level of damage that could no longer be disregarded. The agonizing pain from the bone spear jolted the serpent demon out of its stupor. Regrettably, the chain lightning failed to induce the desired state of paralysis. In agony, the serpent demon shrieked, its eyes flashing with crimson light as it activated its berserk skill. Empowered by heightened attack speed, it wielded its twin blades with the swiftness of the wind, unleashing a flurry of strikes upon a nearby undead warrior, whose health was a mere 2,000 points, rapidly diminishing under the relentless assault. Seeing this, Jiang Fan gestured for the surrounding undead warriors to charge forth. With no red dots indicating imminent danger nearby, he felt secure and required no protection. After replacing the nearly depleted undead warrior, he utilized soul healing to restore its vitality. The serpent demon, witnessing its hard-won position being reclaimed and even augmented, erupted in furious curses, decrying the young demon for a lack of martial ethics. Jiang Fan, uninterested in engaging in dialogue with a dying creature, continued to employ the bone spear technique, consistently inflicting over 400 damage with each strike. The mental assault and other second-tier demonic spells inherent to the Night Demon clan had lengthy cooldowns, preventing their frequent use like that of the bone spear technique. However, once the cooldown elapsed, Jiang Fan wasted no time in casting them without hesitation. Surrounded by the undead warriors, the serpent demon found itself at a complete disadvantage. Lacking the ability to fly, it could cleave through bones, but was unable to escape the robust cage Jiang Fan had constructed. helplessly enduring wave after wave of assaults until it was utterly depleted. Kill the Serpent Demon. Experience points 1636. Soul Stone 1. Soul currency 245. Skill Fragment 1. The experience gained from slaying a monster over 10 levels above him proved remarkably bountiful, justifying the considerable time Jiang Fan had invested in defeating the Serpent Demon. This marked the first occasion he had expended such effort to eliminate a single adversary. One could only imagine that without the benefits of template attributes, and in light of the significant level disparity, it would have been impossible to contend with the Serpent Demon. Moreover, had he not advanced his class to a more diversified combat system, relying solely on a few demonic spells, he would have found himself utterly powerless against the Serpent Demon had it chosen to flee. As Jiang Fan stood still to gradually replenish his magical energy, he vigilantly observed the map interface, awaiting the cooldowns of his skills to complete before proceeding onward. In the shadowy forest, myriad monsters lurked, and one could never ascertain when formidable foes might emerge. It was imperative for him to maintain his condition at its peak. Were it not for the considerable size of the 50 summoned undead warriors, which rendered stealth nearly impossible, he might have wished to fill his quota of summons before advancing further. After a brief interval of travel, Jiang Fan brushed aside the branches suspended before him, careful to avoid the menacing thorns that threatened his handsome visage. To his dismay, he noticed 3 red dots re-emerging on the map, closing in on his position with alarming swiftness. Comparing their trajectory with his own, he recognized that, although there was a slight divergence in their paths, an inevitable encounter loomed. After a moment of contemplation, he gestured for the 10 undead warriors to proceed at a slow pace, while he himself carefully concealed his form, maintaining a distance in the rear. This tactic of probing the way had indeed proven effective. In the distance, 3 dark elves deftly navigated the dense thicket, soon spotting the approaching throng of undead. "Natasha, it's the undead. I see them. Be cautious, there are quite a few." Chapter 56. Encounter. Jiang Fan concealed himself behind a nearby tree, holding his breath and quietly casting a probe. Race: Elf. Dark Elf template. Ordinary level: 28 class. Elf Archer attributes: Strength 61, Constitution 49, Spirit 46, Will 45. Agility 59 tier. Second tier health points: 2,940 29 40 mana points. 2,760 specialties: Dark Affinity, Basic Resistance, Precision Shooting, Enhanced Agility. 3 dark elves, armed with longbows and clad in dark leather armor, moved like phantoms in the night, swiftly aiming at Jiang Fan's 10 summoned creatures. As the bowstrings were released, the sound of arrows slicing through the air resonated through the forest, with several arrows shooting towards the nearest skeletal warriors. In the abyssal wilderness, encountering unfamiliar species, regardless of past grievances, taking the initiative is often the wisest choice. As the skeletal warriors were struck by the arrows, their bodies jolted, as if a chilling power was gnawing at their bones. However, the numerous undead did not falter. Instead, they collectively launched a counterattack. They activated the charge skill, surging towards the 3 dark elves like a tidal wave. Although the skeletal warriors were somewhat weak in attributes, their sheer numbers soon plunged the dark elves into a fierce battle. From a distance, upon receiving the attribute feedback from the probe, Jiang Fan felt his wariness dissipate. Taking advantage of the fact that he had not yet been discovered, he stealthily emerged from behind the large tree, raising his skeletal scythe high. Asbeth call. Thasgaldara. Venomous vines. Suddenly, thick vines erupted beneath the 3 dark elves, resembling traps set by the most cunning of hunters. The vines spread rapidly, swiftly climbing up their ankles and ensnaring their calves entirely. These were no ordinary vines. They bore sharp barbs, akin to wolf fangs. As the dark elves struggled, the barbs pierced their skin, embedding deeply. They felt a numbness in their calves, as if bitten by a venomous snake, with damage numbers popping up above their heads. -20, -20, -20. The damage from venomous vines was not particularly high, but Jiang Fan sought merely the crowd control effect of the binding. Seeing that all three were immobilized and unable to evade the skeletal warrior's attacks, Jiang Fan waved his staff and unleashed a new skill. Shadow Arrow Rain. The three dark elves gazed in terror at the ambushing night sorcerer, their expressions shifting drastically. Unfortunately, ensnared by the vines, they resembled lambs awaiting slaughter, helplessly watching as he raised his staff once more, gathering immense magical energy. Zalmadras. Vexthract. With a low incantation from Jiang Fan, the magic sphere coalescing at the tip of his skeletal scythe shot forth like a meteor streaking across the night sky, exploding directly above the trio. Immediately, a torrent of densely packed dark energy arrows cascaded from the sky, sweeping towards the three dark elves, possessing an innate affinity for darkness. The dark elves were engulfed by an unprecedented wave of terror upon sensing this wild force. The arrows descended like a relentless rain, swiftly consuming their forms. Their smooth skin, struck by the corrosive barrage, emitted wisps of white smoke as a flurry of damage notifications erupted above their heads. -419, -407, -422, -399. Like being subjected to endless torment, the three dark elves shrieked in anguish, their cries echoing through the air. Their silhouettes were incessantly devoured in the deluge of arrows, as if the flame of their lives could extinguish at any moment. Numerous skeletal warriors wielding great swords followed suit, unleashing waves of cross-slash energy that struck the elves. -96, -85, -91, -93. In an instant, the elves fell victim to the stealthy ambush of Jiang Fan, who dispatched them with ease. Kill Dark Elf. Experience 248. Soul Coins 151. Kill Dark Elf. Experience 233. Soul Coins 116. Kill Dark Elf. Experience 220. Soul Coins 132. Skill Fragment 1. Acquired Deerskin Boots 1. Deerskin Boots. Green Equipment Leather Armor. Attributes. Agility 8. Movement Speed 10. Nimble Step Skill Level 1. Required Level 20. Agility 50. Required Class. Thief. Summoner. Usable by all factions. What a treasure. The three dark elves, though diminutive in stature, were remarkably generous, yielding not only a skill fragment, but also a piece of green equipment. In the game gods, equipment ranks are classified from highest to lowest as red, black, yellow, green, and blue. This green equipment represents the mainstream standard that players strive for before their second-class advancement. Jiang Fan stowed the boots in his inventory and, along with his summoned companions, embarked on a new journey deeper into the shadowy forest. All that remained were the remnants of battle and the slowly dissipating souls of the dark elves. Silence returned to the dim forest, as if the recent conflict had been but an illusion. However, the fallen dark elves served as a poignant reminder to all who followed that this battle was both real and brutal. The ancient trees bore witness. Navigating through the time-worn trunks, Jiang Fan felt an acute sense of caution, frequently glancing at his map to carefully monitor for any nearby monsters. In the dim light, peculiar flora occasionally caught his eye. Some withered branches hung precariously, resembling the frail state of life on the brink of decay. As Jiang Fan gazed upon these silent lives, a spark of curiosity ignited within him. Where was the desolate world he had glimpsed during his class change, and while using Phantom Dash? What kind of scene lay within? Does a truly pure realm of the deceased exist? The forest remains enveloped in silence, and the panel reveals no information. Jiang Fan, with his frail physique, contemplates questions that even the mightiest beings cannot answer. Suddenly, red dots representing monsters begin to emerge at the edge of the map. As Jiang Fan's gaze shifts, he swiftly discerns their presence. Accompanied by the undead warriors, he advances cautiously, counting the red dots in his mind. 1, 2, 6, 15, 16. 19. Upon reaching 19, the count ceases to rise as the luminous edge encompasses all visible foes. Jiang Fan observes that the cluster of red dots remains stationary, positioned approximately 40 meters directly ahead of him. Dense branches and underbrush obscure his attempts to peer further into the distance. Left with no other option, Jiang Fan halts the formation closes his eyes, and inhabits one of the undead warriors, directing it towards the throng of monsters. Chapter 57. The Goblin Squad under Jiang Fan's meticulous control, the undead warrior endeavored to tread lightly, skillfully avoiding the brittle twigs and decaying wood on the forest floor, lest he inadvertently alert the enemy. In this dense woodland, even the towering figure of the undead warrior appeared diminutive amidst the towering ancient trees. When he reached a point approximately 20 meters from the horde of monsters, Jiang Fan was finally able to observe the target through the warrior's perspective. It turned out to be a band of goblins. As he was currently possessing the summoned creature, Jiang Fan was unable to utilize his detection skills and could only scrutinize the scene with two flickering flames of soul fire. This goblin squad seemed to have been traveling for quite some time, as they were now seated upon the forest floor, taking a much-needed respite. The hierarchy within the goblin squad was evident. A group of ordinary goblin warriors of slightly lesser strength occupied the periphery, forming the backbone of their tribe. Though diminutive in stature, the goblin warriors were brimming with vitality. Clad in rudimentary leather armor and wielding makeshift weapons, their eyes shone with determination and fervor. Typically, they were tasked with hunting, gathering food, transporting supplies, and tending to the wounded, an array of laborious duties. Deeper within the formation, several robust goblin braves vigilantly surveyed their surroundings. Adorned in heavy iron armor, wearing wolf-tooth helmets and brandishing long swords or mighty hammers, these warriors were the most valiant and elite fighters of the tribe. Not only did they possess formidable combat prowess, but they also exhibited keen intuition and commendable courage. While most goblin clan members were timid and fearful, these carefully selected goblin warriors stood apart, displaying a tenacity that belied their kin's nature. Although they appeared somewhat fatigued, perhaps from prolonged travel and combat, their vigilance remained unwavering. They frequently scanned the environment for any potential threats. At the heart of the assembly, an elder goblin priest sat serenely. Draped in a loose, gray robe and wielding a mysterious staff, he engaged in silent prayer. This priest served as the spiritual leader of the goblin squad, having led them away from their tribe for several weeks, subsisting on the bounty of the dense forest and the protection of the goblin god. Faith was the vital force underpinning their endurance. After discerning the enemy's occupational distribution, Jiang Fan commanded the undead warrior to stealthily retreat along the same path. Based on his assessment, the numerous goblin warriors were likely no more than first or second-tier ordinary monsters, rendering them nearly inconsequential. However, the 5 goblin braves were assuredly above second tier, with the possibility of some reaching third tier. As for the goblin priest, he might well be of elite status. Without probing further, Jiang Fan could not ascertain whether he had attained silver rank. Once he retracted his consciousness, Jiang Fan began to contemplate the strategy for this impending battle. With a current summoning capacity of 50, he felt no trepidation regarding the enemy's numbers. As long as the goblin priest can be dealt with, victory in this battle is assured. At this moment, Jiang Fan felt no fear. Instead, his mind was solely occupied with the swift elimination of all adversaries. Unlike the swarm of insects, this goblin squad posed no life-threatening danger. Should he find himself outmatched, he could simply take flight. For these terrestrial beings lacked the means to detain him. With the absence of peril, there was little left to ponder. Jiang Fan summoned 10 more undead warriors and began to scrutinize the map, patiently awaiting the cooldown of his abilities, vigilant against any sudden movements from goblins. Within 10 minutes, he had filled his ranks, and looking at his orderly assembly of undead warriors, he signaled for them to advance towards the goblin squad. As they progressed, he transmitted his thoughts through their mental link, causing the 50 undead to split into 2 serpentine formations, encircling their foes. As the distance between them diminished, the goblin squad finally detected the commotion. The goblin priest, seated at the center, abruptly opened his tightly shut eyes. Together with the vigilant goblin warriors, they turned to face Jiang Fan and his entourage. Enemies, alert! Protect the priest! A cacophony of frantic shouts erupted, prompting all goblin warriors to spring into action. Their weapons gripped tightly, forming a protective barrier around the priest. The priest is an undead. No, a necromancer. The goblin priest's expression grew grave, his magical energy surging. Having spotted the night mage lurking behind the throng of undead, to encounter such a rare entity was unexpected. In light of the scale of this skirmish, Jiang Fan comprehended that a solo ambush would yield little effect. Thus, instead of concealing himself, he chose to reveal his presence alongside his legion of undead warriors. As the two sides closed in on one another, Jiang Fan and the goblin priest began to chant their incantations in unison. Totemic Pillar, Shadow Rain. Zalmadras, Bextract. Although Jiang Fan had mastered the art of silent casting after his promotion, this skill applied solely to his class abilities. He still needed to articulate the demonic incantations in their original tongue. As his spell concluded, a sphere of dark energy hurtled towards the goblin squad, exploding mid-air into a rain of corrosive arrows. In an instant, a flurry of damage indicators erupted above the heads of the goblins. Yet their health was quickly restored by the healing effects of the totem. Race, Goblin Template, Elite Level, 33 Class. Goblin Priest Attributes, Strength 67, Constitution 68, Spirit 110, Will 94, Agility 80 Tier 3 Health, 8160, 8160 Mana, 13200, 13200 Proficiencies, Dark Affinity, Totem Crafting, Casting on the Move. Indeed, an elite foe. Jiang Fan's heart tightened upon receiving the intelligence from his probe. He gazed at the goblin warriors who were already engaged in fierce combat with the spectral knights. Although his skills had yielded some effect, they were swiftly countered by the totem's restorative powers, rendering his efforts futile. The elite template of the goblin priest significantly enhanced the capabilities of the entire goblin squad. Painful Strike, Mental Impact, Bonne Spear Technique, minus 1,180, minus 234. Due to the goblin priest's level exceeding Jiang Fan's by 10, the considerable mental attributes and level difference caused the damage from the Bone Spear technique to plummet to just over 200 points. Although the mental impact disregarded the opponent's spell resistance, it was still diminished by the high-level damage mitigation, resulting in even lower damage than when he had fought the Serpent Demon. Nevertheless, bolstered by the effects of Painful Strike, the goblin priest felt an agonizing pain that penetrated to his very core. He let out an enraged howl, causing the goblin warriors in front to turn an alarm, fearing that their priest had encountered some dire misfortune. While his primary attack skill entered a cooldown period, Jiang Fan did not cease his onslaught. Seizing the moment, he swiftly employed his newly acquired area attack skill to continue his assault. Frigid Tempest, Malkortha, Bersadarot. A swirling orb of ice-blue energy emanated from his skeletal scythe, chilling the air around him. Above the goblin squad, streams of ice-blue currents materialized, visibly condensing into a frigid mass. Then, a dazzling column of ice-blue light erupted, and a torrent of icy winds surged downward with astonishing speed, engulfing the entire goblin squad. Chapter 58. Regarding the setting, I have observed several points of concern among my readers, and I shall address them as needed in the future. Some aspects are intended for readers to imagine themselves, while others may not have been clearly articulated. I kindly ask for your understanding. 1. Regarding the absorption efficiency of soul stones, there is no deliberate suppression. The efficiency of absorption is enhanced in tandem with the ascension of one's innate talent. Ordinary advancements merely expand the absorption range of the innate talent without improving efficiency. It is only during the stages of ascension, ascending to silver, gold, and legendary, that the efficiency of the innate talent will accordingly increase. 2. There are no supplementary attributes established. When the template ascends, it enjoys higher bonuses. If supplementary attributes were introduced, what distinction would there be between early and late ascension? In my understanding, that would seem quite unreasonable. Thus, the design stipulates that early ascension allows for earlier access to high growth, while those who ascend later must inevitably lag behind. Those who reach level 100 only to become elites are scarcely distinguishable from the inept. How could one possibly compensate for the attributes lost in the interim? As for underdevelopment, as long as one's minimum attributes surpass the maximum attributes of others, who would still concern themselves with underdevelopment. Therefore, the demon race possesses no innate lord templates. Such entities cannot exist and must evolve step by step from ordinary templates. Naturally, the innate demons start at 0 tier, with their bloodlines being ordinary, and the probability of being rewarded by the abyssal while during postnatal evolution is significantly lower. Other races, such as the mighty dragons, also begin at tier 1, and their bloodline templates require postnatal enhancement. They merely ascend at a quicker pace. 3. Concerning damage calculation, I have referenced some straightforward game mechanics and design a formula. Damage is not simply derived from the subtraction of attribute values. For instance, in the case of spells, spell damage spirit, spell damage coefficient magic resistance, spirit magic resistance coefficient spell damage reduction, magic resistance damage reduction coefficient, 1 magic resistance damage reduction coefficient, spell damage, 1 skill bonus, 1 opponent spell damage reduction, level bonus or level penalty random number, 0, 9, 1, 1, 4. Regarding names, I acknowledge that my initial consideration was lacking. Jiang Fan is the name of a very good friend of mine in reality. It is not an attempt to follow trends. His encouragement was instrumental in the inception of this book. However, having written so much, I fear that altering it now would cause confusion. Henceforth, I have designated the high-tier beings with the true name Osiris. I ask for your understanding. Finally, I extend my gratitude for your support and attention to this work. New elements will soon be introduced, and I shall endeavor to write diligently. Chapter 59. Annihilation. The goblins, struck by the icy wave, emitted piercing screams, their bodies engulfed as if cast into a frozen lake. Their skin was instantly lacerated by the icy blades, and their blood swiftly congealed under the assault of the frigid air. Vast amounts of damage surged from above the goblin squad, and despite the slow healing from the totem pillars, several goblin warriors succumbed, falling lifelessly to the ground under the onslaught of the undead warriors that followed. Upon witnessing the fallen goblin warriors, Jiang Fan's eyes gleamed with excitement. He raised a skeletal scythe high and swung it repeatedly. Gulps explosion. Gulps explosion. Boom. 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 The bodies of the goblin warriors, drawn by the power of death, withered instantly, as if all their blood had been siphoned away. Subsequently, the desiccated forms erupted violently, releasing a ferocious wave of energy. Blood and flesh, mingled with fragments of bone, scattered across the ground, reminiscent of a gruesome and bloody revelry. Attributes: spell attack 30 to 50, spirit 10, skill damage 5. Once surrounded by numerous undead, this goblin priest will be left with no escape. A series of green orbs shot forth from the goblin priest's hands, resembling a machine gun, shattering the bone prison before him in an instant. Yet, the surrounding undead warriors surged forward, forming a tightening encirclement. The goblin priest was beset by anxiety, hastily raising his short staff towards 2 nearby undead, hoping to unleash a powerful spell to swiftly eliminate them and carve a path for his escape. Observing the ground strewn with corpses, Jiang Fan remained tranquil. Since entering the abyssal realm, he had become accustomed to such bloody scenes. Night demons, how dare they provoke my goblin kin? Just wait. A torrent of soul energy surged into Jiang Fan's being, and a flurry of experience points illuminated his panel, with 3 skill fragments generously dropping. The corpse explosion was ferociously potent. Each enemy struck reduced its cooldown, allowing Jiang Fan's skill to become available once more in the blink of an eye. Thus, without even lowering his staff, he resolutely detonated the corpses he had just obliterated. Upon glancing at his panel, the rewards were indeed bountiful. Jiang Fan settled beneath the roots of an ancient oak, patiently awaiting the restoration of his magical energy. The recent wave of experience absorption had merely replenished the little health he had lost, yet his magical energy still required considerable recovery. Remaining calm, he unleashed the cooldown-ready psychic impact during the goblin's magic gathering process. Minus 1,213, minus 622 2 damage numbers emerged above the goblin priest's head in rapid succession. The goblin priest let out a muffled groan, his soul wounded, his spell was interrupted, and the gathered magical energy rebounded against him. Jiang Fan was adept at timing his skills. Jiang Fan, disdainful of words, let out a menacing grin as he swiftly raised his skeletal scythe, pointing it forward. A distant bone cage ensnared the enemies, granting the encircling undead warriors precious time. Despite the seething rage within, the goblin's innate cowardice flickered a hint of fear in his eyes. This unexpected boon filled Jiang Fan with elation. All around the team, goblin warriors and champions were caught in an explosive onslaught, suffering damage numbers exceeding 500 and 700, leading to the demise of several more foes. The goblin priest, gazing at the distant yet formidable knight, demon, and the horde of rushing undead soldiers, found his courage to continue the battle dwindling. In the depths of the silent forest, the goblin priest endured a relentless assault for several minutes before meeting his end. Observing the situation from the periphery, Jiang Fan stood composed, exuding an air of tranquility. Occasionally, he would launch a bone spear at the goblin priest while focusing on healing his dangerously weakened companion. Over 20 undead warriors, unable to secure advantageous positions, stood ready at the back, their eyes fixed intently on the enemy, being relentlessly battered by their comrades. Meanwhile, the goblin priest's small eyes brimmed with intense hatred, wishing nothing more than to flay Jiang Fan alive. The warriors of his tribe, who had followed him for so long, lay dead at the hands of this accursed night demon, leaving the priest at a loss on how to face the elders of his clan upon his return. With a wave of his staff, he cast lightness upon himself, preparing to flee. Even the goblin priest at the rear suffered nearly 300 points of damage from a nearby explosion. Although he could utilize this new equipment, its skill enhancement paled in comparison to that of the skeletal scythe and was subsequently discarded by Jiang Fan. Ever since awakening his night demon lineage, Jiang Fan felt an intensified urge for bloodshed, necessitating a balance to avoid becoming a mindless beast of slaughter. This encounter was not merely a battle against lower-tier foes, but against elites. Upon absorbing the soul power, Jiang Fan sensed it was far richer than that of the serpent demon he had defeated prior. Requirements: Level 30, Spirit 60. Experience gained from slaying goblin warriors, 398. Blackthorn Staff, green equipment, main hand weapon. With the opportunity having been delayed for so long, even the skeletal warriors were now arriving on the battlefield, let alone the more intelligent undead soldiers. In mere moments, the goblins fell like ants, succumbing to the cacophonous explosions. The battlefield lay strewn with the shattered remains of goblins, save for the lone figure of the goblin priest still standing amidst the chaos. Steel shoulder armor went defeated goblin warrior. Experience 365. As the levels of various skills ascend, their potency intensifies, concurrently elevating the demand for magical energy. Worn out machete 1. He relishes the sensation, the thrill of wielding control over life and death. Yet, he is acutely aware that he must not allow his spirit to be tainted by such power. Defeated goblin warrior. Experience 170. Skill fragment. Defeated goblin priest. Experience 2619. Soul stone 1. Soul currency 277. The legions of the undead brandish their broadswords, encircling the goblin priest, unleashing relentless, deathly cross slashes. Although the inflicted damage was modest, the collective effort steadily diminished the goblin's health. No, spare me. Elderberry short staff 1. Apart from the metallic scent of blood in the air, not a single soul could be seen within the vicinity. Defeated goblin warrior. Experience 166. Particularly in the later stages, the necromancer's vast swathes of skeletons and their area attacks are indeed formidable. Yet the exorbitant consumption of magical energy presents a significant challenge. Seizing an opportunity to procure a magical energy storage artifact remains imperative. Jiang Fan's gaze drifted into the void, as if he were reminiscing about something profound. Chapter 60. The Boots of Secret Arts in the Game Gods. There are typically no restorative potions available. In the past, players had two options for recovering their health and mana, either to disengage from battle and wait patiently for natural regeneration, or to rely on the skills of classes, such as priests and knights, to replenish their vitality. However, these skills are always subject to cooldowns. This implies that managing one's resources effectively during combat is an essential skill for players, particularly for the more experienced ones. Once Zhang Fan had waited for all his skills to refresh and had fully restored his health and mana, he rose to his feet, leading a formidable group of over 40 undead warriors, continuing onward with great determination. The creatures on the outskirts of the Dark Forest predominantly ranged from levels 2 to 30, while the high-level silver-tier leaders of the tribes lurked deeper within the dense woods. Although the monsters at the perimeter were of a lower level, they sufficed for Zhang Fan as current growth needs. To reach level 24, he required 60,000 experience points, which could be achieved by slaying 200 or 300 of these creatures. He had wielded his bone-reaping scythe countless times and had lost count of how many times he had restored his state. However, upon their arrival at the duel square, not only did they fail to spot the figure of Eric, but even the blade demon, Dick, was absent. As Zhang Fan and his group advanced, a sudden surge of powerful magical energy erupted beneath the feet of the foremost undead warrior. An icy blue current rapidly spread, freezing him in place, while the chill also affected the nearby undead. Zhang Fan had previously conducted thorough reconnaissance and found that the Black Wing guard stationed at the duel square were all mere second and third tier minions. As for those above silver tier, aside from the referee, not a single one was in sight. The affluent ones contributed skill fragments, while those with tighter finances merely surrendered a portion of their experience and soul coins. Zhang Fan adeptly assumed the role of a landowner, skinning every creature he encountered. During his prior equipment browsing at the Interdimensional Merchant Guild, Zhang Fan had found himself unable to purchase quality gear due to having exhausted the soul stones he had acquired, leading to a lack of funds for better equipment. The attributes of the cheaper items did not entice him, as he found them inferior to the spoils he had claimed himself. Regardless of where these solitary creatures hid, as long as they registered as red dots on the map, they could not escape his perception and were left with both their lives and souls in Zhang Fan's grasp. Upon returning to the Scarlet Fortress, as the blood moon hung low, Zhang Fan took light, careful steps back to the courtyard, successfully reuniting with Norton before they set off together towards the duel square. It seemed to be a solitary rogue. If some elite monsters were to intersperse along the way, their progress could be further accelerated. He had only seen a hint on the map, yet there were no signs of life within his field of vision. It was evident that the opposing party had sensed the trap being triggered and was stealthily approaching. A few undead warriors took the initiative to stand side by side, cautiously advancing to ensure no other traps were present. Observing their self-directed exploration, Zhang Fan couldn't help but marvel at the intelligence of sentient beings. The skeletal warriors would likely remain etched in his memory forever. Zalmadras, Vexthrax. During this period, Zhang Fan had witnessed countless solitary demons ambushed and slain by dark creatures. As innumerable small monsters fell prey to larger tribal groups, their bodies transforming into blood-soaked corpses. Thus, Zhang Fan's days in the dueling arena regained a semblance of order. Without breaking a sweat, he dispatched several fortunate souls, acquiring 3 more skill fragments, and, at long last, procuring a piece of equipment he could wield. Mystic boots, green equipment, cloth armor. Reflecting on Eric's words during the assessment, Zhang Fan speculated quietly. A dense rain of corrosive arrows continuously descended from the heavens, striking the bodies of the monsters and raising thick clouds of smoke. Attributes: spell resistance 10 to 30, agility 10, spirit 5, movement speed 5. The enemies must have seen their numerous ranks, prompting them to abandon their ambush. Today, fortune smiled upon him. Not only was the probability of acquiring skill fragments remarkably high, but he also obtained 2 pieces of magical equipment, finally filling his once barren inventory. In the eerie, silent depths of the dark forest, even time seemed to slow beneath the oppressive canopy of foliage and gloom. Expecting a demon to reason with you? Retracing his steps, Zhang Fan led his companions back to the teleportation altar. With a wave of his hand, he banished the numerous undead warriors, and as their forms dissipated, he stepped through the portal. A dozen goblins, suffering under the effects of spells, cried out in pain. Yet, the night demon before them felt no compassion. and these goblins ultimately met their demise. Change it up. However, since the adversary prudently retreated, Jiang Fan chose not to dwell on the matter, giving a healing touch to the frozen companion before continuing on with his party. Over the next half-day, they captured another 10 solitary demons and a wailing banshee. Yet they were not fated to encounter any larger groups. The clever undead warriors immediately halted, standing vigilant to avoid triggering further traps. It was indeed a trap. As Jiang Fan observed the -300 damage appearing above the undead warrior's head, he swiftly glanced at the map panel. In the blink of an eye, a small red emerged from the edge of the map, rapidly approaching them. As night fell, the dueling arena hosted 5 more contests. However, the strength of these fighters was rather lackluster, with not a single elite template in sight. Before midnight, the 5 duels had concluded. Requirement level 20, agility 20. Having again reaped a bounty of experience and 1 fragment, Jiang Fan relished the tranquility, returning to his courtyard to rest his eyes and prepare for the battles of the morrow. By night, he stood guard in the death-dueling arena, harvesting experience, while by day, he ventured early into the dark forest to hunt monsters, striving to engage those he could contend with. With the aid of the golden finger panel, Jiang Fan navigated through his challenges unscathed. In the dense woods, shrouded in darkness, Jiang Fan could not discern the position of the blood moon. He merely estimated the passage of time in his mind, and then rose to make his way back. Jiang Fan felt a sigh of relief within. With no suitable tasks to excuse himself, Jiang Fan could only continue his vigil at the dueling grounds through the night. In this ruthless realm where killing was commonplace, he had no desire to discover the consequences of neglecting his duties. Experience 134, Jiang Fan and Norton were summoned by another Golden Tier Blade Demon Referee to serve as Night Watchman. Experience 102, Skill Fragment 1, Acquired Steel Battle Axe 1, Acquired Dogskin Pants 1. While observing, Jiang Fan noticed a red to halt approximately 20 to 30 meters away from them. After a moment, it unexpectedly retraced its path and began moving in the opposite direction. Skill Fragment 1, Requirement, Profession, Mage, Priest, usable by all factions. Navigating through the seemingly boundless forest, Jiang Fan cautiously progressed along the outermost edges of the map. It appeared that only those with silver tier strength could partake in hunting missions. Those lacking such prowess were relegated to guard duty. The bloodshed and brutality of the abyss had remained unchanged. It was merely under the cover of his interface that Jiang Fan had enjoyed a relatively safe existence. With the assistance of numerous undead warriors and area spells, Jiang Fan languidly lingered at the periphery of the shadowy forest for quite some time, ultimately managing to elevate his level. Now, his experience bar indicated that he was but a step away from reaching level 30. Chapter 61. The onslaught of revenge. The myriad creatures inhabiting the shadowy forest have bestowed upon him a substantial reservoir of experience points, yielding over 300 skill fragments during this period. Yet, much to Jiang Fan's dismay, his unfortunate luck manifested once more. Despite accumulating 300 fragments, he failed to synthesize even a single magical skill, a rather unsatisfactory outcome. Physical Awakening, passive skill, permanently increases health by 100 points and grants a 2 immunity to physical damage. Wrathful Assault. Active skill strikes forward at enemies with weaponry twice, each inflicting 150 physical damage. After the skill is executed, attack speed increases by 10 for 5 seconds. Consumes 200 mana. Cooldown of 2 minutes. Blessing of Life. Summons the Light of Life to bestow blessings upon a target, increasing health cap by 5, resistance by 10, and restoring 100 health points per second for 30 seconds. Consumes 200 mana, cooldown of 2 minutes. Gazing at the descriptions of the skills on his interface, Jiang Fan felt they were mocking him openly. Unlucky one. Can you even manage? Regardless of his grumblings and complaints, the interface remained unresponsive. The weak are unworthy of survival in the abyss. Elder. Before he could fully count the number of skill fragments, he noticed small red dots emerging from 2 other directions. A brief glance revealed a daunting number, surely close to 100. His skin, stiffened by the biting cold, felt numbed even to the pain inflicted by the corrosive rain of arrows. However, The damage numbers hovering above the goblins remained unabated. After a moment's pause, the red dots inexplicably retreated, vanishing beyond the map's edge. Lacking the skill of keen sight, he resigned himself to vigilance. A terrifying surge of magical energy erupted as ice-blue winds and corrosive arrows fell simultaneously upon the heads of 2 or 3 dozen goblins, striking relentlessly upon their bodies and the ground. Upon the sudden demise of the goblin priest, the tribe had swiftly learned of the event through arcane means. Tasked with leading a search party, he followed the arcane trail to the remnants of the corpses, discovering the scent of the undead upon the wounds. Blood was strewn everywhere, flesh torn asunder. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Fan regarded it as akin to the previous encounter with the solitary rogue, where the sheer number of foes had caused a retreat, prompting him to pay little heed to it. Any attempt to bite at us must be met with a resounding blow. Otherwise, the next wave will be even greater. Zalmadras, Vexthrath. Zhang Fan swiftly commanded the surviving undead warriors to gather, bracing for the sudden emergence of formidable foes. A profound tremor shook Zhang Fan's spirit. The pressure upon his brow eased slightly as he raised his skeletal scythe, incantations already forming on his lips. Having cleared the area, Zhang Fan contemplated leading the undead warriors back to the teleportation altar when he noticed a multitude of red dots appearing along the map's edge. I have discovered the traces of the undead you mentioned. We must not be encircled. We must choose a direction to break through. Oh, the goblin warrior, known as Ken, hesitated momentarily before shaking his head. The elder goblin recalled the harrowing plight of his kin, his molars nearly grinding to dust. At that moment, with the elder present, all goblins appeared emboldened, their faces reflecting a frenzied resolve, a determination to avenge their fallen brethren. Without hesitation, the elder commanded, "Surround them. Spare not a single one." "Understand," replied Zhang Fan, gesturing toward a direction where 30 or 40 foes lay a few hundred meters away. He and his warriors surged toward the crimson dots on the right. A barrage of blinding light from the Death Cross slash erupted, catching the goblins off guard as they struggled to recover from the magical assault, only to suffer further injuries. Frost Storm, Shadow Rain of Arrows, Ma'akulta, Burshadroth. Observing the approaching crimson dots from 3 directions, Zhang Fan's heart raced. He was no skeletal warrior, foolishly believing this was mere coincidence. Meanwhile, a multitude of goblins rested in the dense forest. Charge! 6 or 7 undead warriors remained by Zhang Fan's side, continuing forward, while the rest had already surged ahead the moment Zhang Fan made his move. Really? Where? The elder goblin exclaimed in delight, eagerly inquiring. A fierce retribution. This will surely intimidate the other dark creatures lurking in the forest. Since the enemy could surround him so silently, they must have an intimate knowledge of his position. There was no way they would leave such an obvious gap. Suddenly, a stout, scout-like goblin sprinted towards the center of the group, excitedly shouting to an elder goblin. Ignoring the dismal odds of skill synthesis, Zhang Fan picked up a few items that had dropped on the ground, exhaling deeply as he prepared to return to the Crimson Fortress. In such a territory, being secretly encircled by a multitude of sentient beings would surely lead to dire consequences. Strangely, the crimson dots halted at a distance of over 30 meters. "Elder, they have not approached. They have moved to the opposite side." As he calmly analyzed the direction, he suddenly spotted another small red dot emerging from the edge of the map, rapidly advancing toward him. Had it not been for the encounter with highly intelligent undead beings, the goblin priest's strength would never have allowed his entire squad to be annihilated. Zhang Fan had barely advanced 20 meters when he encountered a throng of goblins on his right. Looking up, he found his view obscured by dense, twisting vegetation, rendering everything invisible. "Are there no monsters to the left? Go, catch up with the others." Before I left, I assured the elder that we would eliminate these murderers. The eyes of the goblin elder, deep and abyssal, seemed capable of perceiving every leaf in the forest. The members of our goblin tribe possess feeble individual strength, yet we have managed to survive in the abyss without facing annihilation, thanks to our unity. A goblin gestured aside, and if Zhang Fan were to glance in that direction, he would undoubtedly realize it pointed straight towards him. 30 or 40. The elder, having anticipated the other's lack of deception, was unfazed. His nostrils flared slightly as he addressed the goblin warrior beside him, saying, "Kin, do you comprehend why I am determined to pursue them relentlessly? Oh no, we are encircled." Indeed, they were wise undead. Immediate support was imperative. When provoked, one must repay blood with blood and tooth for tooth. Only then shall no race dare to underestimate us. Who among us lacks intelligence? The goblins bustled about, their steps light as a pack of leopards hunting under the cover of night. No priest? HM. The robust goblin scout returned once more, colliding with the elder and his group, who were hastily approaching from the left. He seeks vengeance. Jiang Fan took a moment to glance at the map. Aside from the two red dots that were gradually drawing near from the other sides, indeed, traces of monsters began to emerge from behind. Ha, old silver coin. You still wish to tempt me into a trap. Chapter 62. The goblin elder Jiang Fan had no time to squander. He understood that he must swiftly deal with the adversaries before him, for otherwise he risked being encircled. The true leader had yet to reveal himself, and he dared not delay for even a moment. Utilizing mental shock and bone spear technique, he focused on the goblin in the most dire condition. After dispatching it, he unleashed corpse explosion as if it were of no consequence. The cacophony of explosions echoed incessantly, scattering the monsters on this side into disarray. The goblin warriors writhed in agony before collapsing, blood gushing forth from their wounds. The remaining few goblins, still clinging to life, disregarded their intent to fight, hastily fleeing to regroup with their kin. Kill Goblin Warrior, experience 154, soul coins 42. At this moment, the Goblin Elder, witnessing the scene where Jiang Fan stood at the center like a luminary, realized that the supposed undead fiends he feared were merely the summoned minions of this night demon. Gazing at the multitude of fallen goblin corpses nearby, he found himself rendered speechless by the audacity of his opponent. Level 41 occupation. Goblin Elder, without pausing to assess his battle gains, Jiang Fan quickly turned to gather the undead warriors before him, eyes fixed intently on the approaching group of larger goblins. He had not anticipated such cunning from his foes, who seemed acutely aware of his combat style. Jiang Fan relished the sight of his enemies turning upon themselves. In his previous life, he had exploited this tactic on numerous occasions, skillfully interrupting spellcasters mid-cast. Facing him, he wore an expression of utmost sincerity, watching as his summoning skill neared completion, his objectives already achieved. Thus, for a moment, they clashed with equal fervor. When did a necromancer arrive in the dark forest? Race, goblin, Jiang Fan gripped his skeletal scythe tightly, unleashing a flurry of strikes that coalesced the swirling magical energy around him into a dark vortex. The self-proclaimed sage of his kind snorted disdainfully, beginning to unleash a barrage of poisoned and icy arrows towards the undead warriors. Jiang Fan's composure and decisiveness afforded him the upper hand from the outset of this life-and-death struggle. Minus 1,590, minus 820 what relief. He initiated with frigid storm. In the depths of the abyss, there was no point in disputation under such circumstances. Even if he were not the architect of this chaos, neither side would relent. The Goblin Elder, witnessing Jiang Fan's offensive, further solidified his resolve. Attributes: Strength 100, Constitution 101, Spirit 173, Will 151. Agility 101 tier. Silver tier 4. Alas for the goblins battling ahead. Unlike the undead warriors, they felt no pain, howling in distress under the onslaught of corrosive arrows. Skill Fragment 1. Previously, a mere elite of over level 30 had drained much of his strength. Yet now, he faced an even older and more formidable Goblin Elder. The Goblin Elder was struck by his own spell, his body quivering as he endured 2 heavy blows. Observing the Elder's fierce demeanor, he understood that this battle would not be resolved swiftly. Night Demon, did you slay my kin? Defeated Goblin Warrior, experience 258. Soul Coins 130. Skill Fragment 1. Jiang Fan unleashed a barrage of shadow arrow rain, as green venom and black corrosive arrows fell upon both factions, unleashing the full power of their collective spells. The incantation of the totem was abruptly interrupted. The Goblin Elder, possessing a higher level and formidable damage bonuses, was nonetheless outmatched by Jiang Fan's superior mental attributes. Under the rare elite template, his spell damage and magic resistance were significantly enhanced. Thus, Jiang Fan, uninterested in idle chatter, decisively chose to strike first, especially against the enigmatic knight Demon Qin. Although doubts stirred within him, he had no intention of retreating. Ice arrows, blizzard ice spike, and poison arrows were unleashed, alongside fire blast, chain lightning, bone spear, and shadow arrow rain, culminating in a cacophony of the frigid storm. The dense forest was ravaged. Trees were obliterated, and the ground was scorched, vines and thorns reduced to cinders. Template, elite. Seizing the moment while the totem was momentarily vulnerable, Jiang Fan swiftly employed Bone Spear, Chain Lightning, and Fire Blast to bombard the front lines of goblin warriors and goblin fighters. Intent on clearing the lesser foes while hastily recovering his status through experience absorption. Had the Elder not been overseeing the battle personally, several goblins would likely have fled, retreating into the shadows. Deer Skin Coat 1. Defeated Goblin Warrior. Experience 144. Soul Coins 34. Jiang Fan mused that he had slain nearly 80 goblins during this period. Who could say which of them were his kin? You are mistaken. I do not take lives. With a wave, he summoned 10 level 29 undead warrior minions, uttering fluent demonic incantations. Blood debts must be repaid in blood. Your kin? Skill Fragment 1. The Goblin Elder emitted a muffled groan, his short staff still raised as he conjured a green energy sphere once more. However, Jiang Fan had already gained the upper hand, having anticipated the Elder's spellcasting. He had closely observed the Goblin Priest summon the totem in their previous encounter, knowing the casting time was not brief enough to thwart his reaction. Jiang Fan had recently slaughtered a multitude of goblins, depleting his energy reserves, and with the sudden influx of goblins, he had yet to fully replenish his mana. The Goblin Elder, perceiving the sudden shift of focus from the demonic necromancer, mistakenly believed Jiang Fan intended to eradicate his kin and then assault him. Damn it! Witnessing the Elder's movements, Jiang Fan immediately retaliated with a mental shock to interrupt him. A 4th-tier Silver Elite. Jiang Fan furrowed his brows, a weighty expression gradually overtaking his features. Health points, 242402, 4240. Mana points, 41,524, 1520. Specializations, Dark Affinity, Poison Affinity, Ice Affinity, Totem Crafting, Mobile Casting, Tracking. Moreover, sensing that this nocturnal demon had yet to reach the 3rd tier, with his own prowess at the 4th tier of Silver, what was there to fear? Employing a rare nocturnal undead sorcerer to establish dominance would undoubtedly yield far superior results than that of an ordinary undead creature. The Goblin Elder, not one to be outdone, felt the green energy pulsating violently from his short staff, showing no signs of abating. Skill Fragment 1. This unexpected interruption plunged the Goblin Elder into immediate anguish. Defeated Goblin Warrior. Experience 277. Soul Coins 116. Indeed, it is you. Today vengeance shall be exacted from my kin among the goblins. With a flourish of his staff, he prepared to summon a totem pillar, intending to bestow blessings upon the goblin warriors who were already clashing with the undead warriors ahead, bolstering their combat prowess. After swiftly dispatching several low-health melee fighters, he unleashed the pseudo-sequence corpse explosion spell from his skeletal scythe, causing a cacophony of wails as a throng of goblins fell lifeless to the ground. The goblin warriors were incessantly ravaged by a rain of arrows, while the undead warriors were repeatedly ensnared by the chilling frost. The forces of death and magic intertwined in mid-air as a tempest of spells erupted, painting a grand tableau of overwhelming might. Chapter 63. The Goblin Curse. A cacophony of various magical energies erupted in the air as Jiang Fan and the Goblin Elder exerted themselves to the utmost in their spellcasting. Explosions echoed relentlessly, reminiscent of a poignant symphony. Yet, to Jiang Fan's ears, it resembled a solemn tribute to the death of the goblins. Flesh and limbs exploded and scattered, the forces of death radiating outward. A torrent of damage surged forth, and the discontented goblin warriors fell one after another, transforming into experience points absorbed by Jiang Fan. His health and mana visibly replenished. With his cooldown completing first, Jiang Fan wielded his scythe once more, summoning 10 skeletal warriors who charged into the fray of the meat grinder. The Goblin Elder frowned upon witnessing this. Whoosh, Goblin Necklace 1. Aside from its inherent attributes, collecting all components of the set would unlock an overall effect, significantly enhancing combat prowess. Gotcha. Oh, is it an accessory, or perhaps a component of a set? This piece of equipment boasted a commendable enhancement to spell damage. Although Jiang Fan was not specialized in ice magic, he wielded the Frigid Storm. Delighted, he collected his spoils and placed them in his inventory, eagerly awaiting the moment of advancement to equip it. The Goblin Elder cried out in agony. Charge forth joyously. With a constitution of 101, the Goblin Elder was over 60 points weaker than Jiang Fan. Despite the advantage of rank, his elite template allowed him only a marginal increase in health, surpassing Jiang Fan's level 29 by a mere 8,000 points. In the Pantheon, aside from the multicolored equipment, there exists a special category of gear, sets. Striking the Goblin Elder, a fragile spellcaster, proved remarkably effective. Experience points meet promotion requirements. Amidst the battle with his legion of skeletal warriors, Jiang Fan suddenly felt a wave of familiarity wash over him. Observing the scene before him, he once again experienced the thrill of melee combat. This curse he had encountered in his previous life bore no negative effects. It simply compelled him to be relentlessly pursued by goblin creatures upon their next encounter. Charge forth indeed. I shall have you take your revenge. Still seething with anger, the Goblin Elder was momentarily stunned by Jiang Fan's scythe strike, causing a brief interruption in the magical energy coursing through his staff. Dark spots began to spread across his body, reminiscent of a sinister affliction. A dark mark emerged from atop his head, emanating an eerie black light that enveloped the Goblin Elder entirely. Required classes: Mage, Priest, usable by all factions. Blades of light swept across the Goblin Elder, causing his shield to tremble and his defense to plummet dramatically. This marked Jiang Fan's inaugural use of a synthesized skill. Mental shock. An intangible force of mental energy flashed by, and once again, 2 massive damage numbers erupted above the Goblin Elder's head, leaving him momentarily paralyzed. 1,613. 790. Afflicted by the Goblin Curse. The Goblin Clan's favor towards you has diminished to that of archenemies. Set attributes. Unlocked. Devoid of the signature skills that provide formidable healing and enhancement effects, the Goblin Elder could only be gradually worn down to the brink of death by Jiang Fan. Surrounded by 7 or 8 skeletal warriors, coupled with Jiang Fan's superior attributes, each round of melee attacks could strip nearly 1,000 health points from the Goblin Elder. This was the Elder's first encounter with the Night Demon. Previously, he had assumed the interruption was mere coincidence. Subsequently, he swung his scythe and charged forward alongside the skeletal warriors. Death Cross Slash. Fury Eruption. 83, minus 77, minus 80 to 292, minus 303. Jiang Fan's enthusiasm surged as he loudly proclaimed, striking the Goblin Elder with his skeletal scythe, each blow drawing blood, and seizing every opportunity to unleash his spell skills. It was astonishingly reminiscent. Was this not akin to his past life when he led a cadre of underlings against the boss? In his previous existence, he had the boon of resurrection. Yet in this life, he possessed innate talents and enhancements from templates, making the battle even more effortless. Had he unwittingly found himself at a disadvantage? The undead could be summoned again upon death, but his valiant kin would not rise once fallen. Casually whispering a few bites, a thick, transparent shield enveloped the Goblin Elder. Goblin Necklace, Yellow Equipment, Goblin Set Component 1-3, Trinket. Jiang Fan glanced at his robust health bar, absorbing damage while simultaneously unleashing a bone spear. What was transpiring? A skeletal mage wielding a scythe and charging in a battle? By the Goblin God above. He had lived for so long without encountering such an eccentric magical being. Observing the Goblin Elder's momentary lapse in concentration during combat, Jiang Fan thought to himself how foolish it was, and swiftly cast another bone spear, shattering the magical shield. Demon, I shall curse you. A glimmer sparked in Jiang Fan's eyes. Recovering from his state of rigidity, the Goblin Elder, witnessing the obliteration of his kin, was instantly consumed by rage. Directing his short staff at Jiang Fan, unleashing a colossal ice arrow. Bites of energy surged into the air, and Jiang Fan, who had been distracted, felt a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. This place was not akin to the Death Valley of yore. He could not simply hide in a cave to advance. In this perilous realm, fraught with danger and murderous intent, he could not afford to evolve carelessly. In fact, he was quite content with the circumstances, as it spared him from attracting more foes. Requirements: Level 30, Spirit 50. Revenge? Yet, it seemed this Goblin Elder possessed some form of protective equipment, as Jiang Fan's repeated attempts to strike at the head were thwarted by an invisible barrier. However, armed with prior experience from previous encounters, he refrained from employing mental shock this time, effectively stalling the Goblin Elder's totem skills. Attributes: Spirit 15, Spell Damage 10, Mana Recovery 5s, Ice Spell Effectiveness increased by 10. In his mind, there lingered no memories of the Demon Clan's legacy, leaving him utterly oblivious to the fact that mental assaults directly impacted the soul. How could a mere magical shield possibly withstand such an onslaught? Jiang Fan cast a fleeting glance at the panel information, choosing to disregard it. His magical energy rapidly dwindled, and the scant remnants of his life force were extinguished in an instant. Yet, he bore no regrets. This curse would serve as his final tribute to his foes. Kill Goblin Elder, experience 3743, Soul Stones 2, Soul Coins 446. Upon witnessing the successful draw from the Goblin Elder, Jiang Fan hastily unleashed several spells upon the severely weakened Goblin Warrior. Following this, he invoked the Corpse Explosion technique repeatedly, ultimately eradicating all minor adversaries. Suddenly, the Goblin Elder's body resonated with a surge of energy, quaking slightly as its deep green skin faded to a pallid hue. An imprint swiftly soared towards Jiang Fan, merging into his being and vanishing from sight, after which the Goblin Elder collapsed, devoid of life. This time, he had learned from experience to avoid further interruptions while casting. He first enveloped himself in a magical shield, then resumed the lengthy incantation. Skill Fragment 1. As he returned to the city via the teleportation altar, the blood moon hung high in the center of the sky. There remained ample time before his evening watch, and upon returning to his residence in the dueling arena, Jiang Fan found himself with abundant opportunity to complete his ascension. Choose level upgrade. The holiday has come to an end. It is time to resume our reading, dear friends. Chapter 64. Ascending to the third tier, the familiar dark red abyssal power surged forth from within, enveloping Jiang Fan in a massive blood-red cocoon. As he was wrapped in this deep crimson shroud, a wave of drowsiness washed over him, and his consciousness began to disperse, slowly succumbing to slumber. In a hazy state, Jiang Fan felt as if a formidable force was lifting his body, faintly sensing a powerful energy continuously pouring into him, refining every single cell and rendering him increasingly robust. An inexplicable surge of excitement and anticipation blossomed within him. Simultaneously, it seemed as though Jiang Fan transcended the confines of time and space, his mind inundated with a myriad of vivid images. He witnessed a colossal knight demon engaged in fierce combat with various creatures, saw himself struggling at the brink of life and death, and observed his gradual evolution through relentless battles. A torrent of information surged in, imprinted upon his consciousness as if inscribed from the ether, becoming an inseparable part of him. You have acquired mental dread from the heritage memories. You have obtained the leader template. Your inherited item bone scythe has been upgraded. Your proficiency intermediate extraordinary bloodline has advanced to advanced extraordinary bloodline with Jiang Fan's extraordinary willpower. It is needless to say that mental dread would undoubtedly shine brilliantly in his hands. Should he fail a check, he could instantly shatter the will of his foes in battle, leaving them in a stupor. Gradually, he was no longer the person he once was. He was becoming increasingly powerful. Your level has risen to 30, mental dread, a heritage skill of the night demon race. Any being that gazes upon your true form must undergo a force check. Units with insufficient willpower will experience a brief state of disorientation and fear. This passive skill cannot be enhanced. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Jiang Fan's eyes as he clenched his fist, feeling power surge throughout his body, his blood boiling with vigor. His mind was clear, and the range of his mental perception expanded, becoming sharper and more lucid. Reflecting upon his new proficiency, he recalled that in some instances from his previous life, the final bosses were often of the leader template caliber. Unlocking dimensional passage function. Main quest 3 ascend to silver tier. Reward. Leader template. Side quest. Complete a dimensional transfer. Unlock abyssal will reward exchange. Soul harvest. Your innate talent. Capable of absorbing the soul power of nearby dying units. Currently, you can absorb within a radius of 100 meters. Mana. 43,600, 43,600, mental 200. In the eyes of many, when the indiscriminate control effect is unleashed, the efficiency of monster slaying will soar by more than just an order of magnitude. Race, Demon Knight, Demon Template. Leader, for each level gained, you receive Strength 12, Agility 12, Constitution 20, Spirit 20, Will 20. However, Jiang Fan chose to allocate all 5 skill points to Necromancy, understanding that the fundamentals must not be inverted. He knew who the true master was. Beyond the anticipated enhancement of innate talents, the acquisition of 2 formidable skills and 3 exceptional feats is particularly noteworthy. This is a manifestation of inherited memories. You have acquired the professional feat Resurrection of the Dead. Host, Jiang Fan true name, Osiris Ashake Leviathan. And Death Wave is merely at LV1. Yet the skill damage bonus reaches a staggering 300. Its power and terror were witnessed by Jiang Fan in his previous life. Skills, Weapon Specialization, Heavy Strike, Mental Shock, Explosive Flame, Chain Lightning, Pain Strike, Mental Storm, Summon Undead, Bone Spear Technique, Corpse Explosion Technique, Bone Armor, Bone Cage, Soul Link, Soul Healing, Phantom Dash, Constitution Awakening, Fury Unleashed, Life Blessing, Mental Intimidation, Death Wave. Omitting synthesis skills, skill points, 5 feats, Devour, Advanced Extraordinary Bloodline. Demon Language Spell, Specialization, 4th Circle, Soul Drain, Undead Affinity, Scroll Transcription, Silent Casting, Mobile Casting, Demon Pact, Source of Chaos. Resurrection of the Dead level, 30 experience. 3102500000 Profession. Necromancer, Source of Chaos. Demon Race Feat, you become the origin of chaos. Capable of transforming beings into the chaotic alignment using the power of the Abyss. Attributes, Strength 115, Agility 114, Constitution 184, Spirit 218, Will 188 rank. Third, your health bonus 200, mana bonus 200. You gain 5 skill points. Available for enhancing active skills. Your innate talent Soul Harvest has been enhanced. Your rank has risen to 3rd, Reputation 5,000. Soul Stones 50, Reputation 6,100, Depths level 899, Soul Currency 313355 Health 36,900, 36,900. Constitution 200. Demon Pact is a universal feat among the demon race. Every demon, upon maturation, is eventually rewarded with this feat by the will of the Abyss. You have acquired the professional skill Death Wave. This extensive area of effect destruction is crucial for Jiang Fan, enabling him to swiftly eliminate numerous foes, thereby significantly enhancing combat efficiency. You have acquired the feats Demon Pact and Source of Chaos. At that moment, the legendary Necromancer boss unleashed a surge of deathly power, which swiftly spread outward like a torrent, causing players to fall in droves as if they were being harvested. Currently, ordinary template monsters of the same rank pose little threat to him, unless they number in the tens of thousands. Mere numbers are no longer sufficient. Advanced Extraordinary Bloodline. The Night Demon race possesses a formidable Extraordinary Bloodline, granting a physical attack bonus of 5, 0, a spell attack bonus of 9, 0, physical resistance of 2, 5, spell resistance of 4, 5, and a 10 reduction in all damage. Jiang Fan's consciousness returned to his mind, and the abyssal power surrounding him was absorbed back into his body. The Demon Contract. as a specialized ability of the demon race. Under the watchful gaze of the abyssal will, you can harness the power of your soul to accept and forge a bilateral contract of truth. Observing the newly presented data on the panel, Jiang Fan nodded with satisfaction. The demon race must utilize the strength of their souls, under the scrutiny of the abyssal will, to willingly enter into a contract with others. While receiving offerings from the other party, they must also fulfill the latter's demands. Death Ripple, active skill, summoning the power of death, inflicting 300 skill damage to units within a 30-meter radius. Consumes 500 mana, with a cooldown of 5 minutes. Time seemed to lose its significance as Jiang Fan's consciousness wandered endlessly within the cocoon of evolution. He could sense the pervasive aura of abyssal power saturating every corner of this miniature world. In addition to unlocking another segment of his true name, his ascension significantly enhanced the growth potential and various bonuses of his commanding template. You have earned the recognition of the abyssal will, successfully unlocking a segment of your true name. Your specialization demonic spell-casting mastery has been elevated to the 4th tier. Jiang Fan's subsequent growth had entirely distanced him from the ordinary biological templates, a disparity so vast that it could be deemed astronomical. Resurgence of the Fallen, a death-related specialization, as the master of death's power. There is a certain probability that units you or your summoned creatures slay will be transformed into undead by the force of death. Talent, Soul Harvest. The so-called true words signify that neither party can utter a lie during the contract signing. However, the absence of deceit does not imply the absence of loopholes. Behind it lies an unfathomable abyss brimming with malice. Chapter 65. The planar passage for beings from alternate dimensions. Demonic contracts serve as a significant means of power acquisition. However, they often manifest as traps, ensnaring the signatories in inextricable predicaments. Cunning and treacherous, demons frequently leave themselves an escape route within the contract, obfuscating the costs they must bear, manipulating the interpretation of the contract through vagueness, distortion, and guidance, ultimately leading the signatory to misunderstand its contents and achieve outcomes favorable to themselves. The demonic race has garnered a reputation for malevolence and deceit across the multiverse, primarily due to the influence of these contracts. Therefore, entering into a demonic contract necessitates utmost caution. Otherwise, one may fall into the abyssal demon's snare, sacrificing dearly for fleeting gains and being dragged into an unfathomable void. As a reward from the abyssal will, the source of chaos is also a specialized skill. Upon ascending in rank, Jiang Fan received inherited knowledge indicating that one of the primary tasks of the demon race invading alternate dimensions is to plunder souls for the bottomless abyss. While slaying creatures from other planes does allow for a portion of their souls to be siphoned, the interference from the will of those alternate dimensions often renders this incomplete. Otherwise, he would consume you. Plane, He Eyes, Energy Level, 3. Offering, Souls 150. Requirements, none. Jiang Fan found himself exasperated by the sudden mental torment, internally lamenting. What is it, Xiao Ao? I understand. Lord Dick, I shall proceed. Having mentally prepared himself, Jiang Fan felt a wave of relief upon receiving Dick's tacit approval and resolved to depart. After clarifying his new abilities, he turned his attention to the newly unlocked planar passage function. The skeletal sea tactic of necromancers relies not only on the vast numbers they summon, but also significantly on the effects of resurrection of the dead. Moreover, by directly sacrificing non-chaotic beings from alternate dimensions or enticing them into chaos, their souls can be wholly seized by the abyssal will. Just as Jiang Fan's right foot lifted off the ground, Dick once again shattered the tranquility, but I lack the authority. Cold sweat beaded upon his forehead, slowly trickling down his cheek. I have comprehended the contract and plan to explore the alternate dimension, so the nightly watch. Jiang Fan mused, surmising that the continually vanishing information was likely selected by other demonic entities or that the sacrificial rituals had been disrupted by external forces. A cursory glance revealed that the number of offerings was essentially proportional to the strength of the Plane's energy level. Just as Jiang Fan intended to turn away, he abruptly halted and glanced back at Dick, confusion etched upon his face. Ha ha, just teasing you, of course I agree. Dick, aware that since Jiang Fan had joined the Blackwing Guard, he had tirelessly ventured into the dark forest to enhance his prowess, recognized him as a diligent newcomer. Now, having arrived at the training grounds, it was evident he had something significant to convey. Dimension, Roland. Energy level, 1. Sacrifice. Souls 2. Requirement, none. Little did Dick know, upon seeing Jiang Fan's demeanor, he laughed even more heartily than before. He waved his hand at Jiang Fan and turned his gaze towards the stone platform. Wait a moment. I never consented. Dick chuckled playfully. Each stream of information represented a summoning ritual from a different dimension. Below the panel, after leveling up, a triangular rune symbolizing space materialized in the corner. Over time, transforming friends into numerous allies and enemies into scant foes, how could victory not be assured in battle? Jiang Fan, well aware of Dick's eccentric character, recognized that the latter was once again acting irrationally and resumed his steps. The Blade Demon paused at this, glancing at Jiang Fan, only to realize that his aura had ascended to the 3rd level. After inquiring about the whereabouts of the 2 captains from Karen and confirming that Dick was indeed at the duel arena, Jiang Fan made his way to the 8th training ground adorned with massive runes. As he turned to leave the training ground, he incessantly chanted to himself in his mind, striving to suppress any unrealistic thoughts. The diverse contracts and transactions between various creatures and demons of the multiverse were unveiled to him for the first time. Using souls as sacrifices to achieve one's goals, summoning demons to descend into their dimension. It seemed he could only await Captain Eric's return. When encountering beings of superior strength, one must not exhibit such expressions. In an instant, Jiang Fan felt a palpable killing intent coalesce at the nape of his neck, rendering his body rigid. The pressure was so immense that even the foot he had just lifted was suspended in midair, unable to descend. Dimension, Filius, energy level, 8. Sacrifice, souls 50,000, requirement, golden tier. Thank you. The disparity in rewards from the abyssal while under various conditions is remarkably vast. Thus, demons typically choose to incite chaos in alternate dimensions first, igniting the negative emotions of living beings and subsequently transforming them into the chaotic faction. Oh, you've reached the 3rd level. Quite impressive. Within the training ground, the Blade Demon Dick was leisurely assessing the newcomers, or perhaps enticing beings from alternate dimensions to partake in sacrificial rituals, trading souls as offerings. Using your own people against you could be considered the most audacious maneuver of necromancers, embodying the essence of reciprocity. Without turning his head, Dick responded softly. Steadying himself, he pushed the door open and entered. Dimension, Nascent Realm. Energy level, 2. Sacrifice, souls 30. Requirement, none. All right, off you go. Our esteemed captain has long instructed that if you are rewarded with a contract by the Great Will, you are free to leave. Were it not for the vast disparity in strength, Jiang Fan felt he must experience the combat techniques of the Blade Demon tribe at this moment. Ha! Jiang Fan suppressed the urge to pummel Dick, managing to force out 3 words. Countless streams of information flashed before Jiang Fan's eyes, as his consciousness floated amidst the ocean of data from the multiverse, witnessing the vanishing of numerous demonic contract summoning details, only to be replaced by new ones. Dimension, Vast Sea, energy level, 5, sacrifice, souls 2000, requirement, silver tier. Since he had already reached the 3rd tier, it would be beneficial to explore other dimensions. If he did not participate in the watch, the rewards from the soul stones would be forfeited. Dick observed Jiang Fan's calm demeanor and felt an overwhelming sense of boredom, his mischievous thoughts dissipating. He then thoughtfully stood up and made his way toward the Hall of Stewards. On the stage, a Blade Demon was vigorously wielding dual blades. Upon seeing a summoning entity within the projection of his opponent, Jiang Fan realized that this individual had already advanced to the 4th round. He approached Dick slowly and greeted him, Lord Dick. As Jiang Fan opened the interface, streams of information began to dance rapidly before his eyes. Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind him. The Blade Demon Dick had inexplicably closed in, pressing closely against his back. Next time, remember, If you cannot fight, do not engage. Murder is the least efficient method of plunder. As for resurrection of the fallen, it is one of the core specialties of necromancers occasionally. A few low-tier dimensions would yield an abundance of sacrifices, but these two would swiftly fade into obscurity. Hee, how utterly dull. Little AO. Your Night Demon clan truly lacks a sense of humor. It is only when there are no other options left that one resorts to lethal measures. Each enemy that perishes has a chance of being transformed by the power of death into a specter, joining the ranks of the Necromancer's army. Haha, look how frightened you are. The intent to kill is like the wind, fleeting and ephemeral, as if it had never existed. Well, he quietly turned around again. He found Dick still observing the duel beside the stone platform, seemingly having never moved at all. Let us celebrate the commencement of our work. An additional chapter will be added at 7 p.m. tonight. Cheers! Chapter 66. The arrival. Jiang Fan wandered out of the training ground of Team 8, his mind in a daze, struggling to regain his composure. Dick appeared jovial on the surface, yet he was a seasoned warrior, a level 70 golden demon who had survived countless battles. A deep sense of caution enveloped Jiang Fan as he reminded himself to tread carefully in the presence of these ancient beings who had endured for ages. After collecting his thoughts, he slowly made his way to the corner of the grand hall, where the secret scroll chamber resided. Through inquiries with the previous thought giant, Jiang Fan located the cabinet containing information on demonic contracts and planar summoning, and he began to read attentively. Although he had visited various alternate planes in his past life, his understanding of these forms of transportation remained superficial. With wide eyes, Jiang Fan silently urged himself to absorb more information before he could thoroughly examine his surroundings. A sudden brilliance enveloped him, confirming planar transfer. Horna Folky felt an overwhelming wave of malevolence wash over him, his heart racing as if it were about to leap from his chest. Under normal circumstances, demons would not undertake such an endeavor without meticulous preparation. While demons would not recklessly invade just any plane, their strategies were typically far more sophisticated. Plane, Zenimoto, Power Level 1, Sacrifice, Souls X5, Requirements, none. Simultaneously, a surge of abyssal energy erupted from his being, coalescing around a small flame of soul fire, gradually solidifying into another version of Jiang Fan. Connecting to the myriad pipes and wells beneath, countless rats from the sewers screamed as they scurried to the surface in a frantic rush. Time slipped away. A figure cloaked in black knelt on the ground, a serious expression etched upon his face, hands resting on his knees, lips slightly parted as he quietly chanted incantations. Just as he neared the brink of collapse, ready to prostrate himself, a dark silhouette materialized amidst the blood-red glow above the magic circle. Outside the unseen estate, countless slumbering stray cats and dogs were abruptly roused from their fears, fleeing in terror from their familiar resting places. An inexplicable sense of trepidation gripped his heart. When he regained his focus, he found himself in a dimly lit hall. This sensation, how reminiscent, it was of a player's initial login to a game. Dismembered corpses lay scattered at the center of the magic circle, blood pooling in the grooves along its edge, exuding an aura of malevolence. Responding to summons, Meow health points, 50-50 magic points, 1930 skills, morale boost, intermediate marksmanship template, normal level, 5 class, none attributes, strength 6, constitution 5, spirit 3, agility 4, will 3 rank. 0 in the corner rested a massive furnace, its roaring flames illuminating the surrounding area and providing a semblance of warmth to the entire hall. Suddenly, a powerful surge of energy emanated from the magic array. The figure cloaked in black raised his gaze, witnessing the central runic formation pulsating with crimson light. As a colossal luminous arch materialized in midair, it has succeeded. The cawing of crows perched upon the desolate trees in the distant graveyard seemed more fervent than usual, as if they had already glimpsed some ominous portent. The man in black struggled to suppress the fear swelling within him, his body trembling uncontrollably. The long, dark curtains were tightly drawn, enveloping the entire hall in a shroud of murky gloom. This was the very distinction between Jiang Fan, a being of the human race, and the demon kin. Could this be The legendary demon? As he gazed upward at the enigmatic creature before him, Hornervolt's complexion turned ashen, his eyes widening to an alarming degree, nearly popping from their sockets. The crimson glow intensified, obscuring the contours of the luminous arch until the figure in black could see nothing but blinding scarlet. Several unidentified birds flapped their wings and plummeted from the sky, as if their bodies were burdened by an invisible weight, only to swiftly regain their composure and struggle to soar into the distance. An indescribable pressure suddenly descended, and Jiang Fan felt as though his very soul was being violently torn asunder. A small wisp of soul fire was gradually extracted, flickering and dimming. Should he perish in this alternate realm, that minuscule ember of soul fire would be drawn back by the abyssal will, yet the power of the abyss could not reclaim it. Was it possible that players were not merely entering a game, but rather undergoing dimensional transportation? The cooldown for such a dimensional passage was a lengthy 3 months. To avert disastrous consequences born of ignorance, he resolved to ascertain the situation before making any plans. The hall was paved with black stone slabs, and in the center, several tiles were inscribed with mysterious runes and patterns. The tales found within the tomes of magic were indeed true. Though he could not discern the circumstances above the magic formation, his instincts as a sentient being alerted him to a great terror lurking beyond that luminous arch woof. Woof! Jiang Fan looked down at the frail human before him, seemingly petrified. A moment's realization struck him. The individual had triggered the passive ability of mental dread, failing the compulsory check. Paired with the eyes that shimmered in a hue of azure tinged with silver, the ever-alert Jiang Fan was suddenly engulfed by an unprecedented fear. Cold sweat cascading over him as his mind momentarily stalled, leaving him in a state of shock. Yet, in an instant, that overwhelming aura subsided, as if it had never existed, leaving only the lingering scent of blood in the room. His consciousness gradually clarified, revealing that he found himself within a corridor of sorts, surrounded by bizarre sights as the scenery morphed continuously. The man in black appeared exhilarated, his face flushed with excitement. Upon the formation of this projected body, Jiang Fan's consciousness, akin to ethereal smoke, coalesced with it, drifting aimlessly under the supreme power of the abyssal will, arriving at a realm where light danced and shifted. This was the essence of Jiang Fan's projection, a towering figure clad in black looms, with sharp and elongated crimson horns. Behind its robust limbs, wings gently flutter in a rhythmic motion. Muscles rippling with strength, it hovers in the air like a fearsome beast capable of shaking the heavens. Race: Human Zenimoto. Fear: 43. Zenimoto realm in a dimly lit chamber. The atmosphere is stifling. Being in the depths of the abyss, it incurs penalties of diminished experience and a decline in rank. Proficiency: Mastery of the spear. Novice in mysticism. Gazing at the feedback from the divination spell, the fear level stands at merely 43, insufficient to meet the standards of temptation and corruption. A phrase in the tongue of demons slowly escapes Jiang Fan's lips. Mortal, have you summoned the great Osiris? Chapter 67. The establishment of the contract Horner's mind was still ensnared in a terrifying illusion when a deep, resonant voice suddenly rumbled, jolting him back to reality. He had never heard such a language, yet he felt an inexplicable understanding of the intent of the mysterious being before him. Indeed, Horner replied, his heart suddenly filled with an inexplicable sense of regret. In the depths of his being, he sensed that a dreadful calamity was about to descend, one brought forth by his own actions. The ancient tomes of magic were not mistaken. The demon summoned through ritual was indeed an unparalleled embodiment of malevolence. The dark silhouette before him was so overwhelming that a mere glance rendered him nearly soul-stripped, an adversary he could not withstand, filling him with panic and helplessness. In a moment of hysteria, Hornerfalk found himself speaking in a hoarse voice. There was no trace of compassion or remorse within him. What noble entity would choose to invoke a demon through a sacrificial rite, were it not for the apprehension of the black-robed figure's power? Fearing it might intimidate him and disrupt his subsequent plans, Jiang Fan would have shouted more fervently. Yet, following a cataclysmic surge of magical energy that swept across the realm, the extraordinary world gradually fell into silence. Jiang Fan even doubted whether his spells would maintain their potency upon release. He briefly scanned his panel, noting that the unlocked abilities seemed to consist solely of low-tier entities. Stealthily entering the village was the true path. I wish to slay Count Devour. Mortal, I advise you not to owe Osiris anything. No one can breach a contract in the presence of a demon. With the bait taken, Jiang Fan hastily reeled in the net. Mortal, your request for 5 sacrifices is insufficient. According to what he had observed on the panel, typically, a plane of level 2 would require around 30 to 40 souls for a summoning. It was best not to act if one wished to avoid errors. The butler stood silently to the side, his gaze unwavering, hands crossed and poised, ready to heed Jiang Fan's commands. Nonetheless, he too needed to swiftly harvest souls to appease the abyssal will, thereby unleashing greater power to protect him. Seeing Horner in such a state, Jiang Fan feigned a more severe expression, while his aura intensified. Ah, yes, my lord. This estate lies within my dominion. Should you have any needs, please command the butler directly. The black-robed Horner, observing Jiang Fan deep in thought, dared not interrupt. Count Devour, days later. Otherwise, I shall extract your soul. In the Xino Empire, at the Loke Manor, within the Fok territory, the master had warned him that the individual before him was an exceedingly terrifying being, and he must never provoke his displeasure. According to the tomes, eons ago, this plane had once flourished with extraordinary powers. However, reflecting on his own circumstances and objectives, Horner's heart hardened with renewed resolve. Horner seemed to have just realized this, a look of turmoil appearing on his face. Without a doubt, Zenimoto was merely a low-tier realm. Not only was its technological level still in the era of cold weapons, but even the magical energy in the air was pitifully sparse. Perhaps that was for the best. After preparing the offerings, simply recite my name. Having spoken, Horner bowed and retreated from the dim hall. However, mere temptation could be accomplished with the expertise of Source of Chaos, while transforming bloodlines would still require Jiang Fan to expend a considerable amount of soul power in exchange. Horner Fulk's mind raced, and with a firm resolve, he exclaimed, "All right, Lord Osiris, if you can eliminate Beto, I am willing to offer 100 sacrifices." He was confident that the other party was unaware of the market value. Within the opulent manor, Jiang Fan, transformed into his former self, donned a flowing black silk robe and perused the tome in his hands while seated in the hall. Yet, he remained oblivious to the preferences of his counterpart, thus opting to remain a silent wooden figure. As it was his first experience with planar summoning, Jiang Fan had deliberately chosen a low-tier realm for stability. The contract was established, and Jiang Fan was freed from the constraints of the magic array, gently descending to the ground and retracting his exaggerated demon wings. Only when Jiang Fan turned his gaze back did he cautiously speak. "Lord Osiris, Beto's location is." Jiang Fan softly set down the book, attuning himself to his surroundings, and indeed, a faint sense of repulsion continued to emanate. Being at level 1, it belonged to the lowest category, implying that the extraordinary powers of the entire realm could not normally exceed Tier 3. Thus, Jiang Fan was indifferent to whom his counterparts sought to slay. Horner nervously swallowed, too fearful to raise his eyes to Jiang Fan. As someone well-versed in chaotic runes, he found reading such ordinary text effortless. Suddenly, a surge of soul power emanated from Horner, merging into the magic array. Jiang Fan's heart stirred, sensing a peculiar connection established between the two. It was indeed a trap. Until he completed the task assigned by the figure in the black robe, he could not harm the human named Horner Fulk before him. Otherwise, the contract would shatter, and without the protection of the abyssal will, Jiang Fan would be expelled by the will of this alternate realm. Establishing a demonic contract, unlocking abyssal will reward exchange. He contemplated and first exchanged for a universal transmutation spell from the panel. It was far more convenient to adopt a different guise while operating in an alternate realm. As you wish. 100. A glint of cunning sparkled in Jiang Fan's eyes as he interrupted Horner's words. The contract did not specify whether payment should be made in advance or afterward. State your desire. No, my lord, no. I would never default. Were it not for the existence of the demonic contract, which allowed the mighty abyssal will to assist him in resisting. He might have already been kicked back into the endless abyss by the will of this alternate realm. Gain complete Soul 5. Experience reward 1,500. 100 such souls were required, apart from a few extraordinary artifacts and universal spells. The singular aspect that took him by surprise was the possibility of redeeming the bloodline of dark creatures as a reward. It seems that in addition to tempting beings to fall into the chaotic alignment, one could also transform them into dark entities. Moreover, the price that Jiang Fan called out far exceeded the usual standard. There were no stipulations regarding when one could kill. What a jest, standards. Were those? Is it still considered demonic if one is not greedy? Your sacrificial offerings have yet to arrive, so why speak of killing? Every soul plundered by Jiang Fan into the abyss, whether through direct slaughter or more sophisticated sacrifices, would yield a certain amount of soul power as a reward from the will of the abyss. Jiang Fan could use this soul power to exchange for various rewards from the will of the abyss. 100 complete souls, the demise of Count Berto. And under the will of the abyss, a contract is established. As Jiang Fan sensed the emotional fluctuations of the cloaked figure, his gaze swept over the pile of shattered corpses within the magic circle. A thought sparked in his mind, prompting him to voice another request. Currently, aside from select few ancient families and ruling powers that may still have sporadic contact with extraordinary means, those who can harness extraordinary power through their own abilities are becoming increasingly rare. The one who summoned him, Horner Voke, happened to be one of them. Chapter 68. Temptation. The Horner family, with its long-standing heritage, is a hereditary noble lineage of the Sino Empire. Initially, Duke Fok I aided the founding emperor of the Sino Empire in his conquests, ultimately being bestowed with the title of Grand Duke, with the entire Rocky estate as the family's domain. However, as the tides of fortune changed, the descendants proved inadequate in preserving their legacy. After enduring the passage of time, when the legacy reached Horner Fok, the title had already diminished to that of a viscount, and the territory had dwindled to a mere fragment of its former self. Yet, even a withered camel is larger than a horse. Relying on the remnants of his family's legacy and his own rigorous training, Horner Fok managed to grasp the fringes of extraordinary power, possessing attributes and strength significantly surpassing that of an ordinary person. While he could easily intimidate the less capable, he found himself utterly powerless against the mightier Count Better. Subsequently, he was consumed by flames, reduced to ashes, with naught but bones remaining. Defeated enemy. Experience points 1. Disregarding the trembling steward beside him, Jiang Fan rose and approached, fixing a calm gaze upon Horner Fok. As evening descended, Jiang Fan observed a servant scrambling backward, using hands and feet in a desperate climb, while incantations escaped his lips. The two servants had never encountered such a ghastly creature, a mere skeleton wielding a bone dagger, devoid of flesh. One servant, upon witnessing this terrifying apparition approach, instinctively turned to flee. Horner Fok watched as his attendants retreated, then lowered the hood of his cloak, revealing a mane of rich brown hair. Inside the room, Jiang Fan had already heard the commotion and did not turn, addressing the steward at his side. The elderly steward remained silent, offering a slight bow before hastily making his way to the grand hall entrance, where he opened the door. In times of warfare, with numerous soldiers captured, fulfilling Jiang Fan's demands was a rather simple affair. The servants quivered, hastily acquiescing. It was imperative to devise a means for Viscount Horner to exert greater effort. Within the bag appeared to be some living creature, occasionally stirring violently against its confines. I am not jesting. From this day forth, you shall offer 10 sacrifices each day. Jiang Fan fixed his gaze upon Horner Fok, perceiving his ulterior motives, a chill dawning in his eyes. Lord Osiris, it is I, Horner. Defeated enemy. Experience points 1. With a soft sob, he adjusted the ties of his collar, surveying himself before gently knocking on the grand hall door. As the saying goes, 9 out of 10 lives are filled with treachery. Regarding such clandestine matters, even without Horner's admonitions, they would dare not spread the word. In the Sino Empire, the affairs of the domain, great and small, are determined by each lord. The empire's chief minister does not interfere in military affairs. only issuing a noble summons to coordinate forces during the outbreak of significant wars. Lord Osiris, the recent influx of vagrants and criminals within the territory has significantly diminished. Moreover, the enmity toward one's father cannot be overlooked. It is a matter of life and death, bearing the grudge of patricide, compounded now by the bitterness of having one's wife taken. Horner Falk, finding no avenue for vengeance, is consumed by rage. In a fit of fury, he has unearthed the arcane secrets of his lineage and opted for a nefarious summoning ritual. Jiang Fan, indifferent to the emotional turmoil of the Viscount Horner, is solely concerned with whether the latter can provide a vibrant and complete soul. During his recent wanderings, he effortlessly dispatched an unwary pickpocket. Yet the scant experience gained left him disheartened. Painful strike, explosive flame. Zodaktu. Yes, my lord Viscount. Upon turning, he observed the headless body of a servant, previously slain by a skeletal warrior, violently convulsing, shaking off its flesh and blood until only a stark white skeleton remained. Now, a third-tier being, he could only extract a mere point of experience from slaying such a lowly, zero-tier individual. Horner harbored a vague suspicion that this demon was bound by some invisible constraint, preventing it from acting recklessly. Very well, let us leave it at this. I shall retain 2 individuals here. However, at this juncture, Count Beto's might eclipse that of Viscount Horner, and without the means to secure prisoners in battle, he found himself encircled by enemies. With no new vagrants permitted to enter, he could not sacrifice his own subjects to placate this demon. A lord devoid of subjects could hardly claim the title. The enmity between Count Beto and the Falk family is profound. Horner's father had indirectly fallen victim to Beto's hand. In this generation, Horner has suffered relentless humiliation and oppression, from business theft to territorial encroachment, culminating in the abduction of his fiancée. As Horner witnessed the gruesome scene moments ago, fear gripped him, and just as he contemplated pleading for mercy, he noticed something amiss from the corner of his eye. They were all Horner-esque servants, their lives hinging upon his whims. Yet, through the sacrificial rite conducted by the contracted individual, the complete soul harvested was rewarded with 300 points of experience by the abyssal will. One can scarcely wonder why demons prefer to manipulate others in alternate realms rather than resorting to indiscriminate slaughter from the outset. Under the effects of the painful strike, the servant emitted a heart-wrenching scream, akin to a cuckoo weeping blood. Aside from his subordinates reporting that they had seen the unfamiliar lord dispatch a thief, his demeanor was more noble than that of true aristocrats. Today he brought only 10 individuals, a meager number, as only a handful of criminals were facing execution within the confines of the territory, and there was also an element of testing involved. Given the scarcity of resources and the contention over territory, wars frequently erupted among lords. Compared to the heavily armored undead warriors, the skeletal soldiers possessed a distinctly more intimidating presence. After all, what is the death of a few commoners to a hereditary viscount who commands a domain? Even if word of this reaches the governor, it would merely result in a loss of some gold coins. Afterward, remember to keep your silence. Otherwise, when your lord the viscount arrives, will you not go to greet him? He was still clad in a dark cloak, with several servants behind him pushing a flat wooden cart laden with black fabric bags. One servant, paralyzed by fear, stood frozen in place, allowing a skeleton to approach and sever his head in a single stroke. Fiery flames erupted, consuming his entire body. Moreover, after observing in recent days, this legendary demon had not unleashed a massacre as described in the tomes, causing devastation among the inhabitants of the territory. Rather, it had been taking leisurely strolls and reading every day. Jiang Fan set down the book in his hands, sensed the atmosphere outside, and fixated on Horner's figure, inquiring, "Why are there only 10? Upon reaching the entrance of the hall, Horner Folk turned to glance at the servants and spoke in an unusually chilling tone. He returned to the estate on the outskirts of the territory, summoning 2 skeletal warriors with a wave of his hand. With a mere thought, they charged towards the 2 fortunate servants at the door. Could the commoners even be considered human? Yet, before they could flee more than a few steps in their panic, they tripped over their own feet and fell to the ground. Horner Folk stealthily entered the hall, halting about 5 or 6 meters away from Jiang Fan, not daring to advance any further. "Lord Osiris, these are today's offerings," he scoffed. Then, the headless skeleton began to move independently, stepping aside to retrieve the severed head and gently placing it atop its spinal column. 2 flickering flames of soul fire glowed within the skull, fixated intently on Viscount Horner. Chapter 69. Extortion. Horner Falk was so horrified by the chilling scene that he immediately fell silent. The words of supplication that had been on the tip of his tongue were abruptly stifled, swallowed along with a mouthful of saliva. "Yes, yes, Lord Osiris. I will ensure it is delivered promptly." Horner felt as though he had never encountered such a perilous situation in his life. Death loomed so closely that his teeth began to chatter uncontrollably. "You are Horner, are you not? The Abyss is the teacher of civilization. The great Osiris respects your lives and traditions, and shall not recklessly destroy or kill. You can trust me completely." Jiang Fan began to coax him gently. At that moment, he perceived an inexplicable allure emanating from the extraordinary fruit, as if a single bite could instantly elevate him to an extraordinary realm. Unexpectedly, Jiang Fan deftly withdrew the fruit just as Horner was about to touch it with his fingertips. "Ha!" Horner's pupils dilated abruptly, and in his eyes, amidst the fear, a flicker of fervor and desire swiftly emerged. "Mr. Horner, you must understand one thing. Only through sacrifice can one reap rewards." Jiang Fan strolled leisurely before Horner, turning to gaze directly into his eyes as he spoke. As Horner prepared the ceremonial array, Jiang Fan once again forged a contract with him under the witness of the abyssal will. In an instant, 10 souls trapped within the sacrificial array were absorbed. A remarkably peculiar fruit appeared in Jiang Fan's hand. A middleman from the bottomless abyss. What a lucrative deal. It was no wonder the demons were so fond of invading realms to tempt beings. The rewards from the abyssal were simply bountiful. Taking the offerings outside. "I trust you know how to conduct the ritual? If I could possess it." "Indeed, Lord Osiris. I wholeheartedly believe in your greatness." The people remain silent, and the officials do not investigate. "This fruit of power can be consumed by you first. You need only step into the extraordinary realm, effortlessly defeating your enemies, and then offer me 1,000 souls, just as before." "Mr. Horner, would you prefer to slay your enemies with your own hands rather than have me do it?" Horner trembled as he received the fruit, his breath growing heavy. Yet, before he could savor it, a sudden and intense pain struck him, prompting a cry of anguish to escape his lips. As his power surged, Horner's mind began to blur, a wave of dizziness washing over him, and a murderous impulse surged from the depths of his heart. From a moment Jiang Fan extracted the fruit, a subtle fragrance wafted forth, quickly filling the entire room. Horner Falk's eyes widened in shock. But soon, he recalled the extraordinary term Jiang Fan had just mentioned. He could easily fabricate a reason to obscure the truth, ensuring that no one would be the wiser. For a creature of the 0 tier, a mere increase of 10 points was sufficient to elevate their power attributes into the 1st tier. It was no exaggeration to call it an extraordinary fruit. "My territory is currently besieged by Beto's army, and apart from the scant remaining populace, there are hardly any individuals left to be sacrificed. Yet, I find myself powerless against them." The fruit, upon entry, melts into an exquisite texture. Peering through its skin reveals a jelly-like substance within, exhibiting a deeper hue of gold, appearing irresistibly enticing. It is meant to be consumed directly. Horner senses astonishing transformations occurring within his body. "Lord Osiris, what price must I pay?" Despite the threat of force looming over him, Horner dares not play tricks. Nonetheless, he resolves to forge a new demonic contract. This is extraordinary, a dream he has cherished since childhood, a feat aspired to by countless souls. If he can vanquish Beto and secure victory in the war, there will be numerous captives, and the loss of merely 1,000 souls would go unnoticed. Jiang Fan does not respond directly. Instead, he retrieves the fruit of power he has exchanged in recent days from his panel space. A wise choice. With such a substantial transaction, Jiang Fan clearly harbors reservations about mere verbal agreements. He remains unhurried, planning to consume all 5 types of attribute fruits once he returns to the Abyss. 1,000 complete souls would grant him a reward of 300,000 experience points. 1,000? I am here to assist you through your tribulations. Feel free to share any difficulties you encounter. His heart races violently, nearly bursting from his chest. Muscles visibly swell as strength surges from every part of his being, as if he could effortlessly obliterate anything in his path. Having been immersed in tales of unimaginable power since childhood, how could he not feel a pang of envy? The price for this fruit within the panel is a mere 3,000 points. What do you think? This fellow is reluctant to sacrifice so many of his subjects. Very well, Lord Osiris, I accept. Upon receiving the information from the panel, Jiang Fan, under Horner's eager gaze, hands him the fruit of power. Jiang Fan smiles, a smile filled with joy. With that thought, Horner swallows hard, his eyes reddening as he speaks. Horner full perceives that Jiang Fan shows no intent to strike further, and his heart calms slightly. Acquire complete souls 10. Experience reward 3,000. A warm current flows into Horner's throat, dispersing throughout his body, bringing him immense relief. For him, the attributes granted by such fruits have become less impactful. Returning to the dim chamber of his previous sacrifice, Jiang Fan witnesses Horner slay 10 tattered prisoners, draining their blood and arranging the dismembered bodies at the center of the ritual circle. In his past life, encountering such a gruesome and horrifying scene would have likely compelled him to vomit uncontrollably. The fruit is roughly the size of a child's fist, oval in shape, with a surface adorned with intricate, scale-like patterns, reflecting a soft, golden glow under the room's light. Power fruit. Consuming it permanently increases power attributes by 10 points. Effective only on the first use. Yet now, whether it be the influence of the demonic bloodline or the desensitization to such gruesome scenes after his experiences in the abyss, Jiang Fan felt an unusual tranquility within. However, he chose not to expose the other's absurdity. Their evasive words resonated perfectly with his intentions. Is it that kind of power from earlier? Yet, should he consume the power fruit alone, it would lead to a significant imbalance in Horner's attributes. Horner took the power fruit, slowly bringing it to his lips, and with a gluttonous gulp, he devoured it whole. Though his inner desires had been stirred by Jiang Fan, Horner still forcibly suppressed them, regaining a semblance of rationality. Despite not having even stepped into the lowest echelon of the extraordinary, his family's ancient texts held detailed accounts. Jiang Fan cast a deep glance at Horner. He had observed this territory for several days, and though it was not teeming with life, it was far from the dire state Horner had portrayed. Oh, what if I could grant you even greater power? The arm of the Count Horner instinctively lifted, reaching towards Jiang Fan's hand, his gaze fixated intently on the power fruit, leaving no room for distraction. Moments later, the pain gradually faded away. Horner's expression began to shift, becoming cold and ruthless, as if he had transformed entirely. This is power, indeed intoxicating. Chapter 70. The rising Horner Falk clenched his fists tightly, feeling an unprecedented surge of power coursing through him. Even in the presence of Jiang Fan, he felt an enhanced sense of confidence. Race, human Shinimoto, fear, 23, greed, 40, template, ordinary level, 5 profession, none attributes, strength 16, constitution 5, spirit 3, agility 4, will 3 rank, 0 health points, 50-50 mana points, 30-30 skills, inspire morale. Intermediate marksmanship, dozens of enemy soldiers were no match for him, as Horner led the charge, effortlessly breaking through their ranks. Several knights were deeply moved. These common soldiers, having never encountered the extraordinary, could not comprehend the significance of the runic array. Horner pressed on relentlessly, trampling over the bodies beneath him, crushing limbs into a bloody pulp with the weight of both man and horse. In the lowly realm of Shinimoto, a single fruit could dramatically alter the fate of an ordinary person. At the stables on the hillside of the estate, an enormous, peculiar pattern had mysteriously been etched into the ground. The knights sensed, perhaps not incorrectly, a hint of reverence in the words of Horner, the Viscount. The Loki estate lay at the far western edge of the Shinimoto Empire. These invaders, without cause, had trespassed upon the Falk family territory, committing acts of arson and pillage. and should rightfully face the harshest retribution. However, the recent situation was grim. The forces of the Falk domain had been driven to the precipice of despair. Outside the city, a larger army had long been prepared, ready for battle. Victory was imperative. Both armies remained locked in a standoff before the small town of Hakate. The terrain was intricate, with numerous mountains, making it one of the Empire's largest mining sources. The enemy was led by a baron allied with Count Beto, who, having experienced Horner's might firsthand, felt no fear. With a menacing smile, he brandished his spear and charged forth. This was, after all, the final line of defense for the Falk domain. The sacrifices would soon be gathered. Who is that? I, Horner Falk, have officially ascended to the rank of Great Knight. Today, I shall don my armor alongside you all, defending the glory of the Iris with our blood. Though the reasons for the Lord's insistence on gathering everyone at the estate remained unclear, recent battles fought under his direct command had yielded successive victories. The surrounding soldiers surged towards Horner like a relentless tide, the waves crashing one after another. Horner Falk nodded solemnly. Where did this noble lord come from? This was precisely why Horner, despite being inferior in both personal strength and military prowess to Count Beto, could still muster a valiant resistance. Congratulations, Mr. Horner. Your strength has reached the extraordinary. Drag them into the formation and sever their heads. From the heights of the city walls, one could see Horner, clad in silver armor, never faltering, advancing boldly in the age of cold steel. The impact of a leader on the morale of war was immeasurable. Surrender, and you shall not be harmed. The trade of ores and equipment yields substantial annual income for the Falk territory, benefiting its soldiers with an unceasing supply of high-quality weapons and armor. Clad in lightweight armor, Viscount Horner arrived at the barracks, surrounded by a retinue of guards. Observing the uplifted morale, he nodded inwardly in approval. With a decisive gesture, he led his troops forward with great vigor and pride. The esteem Horner held among the soldiers was unparalleled, having reached its zenith since his ascension to the title. This esteemed archmage whom I have summoned shall today provide solace to the fallen soldiers and citizens of our domain with the bodies of our foes. His eyes betrayed disbelief, as a sinister premonition arose within him. Yet, Horner remained oblivious to his thoughts, striking once more at the enemy's trembling arms, piercing the baron with his lance. Thousands of warriors, clad in armor and wielding spears, stood resolutely in formation. Along the narrow path, a line of captives, their hands bound and ankles tethered, trudged toward the estate at the foot of the mountain. However, the extraordinary strength of Horner was beyond their capacity to withstand. Even the most seasoned among them could not compensate for such a vast disparity in power. Despite their doubts, none dared to question, instead diligently executing their lord's commands. With a resounding clash, the onslaught of blades nearly engulfed Horner and his accompanying knights in an instant. Count Bertot, determined to eliminate this thorn in his side, conspired with several nearby lords, long envious of the mineral resources, to encroach upon and divide the entire Falk territory. This was merely yesterday. Meanwhile, their esteemed lord was engaged in quiet discourse with a figure cloaked in black at the precipice. Quickly, move faster, although not an all-encompassing enhancement. This was an effect achievable without any peril. Yes, the soldiers captured in recent days, particularly the robust ones, were separated and imprisoned, awaiting their future integration into the army, while the injured and ailing remained uncertain of their fate. The clamor was so intense, it seemed capable of toppling the very walls of the city. On the morrow, as the sun rose in the east, Horner raised his hand, prompting his army to spring into action, swiftly forming a tight formation with Horner at the forefront. Hurry, keep up. A surprisingly overwhelming force surged forth. Outside the walls, countless wolves and thieves lurked hungrily. Behind the walls lay the last bastion of safety for you and your kin. We have no retreat. Leading the charge, he shouted, propelling his soldiers like arrows released from a bow, straight into the fray. Thus, the baron felt a tingling in his hands, his weapon nearly slipping from his grasp. Witnessing this, Horner quickly rallied his knights, exclaiming, specialization, mastery of the lance, basic mysticism. An overwhelming confusion filled their hearts. Though their lord remained silent, They dared not inquire. Surrender, and you shall not be slain. Brave warriors, those who slay the enemy shall be rewarded. Each soldier earns 5 gold coins for every foe felled. Knights receive 100, and those who vanquish nobles shall be granted 1,000 gold pieces. Today, it is their turn to challenge us. And upon witnessing the forces led by Viscount Horner emerging from the city, an earth-shattering roar erupted. The Baron could scarcely comprehend how Horner, whom he had previously bested, now appeared so ferocious. "My lord, all are assembled, 11-20 strong." The battle cry rang out. Victory is ours. After Horner dispatched several of the remaining knights with alarming ease. The ordinary soldiers, witnessing the knights being cut down like mere vegetables, were gripped by terror, losing their will to fight and scattering like frightened sheep. The territory of Vogt possessed a remarkably rich iron mine. Horner, accompanied by his soldiers, galloped forth repeatedly, pursuing and driving the enemy, who crumbled under the pressure. Numerous soldiers, eyes wide with ferocity, wielded their whips, hurting the retreating foes as if they were mere livestock. The chaos was palpable, a tumult of shoving and pushing. Though Jiang Fan had little regard for such trivial attributes, he could not help but marvel at the extraordinary nature of this reward. Upon hearing that their lord had ascended to the legendary rank of Grand Knight, the soldiers were still reveling in the news when word of further bountiful rewards spread. Igniting their fervor as they collectively cheered, the army of Vogt surged forward like a tidal wave, decisively defeating the enemy forces and returning to the city with numerous captives in tow. "Lord Osiris, tomorrow I shall lead the soldiers to assault Beto's army. Form ranks," commanded the assembled soldiers as they swiftly encircled the captives, raising their sharp spears high. Chapter 71. A bountiful harvest. The captives, despite their ignorance, quickly comprehended the fate that awaited them. Panic ensued, tears flowed abundantly. Pleas for mercy, furious curses, and wails of despair filled the air, yet all present remained unmoved. With a swift command, long spears pierced through the ranks, causing the captives to fall in droves, some barely clinging to life, howling like tormented souls. Blood gushed forth. Fantina grimtableau. Several knights unsheathed their large, curved blades, stepping forward to sever the heads of those who lay on the ground. Greed 5. At this juncture, Horner had come to understand the miraculous properties of the fruits. Suspended in a state of uncertainty, he found it to be far more effective. Acquired complete soul, 5,000. Experience points, 1, 500,000. Acquire complete soul, 3,000 experience points, 900,000. Indeed, as the secret scroll had foretold, the attributes could not withstand the burden. Furthermore, the dimensional portal would cool down after some time. Such fruits, capable of elevating one's physique to the extraordinary, required. At this thought, Jiang Fan cast a fleeting glance at the nearby Horner Folke, sending a shiver through him. The remaining individuals, stripped of courage, numbly awaited the arrival of death. In recent days, the overwhelming power had granted him a taste of the sublime, yet following each battle, his frail body occasionally succumbed to discomfort. 5,000. Acquired complete soul, 10,000. Experience points, 3,000,000. Horner suspected that his inferior physical condition hindered his ability to keep pace with the surge of power, imposing an excessive burden. As Jiang Fan spoke, Horner discerned the underlying implications. 10 days later, Horner Folke led his troops to victory against the coalition of Count Betober. Moreover, the atmosphere lacked even a trace of abyssal power, and an aversion from an otherworldly will loomed ominously, deterring him from choosing evolution at this moment. Experience points have met the upgrade requirement, 3,000. Jiang Fan regarded him with a particularly joyous smile. A wise choice, Mr. Horner. The mental fruit can enhance your intellect, elevate your mind to the extraordinary, and even provide an opportunity to grasp the mysteries of sorcery. At this moment, Jiang Fan found himself on the brink of a significant breakthrough. Lord Osiris, that acquired complete soul, 50,000. Experience points, 15,000,000. 10,000. Are you implying that there are other fruits? The agility fruit can propel your speed into the extraordinary, rendering you untouchable. Lord Osiris, do you still possess the fruit you gave me last time? As a hereditary noble, Horner Folke was certainly no fool. Furthermore, if this imbalance in time persisted, the potential adverse consequences remained uncertain to him. It was truly exhilarating to play the role of a demon. As the ritual concluded, he was the first to stride into the chamber, with Horner eagerly trailing behind. Greed 5. A few robust individuals rushed forward, only to be swiftly slain by the soldiers. Hail to the magnificent abyssal will. With the first substantial harvest of experience, Jiang Fan felt a surge of excitement within. My lord, what about this? Good. After dispatching the soldiers to keep watch, the ritual was completed in mere moments. Jiang Fan surveyed the trembling lambs before him, and upon noticing those whose fear exceeded 60, he swiftly infused them with a surge of abyssal power, activating the source of chaos specialty, aiming to corrupt and lead them into degradation. Greed 5. Experience points meet upgrade requirements. I can still beseech the great abyssal will for another type of physical fruit. Greed 5. When he ascends to silver rank, he will be able to plunder from a higher tier plane and attempt to lead beings into chaos. I have stated before, the abyss is the champion of justice. I am here to assist you, am I not? 2 months later, Hornervoke became the most significant lord in the western 3 counties of the Loki Manor. The fruit of will, in such a lowly plane, even if chaos is sown, it cannot be converted into a chaotic alignment. The best course of action is sacrifice. In truth, Jiang Fan did not need to elaborate, as this was precisely why he had come today. Good. This was specially prepared at the behest of a lord. My lord that. Upon witnessing this scene, Horner began to understand why demons preferred to wreak havoc in higher tier planes. Reflecting on his invincible presence on the battlefield over the past few days, Horner gritted his teeth and declared, good. In just a few months, at level 1 in Zenimoto, Jiang Fan had already filled his coffers. He effortlessly gathered enough experience to ascend from Tier 3 to Tier 4, merely awaiting a safe place to initiate his evolution to silver. Experience points meet upgrade requirements. However, sacrifice is both time-consuming and laborious, and finding a willing contractor presents the greatest uncertainty. If you desire it, I can procure another one for you, for the same price of 1,000 souls. 1 month later, Hornervoke captured the territory of Count Better. Come find me once it's settled. Yet, those few fortunate souls quickly erupted, their bodies exploding into a gruesome array of flesh and blood. Half a month later, Hornervoke seized the territory of Viscount Moza. The previous provision of the Fruit of Strength was merely bait to lure the fish. Currently, Horner's influence had drawn the attention and caution of numerous formidable powers within the Loki Manor, making rapid expansion through warfare unfeasible for the time being. Mr. Horner, you are quite astute. Good. It is time to return for a while. However, they had been deliberately starved for 2 days, now bound and unable to move freely. They were in no condition to fight back. This wondrous item, capable of bestowing an inherent advantage, was acquired only after fervent supplication to the illustrious abyssal will. The fruit of power is effective solely upon its initial consumption. Acquired complete Soul 1120. Experience points 336000. Horner's complexion shifted dramatically, alternating between hues of green and purple. 3,000. Experience points have met the requirements for promotion. As Jiang Fan handed the final fruit of will to Horner, he gazed at the experience bar with immense satisfaction. Having tasted the sweetness of extraordinary power, his inner desires surged, yearning for more than just a singular, perilous talent. What if coupled with an extraordinary physique? However, several hours elapsed. Hornerfolk had already performed the sacrifice twice, his experience honed and incantations delivered with remarkable speed. A message materialized on the panel. Currently situated in an alternate plane, his true form is not present, rendering promotion impossible. Several spirited captives, unwilling to submit to execution, conspired among themselves to stage a rebellion. 50,000. Patting Horner on the shoulder, Jiang Fan strode away. Is it only possible to select creatures above the first tier? It is no wonder that demons are so infatuated with planar invasions, as a single incursion can elevate them several tiers. Who could withstand such a temptation? Jiang Fan furrowed his brow at this realization. Upon hearing this, Horner immediately grew anxious. Consuming the fruit of power merely elevates one's strength to the first tier, without enhancing any other attributes. Fruit of power? Upon entering the first tier from the null tier, he had activated the main quest and unlocked the template, which subsequently became his lifeline in the bottomless abyss. Should he ascend to silver, it is likely that other monumental changes will ensue, a prospect that Jiang Fan eagerly anticipated. With this thought, Jiang Fan turned his gaze towards Count Horner. Chapter 72. Silver. Silver. Having just consumed the fruit of will, Horner Falk has now transformed into a true extraordinary being. All 5 attributes have surpassed 10 points. Gazing at Horner's status bar, where the greed emotion value has exceeded 60 points, he is tempted to initiate a chaotic transformation. However, considering the rarity of encountering such a compliant puppet, Jiang Fan is reluctant to relinquish this opportunity. Once transformed into the chaotic faction, the sacrificial ritual cannot be conducted again. The Abyssal will have peculiar tastes, rewarding only those sacrificial ceremonies performed spontaneously by beings of non-chaotic factions. It feels akin to desiring the daughter of an otherworldly will, yet insisting on repulsing her in her presence. At last, a semblance of security has been attained. Level 40 experience, 11, 240, 503, 000. 000 profession. Necromancer attributes, Strength 247, Agility 246, Constitution 404, Spirit 488, Wolf 408 rank, Silver Tier 4. It is only after this that players begin to comprehend the significance of the seemingly useless will attribute, fervently searching for ways to enhance it, causing equipment that boosts will to skyrocket in price. In his previous life, after the Flame Holy Swords, Xia Tianyang ascended to legend. All players of Silver Tier and above had their skills converted into true skills. Special task triggered. Guide players to descend. Yes, no, except, yet. He has yet to construct his own territory castle and place the Lord's heart. Thus, everything remains in a gray, unopened state. Race, Demon Shadow, Demon Template. Leader, you have obtained a recognition of the Abyssal Will, successfully unlocking a section of the true name, Crimson Fortress Bang. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fan understood that the game had resumed as usual. Should difficulties arise, remember to hold the ritual and call my name. Your specialty, Demonic Syntax Specialization, has been upgraded to 5th ring, Soul Coins, 313, 355 health, 161, 700, 161, 700, Constitution 400, casting a deep glance at Horner. Jiang Fan is confident that this astute individual comprehends his intent. After a moment of distraction, he refocuses on the newly unlocked Lord functions. Having just awakened from his evolution, Jiang Fan has not yet had the chance to review other information when the latest task notification catches his eye. Reward, Lord's Heart. Unlock Lord functions. Has it finally arrived? Players? Last night, upon returning from the duel arena, he had learned from Norton that significant news had spread in the abyss. Jiang Fan gazes at the data on the panel, reflecting with a sense of wonder. Leader-level extraordinary bloodline. The Night Demon Clan possesses a formidable extraordinary bloodline, granting you a physical attack bonus of 6. 0. A spell attack bonus of 12. 0. Physical resistance of 3. 0. Spell resistance of 5. 5. And a 12 reduction in all damage. Your level has risen to level 40. Bang. Talent. Soul Harvest. Next, I can transform you into a more powerful lineage. My mind is consumed with thoughts of rapid advancement, all in pursuit of a strength that allows for a more leisurely existence. Since then, skill releases are no longer hindered by cooldowns, and the potency of skills is no longer a fixed percentage increase, but rather contingent upon the amount of magical power invested. At last, he has transcended the lower tiers and officially entered the realm of silver. Extraordinary spell casting ability. You possess the capacity to cast spells beyond conventional limitations. Magic value 195,200, 195,200. Mentality 400. Whether it be the disturbance of reality or the scene reminiscent of planar transportation upon first logging in, he felt a sense of unfamiliarity with the game gods, which he once believed he knew well. You have learned mental binding from the inheritance memory. Aside from a few who lack confidence in their concealed luck, not many choose to invest in the willpower attribute. Your innate talent soul harvest has been enhanced. Due to the absence of a new demon contract, Jiang Fan, even while standing within the sacrificial array, could distinctly sense an increasing repulsion from the surrounding space. The Lord template encompasses a series of functions, including management of subjects, territorial tasks, and a territorial shop. Ever since arriving in the Abyss, a place where cannibalism is lawful, he has been cautious and meticulous at every turn. The great will of the Abyss has utilized its immense power to appropriate the miraculous ritual from the main realm of Aelin, introducing new members to the bottomless abyss. An entire Crimson Fortress is abuzz with speculation. Accept. Become the guiding lord. Bang. The enormous stone chamber is enveloped in silence, with rhythmic sounds akin to a heartbeat resonating throughout. Your rank has risen to Silver Tier 4, Reputation 10,000, Soul Stones 500. You have gained a true skill enhancement. Jiang Fan, encased within the blood cocoon, opened his eyes, two sharp silver glimmers flashing through, instantly awakening him. Your inherited item bone scythe has been enhanced. You have acquired the specialty extraordinary spell casting ability. Gazing at the familiar annotations on the panel, Jiang Fan's heart stirred once more. You have obtained the professional skill finger of death. Main quest, for ascend to gold tier, reward, Lord template. As long as your will endures and your magic value suffices, you may continuously unleash immensely powerful ultimate moves. Mr. Horner, our contract has been fulfilled, and I must now depart from this realm. Jiang Fan produced his lord's heart, and a series of prompts re-emerged. Yes, no, bind a lord's heart to the place of birth, side quest, construct the lord's castle skills, weapon mastery, heavy strike, mental shock, fire explosion, lightning chain, pain strike, mental storm, summon undead, bone spear technique, corpse explosion, bone armor, bone prison, soul link, soul healing, ghostly sprint, mental deterrent, arctic storm, shadow arrow rain, toxic vines, death ripple, death's finger, mental binding. Omitting less significant synthesis skills, expertise, devour, leader level extraordinary bloodline, demon language, spell specialization, fifth ring. Soul drain, undead affinity, scroll scribing, silent casting, mobile casting, demon contract, source of chaos, resurrection of the dead, extraordinary spellcasting ability. A magnificent will once again descended as Jiang Fan's entire projection vanished in an instant. Host, Jiang Fan, true name. Osiris Asashi Leviathan mode. His innate talent Soul Harvest received an enhancement, unlocking new expertise and skills. Jiang Fan's pupils gradually lost focus. Your health bonus 400, mana bonus 400. Your expertise advanced extraordinary bloodline upgraded to leader level extraordinary bloodline, blue star. Death's finger, active skill, utilizing the power of death. Forces enemies to make a check. Targets that fail will trigger an instant death effect. Ever since he traversed into the bottomless abyss, he had increasingly found the extraordinary occurrences of his past life to be peculiar. Reputation, 16100 Abyss Layer, 899. Those who toil are not forsaken by the heavens. Now that players are about to arrive, and with a side quest triggered, it is time for him to delve into this and see if he can uncover the hidden secrets behind it. Mental Binding, a legacy skill of the Night Demon Clan, using mental power to construct a cage that binds the enemy's soul. With each level gained, you receive Strength 24, Agility 24, Constitution 40, Spirit 40, Will 40. You have obtained the leader template. In his past life within the gods, the will attribute that influenced the outcome of checks had always seemed somewhat incongruous. Oh, Jiang Fan's eyes brightened. Could it be that he could treat the territory as a new player's village? Wouldn't he that result in countless guardians and cannon fodder? Yes. The internal test is about to commence. Please select the player guiding dimension. Chapter 74. The beta test begins. Welcome to Gods. Please choose a faction. Lawful, chaotic, Shinchai did not wish to become mere ashes. Standing within the vast hall, adorned with a glaring ID above his head, He eagerly observed the guiding sprite before him, his gaze repeatedly drifting over its alluring figure. Is the realism truly this high? This size feels a tad snug. Please choose a faction, lawful, chaotic. Who conducted the research on this? He had thoroughly scoured player forums and official resources in anticipation of this moment to showcase himself. Swish, the surrounding scenery instantaneously transformed into a kaleidoscope of vibrant colors. Countless glimmers flowing past him. Elf. ID. Shinshai does not wish to become ashes. Several imposing figures stood silently at either side of the entrance. Chaos. Chaos. It's so lifelike. Who in their right mind would choose lawful? 3 armored warriors wielding massive swords, and 3 skeletal mages cloaked in hooded robes, brandishing staffs, remained motionless beside the grand door. Are there no life skills? Favorability. 0. A faint wave of dizziness washed over him, and with a flash of white light. Shinshai, simplified player ID to avoid accusations of filler, found the scene before him utterly transformed. Tonight, the tiger also spoke. There are quite a few undead. Please select Novice Village 1 to 99. Favorability indicates the player's relationship with NPCs. 0 denotes neutrality, while 100 signifies friendliness. Conversely, -100 indicates aversion. Lord, where can I purchase equipment to arm myself? Shinshai inquired slowly. Undead warrior mage summoned. Welcome to the Osiris territory. The towering black stones loomed high, and from a distance, one could not discern their true scale, but upon closer inspection, the castle revealed its considerable grandeur. As your lord, I shall assist you in navigating the most arduous first week. Thereafter, you must rely on your own wits. Please confirm. Currently, the monsters surrounding the territory require elimination. Later, you may independently accept quests within the hall. Slaying monsters will yield certain rewards. In any case, strive to survive. By the heavens, this fellow is exceedingly formidable. What is that he holds? Quite intimidating. His posture stands tall like a pine, his presence as fierce as the blazing sun. Alone and resolute, he exudes an inexplicable aura of power, possessing the might to withstand 1,000 adversaries. This is the 99th level of the bottomless abyss. Let's be friends. Almighty One. Shinshai refrained from wandering aimlessly and promptly accessed his panel. Minotaur. Level 99. The surrounding environment resembled an expansive estate, where, not far from the dark soil, a black castle loomed majestically. Occasionally, the white light of players manifesting around them sparked curiosity as they regarded one another. Thankfully, humanity's last shred of dignity still remained. Extending his hand to feel the flowing breeze and inhaling the slightly damp air, he found it overwhelmingly real, leaving him in a state of awe once more. How splendid! The village chief smirked slyly, silently activating the interface. Level 0 experience, 0 100 profession, none attributes, strength 1, agility 1, constitution 1, spirit 1, will 1 rank, 0. Hearing the call, Shinshai hurriedly ran towards the castle. Why is my favorability at 100? Whoosh whoosh, same as 9 years ago. Hirushio. Shinshai discreetly cast a detection spell, and the information that emerged startled him greatly. Is this for real? Just as stated on the official website, new players start with all 5 attributes at one point. As for life skills, what need is there for them in a bottomless abyss? The player known as Tonight We Hunt Tigers smiled nonchalantly, choosing not to respond further. Hey there, handsome. Where's this place? Level. Shinshai touched the tattered cloth wrapped around his waist, feeling its rough texture. Where can I learn skills? You are a being of the undead. At that moment, a tall, slender figure with wings emerged from within the door. Without the village chief's speech and devoid of visible monsters, what was the meaning of this? Contribution points? It seemed he could not escape the necessity of undertaking quests. Upon hearing this, the players cursed and hurried towards the main hall. Oh my, look, that moon is quite peculiar. Where did that elf go? Indeed, the figure in question was Jiang Fan. Soul coins, 100 health, 10 mana, 10 skills, detection, combo / danger level, high, 99th floor, guide to the Lord Osiris domain. Shinshai, along with the other players, cast their detection spells. A similarly ragged player slowly spoke, capturing the attention of many. Once the Lord's heart is bound to the player's birthplace, one must select a realm to place the Lord's heart. Are you foolish? Didn't you see the words summoned behind? It's clearly something he summoned. Favorability will influence NPC attitudes towards you. If too low, not only will you be unable to receive quests, but you may also come under attack. Xi and Chai noted that information as well. Being a professional player, he would not overlook such preliminary tasks, though he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Confirmed. In the Abyss, monsters are powerful and battles are rampant. You must arm yourselves and unite against the enemy. That is the Round Moon Zen Staff, the weapon of Sham Monk. Which bed did you come from? And who released you? Race. Beastfolk Minotaur, the bright soul fire reflected in their eyes, clearly indicated to the players. These are 6 beings of the undead. Osiris gazed at them and spoke, asking, "Is there anything else?" In the sky, a brilliant full moon shines brightly, seemingly more dazzling than the sun of the blue planet. What should be the next course of action? Should I guide the NPC? In this open-world game, are players merely left to their own devices? As a seasoned player who has traversed numerous games, I find myself encountering such a situation for the first time. There are no novice task indicators, specialization, none, reputation, 0, 99 levels of the Abyss. How is Lee observing this? As the number of newly born players increases, the atmosphere in the square begins to grow lively. One can see a pair of eyes radiating silvery brilliance, akin to a majestic eagle in the night, cold and aloof, yet exuding an overwhelming presence. Elf, hurry and seize the tasks. Danger level, extremely lethal, since players can only choose from the lowest tier of 100 planes for their birthplace. He opted for the 99th level. Wow, is this even fiercer than those undead? Upon seeing a particularly astute player pose the question, the village chief's smile flickered. The territory shop is only open to citizens. Your contribution level is insufficient. Please select a race. Just as the newly appointed Lord Osiris finished his address, a player rushed into the hall, anxious not to miss out on a task. Is this the novice village? Where is the village chief? Quickly, I seek hidden quests, along with a crude knife and a tattered cloth for modesty. The only other reward is the novice gift of 100 soul coins, with skills limited to the bare minimum combo slash. The map is shrouded in darkness, leaving one uncertain of what to do next. Come and see. Affection level, 0, what a nuisance. My hands are itching. Do you dare challenge me? No. Now, I must address him as Lord Osiris. Yet some, who consider themselves clever, remain stationary. The level disparity is too great. They cannot see a thing. The summoned beings are undoubtedly not NPCs. Goodness, those grand wings, surely a demon. The first batch of tasks has been issued within the Lord's functions, and players around have received notifications. Purge the territory. 1-3, there are numerous low-level monsters surrounding the territory. Kill 10 lesser demons to earn 100 experience points and 100 Lord Affection. Chapter 75. A challenging beginning. The newly appointed village chief now serves as a guiding NPC, capable of issuing quests, selling items, and teaching skills to players. As a level 1 lord, he is required to allocate only 10 of the experience points when issuing quests, with the remainder supplemented by the Lord's Heart. The higher the level of the Lord's Heart, the more abyssal power it absorbs, thus providing more substantial rewards. Regarding the sale of items and the importation of skills, he previously experimented and discovered that he could not teach the Necromancer's class skills or the Night Demon's heritage skills. However, other skills, as well as those synthesized from fragments, are not bound by such restrictions, to avoid an embarrassing list of offerings before the players arrived. The diligent village chief took it upon himself to clear the monsters around the outskirts of the dark forest with his legion of undead. The synthesized skills were remarkably diverse, showcasing his true essence as a novice. Numerous common skills, such as strength enhancement, critical strike, robust physique, heavy strike, and summon Ghost Wolf, were amalgamated in abundance. Several spell-based skills were also extracted, including Fireball, Ice Arrow, and Magic Shield, successfully assembling the foundational trio for early-stage gameplay. Even rare skills emerged, yet the elusive golden special skills remained unseen. Alas, A mere strike from a lowly demon inflicts only 5 points of damage. How can one possibly prevail against such odds? Many other players had also met their demise and returned, venting their frustrations with fervent exclamations. After all, this is merely the novice area, and the wild monsters are exceedingly formidable. Favorability, -50, although the reduction of pain levels rendered him unable to feel much discomfort. The damage from the lowly demon took him by surprise. Yet, through coordinated teamwork, they managed to achieve commendable results, validating Jiang fans' meticulous selection of the battleground. Your dark elves are ferociously powerful, and they can shoot arrows. How on earth are we to contend with this? The player's detection interface failed to reveal specific attribute values, leaving him oblivious to the fact that such a diminutive demon could possess such overwhelming strength. Consequently, the other three swiftly followed up with a second round of attacks, dispatching the demon with ease. To reap benefits from this endeavor requires a delicate balance. One must neither be overly aggressive nor excessively frequent. Indeed, it is a profound art. Damn, 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 muttered a player, his ID hovering above his head, embodying the discontent of Shinshai, who wished to avoid becoming mere ashes. Shinshai and the team of 4, including tonight, we hunt tigers, located a solitary lowly demon and charged forth with their blades. -3, -4, -4, -5, -5, -5. The 3 blades descended simultaneously, and the combo/skill struck the lowly demon, instantly having its health. With no equipment drops, the 4 took a brief respite and proceeded towards their next target. Suddenly, an inquiry resonated in their ears. Among the 4, 2 were professional players, while the other 2 were seasoned veterans from studio, rich in experience. The soul coins are woefully insufficient. Lowly demon, you too have come to realize that the monsters during the novice phase are excessively powerful, and solo efforts yield dismal efficiency. The precious golden period of the beta test cannot be squandered, and we must not delay. Thus, we promptly recruited another player from a seemingly experienced studio, forming a quartet before hastening towards the plaza's exit. Despite the players' grumbling and animated movements, their inner excitement was palpable, brimming with exhilaration. As we prepared for the evening's hunt, I noticed 2 players approaching in tandem, both seasoned professionals. We could tell from their earlier remarks that they were no novices. Without waiting for the evening's hunt to restore the health of our target, a lesser demon charged forth, swiftly dispatching the player in a burst of light. Each demise resulted in an incrementally longer respawn time. After 3 deaths, the system would unceremoniously expel a player. He had barely entered the game, yet had already squandered a precious revival opportunity. This somewhat challenging start presented both a test of skill and an opportunity for collaboration, rendering it an engaging experience. We could not afford to waste our initial advantage. While the other players could not coordinate as efficiently as our quartet, they nonetheless began to emulate our strategy, taking turns to absorb damage. What a dismal drop rate. The game company is truly taking us for fools. In this realm teeming with mystery and peril, the players gradually honed their skills, extracting lessons from each battle and growing increasingly adept. They alternated roles, allowing fully healthy teammates to absorb the first blows, thereby preserving the squad's combat efficacy. Shall we form a team? I nodded in agreement with the evening's hunter. The studios and guilds behind them had invested significantly for the beta slots. This new map, the formidable NPCs, and the subsequent quests awaited those who could seize the initiative. For the trio, such decisions required no hesitation. Under the tranquil, silvery moonlight, the evening's hunter, wielding the novice's machete bestowed by the system, approached a solitary monster with measured steps. The placement of the Osiris leader was delicate. Though not adjacent to the banks of the river Styx, a shortcut led directly through. Within the mind utterly consumed by the abyss's will, there was no flicker of emotion as he boldly raised his weapon to launch an assault. Since misfortune seemed to befall everyone equally, it rendered his own plight insignificant. Perhaps the teamwork provided a boost. Danger level low. Occasionally, a few fierce warriors would emerge, their genuine pain evident. Observing the novice's struggles, an idea sparked in his mind, prompting him to consider the merits of forming a team. Engaging in one-on-one combat was undeniably arduous. Yet through clever tactics and cooperation, they could share the damage, enduring only a hit or two before vanquishing their foe. Oh, 40 health. He has only 10 points. At level 2, he has 4 points in Constitution. Meanwhile, on the other side, players completed their quests and ventured out in small groups, embarking on the quest to hunt monsters. After much effort, they finally secured a coveted spot in the closed beta, eager to enter the game. Unlike the newcomers who stumbled in by mere chance, he chose to observe the situation around him first. Soon, the air was filled with the anguished cries of the lesser demons. You are correct. Forming a team is advantageous, and it is imperative to swiftly complete tasks to unlock the shop. Tonight, upon receiving a notification, he was momentarily taken aback, then charged forward with a swift strike. -4. -5. The lesser demon let out a pained yelp and retaliated with a shot. -8. He had grown weary of the monotonous grind of previous games. This was the thrill he sought. The lesser demons, with their relatively low attack speed, only slightly outmatched 4 players. Witnessing this scene, he felt a surge of joy. The experience gained was rather commendable. What terrible luck. He was brutally slain by a critical shot. Level 2. Kill lesser demon. Experience 17. Soul coin 1. Although dying now would not result in a loss of level, players and gods could only resurrect 3 times a day. Health 40-40 on the somber terrain. Scattered monsters were visible, besieged, and assaulted by groups of players. After being struck, he hastily lowered his stance at the urging of his companions. Damn! Upon resurrecting, he bore a rather grim expression. Thus, lesser demons were not in short supply around him. As he attempted to strike, he swung his blade fiercely at the gun barrel, striving to deflect its tip or impede the demon's firing speed. It is not the scarcity, but rather the unevenness that troubles one. The village chief intended to observe the player's progress before determining the amount of experience to be awarded. Turning his gaze, he noted the continuous emergence of white lights around him. Where the equipment drops? Why are they still not appearing? Meanwhile, one player remained utterly focused on a long spear held by the lesser demon. Suddenly, the lesser demon caught sight of him. In an instant, the lively atmosphere rapidly spread across the land. In the distance, the village chief stood alone within the territory, gazing at the distant players jumping about, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. Truly, it feels so far away, so nostalgically familiar. Chapter 76. The Monster Uprising. After a considerable passage of time, Shinshai and the 4 companions successfully completed the first phase of their tasks and hastily made their way back to the territory. Village chief, come out quickly. We have completed the task, exclaimed the player, the May's father, who had been temporarily enlisted. Why the shouting? Your favorability with the other party decreased by 1. Oh, how can my favorability be diminished like this? They believed that the novice village should be a bastion of safety. However, it was not long before a horde of low-tier demons and dark creatures thundered forward, following the scent of these players right to the edge of the plaza. You let him go? I don't believe it. Compared to the shabby items bestowed by the system, these pieces of equipment were of a vastly superior caliber. With so many skills at their disposal, even if they were beset by hordes of enemies and their vitality drained, they would not retreat. Let us go. We must swiftly engage the monsters. Let us accumulate experience and exchange it for weapons. As our efficiency increases, slaying beasts will become much easier. Yet, he understood that finding a way to reap the rewards from these diligent players was a brilliant avenue to pursue. Moreover, the more tasks players completed and the more they consumed, the quicker the territory would level up. To the left lay a collection of diverse equipment, while to the right dazzled an array of skills, causing him to swallow hard. The abundance of high-attribute gear and precious skill fragments undoubtedly represented his strongest trump cards. Osiris observed with a smile as the group accepted their second task and departed, a glimmer of profound intent flickering in his eyes. In comparison to the entire player community in the later stages, they were but a mere drop in the ocean. Village chief, help us. We can send someone to gather experience first. If we exchange for that life restoration, every little bit helps. The village chief aimed to let these inner players savor the sweetness of success, thereby enhancing Osiris's reputation and attracting more players until a significant siphoning effect manifested. Furthermore, the renowned abyssal philanthropist, the village chief's generous actions, served as an additional feather in his cap. That could be extremely perilous. Even a mere misstep could exhaust your resurrection opportunities. What cadre could withstand such trials? Oh no, the swarm of monsters is approaching. The group was doused with cold water by Shinchai's remark, their fervent intentions swiftly cooling as they beheld the prices marked behind the shop. What is this? What do these scribbles mean? And what about that goblin child? The village chief clenched his teeth, nearly bursting into laughter. I too believe we should prioritize securing weapons. They are affordable, and we can focus on leveling up before contemplating skills. So exorbitantly priced. What are you thinking? Losing a resurrection opportunity is one thing. Dying leads to a deduction in experience points. As long as they attracted the monster's ire, there was no need to worry about aggro. Experience 100, Osiris's favorability 100. The players were taken aback. They focused intently ahead, as the players engaging the monsters had a clearer view and began to shout in alarm. Upon reaching the village, is there still a need to engage in slaughter? He is now ensnared in the mire of tiered punishment, too preoccupied to slay the weakened demons, prompting the players to hastily retreat. For those players who have not yet mastered control skills, this is undoubtedly a divine advantage. To inspire fervent promotion, one must offer enticing benefits. The array of dilapidated stone spears, curved blades, heavy swords, deer-hide trousers, rock gauntlets, and elderberry staves is overwhelming. As the daylight wanes, the full moon begins its descent from the heavens. Oh my, a horde of monsters. What the? On the very first day, a monster siege? Goodness. Quickly, look at the store. A few members of the group have once again slain a demon, retrieving a discarded spear and pausing to catch their breath as they gaze into the distance. The somber hues begin to envelop the sky of the 99th plane, as if a delicate ink-wash landscape is unfurling from the firmament. They must wait for their teammates to recover, with just a hint of promised reward. These individuals will motivate themselves, inspired as if struck by a revelation, invigorated to strive for success. The once disparaged father of the wheat fields gasps for air, feeling somewhat elated. Is reciprocity also a principle in the abyss? Thus, the group rises once more from the fringes of the square, pressing towards the central castle. This particular player, known by the ID Good Day, who had originally intended to pursue a tanking route, continues to speak, but is abruptly interrupted as an arrow flies forth, swiftly returning him to the resurrection temple courtesy of a dark elf. There are green items behind as well. A few Na'vi souls, believing themselves safe in the square, stand at the edge with smiles plastered on their faces. Once, he too had endured the rigorous trials of the novice period, making him keenly aware of the player's psyche. The horse's power wanes due to its frailty. A person remains unrefined solely due to poverty. I too share this sentiment. Even when slaying low-tier monsters is effortless, the path to leveling has become somewhat convoluted and arduous. I have become a citizen. The store has been unlocked. What could that be? As for those players who initially seize the advantage, it is only fitting they reap some rewards as the benchmarks he has established. Why don't you seize it? Do you have any idea how difficult it is to slay the demon brethren? Yet, gazing at the colorful array of attributes and skill descriptions, the group is as entranced as a lovesick fool captivated by a sultry enchantress, unable to resist such temptation. By the time night falls, their team has even ascended to level 6. However, even the most basic skills require 1,000 experience points to learn, while rare skills demand well over 10,000. Not only are there requirements for favorability, but they seek experience points, not soul currency. Calculating rewards. All blue gear. As for skills, the rise of my Osiris domain is within reach. The low-tier planes are never short of monsters. Where do these fools come from? Shinchai exchanged a glance with another professional player and solemnly addressed the duo preparing to confront the tiger tonight. Those who have been completely consumed by the abyssal will have utterly lost their sanity, devolving into mindless fools driven solely by their instinct to kill, heedless of the consequences. The group eagerly opened the detailed descriptions of their equipment, their eyes immediately igniting with excitement at the sight of such high-tier items. Faced with such a formidable horde of monsters, Xinshai and Rian dared not act recklessly. They swiftly retreated towards their territory. Their health was critically low, and without taking the time to recover, they risked imminent defeat. The rewards for the task were exceptionally generous, and players venturing into the 99th level of the territory were experiencing rapid ascension in their ranks. Rare skills? What profession could this fellow possibly belong to? All of this was meticulously orchestrated by Osiris. Congratulations, you have become an ordinary denizen, unlocking the territory shop and the territory task module. Not at all. Why am I not included? The slots offered during the closed beta were far too limited. Enough of the shouting. Let us examine the prices. Unlocking requires 100 favorability, and you were just penalized. Get lost. Should we let those scoundrels be killed or not? What is that behind? A demon? Wait, once we level up, I will invest entirely in Constitution to tank the monsters, while you all focus on dealing damage. Xinshai opened the newly available territory shop. Is this a revolt? Suddenly, a dense mass of shadows emerged from the distant horizon where the earth met the sky. If we cannot die, then let us fight fiercely. What do a mere 200 people amount to? The astute village leader purposefully elevated the task experience, coupled with a plethora of scarce equipment and skills. He was confident that players would be lured in. What else is there? Let me see. They had toiled hard for their experience. It cannot simply be returned to the system overnight. Territory cleansing task completed. The equipment was tolerable. Ah, yes. So many goblins. Oh no, Akamura. We're doomed. Lord, hurry, the monsters are storming the castle. Within the castle, Osiris emerged slowly in response to the players' fervent cries. Chapter 77. The Power of Mayor Okamura. The 99th level of the dimension possesses a peculiar characteristic. Occasionally, as night descends, monsters surge forth from the wilderness in overwhelming numbers. If there happens to be a territory nearby, these creatures will be irresistibly drawn to it, launching an assault upon the domain. This presents an excellent opportunity for acquiring superior equipment and fragments. As the monstrous horde approached, the mayor stood at the castle gates, patiently awaiting confirmation, only to realize that players do not gain experience points upon death. Unbeknownst to him, this demeanor only served to enhance his composure and authority in the eyes of the players. Defeating enemies. Experience 1. Worn Inferior Demon Spear 1. A keen player had already begun recording at the moment the monsters appeared, capturing the breathtaking scene before them. Under the oppressive weight of terrifying attributes and levels, the vast majority of lower-tier creatures were swiftly annihilated. The monsters seemed to have entered a hellish realm. In a mere instant, their health was depleted, and they collapsed en masse. Reality Blue Star at this moment on the player forum. Those fortunate enough to secure a spot in the closed beta were posting in various styles, flaunting their advantages. In the empire of 10,000 streams, raged Tide City, seeking players with good swimming skills to venture into the sea for exploration. Defeating enemies, experience 13. Subsequently, they returned to the castle hall, leisurely synthesizing skills. Am I the only one who adores centaurs? Upon seeing this, the mayor gradually ceased his actions, opting instead to employ spells that would not harm the physical body. After a couple of hours, he marveled at the beauty of the elven maidens. A torrent of information flashed across his interface, leaving him somewhat dizzy. Meanwhile, a player gazed at the newly available equipment in the territory shop, eyes gleaming with excitement. Each of them, panting heavily, rubbed their hands together, stepping out of the territory to continue hunting isolated monsters. Many seized the opportunity during their downtime and while awaiting resurrection to browse the forum, occasionally adding a few cheeky comments beneath the posts. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of slicing air resonated as the dark elves and goblin priests among the monsters were the first to be targeted by aerial attacks. 598, minus 1,632. Minus 911 Osiris had already reached the silver tier, and with substantial magical investment, his summoned creatures were all above level 45. The recent spell, Unleashed, was so powerful that numerous monsters were reduced to mere fragments. Even Resurrection of the Fallen could not be triggered. However, misfortune soon befell some, as they were inadvertently harmed by the monster's area attack spells, ascending into the sky in a burst of radiant white light. Noah nationwide collects skills and equipment, no limits. Yet, in his heart, he was already rejoicing. The bountiful harvest of the night would allow Mayor Okamuru to synthesize numerous skills. However, when he shifted his gaze back to the present, his brow suddenly furrowed. Madness. Sheer madness. Some players, overwhelmed with excitement, had flushed cheeks, while others gaped in astonishment, as if they had encountered an indescribable shock. As time slowly trickled by, supported by the formidable prowess of numerous summoned entities, the hordes of monsters stood no chance against them. Instead, the number of undead creatures born from the power of death continued to swell. My queen, swiftly lash me. Before the castle gates, a multitude of undead warriors stood in a row, their heavy armor and colossal swords instilling immense confidence in the players behind them. The skeletal mages loomed behind the undead warriors, each raising their staffs in unison, chanting incantations. Help! Where can I learn skills in the novice village on the 63rd floor? The village chief is a bear man, with a temper as fierce as a storm, and speaks nothing but gibberish. Enviously watching, no one dare to pilfer any longer. I feel it pales in comparison to the succubus. The players stood frozen like statues, enchanted by the fantastical scene before them, motionless as if carved from wood. Countless faint wisps of soul energy swirled in, converting into experience points that replenished their state. Gradually, the number of summoned entities began to surpass that of the monsters. Observing this, some astute players quietly crept forward, seeking gaps among the summoned beings to launch surprise attacks. Their resolve was nearing its peak. I desire this. Hundreds of grayish-white spears coalesced in the air and launched forth, initiating the assault. Skill Fragment 1. Are you foolish upstairs? The spells Blizzard, Shadow Rain, Purgatory Fire, Breath of Destruction, and Doomsday Storm rained down in a deluge, saturating the skies with an overwhelming barrage of damage. Moins 8392, moins 10107, moins 1860, moins 12013. Ah. I want a beast-eared girl. On this night, under the witness of the players, the undead rose. Skeletons shed their flesh and rushed into the throngs of monsters, joining the vast tide of the undead army. The common races of humans, orcs, elves, dwarves, and undead predominated the scene. The village chief, now at level 42, wielded a terrifying template boost, bringing his magical damage close to 7,000. Mom, come see the celestial beings. Even against sporadic third-tier creatures, his damage numbers soared above 8,000. Is he truly an undead mage? Are the monsters attacking the city? This is free experience. Good. Are you still dissatisfied with the village chief's might? Only a few thoughtful individuals, such as Kindling, Goodnight, and Tonight We Hunt the Tiger, gazed upon Osiris's performance with eyes ablaze like torches. They had firmly resolved to cling to this powerhouse. Piles of monsters fell, vast swathes of the deceased revived. What do you know? The foxfolk are truly a sight to behold, with wide eyes fixed upon the scene of carnage. The remaining lowly minions exhibited damage figures surpassing 10,000. Countless fortunate players were scattered across the realms of Aaron and the Abyss. The reality was staggering. Even self-inflicted harm seemed palpable. One could only wonder how they would react upon witnessing their own disgrace in the future. Only a handful of pinnacle second-tier and third-tier beings managed to barely survive. Yet they were met with the collective execution of the undead warriors in a synchronized death cross-slash. Some, bearing the insignia of peculiar races such as sirens, goblins, and trolls, boldly flaunted their presence despite the mocking gazes of others. The few players who remained alive were utterly taken aback by the unfolding spectacle, collectively gasping in astonishment. Caught in a state of half-daze, observing the multitude of monstrous foes, Osiris's skeletal scythe was once again raised, unleashing a barrage of skills upon the densest clusters. Witnessing this, the other players hurriedly retreated back into the fortress. Beyond idle chatter and banter, many sought assistance and shared crucial intelligence in earnest posts. Heavens above, they had only just embarked on their first day within the game. How could they possibly encounter such a grotesque scene? As the number of undead reached over 500, A wave of fatigue washed over, compelling the cessation of magical infusion. A nefarious middleman had flooded the market with an array of cheap goods, setting slightly lower prices and dumping all the equipment into the territory shop. He slowly raised his skeletal scythe, pointing it forward, summon undead, with the rapid infusion of magical energy. A legion of undead warriors and skeletal mages emerged, startling the gathering players. Kill the enemy. Experience 90. Raven Guild recruiting, level 5 and above welcome. The undead warrior cleaved a goblin before him, finally bringing an end to the battle. The bone spear technique was unleashed in succession. The level 29 task is so simple. Just whip the succubus a couple of times to complete it. Suddenly, a new video post surged onto the trending list at an astonishing speed. Abyss level 99. Experience the terrifying prowess of village chief Osiris up close. Chapter 78. The fiery popularity Tutu is a renowned gaming video creator. With the explosive release of Gods, he could not afford to be absent. Eager to experience this game at the earliest opportunity, he paid a hefty price to acquire a spot in the closed beta from the studio. Upon entering the game, driven by curiosity, Tutu chose the chaotic faction and found himself in the abyss of the 66th level. Lacking any combat skills, he quickly exhausted his 3 revival chances for the day. Bored and idle, he began to peruse the forum. By chance, he stumbled upon a suddenly trending post. Driven by curiosity, he clicked into it, only to find a flurry of players fervently discussing and flooding the thread. Haha, I am Chaos. Where is it, level 99? As soon as the teleportation array opens. I'm going. Given the dismal state of Gods, which beginner village could possibly boast as many resources as he had. After contemplating for a while, he realized there was little else to occupy his time. In no time, the video gained notoriety within the player forum. Suddenly, a keen-eyed teammate spotted Osiris emerging from the castle square. The group was just shy of reaching level 10, having just finished off a monster, engaging in light banter and regaining their status. Is this a necromancer? Is there even such a class? It was a team mentioned on the official site. At that moment, although only those fortunate enough to be in the beta were posting, many others awaiting the public release were closely monitoring the forum. ISNT this a ban? At that instant, Tutu made a silent resolution. As soon as the teleportation array opened at level 10, he would rush over to see for himself. In-game, it was undoubtedly my grand summoning. Laughing, he teased below. Image of dark elf's lower body, damn it. Why can't the ordered faction encounter such a village chief? Tutu continued to scroll down through the numerous posts. Chaos 1. Our village chief is a drow. Whoosh, that's enough. I'm off to check out the legs. Why is there such a vast disparity in strength among village chiefs? Ours is just an ordinary priest. The night demon, with a naturally strong physique, could further bolster their defenses with a protective spell. Bard, forgive my candor, but you're merely a novice. The village chief pondered and, after some deliberation, decided not to place the learned skills in the territory shop. Instead, he prized the ordinary skills and tossed them in. Tonight, let us hunt the tiger, he replied. Screenshot of elderberry short staff. Don't speak recklessly. I'm also Chaos, but why is my village chief such a simpleton earth golem? Collect equipment. Gather skills. In 5 minutes, I want all the information on this NPC. A dazzling gleam caught his eye. After all, as the saying goes, expansion and contraction. He gazed at the 1,000+ skill fragments before him, closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and initiated a 10-fold draw. Swish level 9 monsters surely possess greater strength than you. Only this guiding village chief in the video seemed particularly peculiar. This brought to mind certain children of the version he had encountered in previous games. Shinshai cast a fleeting glance at his teammate, lost in daydreams throughout the day. The other players could only encounter rather mundane game characters. The screen was cluttered with an abundance of blue and green gear and a myriad of skills, elevating the new player village to the forefront of attention. Gazing at the vast array of items in the territory shop, a swell of pride surged within him. This thing possesses considerable strength. Strength growth, utter rubbish. Which village chief shows such care for the players? In any case, he was determined to win this time. After organizing his gains, Osiris found himself at leisure. Since the announcement of Gods, The fervent atmosphere had remained consistently high. Ever since the last game concluded, 2-2 had set its sights on gods, hoping to ascend further with this game, which even the Blue Star Federation actively promoted. The terrifying spell strikes had left all who watched the video in astonishment. Moreover, the appearance of the NPC Lord in that video hinted at a glimmer of opportunity for 2-2. Having died early today, he had practically scoured the forum. A flurry of information swiftly passed across the screen, and the first thing that caught his eye was a flash of white. Watch the video. Quickly watch the video. When the Lion King's army descends, all will bow before us. Osiris the gambler sat on the second floor of the castle, exhaling deeply as he rubbed his palms together to warm them. He must seize this opportunity. There surely was a task at hand, whether it was commentary, tutorials, or humor. As long as the content was fresh, there would be an audience. Wait a minute. The lion is a natural summon, following the fusion path. Where would the army come from, fool? 2-2 quickly skimmed through the initial replies. Curiosity piqued before clicking on the video content. It must be a hidden class. Not only does it offer unique equipment and skills, but its power is also absurdly strong. Furthermore, a newcomer conveniently at level 99 had jumped on the bandwagon, posting a screenshot of the territory shop below. Hastily, he clicked on the skill name. Up there, you fool. Don't even think about it. You can't even scout it. At least it's a silver monster. The dimensional portal was still on cooldown, and returning to level 899 was temporarily impossible. A deluge of monstrous hordes, new players being instantly defeated upon encounter, and summoned creatures with formidable strength. Impressive. Holy Light Priest. JPG. Boo-hoo, I regret choosing lawful. I want to join the chaos. Dian set down his round shield, shaking his slightly numb arms. I've made my decision. I will switch to summoning at level 10. Swift steps? A common item for rogues. Heavy strike? I already possess it. Why are you giving it back to me? With 6 days until the public test, players within the territory had mostly completed the first round of quests, becoming ordinary citizens. After unlocking the module, task and item skills could be remotely controlled. Rubbing my hands is indeed effective. As the clumsy player records a video, he enters the game, seemingly oblivious to the challenges ahead, contemplating the necessity of traversing the map. This approach would undoubtedly facilitate his descent into deeper realms at any given moment, as if he seeks to augment his fortune through sheer will. CPDD. Defeated Goblin Warrior. Experience 51. Soul Coins 7. One cannot help but ponder the attributes of the creature summoned by the village chief. Magical Transformation Body. Special Skill. Damage endured will preferentially deduct from magical power. Level cannot be increased. Curse it. To this day, no skills have materialized. Is this the one? Yet. He could never have anticipated the staggering visuals that would unfold. Could you refrain from speaking? Naturally. There are also the fearsome demon lords whose might is beyond comprehension. Every instance of chaos involving monsters has been meticulously recorded by this player, allowing 4 members to witness the entirety of the event. Agod. At last. Fortune has smiled upon him. Were it not for his obligation to guard the castle at night, he would not have lingered in his territory. Such a popular game is bound to sustain numerous content creators. So many treasures, so many spells. Who could possibly discern the nature of this profession? The name Osiris resonates throughout the gaming community. Once again, the insufferable clickbait rears its head. How formidable could a novice village chief truly be? By heavens, have you seen the screenshots? They're green gear and rare skills. It's impossible to defeat them, utterly impossible. These minor foes are far too powerful. Look, how did the village chief emerge? Xi and Chai and Rian exchanged glances. Let's follow. Chapter 79. The Tempestuous Valley Village Chief. How did you come out here? Your voice is truly thunderous. The other party's favorability, -1. Fortunately, this player had completed the second-tier quest, thus increasing their favorability by 100. Otherwise, they would have struggled to access the territory shop. The area surrounding the territory was rife with monster congregations, and I intend to cleanse the vicinity to prevent a potential monster uprising that you may not withstand. Lord Osiris spoke with a smile. Osiris's gaze was drawn to the small icon that appeared atop the tiger's head this evening, and his eyes sparkled with realization. Only a few perceptive players noticed the unusual aura emanating from Osiris's fingertips. Trembling, he replied, "Thank you for your kindness, but it is not necessary for now." A sudden wave of inexplicable dread flooded his mind as the Lion Man Khan's eyes widened, and his fur bristled as if electrified. The players observed the stillness of both sides, utterly perplexed. Was that all? The Lion Man Khan hailed from the Monya Plain, boasting the golden bloodline of the beast folk. One by one, the orc warriors fell to arrows, their bodies gradually disintegrating into a mass of putrid flesh. Tier 3 race, Orc Lion, chosen of the tempestuous valley. Leading the group, they cleared the monsters encountered along the way. Before long, they arrived at the mouth of a gorge. The front line of undead warriors advanced rather than retreated, their enormous swords dragging on the ground. With a swift maneuver, they unleashed their blades. Just as they dispatched a few small bands of orcs, a formidable figure approached with a mighty tread. Discover the tempestuous valley. Experience 10. Osiris raised his staff once more, summoning a cadre of skeletal mages from thin air. To safeguard a few esteemed journalists, Osiris deliberately forsook flight. Remains and corpses littered the ground, while the ranks of village chief Ao grew ever larger. They were bewildered, wondering how the chief could instill such fear in the valley's boss with just a fingertip. Deathcross/. Another undead warrior followed suit, swinging its dark sword, sending a wave of magical energy that struck the bear man with a heavy blow. One by one, the clan members fell, as the skeletal mages' deathly power mercilessly shattered their hopes and claimed their lives. In pain, the bear man retaliated, thrusting his sword into the undead warrior. Although it did not pierce the armor, a pitiful damage number appeared above its head. Night Demon, withdraw from this valley. With a flick of his index finger, Osiris rapidly concentrated strands of deathly power. The shade of gray-black deepened, transforming into the purest form of darkness known to the world. Is it possible to extract a class change quest from him? They pondered. This is the domain of the orc tribe, although they too could not see the boss's attributes. No one doubted the village chief's victory based on Osiris' performance the previous night. A second-tier bear man, so feeble, they gazed into the abyss of blackness, as it seemed to devour both sight and light itself. Who truly knows? It appears that the goodwill must be cultivated endlessly. The Valley of the Howling Wind has remained tranquil for far too long, and the arrogance and ambition of the orc race compel them forward. Even the will of the valley seems to favor him, bestowing upon him a modicum of great power. Since he awakened the bloodline strength, there has been no adversary in the entire Valley of the Howling Wind. All orcs have submitted in allegiance. The roars of the orc tribe reverberated throughout the valley. The undead warriors responded with heightened agility. This evening, as he cast a glance at his teammate, he stifled the urge to mock him. Before Osiris, the gray realm of the undead materialized once more. Unlike the previous manifestations, this time, the mysterious world was devoid of the rushing silhouettes that had once sped past. Instead, all stood eerily still. The village chief raised his hand, effortlessly summoning 20 undead warriors to the forefront, intending to sweep forward with unrelenting force. The gnarled staff twirled, and the shadow arrows released struck with venomous precision at the vital points of the orc warriors. Template, Elite. It is beneficial for you to witness various combat styles of monsters. They believe themselves to be the sovereigns of this valley. My lord, is there any assistance we can provide? Thud, the territory of the orc clan. Specializations, melee weapon mastery, dark affinity, golden bloodline, blood rage, power amplification, favored. The massive damage inflicted on the weakness caused the bear man to collapse with a pitiful cry. Remarkably insightful to discern what this lord desires. The opposing faction's goodwill towards you has increased by 1. Before the players could fully grasp the astonishing scene, the bloodied form of the bear man trembled, and a skeletal figure, clinging to remnants of flesh and blood, slowly rose. The village chief exuded an aura of dominance. He transferred the skeletal scythe to his left hand, gradually raising his robust right arm, fingers clenched, leaving only the index finger aimed at the Lion Man elite before him. Well, This could work. Charge. Death cross slash. Two undead warriors surged forward in succession, their blades striking beneath the bear man's neck. The battlefield resembled a dreadful nightmare, as the orc warriors' resistance grew increasingly feeble. Health points: 17160, 17160, 6000. Osiris turned his head, a subtle smile gracing his lips, and spoke gently to the players. My subjects, having just been born, you still require a place to develop. As your lord, today, I shall grant you a location to enhance your strength. No, we must remain united while still in party. Other players nearby, witnessing the village chief's sudden emergence, quickly gathered to follow suit. Spotting the intruding bear warrior, he uttered a couple of sounds and charged forward with his great sword raised. He adjusted his stance to ensure the players could capture his handsome profile and slowly declared, Since I, Osiris, have arrived, this is now mine. What? Do you still wish to seize the creature? May we not be permitted to witness your prowess? The orc warriors lunged at the undead knights like ferocious beasts, wielding massive axes, sharp spears, and sturdy shields, infused with a wild, untamed strength. Their magical energy stood at 10, 560, 10, 560, 3, 600. After slaying so many minions, how could one not even dare to utter a sound in response? Yet, confronted by their adversaries, the latter merely lifted a finger, and an overwhelming sense of trepidation surged within him, a signal that a player had initiated screen recording. Level 38-5. A group of players observed this scene with amused expressions. As the party ventured deeper, the number of orcs began to swell. Profession: Blood Warrior attributes: Strength 160, 50, Constitution 143, 50, Spirit 88, 30, Willpower 114, 40, Agility 113, 40. A bloody haze enveloped the battlefield. A heavy sword forged from fine steel clashed against the orc warrior's shield, producing a deafening sound of impact. With relentless strikes, they moved like machines of war, continuously forcing the orc warriors back. In a valley of raging winds, the orc presence was overwhelming, their attributes significantly surpassing those of his companion. Listening to the words of this third-tier underling, Osiris felt an urge to howl. By heavens, the more they fought, the more they appeared. Such formidable capabilities were truly extraordinary. With a sudden burst, blood erupted, and the bear man let out a pained howl, as if the collective had witnessed some unspeakable horror. It was only when he felt the saturation in his mind re-emerge that the power of his skills reached the pinnacle of his willpower attribute. Now was the moment. Death's Finger. Chapter 80. Dungeon Map. A beam of black light shot directly towards the Lion Man Khan. It was at this moment that the players realized the village chief's formidable abilities. Collectively gasping in astonishment, an invisible wave approached, akin to a gentle breeze, ruffling the mane on Khan's forehead and revealing his pair of pale golden eyes. Yet, at that moment, those eyes suddenly constricted. Caught off guard by this unforeseen assault, Khan's expression shifted slightly, and his heartbeat raced to an alarming pace. Danger! A strong sense of alarm surged in his mind, prompting him to instinctively attempt to evade. However, he discovered that his body could not move at all. The black light, though not swift, traversed the distance effortlessly and struck him directly amidst the shocked gazes of the onlookers. He exhaled a breath of foul air, disregarding the player's exaggerated reactions. His raised right arm seemed to come alive, gradually relaxing. The sight of this smile brought an inexplicable sense of familiarity to those watching. Regardless of the mysterious means employed by the village chief, the fact that he had dispatched the boss with a single blow was witnessed by all. How could he have perished so easily? Was this instant death? Oh no, that was the sound of a heartbeat. With the objective achieved, Osiris secretly smiled. His outstretched finger quietly retreated. Having experienced numerous large-scale games, the players quickly discerned the formidable nature of this skill. If the Fury Valley could harvest experience, then surely other maps could also be cleared to form dungeons. Check failed. Sheen Shai and the others received task notifications as well, quietly gathering together. Given the quality of the equipment in the shop, this special item must be even more precious. What should we say? Once the contract is accepted, The inheritance of the Blood Warrior will commence, and you will face natural rejection. He was not concerned about the player's attendance. Ding territory task updated. Required level 30. Strength 60. Required class Warrior, Knight, available to all factions. What if they could all serve as sources of experience for him? Plop at this thought. Osiris turned to survey the group of players behind him. Silence enveloped the scene. His glory and lineage shall henceforth become your faith. You will wield the art of blood manipulation, commanding boundless power, honing your body and forging your will, transforming into a valiant warrior charging into battle, shattering the enemy's defenses. Thus, wouldn't he acquire yet another exceptional scythe? With the relentless efforts of this group, soon enough, Tier 99 would witness the emergence of level 10 players, subsequently unlocking the teleportation array. Job transfer contract. With this contract, you may change your class to Blood Warrior. Class requirements. Level 10, Strength 20. Constitution 20. Item notification. You have issued a soul oath through the job transfer contract, vowing to ignite your life as flame. At this moment, the esteem held by several high-level players towards Osiris elevated once again, having just followed the spectral procession to glean some experience. I now find myself captivated by the splendid scene unfolding before me. Players disperse in small groups, eagerly forming alliances and hastily engaging in monster slaying. He is aware that defeating the map's boss will create a dungeon, yet he remains oblivious to the hidden stipulations that bestow such advantages. A quest has appeared. Skill Fragment 1. Without further ado, let us hasten forth. The significance of equipment for the development of a team cannot be overstated. Thus, in his previous life, countless player teams spent years immersed in the Tempest Valley. Brave advancement. Complete the first promotion. This task is a competitive one. The first to reach level 10 will receive 1,000 favor from Osiris and unlock the ability to purchase special items. Dungeon formed. Tempest Valley. Territory dungeon count. 1-3. Attributes. Physical attack 30 to 50. Strength 5. Heavy strike skill level 1, with a certain probability of restoring one of attack damage's health. A glint of cunning sparkled in his eyes as he secretly set the entry requirement for the dungeon at 100 experience points, while those with favor above 100 could enter for merely 50 points. Obtain job change contract 1. Kill enemy. Experience 340 bang. The robust body crashed to the ground. Rigid as iron. Blood Fury Warblade. Yellow equipment. Main hand weapon. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he turned to face them, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. Did you record it? Did you record it? I'm not certain, but it seems to be a module within the territory shop. Yet I can't access it. Indeed, there's one on the 20th floor, another on the 80th, and one more around the 65th or 66th. I can't quite recall. Unlike the inexperienced onlookers, those seasoned players who had followed him, like kindling, felt their eyes widen in shock, unable to stifle a gasp at the horrifying spectacle. Skills that exhibit no signs of damage, yet can deliver a single fatal blow, likely possess an instant kill mechanic. Their gazes turned towards the village chief, who still held his right arm aloft. The Lion Man Khan shivered, feeling as though an ashen world had materialized before him, and his once bright eyes gradually dulled. 23,160. Oh, the village chief raised an eyebrow, elated. Kill map boss. Yes, no to form territory dungeon map. What on earth is a special item? Please set entry requirements. The towering, shadowy figure before him seemed to grow even more enigmatic at that moment. Soon, he, Osiris, would venture to other realms and seize the dungeon map ahead of others. A vague outline of a plan began to take shape in his mind. The village chief felt a warmth in his heart as he endeavored to recall the popular maps from his previous life. The manifestation of humanity? From the perspective of the onlookers, they witnessed the village chief entering a state of trance after vanquishing the monster, having witnessed Osiris's formidable combat prowess the previous night. They were astonished to observe not only his overwhelming area damage today, but also an impressive increase in single target damage. However, Osiris seemed indifferent to these observations. Was it truly that simple with just a gesture? Unbelievable. Yet, that was of little consequence. The truth would soon reveal itself. Gazing at the lifeless boss sprawled on the ground, The bystander players erupted in exhilaration, relishing the spectacle. What was this? A six-pulse divine sword? Although the creatures in the Angry Wind Valley were not of the highest level at 99, it was indeed a Tier 3 dungeon. Moreover, due to the diverse classes within the orc race, the variety of equipment produced was unparalleled. They had to compete. Now that your level was the closest, we shall fully support your ascension, and in return, you will be responsible for procuring items for us. Osiris's strength surpassed their expectations. A lord possessing such formidable skills could hardly be merely a novice village NPC. Acquired Blood Fury Battleblade 1. Initially, he had hoped merely to be in proximity, yet he was met with unexpected delight. The notifications on his interface were as numerous as the stars, and at a glance, Osiris found himself captivated. Trigger mandatory check. Taking in the restless gazes of the surrounding players, Osiris wore a subtle smile as he began to review the information on his interface. Indeed, I trust you. It was precisely this factor that led him to establish his territory adjacent to the Angry Wind Valley. Defeat the map boss. Yes, no to form a territory dungeon map. Osiris believed he could provide players with a comprehensive growth service. It was a responsibility he felt compelled to embrace. Chapter 81. The first level 10 at this moment within the territory, a multitude of players had already received task notifications. The first to discover the mission was an exuberant player, whose loud exclamations quickly prompted everyone to check their status panels. Suddenly, the air was filled with shouts for leveling up, monster hunting, and forming teams, as players hastily exited the territory to vie for the coveted first place in the competition. What a jest! Did they not see the enticing territory shop? What more could one question regarding the rewards? Moreover, with such a formidable NPC, even merely increasing favorability could yield substantial benefits. The vast majority of players comprehended the advantages of completing the mission, while organized groups acted with even greater swiftness and clarity of purpose. The 99th floor certainly offered more than just firewood. Greetings to the two skilled professionals. Other occupational groups and members of prominent guilds were acutely aware of the adage that a swift step leads to further swift steps. Setting aside these thoughts, Osiris turned his gaze towards the panel. Beneath the dim sky, countless diminutive figures were laboriously exerting their sweat and magical energies. Having finalized a rough plan for the upcoming endeavors, Osiris settled his heart, patiently awaiting the emergence of the first level 10 player. Based on their respective career experiences and guild strategies, everyone had meticulously charted their developmental paths prior to entering the game. Establishing good relations with pivotal game characters had, unsurprisingly, been prioritized highly. Truly, the undead possessed remarkable stamina. Players' behaviors were replete with exceptional anomalies. For instance, some feared encountering high resistance, high damage absorption tanks, or melee-oriented assassins skilled in inflicting significant damage. Only upon reaching that level could one claim to possess a modicum of qualification for exploring the vast world. The principles of the Tao suggest that though the probability of fragment synthesis is low, it still belongs to the realm of possibility, whether as night demons or necromancers. The inherent abilities were indeed powerful, yet each bore its own flaws. As for integrity, currently, Osiris found himself hampered by his low tier, arriving in Aelan with merely silver assets. In due time, however, once he ascended to the golden tier, he would emerge as a formidable force. The waning moon shone like jade. For Osiris, unless he re-entered an alternate dimension to acquire substantial rewards. The strength of monsters within the first 100 levels would make it exceedingly difficult to elevate his own level further. Please approach Lord Osiris to receive your rewards. Although the previous few had expended experience to purchase equipment, the quality goods provided by the village chief had notably enhanced their monster hunting efficiency, resulting in an increase in their level advantage rather than a decline, as long as it enhances one's strength. Integrity is merely the sand that can be discarded in the vast desert. By the afternoon of the third day, I had successfully accumulated firewood to level 10. The task of striving for excellence has been completed. In just over a day, this influx of a couple of hundred newcomers granted me nearly 100,000 experience points. After deducting the expenses incurred from the tasks I issued, I still retained over 90,000. Those places I now consider perilous, including several realms from my past life, are ripe for exploration. Countless rare items, skills, and specialties lie abandoned in the endless realms, waiting for the fortunate to unearth them. And I, Osiris, feel profoundly that I am that fortunate one. However, all of this comes with a caveat. It can all be compensated through innate talents and specialties. A flurry of trade information flickered through the territory shop. What remains is to continuously synthesize fragments, hoping to procure some valuable items to address my shortcomings. If I do not seize this advantage during the internal testing phase, who knows what the gaming environment will become upon the official launch. In the abyss of countless realms, the 5 great empires of Alan, along with numerous small kingdoms, have stirred the players into a fervor, all plunging into the wave of monster extermination. The village chief, blissfully unaware of my rising fame on the forums, is quietly pondering how to spread the good news to the vast community of Blue Star players. Should I encounter high-level creatures of formidable templates, even I would find it daunting and would approach with caution. Upon returning, the village chief felt a surge of satisfaction at the sight before him. These undead beings, impervious to death, had initially caused them much distress, even if the losses were merely projections of their forms. As their ranks and levels ascended, the cost of death began to escalate, necessitating a more cautious approach. The adage, "the early bird catches the worm," rings true. At this rate, if the wave of public testing players arrives, my leveling speed will surely soar like a rocket shooting into the stratosphere. That is, provided there are enough players willing to be harvested. According to the progression of my past life, players would require several months to break through to silver rank. Such a lengthy developmental period should suffice for me to traverse all the novice realms. The other 3 did not hesitate to sacrifice themselves to draw aggro, ensuring that I, Firewood, could occupy a better position for damage output, thus maximizing my contribution and experience gain. In no time, all players began to believe that the first to reach level 10 would reap substantial rewards. With the assignment given, my 4-man team displayed an increased monster clearing speed under pressure. While Village Chief was secretly contemplating strategies, a current of unrest surged through the entire community of players. I felt an eagerness to visit the primary realm and observe these intriguing phenomena once more. The more players that become acquainted with me and are willing to engage, the more I can lure them to the territory of Osiris. Reflecting on the events of my past life, a smile crept across my face. Although the chaotic abyss offers no stark contrasts, the arrival of Alan's group in a past life astonished the natives. It remains uncertain who among them was clever enough to screenshot the task released by Osiris and post it on the forum, which subsequently sparked an inexplicable wave of excitement. Tonight, as the life restoration for Hunting the Tiger is ongoing, attention remains focused on the kindling, prioritizing his recovery. This has caused him to frequently glance back, his eyes glistening with longing. Tonight's tiger hunt purchase, life restoration, cost 1,500 experience points, affection 15 at times. The natives even feel that the players are more chaotic than the abyssal demons. Meanwhile, Jiang Fan, situated within the territory, received a notification on his panel. The competition task you posted has concluded. A citizen has reached level 10, enabling the teleportation to the first dimension. Chapter 82. Expensive Goods Village Chief. Village Chief, we have completed our task. The 4 who were the first to finish their mission were filled with eagerness, racing back to the city, oblivious to the stray monsters around them. They swiftly traversed through various low-level monster zones, hastening their return to the castle gate of their territory. With Shinshai leading the way and being the first to reach level 10, the taskbars of all other players instantly turned gray. This sudden turn of events incited a chorus of curses. Why is the task gone? Damn it! Who was the dog that leveled up first? Huh, what is that? In such an environment, the dark and shadowy players found themselves in a favorable position. Osiris, at that moment, lacked the coordinates for the 80th layer of the guiding territory and was therefore teleported directly into the wilderness. Let us see what's out there. Wow, but these attribute points are too few. ISNT leveling up to 10, supposed to be easier? Why so much experience for just 10 levels? Affinity, 0, congratulations. You have unlocked the Special Items module of the Territory Shop. 99th Layer Territory Lord, Osiris Territory. Hearing the commotion outside, Osiris stepped out to confront the group. My dear, I've been tirelessly slaying monsters. How could I possibly be slower than him? The sooner they cleared the map and obtained the permissions, the sooner they could rest easy, without the worry of an unexpected lord appearing to thwart their plans. Shinshai opened his panel, curiously accessing the Special Items shop. As the name suggests, the sky was devoid of moon and stars. The entire realm lacked any source of illumination, relying solely on the faint glow emitted by the dimensional walls, barely illuminating a hint of detail, perpetually shrouded in darkness. In the previous life, the guild known as Fierce Moon, reputed as the foremost assassin guild of the gods, had established its roots here. The godfather of wheat, engrossed in viewing the prices, spoke without a second thought. Run. Osiris transmitted an information flow, and an archway of light materialized before him. He stepped into it and vanished instantaneously. The 80th layer of the abyss, once referred to by players as the realm of utter darkness. Upon a mere glance, Shinshai was immediately taken aback by the astonishing prices displayed. 10 experience. Enough with the chatter. Let us level up quickly. Who knows what benefits await in the future? Health. Forget about the rewards. The beta test time is precious. It's always better to step into the first job transition sooner. You might be right. Meanwhile, Osiris resolutely made his way to the heart of the Lord within the castle and chose to activate the teleportation array. What are you doing here? How about this? Power Fruit requires 5,000 affinity, 500,000 experience to purchase. If we lure a bunch of monsters and release them, wouldn't that just bring everything to an end? Osiris's affection 1,000 discovered the Shadow Plains experience 10. Before the words of complaint could fully escape Xinshai's lips, the opened attribute introduction struck him once more. This was a permanent enhancement, not one of those temporary boosts from equipment. Everyone was already well equipped, and even a slight increase could prove to be a tremendous advantage. Almost there, let us go, let us continue the hunt. Who knows what rewards await for being the first to reach level 10? The three teammates, witnessing his demeanor, were as intrigued as an octopus scratching its heart, their curiosity deepening. So, how is your status? Agility Fruit. To monopolize a business, one must play this way. Economical, yet practical. An ethereal rune array materialized around the heart of the Lord. Has it truly reached level 10 so swiftly? Apocalyptic storm. Yet, the territory was not like the wilderness, spacious, serene, and picturesque. Initiated by the Lord, with impeccable service, protected by guardians, ensuring high safety. What is the matter? The scrolls are crafted by mages based on their spells. Could it be that the potency is also determined by the village chief as attributes? They have been grinding here for 3 days, never encountering any high-tier monsters, let alone flying ones. Demonic syntax, spell scroll, Shadow Rain requires 2,000 affection, 10,000 experience. Constitution Fruit requires 8,000 affection, 8,000 experience. The Shadow Plains? It seems to be a low-tier map, likely to encounter players. Calculating rewards. Not bad at all. Osiris unfurled his dual wings and soared into the sky, choosing a random direction. Wait, let me show you the screenshot. What's wrong now? The group hurried back to the castle, their urgency palpable. Short-sighted. The experience required to reach level 10 is minimal now, but what about later? When we reach the 3rd tier, or even silver or gold tiers? At that point, leveling up might require tens or hundreds of thousands. But can you increase your strength by 10 points with each level? His teammates noticed his unusual expression and quickly inquired. In the past life, the Land of the Souls was also a popular dungeon, prioritized above the 29th floor of the underground city. So let us head to the 80th floor then. No problem. It's already unlocked. A standard small outdoor teleportation altar costs 5 soul coins, and with his absorption efficiency, it hardly amounts to 1 point of experience. Chain lightning. Yet the meticulous Baijiu seemed somewhat astonished. Where did that large winged creature come from? Just as player Baijiu was about to set off with his teammates, he suddenly noticed a small black dot in the dim sky, growing increasingly larger. 1,000. Let us go. Let us grind for another 1,000 experience. Then we shall see what we can purchase. But we can't afford that now. These single-use scrolls are painfully expensive. Level. Ugh, it only grants 10 points. With this much experience, it's not worth it. Shin Chai, without any further ado, shared screenshots of the items from the special goods section with the team, presenting the details before his teammates with utmost transparency. Suddenly, a pale blue archway of light materialized, its shimmering luminescence cascading like stars scattered across the ground. You surely cannot believe that a ghostly fruit here demands an astonishing 1 million experience points. Is it a ginseng fruit? Could it possibly grant? Oh my. Please set usage requirements after reading it. Rihan uttered a similar exclamation. Class transfer contract. Blood Warrior purchase requires a favorability of 5, 000, and 200. 000 experience points. Demonic Grammar Scroll. Explosive Flame purchase requires a favorability of 501, 000 experience points. Mental Fruit. Courageous competition task completed. Baijiu stood still, awaiting the shadow to enter the skill range before casting a detection spell. Oh no, it's a flying monster. The team members, filled with trepidation, immediately turned to flee. Given the level of this 5-star teleportation altar, isn't setting it at 10 a reasonable request? Will Fruit. Purchase requires a favorability of 10, 000, and 1 million experience points, lacking any tangible medium. The magic circle could only gently flow around the Lord's heart, drawing energy to sustain its operation. Blood Fury Battle Blade. Yellow purchase requires a favorability of 3, 000, and 100, 000 experience points. Fool. After flying for a short while, several small black dots emerged on the distant ground. The president of the Jiyu Guild, Sheng Jiwu Wang, is renowned as the first assassin of the Abyss. It is said he possesses a legendary red dagger, enabling him to establish the formidable Jiyu Guild amidst the chaotic realms of the darkest plains, managing it with remarkable precision. Danger level, extremely fatal. The colossal shadow that appeared in the sky was none other than Osiris, the notorious village chief of the 99th level novice village, who had set the player forms ablaze. Baijiu stood frozen, gazing in disbelief at the approaching figure. Chapter 83. Reunion. The name of a person, the shadow of a tree. With the release of a new video featuring Angry Wind Valley, Osiris has recently risen to prominence in the gaming community, boasting remarkable achievements. He single-handedly slaughters hordes of siege monsters, exhibiting skills akin to those of a deity, effortlessly dispatching high-level bosses. The current village chief of Osiris has undoubtedly become the most sought-after NPC on player forums. He flutters his light and powerful wings, a hint of gentleness in his gaze as he observes the player IDs hovering above, his lips pursed. Yet, none dare to strike first against Osiris. What to do? To engage or not to engage? The novice territory of level 80 is nestled within a valley. My goodness. Osiris. Attributes. Strength 225, Constitution 195, Spirit 138, Will 150. Agility 258. Rank Tier 3. What a glitch plot twist. Village Chief, do you have any quests? Isn't he from level 99? How'd he end up here? Off fate. Enemies sworn to death. Who could that be? Little did they expect that this petite figure not only experienced a significant level increase, but also advanced her bloodline power to that of a rare elite. Baijiu solemnly nodded. What about the village chief? In her panic, she drew a dagger from her waist and vanished from sight. Observing this declaration of war, a faint smirk of derision appeared on Osiris's lips. The players, bewildered, began to murmur among themselves. Of course, we should support our village chief. Do you think you can defeat him? At that moment, Baijiu's teammates, sensing the unusual atmosphere, hurried back to the scene. Detection, health points, 27,300 mana points, 19320 special skills, Devour, Intermediate Extraordinary Bloodline, Shadow Affinity, Enhanced Stealth, Poison Crafting, Trap Making, Lethal Strike. This familiar aura, a cold smile, instantly spread across Osiris's face upon receiving the feedback from the probe. What on earth is happening? Meanwhile, the Shadow Demon, who had stealthily approached amidst the chaos, felt the terrifying energy and turned pale, swiftly retreating. Osiris raised an eyebrow, perplexed. What is this? Proclaiming the gospel. The Lord of the 99th layer, deeply aware of the difficulties faced by the newcomers, has resolved to assist them, leading Osiris to the novice territory. Gain 100 experience points, and Osiris's favorability increases by 100. As a few individuals slowly entered the valley from its mouth, the raucous sounds of players filled the air, creating a bustling scene. What the hell? How do these fools know about him? He hasn't even been to this realm. Damn it. A shadow demon? Could it be our village chief? Notification. Triggered random quest. Cleanse. Osiris has encountered the mortal enemies of the shadow demon clan. Please retreat to the edge of the valley and maintain neutrality. Completion rewards Osiris's favorability increase by 100. As the new players in the distance noticed the unusual happenings, they curiously approached a few steps closer. Upon discerning the situation, players surged forth like bees returning to their hive. Those nearest to the valley's entrance were the first to notice the towering figure accompanying by Zhou and his companions, their gazes fixated upon him. Indeed, the familiar entity before them was none other than the shadow demon, Nicole, who had previously ambushed him in the Valley of Death. A resounding cry echoed, triggering a random quest, and the entire novice territory erupted in fervor. Some even summoned the village chief. The customary NPC dialogue flowed from his lips, and a notification appeared on by Zhou's interface. Newly minted deer leather boots, boasting 1 agility, available for merely 300 soul coins. A group was forming for the Wailing Abyss. In need of a tank. Bai Zhou swiftly skimmed through the quest details. Though curiosity bubbled within him, he unhesitatingly chose to accept. Human, I require your assistance. He raised his right hand, and an aura of deathly power erupted from within him, radiating outward. Observant players who had also seen the shadow demon emerge from the castle suddenly connected the dots. Realizing that the figure before them was none other than the esteemed village chief from the forums, they collectively fell into a stunned silence, desperately racking their brains for potential quests. Why does he seem familiar? Oh, how intriguing. I will be delighted to assist you, my lord. Could it be that there's a quest involved? Osiris's favorability towards U5. At that moment, as the majority withdrew, a few scattered red dots became strikingly conspicuous. The shadow demon in the distance, sensing the presence of the former night demon, was taken aback upon perceiving the subtle pressure emanating from his opponent. The countenance of Nicole shifted dramatically. Osiris has issued you the quest, spread the gospel. Accept? Yes, no, impossible. Ah, brother, who is this NPC? The shadow demon. Ha, long time no see. With the quest freshly issued, most players scampered to the sidelines to watch the unfolding spectacle, while a few indecisive souls remained rooted in place. However, just as a throng of players surrounded him, incessantly peppering him with questions, a ghostly slender figure emerged from the castle at the valley's center. He smiled inwardly, recognizing that his deliberate actions over the past few days had borne fruit. By the heavens, it is Osiris. In the dark of night, one could not afford to miss the opportunity for a grand display. Dismissing the buzzing inquiries of a few, Osiris followed their lead towards the 80th level novice village. Huh, by the heavens, it is Osiris. Death ripple. A few unfortunate souls were swept away by the ripple, their health bars plummeting as they transformed into brilliant white lights, soaring into the sky. Now, players across the forums were enviously eyeing the rogues at level 99, who upon entering the game, encountered such illustrious figures capable of imparting advanced skills and equipment, a true stroke of luck. Race, Demon Shadow, Demon Template, Rare Elite. Foggy Forest, level 7 and above, come forth. Before a multitude of players could comprehend the situation, an overwhelming aura of terror enveloped them. The NPC nearby exuded an intense surge of energy. With the sweeping motion of the skeletal scythe, an increasing number of undead warriors surged forth from the valley's entrance, effectively sealing off the soul escape route in an instant. An opportunity presented itself. After a brief moment of indulgence, Osiris gradually descended from the skies. Little did he know, he had not viewed the forum videos. Upon overhearing the conversations of the players below, Osiris suddenly realized it was indeed the player forum. Yet, this revelation caused him to furrow his brow. Oh dear! The village chief. My esteemed village chief. Level 36 class. Shadow assassin with a mere flick of a finger. Ecstasy is yours. Why does it seem like a confrontation is imminent? However, there was little he could do. He could soar, while the diminutive adversary before him could not. And now, as fortune fell from the heavens, nearly offered to him on a silver platter, how could he possibly refuse? Osiris cast a cold, discerning glance over the few foolish individuals before him and finally began to take action. Thanks to the forum's promotion, Osiris's formidable prowess had indeed left a profound impression on the players present. Amidst a few gasps of astonishment, several players hastily charged forward. The reason for the players' retreat was the chaotic congregation of many, making it nearly impossible to discern which red dot on the map represented the shadow demon. Is he heading to the novice village? Osiris, tall and with an excellent vantage point, caught a glimpse. Alas, how foolish. Level 10 is imminent. He could always teleport to the 99th floor. Once more, Osiris glanced at the interface. In the vacant space ahead, only a solitary, prominent red dot remained. Cackling with delight, he thought, now, let us see where you dare to flee. Chapter 84. Confrontation beneath the somber canopy of the sky. The atmosphere in the valley grew increasingly tense. Osiris wore a grave expression, his hand firmly gripping the staff, veins protruding on the back of his hand. The flames of revenge blazed fiercely in his eyes, sharp as an eagle's gaze, fixated ahead with an unmistakable glint of lethal intent shimmering in his deep blue irises. The shadow demon, clad in form-fitting black leather armor, moved with the grace of a cat, continuously shifting positions within the valley, a shadow that followed closely. She dare not linger, fearing the night demon would once again unleash a devastating area attack upon her. Although Osiris could see the red dot on the map in constant motion, his mental acuity could not detect any trace of her presence. The shadow demon's stealth capabilities had become remarkably enhanced. A hint of dark malice flickered in her lavender-hued eyes, her hands tightly gripping a pair of razor-sharp daggers, patiently awaiting the opportune moment. She understood well that the power of a high-level mage stemmed from their terrifying long-range assaults. If she could close the distance, she might deliver a fatal blow. Retreat. The dazzling radiance of magical energy pierced the air, causing a slight sting to the eyes of surrounding players. Pained groans escaped Nicole's lips as she gritted her teeth, enduring the intense torment, her weapons dancing in a flurry as they relentlessly struck against the bone prison. Engaging in close combat with such a creature was indeed a harrowing ordeal. Even from a distance, players could hear the sound of the shadow demon's blades slicing through the air. In her desperate struggle for survival, the death energy flowing from the bone prison dimmed significantly. Had both figures not been cloaked in stealth, players would undoubtedly have noticed the series of afterimages trailing behind the slender form, a testament to her incredible speed. The shadow demon gazed at the bone spear, its murderous aura almost palpable, and her heart sank. Too late. To Osiris and the other players' astonishment, the bone spear pierced through the shadow demon, embedding itself into the ground behind her. It was crucial to understand that under the enhanced concealment effect, as long as she refrained from making a move, no energy fluctuations would reveal her presence. Just as she felt the distance closing in, she unleashed her swiftest attack, Shadow Strike. Yet, she was unwilling to surrender easily. If she could withstand this onslaught, perhaps there would be an opportunity to counterattack during the night demon's spellcasting interval. Suddenly, a barely audible sound of fabric slicing through the air emerged from beside Osiris, followed by a series of sharp attacks that seemed to whistle through the air. What a terrifying reaction! The assassin's advanced rare skill, Shadow Strike. A kaleidoscope of vibrant colors erupted from thin air, soaring toward the ensnared form of the shadow demon without pause. To Osiris, the relationship between the two was utterly irreconcilable. The accumulation of death energy intensified, nearly materializing into a tangible form. Before long, the red dot, symbolizing the shadow demon within the bone prison, not only leapt out of confinement, but also split into two, transforming into two figures that simultaneously launched their assault from either side. Had it not been for the muscle memory forged through countless battles in his previous life, Osiris would have surely succumbed to the deadly hands of the Shadow Demon during the initial assassination in the valley. Given the Shadow Demon's formidable template and rank, surviving under its influence until now was a remarkable feat, far surpassing that of other silver-tier monsters. Osiris held his breath, projecting his mental energy outward, heightening his senses to an extraordinary degree. Beyond his vigilant gaze, he could distinctly perceive even the faintest rustle of wind and grass nearby. Observing this, Osiris let out a chilling smile as he raised his skeletal scythe once more. A surge of chaotic magical energy coursed through the staff, conjuring a massive grayish-white spear that materialized before the onlookers. Yet, unexpectedly, it was evaded by the night demon before him. Osiris could not help but reflect on this. In his view, the Holy Maiden was a creature even more foolish than the inferior demons. The wind stirred. Naturally, Nicole, the Shadow Demon, could hardly believe that her stealth could outlast the mental acuity of this silver-tier night mage. Gritting her teeth, she decisively unleashed her skill. Osiris chuckled softly, having secretly activated the fragment skill, Swift Steps. A mocking smirk graced his lips as he fixed his gaze upon the two approaching red dots, his body quietly gathering magical energy. Today, without fail, you shall meet your demise here. To the right. He exhaled in relief and glanced at the panel. In confronting such an adversary, Osiris dared not show an ounce of mercy. If it could be killed, it must be killed. If it could not be killed, he would devise every possible means to slay it. A chilling sensation surged from the depths of his being, and once again, Osiris put on a chaotic display of magic before the gathered players. The Shadow Demon's expression turned cold as he regarded the imminent tempest of violent energy. A flicker of panic flashing in his eyes. Two piercing sounds echoed through the air, and he was acutely aware that if their roles were reversed, he would be utterly crushed by the Shadow Demon, facing a fate far worse than what his opponent currently endured. Before the Shadow Demon could react, Osiris raised his skeletal scythe and unleashed painful strike, directly cursing his foe. He stumbled backward, and, in that moment, the Shadow Demon's form began to dissipate like a mere illusion. Was this a mirage? In the critical juncture of life and death, the Shadow Demon's speed accelerated to a terrifying degree. What was once a spear had transformed into a fleeting streak of brilliance, a manifestation of death's wrath, delivering a strike imbued with an insurmountable intent to kill. In a flash of white light, it vanished. Yet, against such overwhelming power, all technique amounted to mere flamboyant trickery. Just as the onlookers blinked, the skeletal spear had already emerged from the bone prison, thrusting directly toward the Shadow Demon's chest. Whoosh! Osiris' hand moved, and the terrifying spear soared through the air. Swoosh, whoosh! Bone cage. Seeing the Shadow Demon finally ensnared, Osiris waved his hand, immediately trapping the demon in place. He furrowed his brow, paying no heed to the map, instinctively sending forth a wave of deathly energy that rapidly expanded from within him. However, it failed to strike any target. The pitch-black environment of the Dark Realm granted her a flicker of confidence. In this dim light, the conditions are particularly advantageous for the assassin. Having chosen to strike, there is no turning back this time. Suddenly, a torrent of potent magical energy surged from Osiris, creating a tumultuous wave of arcane power that manifested before him. Hurtling towards the Shadow Demon with ferocity, the players seemed acutely aware that the current situation was extraordinary, each of them holding their breath in anticipation. With recording devices at the ready and eyes wide with intensity, they exchanged hushed whispers among a few close friends, sharing the thrill and tension of this moment. No one could adequately describe the velocity of that spear. Fascinating. It evaded. The Shadow Demon, Nicole, was momentarily taken aback as the Night Demon deftly dodged her assault. The two Nichols swiftly approached Osiris, their four daggers gleaming ominously in the darkness, gripped like venomous fangs at their sides. Nicole was resolute in her belief that under the guise of this bloodline legacy, even if the night demon possessed heightened spiritual sensitivity. Able to discern her and her illusionary counterpart, it would be momentarily impossible to distinguish the real from the fake. The dark silhouette flickered, and the shadow demon lunged forward like a famished beast.